That's a fitting way for this game and this series to come to an end.
Well, every time the Giants kind of got a nice situation, it felt like either a double play ball, a line drive right at someone, or a pop out. They're getting a lot of walks. They're putting up decent at-bats, getting themselves in position, and just not able to get that break the ice and break it open. They had some opportunities, but Justin Verlander, what an amazing outing. Got to see Carson Seymour make his Major League debut, but this one's going to be frustrating, and it's a tough loss versus a team you think you're going to come out and get a series and get going.
Yeah. Thanks, Hunter. That was a tough one. Dave Fleming, Hunter Pencil, the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. And Shasky, I told you on Friday, what did I tell you? I said, don't you dare lose this series to the Chicago White Sox. Don't you dare. And what do they go out and do in the South Side? They lost the series to a team that has twice as many losses as they do wins. They are 28-56, the Chicago White Sox. And you go in there with that feudal offense and do that against that team where I look at the names. I mean, Mike Tauchman, the guy that you were too good for years ago.
Joe.
I thought he was out of the league. About 281, had 3 hits against you. Austin Slater comes in, and what does he do? He scores a run yesterday. He gets a hit. Just Giants or former Giants. I had former Athletics out there. Ryan Noda. Who? Like the guy that's Andrew Benintendi is like their most recognizable player. And he hasn't done anything in like 5 or 6 years. Joe, I'm frustrated if I'm a Giants fan waking up today. And you know what? I don't want to be frustrated because the vibes are immaculate today behind the scenes. The producers are feeling good. Carter and Sam are feeling good. We're feeling good. We have a lot of smiles on our faces here on a Monday. But that performance yesterday, and what should have been a win for Justin Verlander, I felt like he pitched well enough to get his first win of the season, and he's still searching for it. They've gotten Rafi Devers, and they've somehow gotten worse. How? How, Joe?
I don't know. I've tried to stay as patient as I possibly can. Maybe I just fell victim to the first month of the season, or I guess really like the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season, and they got off to such a great start, and it's been basically 500 or under 500 balls since then. But the reality is that everyone's going to scream and yell about runners in scoring position, and they're not wrong. Like, how many times this team has failed to deliver the big hit? I would just say this. Since Friday the 13th, the night that they played the Dodgers, where Casey Schmidt hit that home run, and they completely out-hit and out-slugged the Dodgers. I'm going to go backwards, okay? They've been out-hit. Of the 15 games, they've been out-hit, meaning they've given up more hits than they've actually accrued. 12 of the 15 games. 12 of the 15 games. Now, look, there's situational hitting, and that's extremely important, and driving in runs, and executing, and not getting doubled off of, third base, Brett Wisely on Saturday, or getting picked off of first base on Friday night. There's a lot of situational baseball. Right now, they're just failing to deliver. But they have been out-hit, again, of the 15 games since that Friday night win, maybe the best pitch game of Logan Webb's career. They've been out-hit 12 of the 15 games. And so, to me, this isn't just about situational hitting. It's about the inability to out-hit the other team. And we're talking about, again, the Dodgers. I can live with that series. Like, I get it. It's the Dodgers. They're an unbelievable team. The Guardians? The Guardians? The lowly Red Sox? The Marlins?
Marlins won 7 in a row, by the way.
I get that. But the White Sox?
They're the
White
worst.
Sox?
They're the worst, literally the worst team in the American League.
If I polled however many baseball fans around baseball right now, and I said to you, hey, the Guardians, the White Sox, and the Marlins, as well as the Red Sox, are going to out-hit you for 2 weeks straight, you'd be like, there's just, what? Who? Like, how many people can name 4 people in either lineup?
I can't. And listen, I do this for a living. And the Chicago White Sox, the Tauchmans, the Slaters, the afterthoughts that was the San Francisco Giants. I just mentioned it. Andrew Benintendi is probably the most recognizable player, Joe. Andrew Benintendi, at his best, was what? A 7-8 hitter on the Boston Red Sox championship team?
Yeah.
Right? Like, come on, man. Like, that just can't happen. And again, I'm frustrated for Justin Verlander. I'm frustrated for Robbie Ray. Like, I'm frustrated for these guys that go out there and they're delivering and they're not getting any support at the plate. Willie Adames, it just hasn't worked. Let's just call it what it is. It's June 30th. We're almost in July. It's been a bust right now.
You know
it just is.
You're going to say that, and you're not wrong per se, but this last week he's been way better than he's been all year.
Again,
in terms of batting average and like actually seeing it. Now that being said, just throw this guy a slider away, and he's going to be swinging out of his shoes.
I saw him get tied up on a sinker in the middle of the plate at 92 miles an hour yesterday for a strikeout. I don't know what he was looking for. It was right there. Rafi Devers, 3 strikeouts yesterday, Joey.
I think he's 10 for 46.
Not good enough. Not good enough. And again, we knew it might have been, an adjustment for Devers. So I'm not here to crush the guy. That signing was a lot about much more than this season and then going forward in the next couple seasons. But right now, it's just not good enough. Jung-Hoo Lee, we've mentioned it ad nauseum. Batting 243 now. Was he batting like 300 a month ago, it felt like? Close to it. And it's been that bad. I don't know what the answer is for Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, if Christian Koss, God love the guy, is putting together the best at-bats for this offense, it's a problem.
They had 16 hits over the weekend. He had 6 of them.
There you go. Christian Koss.
That's not and I
it's
like
not sustainable. It's just not sustainable.
Not sustainable. That's not winning baseball.
No.
You're just not going to win. And yesterday, I want to get right to this guy, Jung-Hoo Lee. It's great when everyone's dressed in the outfits and they look a certain way out in the field, and Jung-Hoo Lee, the chants are going on.
The Jung-Hoo crew.
Like that stuff's all fine and dandy. You do have to produce. And if he didn't have a multi-year contract, we'd be talking about sending this guy down to AAA. Defensively, he's excellent. I think he's an excellent defender. But offensively, he's been atrocious. He's 6 for his last 56. And yesterday, with no outs, he shows up in the bases loaded situation and grounds into a double play. And then later on, pops up with opportunities to drive in runs. It's just he is trying to pull the ball nonstop. And look, I'm open to hearing all the criticisms today from Giants fans. I've heard from reliable people that I trust who are around this team that in pregame warmups, batting practice, whatever you want to call it, Willie Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee are at the cage, and whoever's working with them, whether it's Matt Williams, whether it's Pat Burrell, when it's a homestand, I hear Bonds is there a lot. That's what I've heard. I've heard Bonds is there a lot during the homestands. They're going the other way. But in the games, these guys can't adjust. The other guy who I think we need to bring up, Wilmer Flores. The bottom has fallen out on Wilmer. And right now he looks sluggish, to say the least. Both Wilmer and Jung-Hoo Lee need 10-day IL stints just to, reset their minds and their mentals. Wilmer Flores is 9 for his last 48. And just not driving the ball. He's really your only situational hitter right now, outside of Christian Koss, which is crazy.
I know.
And he's been awful. But the Jung-Hoo Lee thing, I think, is a big one. This guy, they've tried him at the top of the order. They tried him in the middle of the order. They tried him at the bottom of the order. They're searching right now. I mean, you're batting Mike Yastrzemski in the cleanup spot. Mike Yastrzemski is going to bat leadoff, or he's going to bat way down in the lineup. They've tried everything. I'm not mad at Bob Melvin. Because guys have to perform. When you step into that batter's box, as I told you, these guys are working on going the other way in pre-games and things like that. Something has to give, though. And at some point, there needs to be accountability for the players that are out there on the field. The Adames, Wilmer, Jung-Hoo Lee, these guys are not performing right now. There's just no other way around it. And I truly believe that either they need to move Jung-Hoo Lee, they need to IL stint him, drop him to AAA, give him multiple days off. They're in trouble. They are in trouble. I am officially hitting the panic button.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First Norcross Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First Norcross Financing Leader. Panic button from Joe Shasky.
No, I am. And the reason
why... Giants already?
Here's why I'm doing it. Look.
I mean,
what are they, 5-6 games over 500 right now?
Yeah.
They started off, 8-1, 9-1?
Something like that.
Okay.
They're
so
6 games over currently.
Okay, yeah. So they're basically under 500 since then.
1.5 back from the third wild card spot.
Remember where we were when they DFA'd Lamont Wade? We were down bad. Yeah. And that worked for about a week, okay? Since then, we're down bad again. They're so bad right now, we're opining for Casey Schmidt to come back, who was someone you didn't trust 3 weeks ago.
Not only Casey Schmidt, they desperately need Matt Chapman.
Oh, there's no doubt.
They desperately need.
There's no doubt. But the Willie Adames thing, look, the reality is they dramatically overpaid. Maybe one day he finds a way to somehow salvage the contract, but $180 million player, he is not. He's a really good guy. I don't know what vibes are worth. I don't know what clubhouse leadership is worth. It's certainly not at the batter's box. He's not a $180 million player. He's just not.
Well, and it was funny you say that because Hunter Pence was on the broadcast yesterday on NBC Sports Bay Area, a guy that's synonymous with what? Positivity, clubhouse guy, all of that. But eventually Hunter Pence, what did he do at the plate? He produced. He was a good player. So I don't know how much, and how much can you even stay positive if you're a guy like Willie Adames? I know it's easy enough for us to say, oh, he's making all this money, he's struggling. The least he could do is be a positive presence. It's asking a lot when you're struggling to do your job correctly and still being positive about it. In any walk of life, whether it's us, whether it's baseball, whether it's a police officer, fireman, like you're struggling, it's hard to have a smile on your face all the time. And you hope that for Willie, it eventually clicks. And yeah, it's been a little bit better. He was batting like 190 at one point. So the fact that he's batting what right now? He's batting 209. It's an improvement, albeit when you look at June 30th, we're about to start July, and he's batting 209, and he's your second highest paid player on the roster. Yeah, at least you're scratching your head if you're a Giants fan. I want to hear from the Giants fans today, 888-957-9570.
Are you panicking like I am? Because I am panicking. Like, look, the objective for me is...
How could you not, I guess I would ask, how could you not panic about this team at this point? You're 6 games over 500, but it felt like just a couple weeks ago, like after the Devers trade, we were talking maybe legit playoff contenders, Joe. Like, that's just not anyone saying that. We had Keith Law, MLB insider for The Athletic. Dave Fleming, I know he's the voice of the Giants. I know, he kind of spins and skews toward the Giants, obviously. But Dave's no dummy. He said that knowing full well what he was saying when it came to the pitching staff, when it came to some of the big names there. Like, there was legit optimism just a couple weeks ago. This could be a legit playoff contender. And now there's questions, can they even make the playoffs? That's a legit question mark right now.
I mean, Justin Verlander probably had his best start of the year.
Yes, without a doubt.
I know that he got hit hard early in that game.
Some loud outs.
But I thought he adjusted. I was going to come in here today, like if he, got sent out of that game quickly and be like, hey, look, throwing in the rain like they were is difficult for both pitchers. But I thought he rebounded really well, and I thought he finally got control of that slider, and you saw a different version of him. Once he got past that third inning, I thought he was in cruise control. I thought he did a great job yesterday. And then they had the Major League debut of a young man I'd never heard of until yesterday. So that was cool. But then there's like Ryan Walker, right? And then we get to Ryan Walker. And
Carson,
Sam, I love you. No, I do. I love you, Sam, because I love how passionate you get about the team. But I heard Sam all offseason, and he's not alone. He's not alone. I'm using him as a vehicle.
Scapegoat.
No, I'm using you as a vehicle to explain something. Just bear with me.
Orange and black, weekend wrap.
I'm guilty of this. I'm guilty of this too. It's not just Sam. They were out of it for about 6 weeks last year at the end of the year, give or take. You could say mathematically eliminated basically by September 1. Ryan Walker did his best work in the final 6 weeks of the season last year. I'm not saying those weren't big games for him, but what I am saying is that it's really difficult for me moving forward to see a team bow out that late in the season and say anything that a guy does in the final 6 weeks is going to be transferable to the next offseason, the next year.
You're telling me it's as much as transferable as the Warriors' mop-up duty in Game 5 against the Rockets?
That's exactly it.
And if that can translate to the next game in Game 6.
It's not just
I had
that.
to laugh still.
It's not just Ryan
one.
Walker. Who was the third baseman? David VR came up a couple years ago and had a monster start. I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald had, what was it, 3 weeks?
Fitzy looked like Barry Bonds.
Look, the reality is that Ryan Walker is completely mentally shot right now. Is he another guy? I don't trust him at all. And there has to be something to be said regarding his delivery. And I know that was, it's an intoxicating delivery. When you talk to basic people who understand the fundamentals of pitching, when your feet are staggered the way that his are and the way that you throw across the body, it's going to be very unorthodox. And the way that his setup is, all right, it's impossible to pick off properly because your feet are staggered. You're not in an athletic stance. All right, so you're not going to be able to throw over to first base. And then B, your landing area, you're coming across your body. There's no wonder he balked multiple times.
Well, I love that you used intoxicated because it immediately balks. Like, yeah, that's what it felt like. It felt like the guy was rumbling,
he short-circuited on the mound.
And the mound was obviously, there was rain, it was wet. And
I don't want to hear
But
it.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
He's had multiple situations this year, whether it's been a perfect mound or a crummy mound, that he does not look comfortable stepping off or delivering the pitches.
The fact of the matter is, you got bullied against the White Sox. Like it's simple as that.
Ryan Walker, right now. No, things could change 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now. Right now, I trust him the least of anyone coming out of that bullpen.
Wow, I'm not saying something. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. All of a sudden...
And then Melvin left him out there.
Well, the Bob Melvin question right now.
Bob Melvin left him out there. I'm like, go get the guy. He's done. And bases loaded. I was like, every one of these guys is scoring. And they did.
So Joe Shasky has his panic meter. Where's it at right now? If it's like 0 to 100, where's their panic meter?
Somewhere in the 75, 80 range.
Pretty bad. That's pretty big. That's like a B- right there when it comes to the panic.
I just want to make the playoffs. Like, I really want to make the playoffs. And I'm thrilled that we got Devers. He's another one. Plate discipline. Him and some of these other guys, they are going to throw you nothing but off-speed and breaking balls away all day. You have got to be more patient. And this team desperately misses the patience of Matt Chapman. Yes, Matt Chapman strikes out a ton. There's no doubt about it. He also draws a lot of walks, and they really miss him in the middle of this lineup. Big time. I can't believe I'm saying it.
Well, they got another desperate team they're playing up against in the desert this time, against the D-backs, who have lost 4 in a row. They've lost their best player, Corbin Carroll, so they need to get things back on track. They just got swept against the Miami Marlins, who came in and, just owned the Giants before that, who swept the Giants, obviously. So the Marlins are red hot. They do that to the D-backs. So Giants, D-backs, 4-game set starting today. And by the way, we got former manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks and current broadcaster with the team, Bob Brenly, former Giant as well, obviously. And he knows Bob Melvin very well because Bob Melvin was a coach on his World Series champion staff, Joe, in Arizona back in 2001. So we'll ask his thoughts on Bob Melvin, about the D-backs, about the Giants, what he sees from afar. Bob Brenly joining us at 8:30 plus this or that in the 9 o'clock hour. And also happening today, Joe, some big basketball stuff is going to be going down in the NBA. It already has, but officially starting today, 3 o'clock West Coast time, free agency in the NBA is officially upon us. The big news over the weekend, the Warriors officially tendering the $7.9 million qualifying offer to Jonathan Kuminga, setting the stage for his restricted free agency. Kuminga is expected to decline the qualifying offer, and again, he'll become a restricted free agent. And what will he command out there amongst the other teams? We got LeBron James talking as well. Could LeBron James be on the move in what could be his final season? Again, we've been saying this, and what could be LeBron's final season in the NBA. So we got that to get to at some point. So we would love your conversation today, though, in regards to the Giants early on here.
Joe,
do you have a panic meter, Giants fans? And if so, what's it at right now? 0 to 100, I'm going to give you 888-957-9570.
59 to 38. 59 to 38. What are those numbers?
59 and 38.
59 to 38.
Oh.
That's the amount of hits the Marlins and the White Sox got against you in back-to-back series and the amount of hits you got.
That's bad. I thought that was
you almost got doubled up.
I thought that was like strike-to-ball ratio from the bullpen or something like that. That's awful. I told you on Friday, Joe.
6-game series.
I told you this on Friday. Don't lose to the White Sox because you are going to be panicking. You are. And what did they do yesterday? They panicked. The whole team's panicking right now. They're pressing.
They're averaging giving up 10 hits a game, 9.5 hits a game to the Marlins and the White Sox. So it's not just the hitting that has been lackluster. I mean, trust me, it has been. I think you put way too much pressure. What this reminds me of, this is a classic situation. You know when like a defense is really, really good, but the offense, I'm talking about football, the offense is so putrid, eventually the dam breaks and the defense is garbage because they've been out on the field for way too long.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get to like week 13, week 14, and they're just done.
Yep.
The defense is just done. They're not the same. They were a really good defense, an elite defense, but the offense was so futile that the defense finally just the dam broke. That is what has happened to the Giants pitching staff currently. They are so... They've got to be psychologically screwed in the head right now. Like, they're not pitching well, but I believe that they were carrying this team for so long that the bats have yet to complement them and arrive at any point this year that the pitching is just, it's hit a wall. The pitching has hit a wall, and at no point have the bats come to rescue them.
And it's a good point. And I'd say, like, they're always going to say the starting pitchers, the bullpen, those guys pick us up when we need them to, so we'll be picking up right now. But it's got to be frustrating if you're Verlander searching for that first one.
Was pacing in the dugout yesterday. I felt bad for him.
If you're Robbie Ray, if you're Logan Webb, and Logan Webb's dealt with this throughout his career, right? But it doesn't get any more frustrating than what's going on right now in San Francisco. And we want to hear from the people. Sandy, Leroy, we'll get to you on the other side. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Approach.
888-957-9570. A massive, massive stretch here coming up for the Giants. So they're going up against two teams that are going to be under 500. But as we've mentioned, that doesn't mean anything, as you just lost to the team that has twice as many losses than they do wins against the White Sox. So you got the D-backs coming up a 4-game set.
It's just huge. This is huge.
And then you got the A's in Sacramento. Like, if your offense doesn't get going in that ballpark where everyone's just dominating the A's, where Luis Severino has like a 10 ERA,
Joe?
Then you might as well pack up the rest of the season.
And then you got the Phillies and you got the Dodgers to end the break. I'm telling you, this team is teetering right now and could be cooked before the All-Star break if they don't wake up.
You know what's not teetering? The Morning Roast. Spadoni and Chasky on 95.7 The Game, baby. Come on back.
we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Since recording that, the Giants have lost series to the Marlins and White Sox, so maybe we want to scrap that rejoin. I'm sorry, Adam, San Francisco. Is that too harsh this morning on a Monday?
No, I want to talk about pitching real quick, okay, for those that are driving around right now. What? Why are we laughing?
It's just the way you pivoted. No, it's not too harsh.
No.
Just rip them even more.
It's true. Love you, buddy.
Hey, we're feeling good, though. The Giants aren't playing well.
I'm not feeling good.
Oh, you're not? Okay, I'm feeling
No, I'm in a good mood because this is like mail-it-in week of the year for me.
Jesus. You don't say that.
No,
Come on.
I admit it out loud. So all you people going into work are thinking the same thing.
You're the Postmaster General? You're mailing it in?
Kevin Costner, the postman.
Oh, God.
But here's what I would say. For those that are teaching youth players, I understand I'm not some pitching guru. I'm not Greg Maddux, but I've worked with people like Bill Lasky, for example, who I've helped coach around San Francisco, who has worked with some of our young guys and other guys that have pitched at a high level. There are certain mechanics that, to me, you can't debate. There are certain fundamentals that when I explain them to you, you're going to understand.
How tall is Bill? He's a big guy, right?
Tree is huge.
Yeah, okay.
Like 6'6".
Oh, his tree's huge.
But like he'll tell these guys, like, there's a reason the fundamentals are the fundamentals. All right, it's the foundation for what makes things successful, and they've been around for 150 years for a reason. That doesn't mean that there aren't new ways of doing it. But you see a lot of guys in the bigs will make it to the bigs with unorthodox mechanics, and the example is always, well, they can get rid of it. They've gotten away with it, and this is what makes them unique. And look, I listen to that. But Ryan Walker is a great example. When you come set on the mound, okay, you don't want to come set with your feet too close together, okay? Because if they're too close together, when you go to step off and throw over to first base, you don't have a great athletic base to be able to throw from, right? When you come set and your hands are down to your waist, all right, and you go to throw over or you go to separate, you're showing the ball and the type of pitch that's coming in, if guys can identify that, and the grip that you're giving. So you want to come chest high. Why? Because you're going to separate chest high, and you'll be able to get rid of the ball quicker on a pickoff and on a delivery to home. Ryan Walker does like 7 things fundamentally not sound. His feet are staggered, so he's not in an athletic stance. He brings the glove all the way down below his crotch, so he's releasing and getting rid as ball separates from glove way too low. And then he's throwing across his body. All of these things make it very difficult for him to repeat his mechanics. Hence why, when he gets mechanically out of whack, he short circuits, like him balking yesterday and balking in a run. And so he's not alone. Like, Camilo Duvall cannot do a slide step, all right? That is a fundamental issue with Camilo Duvall. He mechanically gets out of whack and can't throw strikes. And this goes back to, there is an era of pitchers that are out there right now who are throwers and not pitchers. And I just go back to someone like Ryan Walker, he's nasty. Yeah, when everything is going right. But when he's just a little off, he completely short circuits. And right now, the guy's completely short circuited. Now, I'm not saying he needs to ditch all of his mechanics and go back to scratch. There's clearly something that has got him to where he's at. But right now, this guy I have zero confidence in Ryan Walker. Now, he's not the end-all, be-all. But Bob Melvin, do you not realize that the guy is short circuiting? Go out to the mound, get him out of there. Like, go out to the mound, slow things down, get somebody warmed up in the bullpen, go back out there, get him out. Get him out of there.
In about 2 hours from now, we're going to have former manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Bob Brenly, joining us. Former Giants player, obviously, played with Bob Melvin, obviously, on Brenly's coaching staff back in 2001, where the Arizona Diamondbacks shocked the world, winning a World Series as the Giants start a 4-game set in Arizona starting tonight. A massive series, to say the least, for both these squads. Both these squads struggling mightily. This could be the difference between, being a playoff contender and getting out of it prior to the All-Star break, as the Giants finish up a road trip this weekend in Sacramento. And then, as you mentioned, a massive homestand taking on the likes of the Philadelphia Phillies and the Dodgers, which, if I was going to guess right now, that might be the NLCS matchup right now on June 30th, if I was going to guess. So, yes, you got to take care of business, especially against this squad coming up. But again, I say that, like, how can I even assume that they can take care of business? I can't. Can you just get a split right now, Joe, is what I'm asking. Seriously, can you just get a split?
This team right now has some guys that are so stubborn at the plate. Look, we can argue about coaching. We can argue about it. I personally believe that these guys need to adjust. Willie Adames, we know it's a slider away or a changeup away. Either lay off of it or go the other way. Look, Jung-Hoo Lee, stop swinging at everything and trying to pull everything in the air. Slap something the other way. This is basic baseball 101. Doggy, you're lunging and you're trying to pull everything. He popped up to the shortstop yesterday, and oh, God.
Are you pulling out your panic meter, Giants fans? 888-957-9570.
Wisely getting thrown out at third base with Devers. It's second and third with no outs.
Can't happen.
Outs. Second, third. Where are you going? It's a power hitter at the plate. This is what I would say if I'm the third base coach. Hey, doggy, nowhere to go. We got our best hitter up. Worst thing that can happen right now is you get picked off. You're going to tag no matter what. Make sure it gets through. You're tagging no matter what. Freeze on a liner. Don't get too far off the base. Worst thing that can happen right now is you getting picked off. And what happens? Devers swings and misses. Strike three. Back pick. Bang. Inning over, basically. Rally killed. Momentum over. Just awful, awful, awful fundamentals.
Sandy, San Francisco. 888-957-9570. Sandy, you pulling out your panic meter on the Giants? Sandy.
This is really irritating. I'm irritated from the management to the pitchers. We get bases loaded and we can't score. We paying these guys a ton of money. Willie Adames, he's all excited. He's all over the place. But you're not hitting anything. What is going on?
I don't know.
I don't hear anything coming from Buster. He's making all these deals, but nobody's doing anything. Our pitching sucks. We can't do anything. I'm sitting here watching the game. I'm bored. I want to go watch the games live, but they're not giving me any incentive for me to want to go out there other than to eat.
I know.
But not to, it's just frustrating.
I know.
It's a great
I've been
call.
a Giants fan for a long time.
How long, Sandy?
Really sad.
How long you been a Giants fan?
Since 1979.
Wow, look at you.
I remember going out to the ballpark, candlestick, freezing my butt off, nothing happening. But I loved the game, and I loved them. I believed in them.
Yeah.
We got 3 World Series, but we haven't done anything. We can't even get Barry Bonds into the Hall of Fame. It's just insane.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thanks, Sandy.
And you know what? She said it right there. It's I'm bored watching this team. Why would I want to pay my money to go see that team right now? And I get it. Everyone's gonna go to the games because it's a fun place to be. The ballpark's exceptional, all of that. But you got to give the fans something to cheer for right now, and they're just not, Joe. All that goodwill you built up with that Devers, signing, feels like it's gone out the window. Does it not? Even with Buster right now, I don't think he's above reproach. Your 2 highest paid players, they're not contributing right now.
No.
And again, it's not the end all be all. It's a short sample size, but my God, it's got to start with them at some point. I can't be relying on Yastrzemski. I can't be relying on Wilmer Flores. Christian Koss, of all peoples, who had 6 hits over the weekend, you said? 6 hits?
Yeah.
He's my best hitter right now, and that's a problem. And I'm getting my ass kicked against the Mike Talkmans of the world, who you thought you were too good for.
The at-bat for me that yesterday just broke me. Bases loaded, and they steal a strike on the top pitch, like a high fastball, if you will. It's Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee is – Antarctica thinks Jung-Hoo Lee is cold right now. That's how bad he is, all right?
It's pretty cold.
And this guy pulls out the 9-iron to swing at a ball that was going to hit him in the back of the foot and pops up to the shortstop. And at that point, I said, this guy needs a week off. Or they need to drop. If he didn't have a multi-year deal, will we not be talking about bringing up someone to play center field?
Yeah, probably.
And his defense is fine. His offense is so bad. They've tried him at the top of the order. They tried him at the 3 spot. They tried him in the 4 spot. They tried him in the 6, 7 spot. Look, I'll give Bob Melvin this. He's searching for a lineup combination. I don't agree with Yastrzemski batting cleanup. That is a whole nother, separate thing. But they've tried everything. The professional players, Adames, even Devers needs to adjust. Stop swinging at the breaking balls. It's driving me insane. They are throwing soft stuff away, and until every team in the league is going away on our pitching staff, yet the Giants just have to pull everything. It's the only guy on the team right now, outside of occasionally Ramos, is Wilmer Flores, who's willing to be a situational hitter. That's it. It's so frustrating.
888-957-9570. The Giants lose a series to the Chicago freaking White Sox, the worst team in the American League. How does that make you feel, Giants fans? As just a couple weeks ago, Devers was the big signing. It was the big talk of all of Major League Baseball. All eyes were focused on you. And since then, the team's been struggling mightily. Devers has not been producing. Adames, I guess a little bit better, but still not where you need him to be. No Matt Chapman, at least for the next few weeks, I would assume. Again, how important is Matt Chapman? Well, we're finding out how important Matt Chapman is, both offensively and defensively with this squad. You can't be having the base running errors, the lack of fundamentals, as you've mentioned, with the Ryan Walkers, the Brett Wisleys of the world, and expect to win games when the offense has been this bad.
Joe,
it's non-becoming of a team that you expect to take seriously as a wild card contender. Wild card teams don't do this. They don't.
I hear you on Chapman. And look, they're also not, like, they're missing Casey Schmidt as well, which is crazy. And he was hitting the ball really well. It is sad to me that, like, Chapman goes down for a couple weeks and the bottom falls out.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, really?
He's not. I'm going to say this.
He's a really good player.
He's not a Shohei Ohtani. He's not Mookie Betts. He's not Freddie Freeman at the plate. You guys shouldn't be struggling this mightily without him. It should not be happening.
I can't argue with you.
It should not be happening.
And I really like Matt Chapman.
Let's pick this up on the other side. Leroy's in Oakland. Richie in Queens.
I want to hear from those guys.
They got their panic meter. They are diehard Giants fans. Hell, we got Sandy, who's been a 46-year. Did I do my math right? 46, 79?
Saturday broke me.
46-year veteran when it comes to being a Giants fan. He said they're boring.
Joe, Saturday, the back pick on Brett Wisely, second and third with no outs after Devers swings and misses was, oh, my God.
It broke Shaska. We'll try to put the pieces back together.
And this is why I wanted Will Venable as my coach.
Already? Oh, come on. Oh, Mel, like, they're 28 and 56. Will Venable? What?
Will Venable managed that series like he wanted to be the Giants
manager. He had one of the worst seasons in the history of the baseball last year, Joe. What do you say? Well, Mark Kotsay next?
I did want him, though.
You wanted Stephen Vogt. That's who you wanted.
No, I don't. I don't really like Stephen Vogt.
Why don't you like Stephen Vogt?
I mean, like, I like him, but I don't. Whatever.
I believe in Stephen Vogt like I do Harvey Dent. How about that? That's what's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
the woman moves strong to the rack and lays it in. 19-10.
Oh, heck yes.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
84-57, Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. That is your Golden State Valkyries, ladies and gentlemen. 9-7 on the year, 7-3 in Valhalla.
They were on. I thought they were on the road yesterday. They were wearing black jerseys. They were at home?
No, they were at home.
Oh, because I saw. Okay.
Steph was at the game yesterday.
I had the
Joey.
game on mute because we were all in the living room talking, and the little guy was playing. They were wearing the black jerseys, and they were playing a team from Seattle that had what looked like the colorways of the old Supersonics.
Well, I love that they did that when the Supersonics obviously left. They went to Oklahoma City, but they kept that. You know, they got the Space Needle symbol. They got that. I always just think of Sue Bird when I think of the Seattle Storm. Obviously, she was playing there for so long. But I'm a sucker for the green and gold. When it's the Packers, A's, the Seattle Storm, the Supersonics. It's just a great color combination.
It is. Well, the A's have it as well.
Exactly.
USF.
Yep.
But no, it what to me reminds me of those jerseys is Detlef Shrimp.
Oh, of course.
See, I'm a little older, and you guys, Sean Kemp, a.k.a. the Rain Man.
Sean Kemp as well.
The glove.
Well, Kevin Durant for a year, lest you forget.
Oh, I remember.
Do you?
Somewhere my boy Guido's punching air because I told him Kevin Durant, after like maybe 6 or 7 weeks in the season, would be an all-time legend. And he said he's too skinny, and we debated about Durant from the beginning.
You and Colin Coward, right? Didn't bench press enough?
This is back in the video game era, so I would do like franchises and 2K. You know, you draft your guys, and I would always pick Durant right away. He's like, he's not that good. Guido, I was right and you were wrong.
I love Guido. I would love Guido's participation if he's listening at 888-957-9570. Brought to you by Golden State.
I know what Guido wouldn't do. Get
What?
picked off a third with no outs and your best hitter at the plate up.
Well, he might. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And got former manager, I should say, Bob Brenly join us at 8:30, and obviously former San Francisco Giant. I would like to discuss Bob Melvin with him, too, and what a manager could do right now when the offense is struggling. You're missing some of your key pieces. You just made a huge trade. You're trying to stay in it. And you mentioned something. As we're talking about the Golden State Valkyries, I think they've captured the audience here in the Bay Area.
So
they've done a great job of capturing the audience, have they not?
Last night, there's not a lot of stuff on television.
There's not.
Right? And so we're in the living room. Like I said, we're, winding down, if you will, as he's doing the goofy hours. And we're all just talking, me, my wife, the little guy, and I got the game on, and we're just watching the game. Why? Because there's not a lot else on. And
I'm bored.
And the Valkyries are fun. I'm a huge Kate Martin fan. I just think she's a dog. I love watching her play. I think she's way tough as nails. And all I kept thinking about while I was watching that, Joe, was as the Giants continue to skid, my, increase of watching Valkyries games is going to go up higher and higher and higher. And then I start thinking about, well, there's a lot of NBA action happening right now. This is the time where if the Warriors make a move, they're going to go right to the front of our thought process right now. And that's what we're going to think about. And if the Giants keep losing and losing and losing, where are they going to go? They're going to go farther down the pecking order in terms of how I think about them on a minute-by-minute, day-by-day basis. And I'm not alone in that.
No.
This is the time right now where the Giants should be taking care of business and having a 10, 11, 12 games above 500 spot. Like, they should be battling to try to, it's so frustrating.
Give me the drop again, Carter. That was Sandy in San Francisco.
I'm bored.
That's a lifelong Giants fan saying, I'm bored watching this.
They've been
out
hit 59-38. Out hit against the Marlins and the White Sox.
It's unacceptable. It is. And I know who's really pissed off about it. It's Leroy in Oakland.
What's up, Leroy?
Leroy, good morning. You have your panic meter out for the Giants, Leroy?
Yes, it's right where Buster Posey's panic meter was at 100 because he panicked and brought in Devers. What was the problem? We were winning. What were you trying to do? Keep up with the Dodgers? Oh, we got to, because of the Dodgers. No, it was because of the San Francisco Giants that you should not have made this move because nothing was wrong. We were winning. I had a bet with Steiny. I said, hey, we're going to win this division. Well, you want to bet? Yeah, I wanted to bet. And then we bring in Devers, and now look at us. And I'm just like, man, nothing was wrong, Posey. All we needed was to bring in like a left-hand pitcher. We needed a pitcher, not a bat. And so I'm just like, Posey, come on, man. And then I'm looking at Pat Burrell, and now I'm looking at JT Martinez, our pitching coach, and now we're looking at people we shouldn't be looking at. I'm looking at Posey, where it was nothing but Posey all week. Oh, how great he is. Oh, how great. Now I'm hearing crickets, no Posey. And it shouldn't even be at this point. And I just think he kind of panicked. So I'm where Posey is. I'm at 100. And I'm just like, we got to get this thing together. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Wait.
But, man, I am panicking like crazy, guys.
Real quick, Leroy, stay on.
Yeah.
You didn't like the Devers signing because you thought they should have gone after a pitcher instead?
I did, because I just didn't think anything was wrong before we got him. Like, we were just rolling. The chemistry was there. And I just thought we were looking at the Dodgers kind of too early. Like, we got to keep up with them. We got to get a bat because of the Dodgers. And I'm like, no, look at our team. Look at our chemistry. Look how we're rolling. We didn't need that at the time. And I just, man, I mean, I like him. I mean, he's a bat and everything, but it wasn't broke. So why try to fix it in that way?
Yeah. Thank you, Leroy. I'd argue the offense has been broke. Like that's where I disagree. The offense needed a jolt. And now Devers, has he lived up to the snuff right now? No, he hasn't. But they needed that bat. More so than needed Harrison and Jordan Hicks. Those guys weren't contributing. They weren't doing anything for this team. They weren't affecting wins and losses. Yeah, I do that deal 10 times out of 10, twice on Sunday, even if it doesn't work out going forward. I still do that deal.
Yeah, but it's also a long time. I'll defend the move. Yeah. It was a long-term move that they needed to make. They had to do it. And I think you do it 99 out of 100 times. Yes. Maybe even 100 out of 100 times. But I'll respectfully disagree with him on that one. They needed to make that move. Look, Hicks wasn't helping you at all. No. Literally not helping you at all. And Kyle Harrison, I think, is a couple years away. Yeah. Even if you like him. Like, I think that's a fair point of view. This team needed an everyday power hitter. Bad. And as ugly as it's looked early on, look, Joe, it does not look great. He's still one of your best hitters for as bad as he's looked. Who's hitting home runs?
I mean, this is what I'm saying here.
Who's hitting home runs?
Well, the pitching staff, and I hear him on that, like you always want more pitching. That's really hasn't been the problem for most of the season. The problem is that the pitching staff is so mentally shot because they know if they give up 1 or 2 runs, they might lose the game. That's where they're at right now. If I give up 1 or 2 runs, we're going to lose the game. So what does that do? When I'm a pitcher, Joe, I start getting in my own head. 100%. I start pressing more, and then there's going to be a lot of live contact. You saw that yesterday with Justin Verlander, who calmed down eventually. And I do think there's something to be said, kind of like when we were talking about Verlander going up against the Guardians a couple weeks ago. The guy, like most of his starts were in the AL Central against those teams. And I get it. He didn't pitch against any of those players in his prime when he was a Tiger. There's something to be said about when you pitch against a certain team.
No doubt.
Where something happens. So
it's like Steph against the Blazers.
And I'd be willing to argue this or bet if I'm a betting man, is Verlander scheduled to start against the A's this upcoming weekend? I think how it shakes out.
I don't even know.
I think it probably would, right?
I think Friday night, actually.
Right? I think he might shove against them because
he
you know
should
what?
have 4 or 5 wins.
There's something to be said about when you own a certain team, you own a certain team, and he's had his number against the White Sox for more often than not, and he has his number against them yesterday. Early on he didn't, but I'd argue, Joe, to Leroy's point, as we're wrapping this thing up here, who's out there right now that you can go get? Every team wants an ace. Who's the ace out there you're getting?
There's just not enough.
There's not a disgruntled ace out there that's saying that's pitching well, mind you, that says, oh, yeah, I want to force my way out of here. There's just not that guy.
Every team is looking for at minimum 1 or 2 starters.
There you go.
All right, and now here's the thing that I'm baffled by. The AL Central, the Giants went 0-3 against Detroit, 1-2 against Cleveland, 0-3 against Minnesota, 1-2 versus Kansas City, and 1-2 versus the Chicago White Sox.
I would rather be the White Sox. Real quick on that.
How is that even possible?
Well, the AL Central's kind of...
You got swept by the Tigers in Minnesota and basically won 3 other games in the other 9 matchups.
Like the Guardians, Twins, Royals, I think are closer to a team like the Giants than, let's say, like the White Sox, who are obviously one of, if not the worst team in baseball outside of the Rockies.
Joe, they were one of the worst teams in the history of baseball last year.
They were.
Literally the history of baseball.
Well, you don't have to tell me, brother. I told you, don't lose to the White Sox on Friday. I kept telling you. Don't lose to this team
when
because
they lost
the panic
1-0,
meter's coming out.
They lost one. That was the first. I saw a stat, and I don't know if this is confirmed. That was their first shutout win of the year.
Oh my god, is that true?
I saw another one. They're like,
oh my god,
the White Sox are like 5-25 in 1-run games.
5
I would rather be the White Sox.
Oh, my God.
You know, Ponte was right all along.
Oh, my
He'd
God.
rather be the
Bonte
White
did
Sox.
have a point.
Ponte did have a
I'd
point.
rather be the White Sox.
Oh, by the way, do you think Bonte was at the Jeff Bezos wedding over the weekend? All the celebrities were there. The Sydney Sweeneys, the Leonardo DiCaprios, right? Bonte might have been there with
Does
Anna.
the king go to a peasant's wedding? I don't know about that.
Well, the king goes.
Bonte's very benevolent that way.
Let's keep it a buck. Jeff Bezos is the emperor in this regard.
That's
there's
true.
kings, and then there's emperors, and then there's
Yeah.
lizard people. That is Jeff Bezos right there at the top of the food chain.
Although I think that the woman that he married has had a complete, like there is something about, I watch these Housewives with my wife and some of these
desperate
other
ones?
shows.
Yeah.
When you do too much work to your face, you start looking more and more like a fish. And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Botox and
Bezos'
lip
wife
fillers.
looked good a couple years ago. I don't know. She's done so much work to her face. She like looks like a fish. I don't know how to describe it.
You know what the talk of the town is coming out of that wedding, right?
What's the talk of the town?
Tom Brady dancing with Sydney Sweeney till
Did he?
2 a.m.
Stop!
Tom did?
TB12 method, brother.
The GOAT strikes again.
I mean,
I get older, they stay the same age. Tom Brady.
No, let's relax on that one.
Days of Confused is an all-time
but
line.
there is a 20-year gap between the two, Sydney Sweeney and Tom Brady. Hey, just saying, brothers collecting Infinity Stones like he's Thanos out here.
Oh,
I think he was linked to Kim Kardashian at one point
if
too.
he gets with Sydney Sweeney, is that true?
He danced with her at the
Did he
wedding.
kiss her?
According to reports.
You think Tom Brady's not closing the deal?
I mean,
greatest 2-minute performer in the history of the game, Joe Montana notwithstanding.
well, I don't know if you want to in that certain field, if that's what we're talking about, be a 2-minute performer. But
He's efficient.
Richie and Queens.
He's no Marcus in Richmond.
But is he a Richie and Queens when it comes to
No,
just the
Richie.
dominance of his calls?
Richie, my head was going to explode over the weekend. The situational hitting, oh my God. I don't even know what to
How
say
you feeling,
anymore.
Rich? How you feeling, man?
You know what? And in the famous words of Michael Ray Richardson, the ship is sinking and the sky is the limit. And let me tell you, what's happening with this team, you mentioned Brett Wisely, and I don't want to knock him, but maybe for his baseball, it should be Brett Dumley. He has been picked off more than anybody, and the guy never really plays. But he got picked off twice last year. He got picked off in the second game. Their pitching, guys, is not the issue. The Devers deal had to be done. They gave up 7 runs in 3 games. I mean, we just are so devastatingly bad offensively. It is. That woman was right, except that I disagree with the pitching. The pitching is fine. But, every team scores 5 runs, 6 runs, 7. How are we supposed to beat Arizona? Are we going to stop Arizona and hold them to three runs a game? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's disturbing. And Devers is, Devers, he's going to hit. He's got a proven track. And Adames, too. I thought he'd be picking it up by now. But you're right. They pull when they should be going the other way. Lee, when we think about contracts, guys, obviously Adames at this point a bust. Is Lee going to be a bust?
I think he is. I hate to say it. He's a great defensive player, but offensively he's terrible.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah. No, it hasn't looked good.
He's pulled ever since I brought this up to you guys. Have you guys noticed it? Like he tries to pull everything. He's lunging all the time.
Well, and his stance doesn't help him when it comes to that stuff, or the way he swings.
Look, if you're going to lunge, but you slap the other way a little, I'm okay with it. Just try a bunt.
Bunt, yeah.
Just try it.
He okay?
No, he's so... Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting some different kind of result.
Well, what can they change right now? What do you think they need to do, Joe? Like, how could Bob Melvin, and we'll talk to Bob Brenly, former manager,
honestly,
in about,
you know what I would do?
Hour and a half at 8:30.
I would come up with a phantom injury. This is going to sound, player union anti, but I would come up with a phantom injury. I would put Jung-Hoo Lee on the 7-day IL. I'm dead serious on this. I would call up one of the outfielders you have in the minors and either move Yastrzemski to center or play Grant McCrary in center. Try Marco Luciano. Try something. You need a jolt right now. Did you know that Christian Koss was going to be the jolt that they needed? Did you know that Casey Schmidt was going to be the jolt? Baseball's weird. Sometimes you call somebody up and they ball out. I don't know. And look, the guy that we're not talking about as well is the catching position, which I've been talking about all year. Wow. You guys could talk about pitch framing and how great his framing is and this, that, the other. You got to hit a little. And Bailey's had a couple of decent clutch hits, but they need more hitting. And if that means bringing in random catchers like Austin Barnes, who they signed, who's an 11-year veteran. I'm here for it.
Well, I sent some screenshots and some videos over the weekend from a certain catcher in Atlanta who's been balling out in the home run. One Sean Murphy.
I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Braves are 8 games back right now. I'd
take Hector Sanchez back, for crying out loud.
Sanchez? Bringing him back?
The worst defensive catcher I've ever seen.
I liked Hector Sanchez.
Guy would break his thumb on every other play, John.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. By the way, we will touch on some Warriors today. A lot happening starting today at 3 o'clock West Coast time. Free agency is upon us. What will the Warriors do, and what will Jonathan Kuminga do going forward? That's going to be the jumping off point for a lot of discussion here. JK, is he going? Is he staying? What's going on with JK in Golden State? We'll discuss that. Plus LeBron James. I know. LeBron. God, we've been talking about the guy for the last 20 plus years. But he actually said something. He didn't say anything. Rich Paul, his agent, said something yesterday that makes me feel like he truly is going to leave the Lakers. Like this one feels like, okay, he's going to be moving on somewhere. Could the Warriors be sniffing around LeBron James? Do you want the Warriors sniffing around LeBron James? I know Dunleavy said, $50 million players, probably not going to do that. Well, if LeBron James out there to be had, can you finagle something? Can you move the numbers around to bring the king to the Bay? King number 2, by the way, because we know the real king is, he's here. He's our king. Bonte Hills, who joins us every Friday in the 9 o'clock hour. But LeBron James could be out there. So that might be the big domino.
You opened the door, so I'm just going to
I opened the door.
On LeBron James. This guy, I mean, you want to talk about the ultimate pivot, don't panic. LeBron is so ridiculous. No, like he really is. And here's a week ago, he's on a podcast talking about, I don't know, who created ring culture? You did. I don't understand why we judge everyone by rings. This is a week ago. This is LeBron, not me, not Joe Shasky. This is LeBron.
I know, you yelled at all of us because of the whole conversation.
It was all because of him, all right? And then Shams comes out with an article, and I'm paraphrasing, basically saying, like, LeBron doesn't think there's enough around him to win a championship.
You want it right here? This is what Rich Paul told ESPN, quote, and this is the, obviously, Clutch Sports CEO, very tight with LeBron. Quote, LeBron wants to compete for a championship.
Oh, of course he does.
He knows the Lakers are building for the future. He understands that. But he values a realistic chance of winning it all. We are very appreciative of the partnership that we've had for 8 years with Jeannie and Rob and consider the Lakers a critical part of his career. That feels like it's night-night on LeBron and La La Land.
So I have a new nickname for LeBron. It's not the king. He's the locust. Like, this is what this guy does. He goes to an organization, he sucks all the draft capital and trades every player for just himself and his particular, in the moment, we're going to do everything for me because I'm going to take everything. I'm a grasshopper. And then what I'm going to do, the second I look around and I see that there's zero future because we have no draft capital and I've traded everyone and I don't think we can win, I'm going to hop over to this lawn and I'm going to locust suck everything over here. I'm going to go to Miami. I'm going to do that. And then we're done in Miami. Chris Bosh is done. Dwayne Wade's knees exploded. All right, let me suck back on over to Cleveland because they've got their draft capital back. And let's trade everyone away. And I'm going to locust everything over here. And I'm going to suck all the life out of Cleveland. Oh, we're done winning titles here? Oh, Kyrie left me high and dry? Kevin Love stinks now? I'm going to go to L.A. And then I'm at
bring
L.A.
it on, man.
And then I'm at L.A. and I'm going to locust everything out of L.A. And then, I need to have Anthony Davis. Anthony, you're part of Clutch. I want you to demand a trade. You're only going to come here. We're going to trade everything away to get Anthony Davis. And we're going to cry and whine the entire time until we make it happen because New Orleans better deal with us. And then he sucks the life out of everything that happens with L.A. They win one Mickey Mouse ring, one little, bubble ring that they wouldn't have won if there wasn't 3 months of time off. And then now, after he gets Luka, now when there's zero chance that you're going to win anything significant, he's going to locust his way on out and grasshop to the next lawn? Give me a break. The king? This guy is the ultimate locust. And I'm telling you right now, he needs to be exterminated. I'm done talking LeBron. I'm done. I don't want him in Golden State. I don't want to hear about him. I hope he goes as far to the east as possible with his tail between his legs. I don't want to ever hear about LeBron ever again. This guy's a fraud. I'm sick of him.
It only took 1 year.
Man.
It only took 1 year. A year ago this time, you were doing everything to get him here in a Golden State Warriors uniform. We got the Cali Classic coming up this weekend where Bronny was supposed to make his debut, but he didn't. And you were all in. Bring Bronny, bring LeBron, and now all of a sudden a year in which, by the way, LeBron was still a top 10 player in the NBA last year. He was incredible. You don't want him? You don't think it'd help this Golden State Warriors team right now? I'd take him in a heartbeat if I'm a Warriors fan. 888-957-9570. LeBron's on the move. Dub Nation. You want him? You want him in a Golden State Warriors uniform? Joe Shasky says he's done. He's a locust. He doesn't want him at all. I'd listen. I'd make the call.
I am so exhausted with him spamming the entire sports media world to create narratives that don't exist.
I mean,
only in the locust's head. It's only in the locust, LeBron the locust's head, do these narratives exist. I am so exhausted by how he makes everyone do mental gymnastics to try to come up with some BS to justify every move he's ever made. How about you just shut up, ride it out? They traded or whatever. They drafted your kid. Be a little bit humble and grateful that they gave your kid the biggest second-round guaranteed contract in the history of the NBA when everyone knows your kid should have stayed in college a couple of years, all right? Because you're one of the great players of all time, they did you a favor. Why don't you pipe down, shut the hell up, stop taking max money if you want to compete. If that's what you truly want to do, take a little less off top, take a haircut. I know you're going bald, but take a haircut, all right? Take a little less off top, shut the hell up, be a little humble, be a little grateful, and look around the room and say, hey, you know what? I've had a pretty freaking incredible career, all right? And if that's not good enough, then just go away. Just go away. We're tired of you. Take JJ with you.
More from Rich Paul talking about it. Quote, we understand the difficulty in winning now while preparing for the future. We do not want to evaluate what's best for LeBron at this stage in his life and career. Or we do want, I should say, excuse me. He wants to make every season he has left count, and the Lakers understand that.
Well, maybe they use their second-round pick on someone who can help them instead of drafting this kid. Maybe they could have used that draft capital to, do something. Now, how about that, LeBron? How about that? How about you don't run 7 billion coaches out of town? Hire your guy who has no coaching chops whatsoever, who made one of the dumbest decisions anyone has ever seen, literally not substituting anyone for about 28 straight minutes.
Because he's inexperienced.
You feel better about that?
I'm so
I had my
sick
naps
of LeBron.
timed out, bro.
Why does ring culture matter? 7 days later, I got to leave. Don't think I can win a ring. Literally 7 days later. You can't make this up.
I mean, two things can be true. You could say that the ring culture doesn't matter and still wants to win championships. That's what's driving him at this stage. He's 40 years old. He's 40. Bring him in a Golden State uniform. Come on. Let's go with the Expendables. Can we keep Jimmy, Draymond, Steph, and LeBron somehow? Can that work? Come on. You know that'd be fun, Joe. You'd be all in. Don't lie to you. Don't lie.
They drafted his kid. And a year later, he's like, don't think I can win here.
You're so full of it. You're so full of it. We're going to come back on the other side.
And we pretended, the charade that national media, Bronny and LeBron are just like Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. Ken Griffey Jr. was 18 years old and the number one pick in the draft. Ken Griffey Jr. literally made the bigs by 20 years old and hit a home run with his dad, who was in the outfield. They hit a home run in the same inning, for Christ's sake. What are we talking about? It's the biggest sham ever. And we all went along with it, and it was all a big joke. No, LeBron's son, look, I good for the kid, all right? He had no business being drafted in the second round. And how dare you, after that team drafted your kid and gave him that money, do you sit here a year later and go, can't win here? We just drafted your kid.
We have some sound that we uncovered from a year ago that we're going to discuss on the other side. And what you spoke about one LeBron
I don't care
James.
what I said a year ago.
Well, I do. And we're going to listen to it on the other side.
Today's today.
And it's going to be brought
It's 2025. Things change.
No, the more things change, the more they stay the same, though. Brought to you by Ceremony Ford on 95.7 The Game.
These guys are all buddies. I know the fans feel some kind of way. Y'all get over it.
You want LeBron bad.
I do.
You want LeBron bad.
Because that's box office.
You want LeBron bad. You don't even care about winning.
Oh, they will win.
How much?
Enough to get in the playoffs.
How come LeBron? Yeah, but is that good enough?
You really don't think a LeBron-Steph team is good enough to win a championship? They'll build the pieces around them.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be something.
I mean,
else.
LeBron got.
I don't want LeBron James sharing the championship with Steph Curry.
Why not?
I don't want that. I want Curry to beat him.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, that couldn't have been the same Joe Shasky from last year, really?
Things change.
Wait, that was the same one that's talking to me now about LeBron's like he's the worst person in the history of the world? He sucks dry. A lot of sucking you said about LeBron James, by the way. He just sucks.
That was before we got Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy's better than Bron?
Right now, yeah. I'd take him over him for this team.
Okay. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
Joe, fandom doesn't have to be logical. Sometimes it's irrational.
Thanks, Spock.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know.
Jesus. We'll get back into the Giants, I promise, because speaking of teams that are frustrating right now just as much as the Warriors, the Giants, their offense is putrid right now. I don't know if there's anything that can fix it. Can Bob Melvin do anything, quite frankly, to fix it? We'll talk to Bob Brenly, another Bob Brenly, former manager of the D-backs, former Giants catcher, joining us at 8:30, courtesy of River Islands. We'll discuss the series coming up because he is a current broadcaster, obviously, with the D-backs as well. Just a massive NL West showdown starting right here on June 30th, Joe. This is kind of a make-or-break week for the Giants. I truly believe that. You're going up against your division rival that's also battling for a wild card spot. You're going up against a bad Sacramento, Las Vegas, California, Golden State, whatever you want to call them, A's team that just is getting shelled at home. You're going to be playing in Sacramento, AAA ballpark. If your bats can't get going there, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't. We'll take Willem in here in a second to put a bow on this LeBron talk, but the Giants are the bugaboo right now in the Bay, and 888-957-9570. What is your panic meter in regards to the Gigantes? But first, Willard Marin, let's just get it out of the way. Will, you taking LeBron on the Warriors right now if you could trade for him?
100%. Look, here's the thing, Shasky. I totally agree. He's very hypocritical and a sore loser at times. I understand there was a point in time where he was complaining about super teams when he was the one that created it in Miami. I also heard the interview about the ring culture that was very flip-floppy, but just hear me out. He's unstoppable. He's a great passer. He has a massive respect for Kerr. I just watched that Olympic documentary, the 6th episode. He really likes his philosophy, the way that he coaches. He absolutely loves Steph Curry. We would have swept Houston had we had him. He would have been that unstoppable force that we needed. He also would have been that bucket getter that we needed when Steph was out. Our panic meter wouldn't have been as big. It would have taken a lot less pressure off of Jimmy. I know we might have probably not been able to make that deal because we'd be paying him. But he also is a really good game manager, and his IQ is through the roof. He's like having a coach when on the floor. So I love LeBron as the player, but yes, I'm also very fatigued about LeBron with his attitude. But, I mean, think about it. When you have that much greatness in one building, he can't just be that locust. He can't do that with a Steph Curry or a Kerr. Those are two Hall of Famers in their own right. And then also with a guy with a dog like Draymond Green, he loves stuff like that. I think he would blend in phenomenally with the Warriors.
Well, it's too logical. You're being too logical. Listen, it's very simple.
You're being too logical.
Okay? Last year, we had Wiggins, and I was open to anything, and we didn't feel, very optimistic. Now I want LeBron to die on the vine and go somewhere else and be ringless at the end of his career. I don't want him coming here. I'm over it. And there's no logical or rational opinion other than screw him. It's pretty simple to me. Yesterday, I wanted Chinese food. Today, I might want Mexican. Last year, I wanted LeBron. We had Wiggins. This year, I don't. We're overthinking this. It's okay.
And they already have their game manager. His name's Brandon Pajemski. See him at every single Valkyries game, too, by the way. So we're good. We got a guy to handle the offense, a young phenom in Brandon Pajemski, baby.
We all know what LeBron is as a player. I'm done with LeBron. We're done. He needs to go. Just go away. Just go away. I don't want to hear from you.
Well, I want these bats to go away right now for the Giants because they're struggling mightily, Joe. I'm tired of watching them. I'm getting bored like a girl Sandy in San Francisco. I'm with Sandy. I'm bored watching this offense. What can change?
Wilmer Flores is he's in a really weird spot right now, and I want to bring him up for a very specific reason.
Real quick, before you get to that, on June 30th, we're talking Wilmer Flores being a key cog to the offense.
No, I don't think he is anymore. Like that, which is really like crummy. I think something happened. B brought this up on Friday when he came in and he started working with us. In that last hour, he was like, Wilmer, and I don't know. And like I watched all of his at-bats over the weekend. And this isn't about just this weekend. It's like the big picture. He's not a first baseman. Would you agree? Defensively.
Yeah, he's not.
Okay. And if he's not going to stay as your DH, because Devers is going to be your DH, like as much as I need to get his bat in the lineup, to me, he's a guy I would consider moving to get something back of value at a different position. And you might be taking a loss in terms of like overall net value that it brings to the table. I think he's redundant, given that he's a right-handed DH who can't play first base. I also think right now, if you were to bet on him the rest of the year, you're probably betting against him. Like him replicating what he did for the first 2.5 months versus what he's going to do going into August and into September, I don't think he's going to thrive later on in the second half.
Is there any chance this team could have gone just in a span of a few weeks from buyers to sellers at the deadline? Is that even? Does
We're
that
not
sound
there yet. We're not there yet.
But
we're not there yet. But I think they have
we're
some
trending in that direction, or we're trending in no moves at all.
No. See, I forget the word buyer or seller. Right? I think they need to swap some things out. Right? Okay. So you give to get. Right? In this situation, you might be giving away a guy that brings more to the plate in Wilmer Flores. I think you need to get something back, whether that's a starter, free up another position. Dom Smith should be playing first base defensively. And look, that is. He is not going to hit the way he did early on, right? I understand that. But if Bryce Eldridge is not going to be playing for you, and I don't know what's going on with Devers defensively at first base, I personally would put Dom Smith at first base, and I would try to move Wilmer Flores. And I like Wilmer. I know all the things he brings to the table. I think with Devers now as one of the leaders on the team, I think you're able to move Wilmer Flores and get something back. They need a legitimate power-hitting outfielder. And if that means I'm moving Yaz to center field and I'm playing some combination of Yaz and Jung-Hoo Lee because Jung-Hoo Lee has got an unmovable contract, then so be it. But I think they need to look for power in the outfield. I think they need to look for another starting pitcher. I think they need to look for a catcher. I'll take either of the catchers for the Chicago White Sox that we saw over the weekend. So I get back to Wilmer Flores and I say to myself, like, are you going to bet on him being as good as he was in the first half? Or are you going to bet against him?
888-957-9570. Bob Brenly joining us in an hour. Former manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, obviously played and coached with Bob Melvin. So he knows Bo Mel very well. And is there anything Bob Melvin could do right now? I want to ask Bob about that. Like, if he's been in this situation, because it's an up and down season. That's what it is. It's a game of runs, whether it's the pitching going well, whether it's the bats going well. Sometimes both are going well. Sometimes both are in the tank. But, like, what can you do right now if you're Bob Melvin? I'm genuinely curious. Is there anything Bob Melvin can do? 888-957-9570. And as far as like guys that are untradeable on this team, because I do think that's interesting. Wilmer Flores, like the guy's getting older. He's like the grizzled vet on this team. He's about 33 going on 34. He's been up there. He doesn't really have a position on this team right now. So if you could move him for like a bullpen arm at the very least, like, yeah, I'd love that. I don't think you're going to get like a legit starting pitcher. Like Wilmer Flores, like, come on.
No, but they need another fourth or fifth starter, a fringe guy. I think like Landon Roop has been excellent.
Like a long man / like spot starter.
Somebody that they could plot in. I think they need a veteran. And you don't know what's going to happen with Hayden Birdsong. And you don't know what's going to happen with Landon Roop in the second half. And you don't know if Carson Whisenhunt, who's in AAA, is going to be a contributor or not. I think they need another arm. And if you can get a catcher somewhere, I think you need to explore it.
Here's Bob Melvin. Was this from yesterday, Sammy? Bo Mel, thumbs up. Bob Melvin on the Giants' inability to beat bad teams.
It's tough to win regardless. So we've beaten good teams. We've lost to teams that records aren't great, but every team in the big league's got a chance to beat you. And so we just have to get on a winning track no matter who we play.
I always love that. It's baseball, it's not the same as football. Like if the Niners were to lose to, I don't know, next year who they play, but the Carolina Panthers, yeah, it'd be awful. It'd be horrible. It's like you lost to that team that we know is a dumpster fire. That cannot happen. Like, and I got to get credit Bob here because he's not trying to dump on other organizations. He's been a part of teams that were bad too. I get it. You don't want to disrespect anyone. Will Venable, I'm sure he knows. Like, that's great. The fact of the matter is, you can't lose to the Chicago White Sox. You just can't. You can't lose to the Miami Marlins. You can't lose to these teams, Joe, and expect me to take you seriously when you're 6 games over right now. Like, at the very least, I'm expecting, can you just get a split against the Arizona Diamondbacks? That's literally all I'm at. At the minimum, get a split. Yes, if we take the 3 of the 4, that would feel great heading into a massive series against the A's before coming home. Like, all of a sudden, I did not expect a series against, the A's maybe in the beginning of July heading into next weekend to be this important for this team going into the All-Star break. Because you got the Phillies, you got the Dodgers. You better take care of business this week. Because if you don't, you mentioned something earlier. Then I'm forgetting you. And I don't want to forget about the Giants. I don't want them to be, buried at the bottom of our sports talk in the next couple months. I thought with that Devers trade, Joe, they could be there, contending when it comes to our discussions with the Warriors, with the 49ers coming up. But they're in danger of becoming out of sight, out of mind. That's what you don't want.
Well, and I think that they're in a really precarious spot right now because Chapman's out, right? Which is a huge hole. And then his backup, Casey Schmidt, is also out. And they haven't put him on the IL. So they've been a player short, right? And in baseball, that's a big deal. Yesterday, could they have used a couple of pinch hitters off the bench?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Brett Wisely, we have to have a conversation. Like, he had a couple of hits and a double, I believe, that drove in some runs against the Marlins. His weekend, I'm sorry, the guy should be dropped. Like, dropped from the team right now. You cannot get picked off at third base in that situation. And then you're receiving a throw as the guy going to cover second base and you fall over and you can't tag the guy out. Did you see that slide over the weekend where the guy for the White Sox came up a couple inches, half a foot short of the bag, and Wisely's falling down and doesn't slap the tag on him?
Yeah, it was bad.
He got picked off Friday night, and then Saturday, I thought this was, if this was Marco Luciano, we would have said, get this guy out of here, don't ever bring him back.
Devers foul tips it, and they throw behind and got him! Oh, my goodness.
Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area, and Dave would go on to talk about it with Hunter there. And Hunter trying to be Mr. Positive, that's who he is to his core. I hear him, and Dave just flat out says, "No, that just cannot happen.
It's second,
it just can't happen."
Second and third with no outs. Yeah. Devers swings, and they called it a tip, and the guy catches it, so that's an out, right? It's a strikeout, and then they back pick the third base. Where are you going? Where are you going? And you know what? There's a conversation about Matt Williams regarding and look, it's on the player. Where are you going? It's second and third, our best hitter at the plate. You're tagging up 99 out of 100 times, all right? Or you're waiting for it to get through because they had the corners in at minimum. I couldn't tell if the whole infield was in, but the corners were in. You're letting it get through. Stay near the bag. The worst thing that can happen in this situation is a back pick. 2
of 11 yesterday, Joe. Runners in scoring position. And over the weekend, it might as well have been 1 for 50, it felt like. Here's more from Bo Mel talking about the continued issues with the bases being loaded.
Yeah, 2 for 11, left 11 more on base. That's just kind of what we've been doing here recently. Whether the guys are trying too hard in certain spots, that's probably the case. As far as Elliott there, he's in a 1-0 count, pretty good chance to get, something to drive, and, just got a sinker he couldn't get in the air. So they're working hard, doing the best they can with it. Obviously, it's not great right now. We just got to keep working and get through it.
Look, I don't know what's being said in the clubhouse. I really don't. So I can't speak on any of that. But there's a part of me that wishes Bob Melvin would just be direct with it. Look, we got high-priced guys that aren't playing well right now. Jung-Hoo Lee and Willie Adames have got to fix their approaches. Period.
I mean, this is the second time we've seen this with the Bob Melvin club with high-priced guys, high-priced bats, not producing.
Well, was that what really happened in San Diego? Or was it they just didn't get along?
Well, depending on who you ask, this was a thing, though. I'm not putting this solely on Bob Melvin, but he's not above reproach.
Well, yesterday he lost me with not taking Ryan Walker out of the game. Well, and then look at this lineup yesterday. Now, I will defend him in the sense of hey, you got to try anything. You go Ramos, Devers, Flores, Yaz? And not even when Yaz is hot, like we're just trying stuff?
Now, I will say this in
Yaz
Bob,
in the 4-hole?
I will say this in Bob's defense. When you just look at the collection of players and you put this lineup against some of the other ones in the National League, which is stacked right now, like, I dare you to tell me if this Giants lineup is going to be better than the Padres, Cardinals, Brewers, Mets, Phillies, Cubs, Dodgers. Hell, the Diamondbacks, you're going to say, are going to be playing this coming week.
Joe,
hell, the A's. The A's might have better offensive players in their lineup than the Giants do top to bottom right now.
Joe.
Like, so there's part of me, Joe, that wants to be hard on Bo Mel, that wants to say, yeah, you know what? Man, this team they made a huge acquisition in Devers and they've somehow been worse. Like, how's that not on the manager? Well, it's a give and take, man. Like, it's on the manager, but it's also on the freaking players.
No, it's 100% on the players, but I can't defend Yaz in the cleanup spot. I can't defend Ryan Walker staying in that game yesterday.
Yeah.
What?
He's searching
No,
right now.
I get that he's searching. Don't look there. Don't look at Yaz at cleanup. Is like, we've seen that, and we know what that is. Look, Joe, if you're the White Sox or any team in baseball, and you look at the lineup card and you go, Yaz is batting cleanup. That's what they do. They laugh at that.
That's what I was basically just saying without saying it. Like, if I'm the Padres, Cardinals, Brewers, Mets, Phillies, Cubs,
Yeah,
Dodgers,
they're laughing.
They're laughing. The Diamondbacks, hell, the Reds, who are red hot right now. They're 4 games over 500 all of a sudden.
I think their season is literally teetering, and I think this week against the Diamondbacks, if they don't take 3 out of 4, I could feel the bottom falling out on this team. They got D-backs, A's, Phillies, Dodgers to end the break. They look exhausted. And I continue to go to the 2 guys making a lot of money, and they have yo-yoed them around the lineup. We heard all offseason, Adames is your 2-hole hitter. Adames is your 2-hole hitter. Adames is your 2-hole hitter. What's he batted? 25 times in the 2-hole?
Yeah, about that. Feels like it.
And they've had to abort it. He's been awful offensively. And this week he's actually been good, but he's been awful offensively, and he swings at sliders and changeups away. It's like, God, just lay off it or go the other way. And Jung-Hoo Lee, I'm telling you, they need to either IL him or they need to consider benching him. Even for a week.
What's the answer right now, Giants fans? And I want to know the panic meter. Like, we were talking about the Valkyries earlier. The trade, scenario, there's going to be trades happening in the NBA today, probably getting leaked. And again, we'll reference anything that happens that comes across our timeline. The guys in the back, they're on it. Any Shams tweet, there's no Woj anymore. It's basically all Shams at this point. But any tweet we get from the Anthony Slaters of the world, right? In regards to the Warriors, we'll get that and we'll talk about it. But we have that. We have the Niners coming up, Joe. July's upon us. Training camp's going to be approaching very soon. And we're going to be all focused on football. Once we talk football, and I'm sure all of you saw the tweets yesterday from all the teams in the league, 10 more Sundays to go. You saw it. I saw it. I got a little bit excited. I was like, ooh, fantasy football is going to be there. What are the Niners going to be like this year? Christian McCaffrey, is he going to be healthy? Brock Purdy getting paid. George Kittle's been talking, right, with the tight end university. He's been talking about Busted with the Boys. Getting a lot of Kittle content lately. I'm excited to talk about the 49ers. I'm excited to talk about the Giants. Or I was, right? I was excited to talk about them. Sandy's saying she's bored. Richie in Queens, the Leroy's in Oakland. Everyone's kind of being like, I'm kind of out. And if I lose Richie in Queens and Sandy, then I lost everyone. I lost all the casuals at that point. How could they get my attention back this week, Joe? Going 6-1? Going 5-2?
They got to win this series. They got to go 3 out of 4 in Arizona.
At the very least.
At minimum. And they need some of these, again, these high-priced guys need to wake the heck up, period. Yeah, I was thinking about Robbie Ray Saturday. He's throwing a gem. Oh, it's 0-0. It's the top of the 6th. And that was when that Devers at-bat happened, where it's 2nd and 3rd. You got Brett Wisely at 3rd. I believe Christian Koss at 2nd base. All right, it's 0-0. It's the top of the 6th. You're pitching a gem. You're Robbie Ray, all right? And you don't score any runs in that situation. What does he do the very next half inning? Gives up a home run to Benedetti. Yeah. It's not even his fault. The ball just barely goes over Yaz's glove in right field. And we know that the humidity was through the roof in Chicago. Apparently it was super hot. And like, you look up, you're like, game over, 1-0, game over.
That's the worst.
I'm trying to defend the pitching staff here. Like,
I know.
Could you imagine how difficult that is?
Oh, it's the worst. Well, you likened it to the NFL, right? Like a 7-0 lead for the opposition. Oh, we're done. Touchdown, opening drive. Oh, we're cooked. Our offense can't do anything.
I'm watching Verlander yesterday. He comes out of the game. It's 2-1, and he's pacing in the dugout, pacing back and forth in the dugout. And I'm thinking to myself, how are they going to blow this for this guy? And they found a way to do it.
He gave you some confidence, though, yesterday.
No, he pitched great yesterday.
I was actually very surprised and encouraged because it didn't start off very good. A lot of loud outs, heavy contact, but he settled in, got in his groove. And he's been, again, I know the numbers say he's been like, kind of teetering. I think he's been fine for the most part. Guy's been through a lot this year. He had a huge month off with the pectoral strain. He had a baby. Like, that's a lot on anyone's plate, Joe, let alone Justin Verlander, who's been there and done that throughout his career. One of the greatest pitchers, if not the greatest, of his generation. I think he's going to be fine. I thought Landon Roop pitched well. He's been pitching well. Robbie Ray. That's why it's so frustrating when you lose to the White Sox. You can't lose to this team. It's one thing if this happened against the Dodgers, Joe. I could have actually came away from the series. You know what? We were right there at the Dodgers. Some swings here or there. We win the series. But the White Sox, I can't defend that, man. I can't. By the way, real quick in the NFL, as we're talking about things that are happening, things are percolating. The Dolphins are trading Jalen Ramsey to the Steelers.
Oh,
interesting. Well, the Steelers, they're sneakily doing a lot of things un-Steeler-like this offseason. Very, very un-Steeler-like operation going on with the likes of bringing in Aaron Rodgers, get DK Metcalf, moving out George Pickens. A lot of wheeling and dealing from a team that normally doesn't do that. Continue, though, Joe.
Well, no, like yesterday. I don't understand why he didn't go to Randy Rodriguez. I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Doval pitched Friday night. Randy Rodriguez pitched Friday night. They went to Eric Miller 2 days in a row, Saturday, Sunday, and then he had to get Ryan Walker in there. Like, just confidence around the room. I want to go around the room. Before he even went into the game, how are you feeling about Ryan Walker in general?
Oh, he was in my. Remember we did our Circle of Trust last Friday. Yeah. He was teetering on my. He was like one bad. I have
zero
away.
Confidence in him.
Exactly.
Right now. Okay, Carter, how much confidence did you have in Ryan Walker before he even went into that game?
Not much.
Okay, Sam, how much confidence did you have in him?
I mean, you guys know me. I like Ryan Walker a lot, but when I see him in the bullpen, I just feel like the Giants are doing him a disservice right now. He needs to go to Sacramento and find himself.
The guy is good for one hits batter or a balk, it feels like, every outing. And they don't go to Randy Rodriguez. It's a 2-1 game. It's one of your best pitchers all year. He's got a day of rest. Do you know something I don't? Was his arm hurt? Was he fatigued? Like, what's going on here? Well, and then when everything starts going haywire, you don't go out and do a mound visit? Calm him down? Get the bullpen up and ready? Go to Randy Rodriguez? See, now, look, I'm not here for it's Burrow's fault that Adames can't. No, Adames can't pay $200 million. Adames needs to wake up. What I am here for is, why are you going to Ryan Walker? What are you trying to prove here?
Well, and prior to Ryan Walker, who else has been struggling as of late? Eric Miller.
Leaving balls up in the zone.
I mean, that's bad.
Really quick, just a note on yesterday. Bob Melvin said after the game that the plan was Walker in, I believe, that's 6th inning, and then the plan was if the game was still closer, if they were ahead, they were going to have Randy in the 8th inning because Tyler Rogers was not available.
That was the high leverage situation in the game. Was right then and there. Like, the game was over after that. And
well,
now
if he goes to Randy there, does he go to Ryan Walker in the 8th inning then?
You still have Tyler Rogers.
No, Tyler wasn't available.
Oh, he wasn't available. I mean, of course.
He wasn't available. What do you want to do? They still have the best bullpen ERA, by the way, but it's steadily approaching the 3s.
How was he not available?
It was a 1 the other day.
I don't understand.
My guess is because he had probably pitched several days in a row.
Well, he didn't pitch on Friday night. He pitched on Saturday. See, I just
don't want to do back-to-back.
I'm just the messenger.
Well,
here.
I know. I'm not trying to. This is where I want.
I'm not going to speak for Bob at that point, though. Yeah, I'm just reiterating what he said. As to your question, why not just go with him anyway? Yeah, he threw 5 pitches on Saturday. Tyler Rogers.
I mean, they must have been very high leverage. It's very difficult stuff.
But this is where I think we need better follow up. Right? Like, is it an arm thing? Is he just unavailable in back-to-back days? Period. No doubt about it. Like, what is it? Because, again, was that not the moment in the game where the game was going to be won and lost? Considering how poor your offense is,
I have no rebuttal.
That was the inflection point of the game. So, I want to hold off on Randy Rodriguez. Well, you didn't get to use him. You didn't even get to that card.
So, Tyler Rogers pitched, 27th, 28th against the White Sox for those first 2 games. He had pitched up against the Marlins on the 25th, June 22nd. The Red Sox, not a lot of usage for one. It's not a lot of usage for him.
Now, like, doesn't account for him getting up in games where maybe they don't go to him or what he's doing in bullpens in between. Like,
also, like,
he hasn't thrown 90 miles an hour. Like, I get it's a herky-jerky approach, but...
very few relievers have thrown more innings over the last few years than Tyler Rogers. So, I mean, I'm sure that probably overall body work maybe factors in too. But again, I don't think any of that absolves the decision from yesterday.
Look, the point stands right here. I don't think Bob's been great in the last 3 weeks when it comes to the pen, just in general, and his feel for how long to keep a guy out, whatever. Like the other day with Brevins, I could see that coming a mile away.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't think his feel has been great. And I also think that this team, every small miscalculation when it comes to the arms becomes blown out of proportion because the offense can't score any runs.
I do think, though, as we're talking about this, like if this team does collapse, which I don't say this lightly, they're teetering on collapsing here in a second, Joe. I'm not saying that lightly. This team with this offense, the way they're playing, the bullpen showing some leaks. The starting pitching, they're keeping it up, but you know what? For how long? How long can the starting pitching do this mentally? I don't know. These are not pitcher-friendly ballparks you're about to be in. Arizona's a house of horrors, has been a house of horrors for the Giants. We know. Sacramento, it's a AAA ballpark. And then you're coming back here against two of the best offenses in baseball. Yeah, the Schwarbers of the world, the Bryce Harpers of the world, the Trey Turners, Shohei, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts. They're coming here next week. Like, they're teetering on maybe collapsing here before the All-Star break. And then, if you lose me before the All-Star break, why would I pay attention after it? We're going to have all that time off, and then what? I'm all focused on what? The NFL. Don't blow this opportunity, Giants. You have to salvage this week. Get back home. Be within a striking distance of the wild card. Be around it. Because if you're not, I got bad news for you. You're going to be out of sight, out of mind going forward. And I just hope I'm wrong. And if they do truly collapse, Joe, and they do not make the playoffs and they fall flat on their face, I am looking at the manager. Maybe if I'm Buster Posey saying, yeah, maybe it is time for a change. I didn't hire him.
Who's playing well right now?
Elliot Ramos.
Okay.
That again, but he's been struggling as of late.
Yeah. I mean, like that.
Christian Cox.
Christian Cox.
Great.
That's not good enough.
No.
That's not good enough.
Like outside of the starting pitchers, who I think have been for the most part pretty good.
Like, when I say who's playing well, I mean more like the everyday players.
That's where I'm going. The Ramos maybe, but he's even been struggling. He was batting like 295 just a blink of an eye ago. He's batting 278 now. Patrick Bailey's he's searching out there. He got a double yesterday and whatever. Willie Adames, he's been struggling. Yaz, 1 for 5 yesterday. Flores, as you've alluded to, he doesn't have a position right now. He was on base 3 times, but a couple walks. Wisely's just searching. I mean, Brett Wisely's playing baseball for you right now.
Look, and they had Casey Schmidt in the lineup. Was it 2 days in a row and then scratched him?
Yeah, no, he was in the lineup. He was in the first lineup that was posted yesterday, and then the new lineup came out. I guess he did some hitting in the cage before the game and was like, "No, I'm not feeling it."
Don't push him.
I don't want to spoil the injury report.
Yeah. Oh, that's he doesn't want to spoil the injury report.
Brett Wisely should have been sent down like after Saturday's game.
Well, he might. You might get sent down.
You
today.
get picked off Friday, and then you get picked off at third base on Saturday in a 1-0 game where it's 0-0, and you have the best hitter on the team up. It's so inexcusable. Like that's Little League type stuff, Joe. That's literally Little League stuff.
Let's see. What's my guy Marco Luciano doing in AAA? Not a whole hell of a lot, batting 219 down there with 12 home runs. But you know what?
On this team, that might be an upgrade.
What about Wade Meckler hitting 280 and they're playing him at second base?
Let's
go down that whole rabbit hole again.
Seriously.
Let's see it.
Bring him up.
Why not? At this point, and somebody made this text message from the 510. Who on the Giants doesn't need to go to Sacramento to find themselves?
That's a great question. I mean,
I'm most disappointed in the Adames.
Jung-Hoo Lee, like I'm not bringing like.
No, Adames right now is maddening to watch.
If you send any of those, I'm just telling you right now, Joe. If you send any of those players down AAA, they're cooked. They're done. I don't want to. You might as well.
Jung-Hoo Lee might be cooked.
Yeah, if he gets sent down to AAA making that much money, I'm done. I'm like that happens to guys that your careers kaput. Like you do that to like the Chris Davises of the world and with Baltimore. Remember that when he was searching for high heavens, and they just tried any given way. What was he like 0 for 50 at one point or something like that? They just refused to send him down to AAA because he was making so much money. Like
they got to get out from underneath this J.H. Lee contract.
What do you do?
I think you got to eat some of the money and you got to move him.
Okay, just with a trade, just somehow package him.
Defensively, he's solid. He is. He's solid. There's no doubt about it. But offensively, he's so bad right now, and I just don't see him adjusting to what everyone's throwing. They're throwing him soft away, or they're pounding him inside, and he thinks he's a power hitter. How many times has this guy popped up? How many times is he lunging and rolling over to second base?
A lot.
Like, adjust, my guy. You got to adjust.
Yesterday, 0 for strikeout. Day prior, 0 for. Day prior to that, 0 for.
And he's not stealing bases.
I mean, Marlins, he had 2 hits in that series. 2 hits.
He made a really nice play in center field yesterday on a ball, I think in the second or third inning, that Verlander hit into that Verlander got hit off into the gap, and it was a really nice play. But for defense, like, you can go get Grant McCrary right now, and he'll play some defense as well.
It's pretty incredible that I'm just watching I'm just looking at the game logs right now, and the steady decline from the average alone.
He's 6 for 56,
no,
Joe.
It's alarming. He was batting at one point. Let's see what his highest was, like legitimate. I know early on in the season he could be batting like 400, 3 something, whatever. But let's see here. From May, let's go to May 5th or 3rd. Right, May 3rd right now. He's batting 312, right? Since then, go all the way to the end of May, batting 277. All right. End of May, 277. Start of June, batting 277. We're about to the end of June, batting 243. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. That's 2 months, Joe, of sample size. This guy's he's just not a good hitter.
You know what he's entering? The Shinjo zone.
Oh, no.
You guys can laugh, but like Shinjo batted 238 for the Giants. Now,
it's not a good zone.
What?
No, it's not the Twilight
That's
zone.
not a good zone to be in.
It's not the Tony and Oakland zone. That's where I wanted
I didn't say it was, but like Shinjo was a 238 hitter, had 9 homers, 37 RBIs, and 15 doubles. Do we think he's got 6 right now? I mean, do we think this guy's going to have that many doubles? I mean, he's got the 17 doubles right now. Like, I don't know, man.
That's what's frustrating too, because I did think he had the chance, and he did start off as one of like your fun players, like the most fun guy to watch on this team because of the speed, because he has a flair for the dramatic. It feels like now it's a flair for the undramatic. That's what he has a feel for right now. It's just bad. It's not fun to watch.
He doesn't drive the ball.
What can you do? We're gonna talk to Bob Brenly. I mean, the guys can only do so much as a manager, right?
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Like, can you put him in a position to succeed right now? Do you take the days off? Like, I feel like Bob's done that in the past because he's played so damn much. Bob's already done that when you have like a baked-in off day, and that's another part of this, Joe. Like, when's the next off day they had? I'm looking at their schedule right now.
They played for 16 straight days. That's what they're in the middle of right now.
Let me see right now. 16 straight. So, yeah, they start off again. Yeah, they're playing the Phillies Monday. It's all the way through the All-Star break. Damn.
That's why right now they're in a spot. Like, it's make or break time for their season. It really is. I don't know if they can dig themselves out of this hole if they lose 3 or 4 to Arizona. I just don't. And then you got the Dodgers and the Phillies after the A's. I really believe right now is the time that they might need another move or two.
I mean, I hate to do the blame game because we do this in society and it's a team thing.
They just might not be good enough. And they might have just signed the wrong guys. Like, I'm getting to the point with Willie. Like, I like Willie. I'm rooting for Willie. Willie, if he does not adjust, in my mind, all I could see is either him swinging over the top of a slider away or him swinging under a fastball up and in.
I mean, how big of a bust would he be in the history of the Bay Area sports right now? If you're just to move off of that contract out for a year, like, given what he was the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. Has there been a worse buyer's remorse?
It was Buster Posey's first big move after officially taking the job.
I wanted to get to that, Sammy. It's a good point. Like, Buster Posey now. These are your big moves, Devers and Adames, and they're not producing. How patient are you going to be with Buster Posey in this regard? I get it. He's the face of the franchise. He is an all-time giant. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. Should we be coming down Buster Posey's road a little bit right now, Joe?
I think it's up for debate. Now, look, the Devers deal will end up being, if it's a monster move and he starts hitting, he's another guy. He needs to wake up. But if he starts hitting, I think that could salvage everything. Zito is hands down one of the worst contracts of all time in Giants history. Matt Morris, like, there are guys, Armando Benitez, Denard Span, Mark Melancon. This Adames one has an opportunity to be right there with Zito.
Jung Hoo Lee. Yeah, as you mentioned, Jung Hoo Lee.
Jung Hoo Lee's not great.
Right. Yeah.
Jung Hoo Lee's not great. Here's the thing with the Adames one. Like, he doesn't even look anything like a prepared hitter right now at the plate. What is his approach?
Hacking. His approach is the same as me on a golf course, Joe. I'm hacking, trying to hit a driver.
It's just
slicing left and right.
The book is out. Throw these guys breaking balls away, and they will chase, and then throw them hard in, and they will have the bat on their shoulders.
Sam said something interesting. Sam Lovin, by the way, Orchard Black Weekend Wrap, crushing it with Dan Devone on Saturdays. The best Giants talk in the Bay. You can hit me up, Sam, if you want a guest. Yeah, you want to do that occasionally? You can hit Joe Shasky up, sure, too. Baby LJ. I'm just throwing Joe.
I mean, Willard hits me up all the time to be a guest on his show.
I've been hearing that a lot lately. Yeah.
Some of my best stuff.
Some of your best work is there?
Yeah.
Outsourced? Do you get paid extra for that? No, you don't get extra hit?
No,
you don't do that?
I'm hoping that Marky knows that maybe I'll take like a box of Pro V1s or something like that.
Well, he was golfing over the weekend, I think, with their contest, right? Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Yeah, I thought I saw the Zucci man out there.
You did, Zeus.
Zucci wins every contest here.
Hey, you know what I loved about Zucci, man? He was wearing a plain white tee to the golf course. I was like, I respect that.
I dig it.
I respect that so much. I know Zucci man's listening. He's probably chiming in on the text line right now. 888-957-9570.
Joe, the Adames contract is not good.
Well,
like we could see this coming a mile away. Like, it's okay to admit it out loud. Adames, great dude. We're all pulling for you. We love what you bring to the table. My God, did they overpay for him? Like, it's okay. Like, all these things can be true. All of them. Like, I like the guy. I'm rooting for him. I'm pulling for him. It's a clear overpay. Even if he ends up hitting some more home runs and the batting average comes up, he's not a $200 million player. He's just not.
We had this conversation like a month into it, or hell, like 2 months into it, I felt like. But the more untradeable contract between Brandon Ayuk or Willie Adames right now, I do wonder, in a weird way, I think you'd get more value with Brandon Ayuk as an injured player than you would with Willie Adames coming back as a quote-unquote healthy player. As insane as that sounds, I do think you would get more back from Brandon Ayuk if you were to trade him right now than you would with Willie Adames. And that's how low I think Willie Adames right now is a batter in the box. It's just, it's not good.
Think of their three big moves. Devers, he's 10 for 46. It's early. We'll see. You sign Matt Chapman. He was older. I wanted them to sign Chapman. Well, now he's hurt, right? So think about this. Like, he's hurt. Verlander, the results haven't been great.
He's been solid.
I think he's been okay, but the results have not been great. Would you agree?
Yeah. He's been fine.
What are some of the other moves? Signing Willie Adames, it's not been good. It's okay. We can admit it. It's not been good. Doesn't mean it's the end-all, be-all. He could still get better, but it hasn't been good. You probably severely overpaid. And I'm pulling for Posey. Everything's been looking good. The team is 5-6 games over 500. I get it. I do feel like they overachieved early on, and since then, it's been a struggle bus.
I will give credit, though, to Buster Posey and the staff and everything with the Landon Roop, putting him and plugging him in as a starter early on. It's worked out. So, like, as all the...
Roop was here last year, but
I know he was last year, but I'm saying, like, making him a focal point of the rotation early on. I know he was here last year, but I'm going to give credit to the staff right now when it comes to him, because the starting pitching, it has worked for the most part. Birdsong, he's hit some rough patches here and there, but, like, for the most part, he's been pretty freaking good. We know with Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, they've been ballers all year long. And Verlander is my 4th/5th guy. He's been fine. So, again, I don't want to have to rely on those guys to have perfect baseball, basically, for the rest of the season. Can the bats pick them up at all? Hopefully. In the meantime, Sammy, I think we got
they need Devers to ball out this week.
And with Chapman out, that put all the focal point on one Casey Schmidt. But now the Giants are in wait-and-see mode when it comes to Casey. He was scratched from the lineup yesterday due to lingering concerns with his injured wrist. That was hit by a pitch against the Marlins last week. Schmidt took some swings in the cage pregame before it was determined he was not good to go. He will undergo an MRI in Arizona today, which will likely determine if he goes on the IL or not. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got Bob Brenly, former manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks and former San Francisco Giants player, joining us at 8:30. We'll talk about this matchup against the D-backs in the desert coming up here, what he's seen from the Giants, and what he would tell Bob Melvin, his former coach and his staff that won a World Series back in 2001. Hey, here's something I've noticed. Maybe you could do this. And, Bob Brenly's like working for the D-backs, so he's probably not in the habit of giving out all the secrets that he's got, but you like to lean on your former coaches, and as you lean on Bill Lasky's of the world, Joe, when it comes to coaching and pitching and all that. Is there anything that Bob Melvin could do to shake this team up right now? What kind of shakeup would you like to see? Are you panicking right now? And if you're not panicking,
I am.
If you're not panicking, why? Like, this is This is panic mode right now. You are in danger of becoming out of sight, out of mind, Giants, when it comes to the Bay Area, when it comes to the sports. We got free agency opening up in the NBA. We got Niners training camp coming up. We got the Valkyries balling. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming on the game. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Just sell and just fire everybody.
Okay, a lot's happening right now. Giants, they're free falling like Tom Petty. You lose to the Marlins. So, hold on. Let me back up. You get swept by the Miami Marlins. You lose to one of the worst teams I've ever seen in my life in a 2-year stretch. You lose the series in the south side of Chicago. Not the Cubbies, no, the White Sox. You stink. Your two highest paid players are stinking it up right now at the plate. Adames and Devers. Your pitching staff is doing all they can, at least the starters are, because Ryan Walker, he's leaking oil. Eric Miller, he's leaking oil. You couldn't pitch Tyler Rogers. Randy Rodriguez didn't pitch yesterday. Camilo Doval, not sure. So that's happening. We got the NBA free agency period starting today at 3 o'clock West Coast time. I say good morning to you, Joe, Sam, Carter, all you lovely people. Hope you have a lovely weekend. Hope you have an awesome week. It is 4th of July week here. A lot of people are traveling. If you're hitting us up on the Odyssey app, on YouTube, we greatly appreciate it. So that's happening right now. NBA trades, all this sort of stuff's happening. LeBron wants to go elsewhere. We'll see. Could he be on the move? I mean, that's crazy in its own right. And by the way, we just had this trade fall into our laps in the NFL, Joe. Check this out. The Miami Dolphins have agreed to trade 3-time All-Pro cornerback Jalen Ramsey to the Pittsburgh Steelers in exchange for 3-time All-Pro safety Minka Fitzpatrick? What? Didn't he start his career as a Dolphin? He's going back and forth?
He played for Brian Flores,
He did. He was, Brian Flores. So look at that.
His first ever game as a Steeler was against the Niners, I think week 3.
So as part of the trade,
He had an interception in that.
Ramsey will get a $1.5 million raise this season, bringing his 2025 compensation to $26.6 million, sources told ESPN's Adam Schefter on Monday. So wow. Wow. The Steelers, who, by the way, signed Darius Slade Jr., they've obviously already gotten Aaron Rodgers. They got DK Metcalf. They traded Pickens. Well, all right. Well, we'll see how it works in that division. I'm still taking either the Ravens or the Bengals over them, I think. But Mike Tomlin, good luck is all I'm going to say. So there's a lot happening in the sports world.
Trade.
We got Bob Brenly joining us at 24, former Giants player, former manager for the Arizona Diamondbacks as well, as we're talking about free falling for the Gigantes.
You know, people go, hey, you guys do hot takes. And we get that a lot from people. I'm like, no, I give you my opinions and how I'm feeling and how I feel. Like, last summer was like, bring in LeBron. And how I feel today is like, I want no part of LeBron, right? These are opinions. These are how I feel. I'm in the opinion business.
You're in the pivoting, not panic business. How about that?
I feel like my opinion is that the Miami Dolphins might be a top 5 pick team this year, as in they're going to be stinky. I really do. I think they're going to be awful. But that's neither here nor there. I do have a strong opinion about this week. Now, I've long been on the record as saying that Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays of all time. For the variety of food and what it signifies and football and just everything about it, the pomp and circumstance of Thanksgiving. You got television all day. You're eating all day. I think turkey. I love turkey. I can eat turkey every day. I love turkey sandwiches. But it can be a gauntlet family-wise. You're together. You're inside. Usually the weather's not great outside. I love Thanksgiving. And usually it's right around my birthday. So, it can be reflective is the way I would put it. I can reflect at that time. But at other times, I also feel old and like unaccomplished, and
what is going on here?
I'm going somewhere. Here's where I'm going. My opinion, and this is a strong take. I think 4th of July is the best holiday of them all. And here's where I'm going to stand on business, as they like to say.
Town business?
Number 1, who doesn't like barbecue? You can put whatever you want. You don't like meat? Fine. I'll do some corn on the cob. We could do it. I'll get some foil. We'll put some zucchini and a bunch of other onions and bell peppers and this. That. I'll cook it right on the grill for you.
The fake meat that they got, the Beyond Meat. Do that, sure. Season up.
Whatever. You like seafood? We can cook some seafood. You like sausage? Well, let's do it. Let's throw the kielbasa on the grill.
I am a sausage guy.
All right? There is something about the smell of a barbecue grill on 4th of July when the weather is beautiful and hot that you all know. You could taste it right now as I'm talking about it. 4th of July is the best of the holidays. You get a day off of work, right? It's a federal holiday, right? And usually it lands in the middle of the week because there's only 2 weekend days. And so if you just roll the dice, 5 out of 7 of those days are going to be during the week. So if it breaks up a week like it does this year, you could turn it into a stretch 4 or a stretch 5 or a stretch 6. And usually you could feel it coming a mile away, and you end up taking what I call a mail-in Monday like today is. What? For the whole week. This is one of the least productive work weeks of the year. There's something about the weather being beautiful. I would say for 90% of the country, San Francisco notwithstanding.
A foggy morning.
As I was in Novato and it was 85 degrees yesterday, and then I drove back to San Francisco and it was 56. For the majority of the country, the weather is unbelievable. I signify 4th of July with people being on the lake, being on the river, swimming in the ocean, swimming in a pool, being in the backyard, playing golf.
Going to the Alameda County Fair.
There you go, right? 4th of July is the best holiday. It's not even close. It's not even close.
Or do you go to a wedding like Jeff Bezos had over the weekend?
Screw Jeff Bezos. If you plan a wedding and you put it during 4th of July, you're a selfish human being. All right?
Really?
Yeah, you are. I've told you this, guys, before. If you schedule a wedding during that time.
This is a week.
No, you said that
prior.
about Memorial Day weekend.
That
Memorial
too.
Day.
Don't suck up my Memorial Day or Labor Day or 4th of July. All right? 4th of July is the best holiday of them all. It just is. And
is there a holiday you don't like, real quick? Is there a holiday? No, seriously, I'm asking. Do you?
I think Christmas tends to be.
Oh, okay.
No, just hear me out on this.
I'm not hearing you out on this. If you're about to say Christmas sucks, you can get out.
No, it's not that it sucks. I just think that with Christmas comes like sadness for some people, and I think with Christmas comes like maybe you're thinking about loved ones or lost ones, or maybe things that you don't have. You can't afford certain things. There tends to be this financial burden of Christmas that as I older and older I get, the more I understand it. It just sucks. And I think that you feel that, and as I watch all these kids opening all these gifts at Christmas, I'm like, dude, this is too much. This is too much. Like
you're missing the spirit of it. That you need to get that captured back. You need to have an Ebenezer Scrooge moment. The Shasky ghost of Christmas past, present, and future need to visit you.
But here's the beauty of 4th of July. There is no real obligation to do the gauntlet of the family thing. Like you kind of spin off and do your own thing, and you can create your own traditions. And so that is kind of fun, right? It is like, hey, what are you doing for 4th of July? We're going to Tahoe. We're going to the river. We're going to the Alameda County Fair. We're going. Little Buster has a baseball tournament in Modesto. Like wherever you're going, it's fun. I love the 4th of July. I love America. I don't think it's perfect. Trust me. I see all of its warts. I'm well aware. I love America. I love what it's given me, the freedom to be able to talk on the radio. And I am unabashedly going to say the number one best holiday on the calendar, without a doubt, is the 4th of July.
Yeah. I hate fireworks. Living in Oakland for all these years now has made me hate them even more so than I did before. I swear to God. It's a damn war zone every single night in my neck of the woods. I'm sure it is here in San Francisco,
You don't have to partake.
Yeah, no, I'm forced to partake.
No, you have to hear them. They're all over the place.
So it's annoying.
Get drunk and fall asleep.
Oh, just drink. Thank you.
That's what 4th of July is. It's one of the
Hear
best
that, kids? If it's too loud, just drink.
I don't even drink.
Exactly. I was going to say, you're so full.
That's how much I love 4th of July.
Stop.
A guy who doesn't drink can enjoy it.
I mean, bring it on, man.
I mean, watching this Giants offense. Watching this Giants offense is going to make me drink.
I want to see bald eagles flying on lakes. I want to see dudes wearing 4th of July outfits. You know exactly what I'm talking about. 4th of July is badass. What are we talking about? I'm bringing it back.
You're bringing it back? Has it ever gone? I like the holiday off. That's what I'll say. Actually, more into Valentine's.
You really don't like 4th of July?
Honestly, Valentine's Day is better than 4th of July. I'll say that.
Stop!
It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Maybe for you.
It's one of the dumbest things.
I get action on Valentine's Day.
That's a horrible take.
Valentine's Day, far superior than 4th of July.
He's out here telling lies at this point.
I'm not.
We'll get back into the Giants.
Do you scrub your feet on Valentine's Day?
I have someone
it's the one day a year.
I have someone else scrub my feet on Valentine's Day.
All right, now I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Rochester, in San Francisco. Former manager and former San Francisco Giant Bob Brenly joining us in about 15 minutes. We'll ask him about 4th of July if he has any 4th of July plans. Well, I know he's going to be calling games for the Diamondbacks, but what does he like to do for 4th of July? I wonder, because for baseball players, it's aren't you almost playing on it all the time? You got the red, white, and blue gear. It's fun.
Yeah, it's great.
I think of the Sandlot, right? You think of that. It's
Hell
fun.
yeah.
You think of that. Yeah.
The one time we got to play a night game.
There you go, because it's all the fireworks lighting up the sky.
You really don't like 4th of July?
Whatever. I don't like fireworks in general.
Why? It doesn't have to be fireworks. You don't like jet skis? You don't like beach chairs?
Spadoni, you got those 2 jet skis in your place. Like, how come you're not taking those bad boys out?
True, my studio apartment in Oakland. It's great.
Like, I want to see AI videos of like bald eagles doing jet skis off of like, what Evel Knievel jumps and things like that. I love all that stuff. You really don't? You're not a big 4th of July guy?
Whatever. I like celebrating our independence, I guess.
It's just about being an American, an unabashed American.
What is being an American to Joe Shasky? What is it? What is it for you? Cooking
just
the meats?
Having fun and being like grateful that we've got the freedoms that we do and just enjoying it.
No, I hear you.
You don't like barbecuing?
I do love barbecuing. Can I come over to your place to do it?
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, it's just I don't know where to do it. I have nowhere to do it. Am I going to go hang out with you and do it? You going to invite me over?
No.
Oh, thank you. So
4th of July is about togetherness.
That's what he said. It's about getting together with the family, except for you guys.
Well, you guys aren't family.
But you say you don't want to hang out with your family.
Yeah, I don't have to. No, I don't.
I thought we were your radio family.
I feel like you just want to hang out at the cabin by yourself this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh no, we got it. We might have a full cabin
of family
of people.
It's like Olive Garden when you hear your family with Joe Shasky.
How is this a controversial opinion? 4th of July is goated.
It's overrated.
Yeah, this is crazy.
This is an overrated holiday.
Or him.
It's Spadoni. I mean, this is nuts.
I think Valentine's Day is far superior, personally.
I don't.
You guys want to hear what Americans have to say their favorite holidays are?
Yeah.
All right, so this is part of a YouGov poll from last year.
I mean, Christmas is dominating.
Yes, Christmas comes in first at 36%.
Do
we want game show music this one?
Yeah, sure. You know what? I liken 4th of July to like hockey. It's like it's a niche thing. It's like if we're comparing, like, Thanksgiving is probably NBA. You got Christmas being the NFL. Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball is probably going to be what? Like Memorial Day or Labor Day or something like that. Yeah.
You know what this proves to me? Spadoni has no friends. Like, because a man with a full life of friends would look forward to the 4th of July.
It's a little harsh to
left
say.
and right.
That's fine. I have my family. I got 9 brothers and sisters.
Spadoni's my friend.
I actually have
got at least one friend.
I have too many
You should go to
siblings and
Ken's
nieces
backyard and barbecue.
He was at Ken's backyard.
I wasn't.
You're the only one because you're not friends with anyone here at the station.
Because I'm getting ready for the 4th of July by cleaning up my cabin.
This was 3 weeks ago. So I'm just letting you know that.
It's a lot of cleaning he's got to do at the cabin.
I have to.
I said my part.
I have to clean up 3 weeks prior to there, so I can't hang out with anyone. There you go.
To the party that I wanted to be invited to, but wasn't going to go to.
I think the host that came through, afternoon host didn't show up. Willard Dibs didn't come. Shasky didn't come. Steiny Guru and myself showed up. There you go.
I can't believe
we're not going to talk about this
because you don't like fireworks.
No.
When we go to the river, like they have the fireworks on the river, there's something like, hey, you got to get a good spot, right? You got to bring the blankie and everyone's chilling. Like there's something about campfires and s'mores and fireworks. Really?
I grew up hating camping, by the way. I hated camping.
I'm not huge on camping, but I also realize
you guys are glampers, aren't you? Glamours camping.
I grew up on the coast near a beach. Yeah, you miss me with all of that. It's cold as hell.
I grew up in civilization too. I went camping plenty of times.
Why?
Because I liked it.
Why? What do you like about it?
I like being in the outdoors.
Why?
Because it's the outdoors. It's nature. It's the world.
When you live in the city, it's nice to get a little break.
No, it's not.
And to be in the trees. You don't.
Awful.
I disagree. When I drive down River Road, I feel like my soul gets a rebirth as I'm going, and it's like going into a whole nother realm, and mentally it just resets me up for coming back to the city. I'd rather have
the smog of the city. That actually gives me more life. I'll inhale that any day of the week than all that carbon, whatever footprint crap you got out in the redwoods.
What we don't have are fireworks with the Giants bats.
Thank you. And Sam and San Leandro wants to talk about, we're going to call it Sam Leandro going forward. How about that, Sammy? Good morning. You want to talk about the Gigantes?
Oh, very much so. I need 2 cups of Joe. And the Giants are free falling, just like you say. Tom Petty is in the house because Buster Posey had his hands all over the Matt Chapman deal at $150 million. He got Willie Adames at a 7-year, $187 million, no trade clause, $22 million signing bonus. Now you got Rafael Devers at $300 million, and he gave Justin Verlander $15 million. It's really incredible. And he had Lamont Wade starting at first base leading off. This is brutal. And, I hate to say it, but it's obvious Buster Posey does not he should not be the president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. They need to go get the Warriors president to come over to
are
the
you
Giants
serious?
and clean.
No, let him finish.
I can't tell. Are you
let him
serious?
finish. Sam,
or are you
continue.
trolling?
Sam, continue.
Let my man Schneider go over there, who I met, and I gave him my resume. I'm going to drop that name drop. Bloop. I met Schneider. He's a great guy. He started in the ticket office. Let him come over to the Giants. Buster Posey, go coach the hitters. If you don't want to do that, go raise your kids. You've been a great player. This is not for you. You bought your way in. You gave the GM job to your friend. You gave the pitching coach job to your friend, the hitting coach job to Viale, and it's just been a disaster. And all he's going to do is bring his best friend, Mark Hallberg, from Florida State Baseball, because that's where Buster Posey played baseball at. That's where I worked at. I've talked to him many times. It's on. I'm surprised he didn't bring in Hallberg this year.
Sam, I love you. I love the commitment to the bit. By the way, he's
lost me at Florida State.
Brandon Schneider, President and Chief Operating Officer. I guess he sent in a resume to Brandon Schneider. That's of the Warriors.
What does that resume entail?
Well, I'm just saying, he's the Larry Bear of the Warriors. Like, what does that translate to? What?
Also, if you're going to send your resume to someone, try and say their name correctly, too.
I don't want to send the resume here. I kind of want to work with
Schneider.
Get another Sam in the building. Why not?
Is there heat on Buster? I mean, he made one of the best trades. I know, look, Devers, it's been a small period of time.
I'll say this right now.
Are we kidding? Like, are we serious?
There is zero heat on Buster Posey right now. If anything, the fall guy of this season is going to be Bob Melvin.
They've been more relevant this year than they have in the last, 7?
Sure. Real quick, they've been relevant for what? How many weeks now? 2? Let's just keep it a buck.
Overall, this year, they've been way more relevant than they have since 2021.
Sure.
Not even close.
That's also not saying that much, in fairness. Like, the team has just been so just bleh that fans just haven't cared.
Joe,
and if they keep losing like they're losing, I do think it's going to go back to, that was a cool couple weeks, right? And then it's just, I don't care.
Maybe, but like, Joe, I know how this market works. And right now, what we would have been doing for the last 2 months is breaking down every single roster spot for the Golden State Warriors.
We're 2 weeks away of the Giants sucking for doing that again.
That might be the case.
Yeah.
But it's still been more months of talking Giants baseball than the last 5.
Sure. But we're in danger now of this team slumping heavily. All the injuries are spouting up. You don't know when Matt Chapman's coming back. Casey Schmidt, all of a sudden, who's just a major focal point of this offense, which is crazy to say on June 30th. He's getting an MRI done. Devers, your big acquisition a couple weeks ago, struggling. Willie Adames, who was once your highest paid player in the history of the franchise just a few months ago, struggling. Jung-Hoo Lee, another guy that's one of your highest paid players, struggling. Wilmer Flores, who all of a sudden was your clutch bat, he doesn't have the space to play on this team. Like, they're a couple weeks away. If they lose the series 3 out of 4 to the D-backs, and then all of a sudden they lose a series to the A's, I'm sorry. Heading into that homestand against the Phillies and Dodgers, good luck.
But what did you think they were heading into the year?
I thought they were going to contend for a wild card spot, potentially.
Well, they're still contending.
Are they?
Yeah, right now they are, yes. And so, like, even if let's just say they go 500 right now until the end of the break, they're going to be right there. They're still within striking distance.
I don't think that's going to be good enough. Brewers 10 games over. Mets 11 games over. And you got the Cardinals. They're red hot. They're about to be 10 games over 500 too. The Giants are scuffling right now, man.
If I tell you mid-July you're within a series or 2 of everyone else for that wild card spot, you'll take it.
Sure, but that was the Giants the last couple of years too, right? Couldn't have I said the same thing? They're a series or 2 from being
This
right
has
there.
looked different. This has looked different. They had, so many different combinations of lineups. At least I know who the guys are that are going to be out there.
I guess the starting pitching is the only thing that really feels different right now. The offensive feels the same.
They have Rafi Devers. That's better than anything that they've had before.
But this version of Rafi Devers isn't the version I want. That's the problem. Can I get the Boston Red Sox version? Let's talk about it for a second, Joe. When you thought they were getting Rafi Devers, did you think he was going to have a Jimmy Butler-like effect on this team?
No, because baseball's different. But also, I'm already seeing, like, Adames has been better since Devers came in. There's no arguing. He's gotten better pitches to see. Other guys in the lineup have gotten better pitches to see because of Devers. And we could go through every single at bat. I could point to you how he affects a game, even when he is swinging it at junk away and not trying to put the ball the other way. I think Devers has been fine. He needs to be a better version of himself. But what he does every day on a lineup, you can already see that he's contributing.
I think Buster Posey has brought some cojones to this organization. I really do. Swinging for the fences
There's
with
a
the
sense of
Adames
urgency.
Thing. No, swing for the fences there. Getting Devers, if he triples down and does some other really big trade, I don't even know how he can do that.
Well, they're going to have to.
Like, what would that look like for you?
I don't know.
888-957-9570. Does this team need to make another big trade right now? Is that what's going to cure their ailments? What could Bob Melvin do right now? That's kind of my question. We're going to talk to Bob Brenly.
I think
former manager,
accountability
in 6 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to ask him, like, what can you do in this situation right now where the bats are struggling? The pitching feels like they're throwing on fumes in the bullpen. The starters, they're giving you all they can. Flip the spread. I don't know. He tried to get thrown out. Like, what comes off as weak, and this happened the other week against the Marlins, like, you're throwing at the third batter.
Well, I hated that.
I hated that, too.
Especially the young guy doing it when he's already in a precarious spot in terms of confidence. I didn't like it at all.
Right. Like, and he's struggled now in back-to-back starts here with Hayden Birdsong. Like,
since that moment, I feels like they've just been so out of it offensively and just they have not been in rhythm. But look, baseball is very infectious. So all it takes is one guy get hot, and the next thing you know, that whole lineup feels totally different. Arizona might just be the best hitter's location for them to get right. Now, I thought that about Colorado, and it hasn't translated. I
thought that against the White Sox, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, you know, the games they played were tight games. They just didn't hit at all.
We got Logan Webb on the bump tonight, so if you need that guy to stop the skid, he is the guy to do that. 2.52 ERA this year. He has been unbelievable going up against Ryan Nelson of the D-backs. Then you got Birdsong versus Gallen. That should be a
Gallon's got like a 5 ERA.
Dude, he's got like a 6.
Is that
almost.
is
It's
it that
5.75. It's almost at a 6. He's been struggling this year. But of course, right, when things are going bad, it's the guys that are struggling that shove against you, right? And Zach Gallen has had his way in the past against the Gigantes, has he not?
Yeah, the guy yesterday, I mean, he's been terrible. The pitcher yesterday has been terrible, and he was awesome.
Right. So we'll talk about this with Bob Brenly, who's a broadcaster with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Obviously, he managed, and part of his managing staff once upon a time in 2001 was Bob Melvin. He also played with Bob Melvin as a San Francisco Giant. So Bob Brenly knows him very, very well. We'll get into that on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Sarah Monty Ford.
I would rather be the White Sox.
Well,
I'm a sick individual.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
oh, heck yes.
It's a great beat. Feeling good on a Monday.
You think you're DJ Manny Fresh over there trying to chop up things?
I'm bored.
Making fun of me?
I call him DJ CC. Carter Chickering in the back. Balling on that ass. How about that? You know
The Caucasian.
What? What was that? Play it again. You won't.
The Caucasian.
The Caucasian? The sheer caucasity of it all. By the way, we're going to be joined by Bob Brenly here in just a moment. Former Diamondbacks manager, current broadcaster for the team. And obviously, Joe, as you know, you watched some Bob Brenly growing up as a San Francisco Giant, did you not?
Yes, I did.
What do you remember about Bob Brenly, the player?
I mean, there's a million things, but there's famously he played third base and had a bunch of errors and then came and hit a game-winning home run to win the game. It was one of the all-time moments for many, many Giants. And I believe he was the catcher on the final day of the year, 1982. Bill Lasky starting against Fernando Valenzuela, where Joe Morgan hit the home run to knock the Dodgers out of the playoffs.
Well, let's ask Bob about that day. Bob, good morning. You're on with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Do you remember that game?
I vaguely remember scoring on Joe Morgan's home run and jumping up and down at home plate like an idiot. But, anytime you beat the Dodgers back then, it was worth celebrating.
Well, still now, as Bob Brenly is joining us on the River Islands guest line, former World Series champion manager with the Arizona Diamondbacks and current broadcaster with the team as the Giants start a 4-game set in the desert starting today. And both of these teams, Bob, as I say good morning to you, are struggling mightily. Obviously, the D-backs without their best player, Corbin Carroll, dealing with that wrist fracture there. We'll see when he comes back, and they've lost 4 in a row all of a sudden. The red-hot Miami Marlins just cleaning up the NL West right now when it comes to the Giants and then the D-backs. I don't know who saw that coming, but what have you made of this orange and black team this year, Bob? Obviously make the big deal for Devers in the offseason. They bring in Adames. They re-sign Matt Chapman. Justin Verlander joins this team. They're scuffling as of late right now. But what do you make of this team so far heading into July?
Well, just looking at it from the outside, I wouldn't be overly concerned if I was a Giants fan. I know they're not scoring a lot of runs. I know they're not getting a lot of base runners, but damn, you got a pitching staff that can keep the other team from scoring. And in today's game, that's what it's all about, keeping runs off the board. And I know this 4-game series, we're going to get 4 of your best, and runs are going to be hard to come by, even though the Diamondbacks might be one of the best offensive teams in baseball. They slug. They have the ability to steal bases and manufacture runs if they choose to do so, but they just can't keep the other team off the board, especially the bullpen right now. It's just in tatters.
Yeah, okay. Well, Bob, the Giants are looking at themselves, and there's just a lot of frustration. Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee they're failing to try to go the other way and make adjustments from somebody who was a player, was a part of many staffs, and understands the modern game the way it is now. A lot of Giants fans they're basically saying, hey, get Pat Burrell out of here. He's the hitting coach. And get Matt Williams out of here. And I'm like, guys, if you don't think that they're sitting down with these highly paid players and saying, guys, you got to adjust. But it is up to the players. Break it down when you're part of the staff and working with these guys that are on big mega deals and how difficult it is to maybe get them to change their approach at the plate.
Well, that's a hard thing to do, especially for guys who have had success their entire career. Wherever they've been, they've probably been the best hitter on the team. And, you get to the big leagues, and it's a whole different animal. I've seen a lot of really, really good minor league hitters carrying a lunch bucket very quickly after they got to the big leagues because the pitching is that much better. As far as getting rid of coaches, I think unless there's some kind of an egregious error taking place, like down in Atlanta, they decided to change their third base coach because they were getting guys thrown out at home plate every day. But it is on the players. I mean, you can coach them up all you want. You can tell them all the right things to do. You can even tell them what pitches to look for in certain counts against certain pitchers. But if they can't execute when that time comes, that's on the player. That's not on a coach. I always felt bad for coaches that got fired mid-season because their team wasn't playing well. And, they turn around and maybe hit a little bit better for the new coach, and all of a sudden he's the savior until they don't hit again, and then they want to fire that coach. So, I tend to put it on the player. I mean, real good coaching helps, good managing helps, but it's all on the player.
So how do you, in the modern era, how do you hold these guys accountable? Do you say something at a press conference? Do you have a closed-door meeting? Do you go individual? What's the best way to hold these guys accountable?
All of the above. I think for me, the most important thing is getting guys to buy in. The success of the team is much more important than my individual success. If I can hit a ground ball to the right side of the infield and move that runner from second to third with one out in the inning, and my teammate behind me picks up the RBI, that's team baseball. I'll give myself up. I'll sacrifice one of my at-bats here to move my teammate into scoring position for the teammate behind me. Once you get guys to buy into that team concept, and maybe this isn't what I want to do right now, but it's what the team needs me to do. Once you get guys to buy into that theory, managing becomes much easier, coaching becomes much easier, and certainly winning becomes much easier.
Bob, we had a situation over the weekend for the Giants where there's runners on second and third. You got Rafi Devers at the plate. There's no outs. And he's clearly your best hitter. And he swings and misses, essentially, and then they back pick and throw out the guy at third base who's way too far off the bag. What is it about the modern player and the base running mistakes that I'm seeing? It just feels like they're way more prevalent in the worst possible situations now than ever. Why is that?
Well, I think it's a lack of fundamentals being taught, not only at the minor league level, but going down to the college level. There's such an emphasis on winning in the NCAA now that I don't know that players are solid fundamentally. I may sound like a back in my day guy, but we knew how to slide. I see guys steal second base and go in head first and end up 10 feet past the bag and get tagged out. Who taught them to do that? You're supposed to slide to the base and stop. Bunt defenses, defending the stolen base, all those little fundamentals that you used to be drilled on because that's what makes up winning baseball have fallen away to exit velocity and launch angle and, the velocity on your fastball and how many rotations does your slider take on the way to the plate. All stuff that for me is basically unnecessary in teaching the fundamentals of the game.
Talking with Bob Brenly here on the Morning Roast, former Diamondbacks manager, current broadcaster with the team, and obviously former orange and black catcher here in San Francisco, and teammates with Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin was the bench coach on your staff when you won that World Series back in 2001, Bob. And I want to talk to you about him because I'm assuming you know him pretty well, being a teammate and him being a part of your staff. Is that fair to say?
Oh, that's very fair to say. He's one of my best friends ever.
What would you say are the strengths of Bob Melvin as a manager?
Well, I'll tell you, the X's and O's of the game, he's on top of all of that. I mean, there's always a reason for everything he does, and it's not just based on his gut instinct. He does use his gut instinct an awful lot, but it's based on things that he's gathered from his scouting reports, things that he's gathered from the video, things that he's gathered from watching games, watching other teams, and picking up little things here and there, and he doesn't miss a thing. As a matter of fact, while the Giants are in town here, we're going to hopefully do a little bit for our TV where Mel and I sit down and walk through the ninth inning of Game 7 of the 2001 World Series. I don't know how many fans out there saw it. Of course.
Luis Gonzalez. Yeah.
We didn't know if we had enough players to field a team at the end of that inning if the game stayed tied. I think we pinch ran 2 or 3 times. We pinch hit 2 or 3 times. And at one point I turned to Mel and I said, Jesus, do we have enough players to field a team? But, I mean, it's Game 7 of the World Series. What are you going to do? Save somebody for tomorrow? It was all hands on deck. And, boy, I'll tell you, the decisions were flying fast and furious in that dugout. But just to get back to your question, Mel is on top of things. Nothing escapes his gaze, and he fixes things quickly if it's within his power to fix it.
Yeah, Bob, thinking about that team, that 2001 team, we were all rooting for you guys to beat the Yankees. You were a Giant. To me, you were a Giant and you had Matty Williams, and there were a lot of guys that I rooted for on that team, even though you guys are in the West Division. It was one of the great upsets of all time.
It was David versus Goliath, Bob. Like, literally, Mariano Rivera, are you kidding me? The greatest closer in the history of the sport?
And a Texas leaguer wins it all.
Yeah, and Mariano Rivera, one of the best defensive pitchers in the history of the game, throws the ball away at second base. Scott Brocious decides not to go for a double play on a sacrifice bunt when it would have been an easy double play. Just a lot of things that happen weird, but they happen the way we needed them to happen.
Yeah. Bob, now that we're going in the way back machine, first baseball I ever got was at Candlestick. It was a Chris Brown home run in the family pavilion. My dad made me run on down on a Wednesday afternoon, and you subbed in famously for Chris Brown at third base with the 4-error game, and you hit 2 home runs, one of them being a walk-off. Are you sick and tired of that story from '86?
What do you think? Huh? I mean, other than winning a World Series, that's probably the highlight of my career. More people know me for that than anything else. So, it kind of becomes part of your baseball DNA, and the fact that it ended well, I don't mind talking about it.
Do you like because when I see what the Giants are trying to build right now, Buster Posey at the helm, bringing in Bob Melvin, bringing back Matt Williams, Will Clark's around the team now more than ever, Bond's around the team now more than ever. Do you, as somebody from afar, do you think that what the Giants are doing is a successful thing right now, bringing in the old school guys?
Personally, I do. I know there's differing opinions out there, but I think it's great. I remember back to my playing days when, Willie Mays would show up for a week of spring training and put on a uniform and sit in the clubhouse and talk to us after workouts, and Willie McCovey and Mike McCormick, and just right down the line, Bob Lurie started to bring back some of the former Giants, some of the big name Giants, Hall of Fame Giants, and I thought it was great. Just to listen to Willie Mays tell stories in a clubhouse, sitting there in his underwear with his cleats still on, talking about things that he experienced during his career, most of them hilariously funny. That was invaluable. I think all of us that got to experience that back in the 80s will remember that forever.
Bob, I think of you kind of as an old school guy. So I'm curious your reaction with what happened with Marte and the fan the other day. I recently lost my dad a year and a half ago, and I try to tell people, unless you've been through it, you don't understand there are certain things that catch you off guard, and they just trigger you for whatever reason, and you just kind of lose your emotions. And I was defending Marte. Your thoughts on the whole situation?
Well, you'd like to believe that fans would behave themselves a little better at the ballpark. I mean, I think the average fan would be absolutely mortified to hear some of the things that come out of the stands, especially in areas that are maybe away from the field mics, down in the bullpens, I've heard awful lot of bad stuff during the course of my career as a coach and a manager and a player, but that's not going to happen. People don't know how to behave themselves. Some people don't know how to behave themselves, and you get a belly full of beer, and all of a sudden, they're going to be a tough guy. It was unfortunate the way it happened. It was unfortunate Cattell couldn't get to the dugout or something to avoid, the spectacle that we saw out there on the field, but I don't know if there's an easy answer to the whole thing. You could say the players need to be more thick-skinned, but as you said, there are certain things that are triggering that hit a nerve within your family, and it's too bad that has to happen, but I guarantee you this is not going to be the last time it happens.
No. Bob Brenly joining us here on the Morning Roast, former Diamondbacks manager, current broadcaster with the team, and obviously a former Giants catcher as well. And hell, you had that player in Pittsburgh try to swing on a fan in the bullpen the other day. There's been a lot of craziness happen. Hell, World Series last year, Bob. A fan tried to just take the glove and ball away from Mookie Betts in the outfield. What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, read the back of the ticket. It tells you what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do at a ball game, and just behave. Be a human being. Put yourself in somebody else's spot for once in your life, and think twice before you say something.
No, it's a great point. How do you see this NL West race shaping up here, Bob? Because obviously the Dodgers are the Dodgers. I mean, they're just so stacked offensively. They're 21 games over right now. I feel like they're going to run away with this thing. The Giants see them next week. You got the Padres, you got the Giants and D-backs all kind of muddled up together, just a couple games from each other. How do you see this thing shaking out the rest of the way?
Well, obviously I'm hoping the Diamondbacks do well because it makes my job a lot easier when they're winning than when they're losing. But, just looking at it from the outside, I like the Giants pitching. I mean, You can talk all you want about 500-foot home runs and exit velocity and all that stuff and scoring runs, but, man, if you can't keep the other team from scoring, it doesn't matter. And the Giants, for me, have the strongest five-man rotation right now in the West, no doubt about it. And some of the guys in the bullpen seem like they're falling into their roles down there. And I don't know. I mean, the Dodgers, like you said, they're just stacked. They're loaded. If they need anything at the trade deadline, they'll just go out and, give up a few more prospects and get another all-star. That's what they do. But as far as the way the teams are organized and staffed right now, I think the Dodgers are 1, the Giants are 2, and the Diamondbacks and the Padres are going to be battling out for that third spot. And the other team is going to end up just ahead of the Rockies.
Well, it's funny you say that, Bob. Like, if you were to ask, it's funny because I love having different perspectives, right? You're heading into this series saying wow, I got a lot of respect for what the Giants are doing. Sky's falling here this morning, Bob. You lose to the Marlins, you get swept by them, and you lose a series to the White Sox, who are the worst team record-wise in the American League. You'd think everything was gone wrong. We got the panic meter up for a lot of people here in the Bay right now.
Well, you could hold a mirror up to the Diamondbacks, and it's the same thing. They went on a long road trip to Toronto, Colorado, and the White Sox, and they came home 5-4 from that 9-game trip. But they were hanging their hat on the fact, well, we got the Marlins when we get home, and the Marlins just swept the Diamondbacks too. So, I said it for years. It's not always who you play; it's when you play them. And right now, the Marlins are a scary team.
I mean, they crushed the Giants. They out-hit them 34-14 or whatever it was in that 3-game series. So, yeah, trust me, we're well aware of how well the Marlins were playing when they left San Francisco. What exactly is this team right now, the Diamondbacks? I know Corbin Carroll got injured. Zach Gallen is having a very bad year just looking at the numbers, but you're watching this team every day. Who are the Giants facing over the next couple of days?
Well, I'll put it the way Torey Lovullo, the manager, does, a very inconsistent team. I mean, there are days they go out there and play airtight defense. Everything seems to fall into place. The starting pitcher gets you into the 6th inning, and you can use your bullpen in an orderly fashion. When that happens, they're a really good team. Now, if they're not catching the ball, which they've been horrific at this year, I mean, this was the best defensive team in Major League Baseball last year, made the fewest errors, and they're going to blow right by that probably before the All-Star break. So the defense has been really shaky. The injuries have obviously hurt immensely. Gabby Moreno, our catcher, Josh Naylor's been a day-to-day guy with a neck-shoulder thing. Just right down the line, Marte was out for a month early in the season. People forget that. He's having an all-star first half, but he missed nearly a month of the season. So when you watch D-backs baseball, you better like offense, and you better be able to grit your teeth when the bullpen comes in.
Hey, Bob, from a managing perspective, when you get a big acquisition or a new player like the Giants did with Devers, it was a major shift, right? A tone in the organization, getting a player of that caliber. Yeah, all the stuff in the background with him and the Red Sox withstanding. He's had 12 games here now. He's batting .217. It's been a struggle offensively for him, and he's been a designated hitter the entire time as he's been working through a groin injury. How long does it take for a player, in your experience, to, kind of get their feet under them when they join a new team like this? And hell, a whole different league at that point.
Well, and I really thought Devers was going to hit the ground running, and he did that first game. I think he hit a double to the triples alley out there and had another base hit later in the game, and, the fans were giving him a standing ovation every time he stood up in the dugout. So I thought it was going to be a very easy transition, but you got to keep in mind you got to find a place to live. You got to find a place for your family. You got to find your way to the ballpark. Once you get to the ballpark, you have to find your way to the clubhouse. It's all new and it's all kind of disorienting until you kind of get settled in. Off the subject, I had knee surgery last week, so I was laying in bed for a few days, and I was watching 3 baseball games a day, and I just watched some of the Giants games, and I did see Devers and Willie Adames spending a lot of time on the bench. It was obvious they weren't monkeying around. There was some serious conversations going on, and I think that'll help immensely, having another veteran who recently has come from another team, maybe kind of relay his experiences and smooth over some of the speed bumps for Devers. But I saw a lot of that when I was watching the Giants games this past week.
Yeah, Bob, you're such an old school guy, and you're just a baseball lifer. And I was curious, who's Bob Brenly's favorite baseball player in the modern day?
In the modern day?
Yeah, like right now. Like who's the guy you like to watch the most? Who's that guy for you?
Well, I would say probably Bobby Witt Jr. is either at the top of the list or damn close to the top of the list. And it's funny because Bobby Witt Sr. was a pitcher on my staff back in 2001, and I've got some pictures at home of Bobby Sr. holding Bobby Jr. and the World Series trophy, and the trophy was bigger than Bobby Jr. So that tells you how long ago that was. But he's a special player. There's nothing on the field that he can't do at the highest level, and he does it with enthusiasm and energy, and I love to watch him.
Well, don't let Corbin Carroll hear this. I thought he was going to be your favorite player, Bob. I'm kidding, of course. Hey, Bob, really good stuff this morning, man. Really big fan of yours.
Always have been.
And we'll be tuning in this week. Massive 4-game series for both these teams.
Yes, indeed it is. I'll be there.
There he is. That
Awesome.
is Bob Brenly, former Diamondbacks manager, current broadcaster for the Diamondbacks, former Giants catcher, teammates with Bob Melvin, and Bob Melvin was on his staff. So he's got a lot of ties with this Giants organization, Joe. When it came to Bob Melvin, I did want to ask. He said Bob was one of his best friends, too.
It's very interesting.
And he was capes up for the guy, clearly,
Absolutely.
right there.
You know, Bob Brenly is just old school, just straight up old school baseball. And that's the second person we've asked in a short period of time. I think the other one was, Jim Leland.
Jim Leland, yeah.
Who's your favorite player in the modern day? And they both said Bobby Witt Jr.
Bobby Witt, yeah.
I love that guy so much.
You do love you some Bobby Witt Jr., don't you?
I do. Well, I follow him on IG. I don't follow a lot of athletes, but I follow him on IG. I watched him play against the Giants a couple years ago, and I've just been intoxicated ever since.
Best shortstop in baseball right now, but he's the best shortstop that might not even start their All-Star game, which speaks to the season that Jacob Wilson, a guy who the Giants are going to be seeing this weekend as a rookie, right? So pretty incredible.
And then he brought up a lot of stuff. So he was talking about how it's on the players. It's on the players. It's on the players to adjust. And again, this is a guy who was a player, was a bench coach, was a manager, and has now been broadcasting the games for 15, 20 years, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think he's got pretty good perspective on these things. And I agree with him. Like, we could argue about bench coaches, and we could argue about swing coaches, and we can argue about third base coaches, but at the end of the day, the players making huge money are the ones that are digging into the batter's box, and they're the ones that have to make adjustments. So I'm not saying that those hitting coaches and those batting coaches and third base coaches don't factor in. They wouldn't be employed, if they weren't, heavily scrutinized and very important. But like Jung-Hoo Lee is making a lot of money. Williard Dibs is making a boatload of money. He's been in the bigs for quite some time. Yeah. He has got to adjust.
He said something there that I think most people agree on when it comes to this Giants pitching staff, that they're the best in the NL West. They might be one of the best in all of baseball, just top to bottom, what they've been able to do, earned run average, all of that. That being said, and maybe it's just the ballpark and Giants fans in general, and we're just used to it, but had the roles been reversed, Joe, and it's the pitching that had been bad and the bats that have been amazing, you think it'd be like shifting our mindset how we're viewing this season?
Yeah, it would feel different, because I think when I put out a tweet yesterday, hey, are you concerned, basically, Giants fans? The responses, and a lot of them, there were a lot of anger, but a lot of them were, I feel like I've watched the same team for 16 straight years. Even though they won championships, it was always a grind offensively. I would just say when they did win championships, the situational hitting was significantly more clutch than what it is now.
And the fundamentals. Quite frankly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right now, the team cannot buy a hit. Like, they can't get 3 hits in a row to save their life. And it feels like every team they're going up against, all it takes is, hey, we got a couple hits, and we knocked some guys in, and then boom, game over. Feels insurmountable. Now, what he said about the Diamondbacks, I think, is my big takeaway. We got to get to their bullpen. Their bullpen is awful. He basically said they're terrible. They're absolutely terrible. So, you know what's going to happen? What? These starters are all going to go 7 innings deep.
I was going to say, it's like Zach Gallen. He has a 6 ERA. Well, he's going to go 6 innings, shutout baseball in the desert.
Hugh Kruko telling me at 10 o'clock in the evening, you just got to tip your cap. Zach Gallen going 8 strong today.
Well, I do throw out the records when it comes to certain stuff. Like, ownage on a team is ownage on a team. And let me pull that up right now when it comes to, I know Zach Gallen's not pitching tonight. He's pitching tomorrow.
It's one of the harder places to pitch because of the batter's eye, which is the when I'm standing in the batter's box and I look at the pitcher, what's behind you, right?
Yeah.
And they say that the batter's eye, because it's this big, flat, green, wall basically in center field. Have you ever been to Chase Field?
I've been to Chase Center. I've not been to Chase Field. I want to go to that pool though. It looks very fun.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You got to get special tickets to go to the pool. But I went there for a couple of games, and I like that stadium. I actually think it's a lot of fun. It's a huge warehouse, but it's a cool stadium, and it definitely is a lot cooler than the heat that's outside.
Right.
But
it's a dry heat.
That wall behind the pitcher is one of the best backdrops to hit on in all of baseball. It's inarguable.
So in his career, Zach Gallen has a 6-5 record against the Giants with an ERA of 3.94. So not crazy. He's had some stinkers against them. 101 strikeouts, again, 16 appearances versus the Giants in his career.
The bats need to wake up, man. This is the ballpark. If Adames doesn't hit here, now I've got big problems.
No, if they don't hit this week is what I'm saying. So it's Arizona in a AAA stadium in Sacramento. It's going to be like 100 degrees there.
What is the weather going to be up there?
It's going to be toasty in
Because I got
Sacramento.
85 in the river all week, and so I'm thinking
it was 90 in Pleasanton yesterday.
It's
so
got to be. It's got to be high. Let's look up Sacramento. Are you doing it or am I doing it?
I got it right here.
Okay,
Sacramento.
pull it up.
All right. Friday 84, Saturday 89, Sunday 89. It's gonna be hot.
Well,
we
actually got lucky because you're used to like 110.
Well, right. It's supposed to be 94 today, so there you go. It just tells you.
So we got kind of lucky.
Like Luis Severino, I don't know if he's scheduled to pitch. He's been a stinker there. He was their big signing there this week. And again, we're looking ahead. Just this week in general, I think at minimum, it's 7 games. You need to go 5-2. You need to go 5-2 at minimum this week.
Sam, are you doing a Saturday show?
I am doing a Saturday show.
Let me book on air for you. Hi, I'm Chris Townsend. I'm Chris Townsend, live from Sutter Health Park.
Hey, I'm not mad at Townie.
Yeah, I ran a Townie and A's game a couple years ago, and he had some interesting stuff to say about you.
Oh, that's BS. Townie loves me.
He does, actually. No, he said afterwards, I'm only kidding. I love the Butcher Boy, but I can't say what he actually said to me because it's not radio appropriate.
My first ever show was me running the board with Lucas Alexander, Fight On, Director of Sports, 95.7 The Game, you and Townie. It was a good show. It was very fun.
There was
I cut off someone, Telmo, our guy Telmo.
Telmo. He was very angry.
Cut off my guy Telmo.
There was a picture floating around the internet of Townie with a shovel and a hard hat on in Vegas, rocking all the green and gold.
Very disappointing.
That's going to be very interesting, that series, because as it's approaching, obviously, we're not going to be able to, we'll react to it next Monday, of course, but I think it's going to be taken over from Giants fans. I think A's fans, if there are any A's fans going to those games, I'd love to hear from you why you're going to those games. First of all, just the team is awful there. It's 1,000,000 degrees. They don't win there.
Something to do.
I guess I'd rather go to San Jose at the Single A Stadium and watch the Giants.
But what if you live in Rockland, for example?
It's so hot. God, it's unbearable there, though, right? There's something to be said about just the convenience.
My sister lives in Roseville. It's really hot.
That's what I'm saying.
Really hot.
Would you want to go to these games this weekend, Joe? Is what I'm asking. Like in 90-degree heat at night.
I don't live there. I don't know.
You don't know. I'm just asking you if you like to go to baseball games when it's 90 degrees out.
I mean,
no, as a fan,
look,
I have to be in the shade if that's the case.
Really?
I have to be.
But if it's 7 o'clock at night, it's different.
I'm not taking my kids to that. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not taking my kids to night games anyway.
Okay.
Until he gets a little older.
But sure. If I'm taking young Benjamin, who's going to be 6, I'm not going to do it at a day game at Sacramento.
No, I understand.
That's a huge thing right now when there's people are saying maybe they should just go to Vegas right now. But I was like, you think it's hot in Sac? It's hot like that year round in Vegas, and their AAA stadium's all outdoors. They're not playing there.
Ugh.
They're not doing that. They're locked into Sacramento for the next foreseeable future, right? By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Spadoni and Chasky. 3 hours down, one more to go. Great interview with Bob Brenly, former manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. If you missed any of that, find it on the app or on YouTube. By the way, we're talking about the heat. We're talking about summertime. We got 4th of July coming. You said something interesting on the call yesterday. The summer blockbusters.
They feel dead.
What? Why?
Like the movie experience of the summer blockbuster. It just, COVID ruined the movie theater. Now I'll just order it on Amazon Prime. I'll just order it on Apple, whatever, and I'll just pay the $25 and we can all watch it, and I'll have it in my library.
See, I think it's interesting because we had a summer blockbuster extravaganza a couple summers ago. Was it last summer or 2 summers ago? 2 summers ago, right?
2 summers ago.
We had Barbie, the movie, which was huge.
Yeah.
And Oppenheimer. And they called it Barbenheimer.
Oppenheimer is not a summer blockbuster.
Do you know
guys? That's like Schindler's List is a summer blockbuster.
Well,
what are you talking about?
Do you know what a summer blockbuster
Hey, get the
means?
family. We're going to Oppenheimer. What?
It was an explosive movie.
Do you know what it? Well, it was. It was.
Oh my God!
A summer blockbuster.
Had a booming review.
This is per AI. They know everything.
Whatever AI, just keep going. Let's hear it.
And this is an Allen Iverson, artificial intelligence.
Talk about movies.
Thank you. That's a 4.
Not film, movies.
A summer blockbuster is a highly anticipated, big budget movie.
Okay.
Typically released during the summer months.
Exactly.
That is intended to generate significant revenue and attract large crowds.
See, large crowds. So to me, like, there's the adult crowds that are going to go to adult movies, which Oppenheimer's an adult movie. I consider the big blockbuster, just my algorithm, is like, it's a little more family friendly. PG-13 at minimum.
Oppenheimer was PG-13.
Here's some ones that people would often associate.
What 12-year-olds?
No, it was R. Never mind. It was rated R. Never mind. I got that wrong. It was
Oppenheimer was rated R.
It was R. You're right. Never mind. My mistake. But still a blockbuster. Read the criteria for blockbusters against Bedoni.
But this is AI. This isn't real criteria.
Unless the AI agrees with you.
Actually, this is according to history.com, so AI was right.
Yeah, that's a real website.
That's what the aliens consider to be blockbusters.
A highly anticipated big budget movie typically released during the summer months.
Check.
That is intended to generate significant revenue.
Check.
And attract large crowds.
Check.
Superman.
4 for 4.
Stop it. Superman's coming out next week, okay? That's a summer blockbuster. Now, whether it fails or not, we will find out. But that has the potential to be a summer blockbuster.
See, I think you associate only action and adventure movies and like fantasy movies with this stuff.
Independence Day, the original ID4, was
Sci-fi.
a summer blockbuster.
Sci-fi, yes.
Obviously, yeah, there's no argument there.
Right? Like 12 and 13-year-olds wanted to go to that movie as well as the adults. That's a summer blockbuster.
Do you consider the Inside Out movies a blockbuster? Because Inside Out 2 was the summer blockbuster of last year.
It was.
Ahead of Deadpool and Wolverine. Another.
See, no, Deadpool
summer.
and Wolverine, that's a summer blockbuster.
But
that's rated R.
It didn't generate.
That doesn't matter, though.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Wait, so it doesn't matter for Deadpool and Wolverine that it's rated R, but it does that it's Oppenheimer?
You can draw outside the lines.
I feel like you're just trying to create your own algorithm here.
Well, no, he's trying to create.
About how much money it makes.
This is Shasky's definition of what a blockbuster is.
If you told a bunch
he's
of
not right, but it's his definition.
If you told a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds, hey, you want to go see Deadpool, Wolverine? They're like, yes, buy me tickets. Let's go.
See, this movie that came out over the weekend.
It's not about revenue.
It's F1 is the movie that you're going to be looking at.
That has potential to be a summer blockbuster.
Brad Pitt, it's Formula One.
Brad
it's very
Pitt,
fun,
exactly.
right? It's an Apple original. Jerry Bruckheimer, right? He's a very big shot producer guy, right? Lewis Hamilton's in it. Javier Bardem, big names. Like that cuts for you.
I agree. But like again, the reason why I go back to Independence Day because it's Will Smith at the height of Will Smith, right? And it was huge. Aliens and Will Smith, it was incredible.
See, I think you're sleeping on this Oppenheimer thing. I'll tell you why. Directors matter. No matter what, directors matter. When I know that Quentin Tarantino is going to be doing a summer blockbuster, I honestly don't even care if it's a shoot 'em up movie. Now, I know it's a Quentin Tarantino thing, so there's going to be some gore, there's going to be violence, there's going to be some references to, like pop culture that we're going to understand, and it's going to be fun because it's Quentin Tarantino. But, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is different than, Pulp Fiction, is different than The Hateful Eight, different than, insert Quentin Tarantino movie here. That was a summer blockbuster, though, was it not? That came out during the summertime, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't consider that a blockbuster. I don't think it's big enough.
I don't think it has to be the genre. Enough. No, Quentin Tarantino's big enough in his own right. He can sell no matter what.
He is. No,
Oppenheimer was
I
who?
agree.
Who was the director of Oppenheimer?
I don't know who.
Christopher Nolan. Whatever Christopher Nolan touches is pretty much gold.
Is that the guy who did Tenet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy, he's overrated.
It's also the guy that did Inception. It's the guy that did all the Dark Knights.
Inception.
No, you love all the Batman movies. That was Christopher Nolan.
No, those are great.
There you go.
Batman is a great example of one.
So there you go. And he's going to be doing the Odyssey next year, Joe, and I know you're going to be locked into that.
Not Odyssey the company, Odyssey
as in like the Iliad, and as in
there you go, exactly. Okay. So he's going to be doing the journey mythology. of Odysseus. That's cool. There you go. All right, you'll be locked in there.
Well, I mean that's a timeless tale.
Okay, I love. What are people's criteria of a summer blockbuster? 888-957-9570. We got this or that coming up. Maybe it's going to be Oppenheimer related, but you got Superman coming up here shortly. Joe, are you excited for that?
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic because I'm afraid it's going to be a dud. I loved Man of Steel. No one else did. I thought what's his face was amazing.
Henry Cavill. I thought he was a great. Michael Shannon as General Zod is one of the great villain casts of the century.
He's really good. Well, Kevin Costner as the dad was that gets me in the soul every single time.
I mean, I felt like Superman could have saved him in that one. Spoiler alert, but
He didn't want.
don't show off your powers right now. But isn't he faster than like a speeding bullet that no one would have noticed if you just saved him real quick? And it just is what it is. Just saying. Why are you looking at me like that?
Part of
He's the
arc
most
of
overrated
Superman.
superhero ever. I'm sorry. Superman's boring. Stinks. Doesn't give me anything.
Okay.
He's really good looking. Nothing can hurt him except for some magic or a little crystal. It's great. Congratulations. He puts on some glasses. I can't recognize him. Come on, man. What are we doing? He puts on, literally, he takes off glasses. Oh, Superman's in the building. Puts on glasses back on. Oh my God, Clark Kent. Come on, man. Come on. It's the weak sauce. Be more creative with your costume a little bit, right? Just a little bit. And now they're adding a dog, Crypto.
He's always been there.
No, he hasn't.
Comic books, yes, he has.
Oh, the comic books, please.
Yes, he has.
Stop.
Been there forever.
Does Batman have a dog too?
No.
Spider-Man have a dog? Does he have a pet tarantula?
No. Batman has, I don't know, a butler that helps him out, and then he has a sidekick in Robin, and then he's got a bunch of other people. It depends which Batman version we're in.
And a lot of money.
That's his superpower, as Ben Affleck said.
That's the one I want.
I'm filthy rich.
I would love that. That's Jeff Bezos on line one right over the weekend. I wonder if Superman or Batman attended that wedding. If you
he was dancing with Sydney Sweeney.
To me, there's a difference between extremely profitable, very popular movie and something I'm taking the whole family to. A whole family is the summer blockbuster.
Greatest summer blockbuster of all time. It's easy for me. And it has to do with during 4th of July the movie takes place. It's Jaws. It's not even close.
That's a classic.
It's the summer blockbuster of all time.
I love Jaws.
That thing has aged so beautifully.
It's so good.
I could put that movie on right now and young Benjamin would be afraid to go to the ocean. Like, those are the kind of movies that stand the test of time. Like, their ability to not, rarely show the shark itself, but still create fear of the ocean is what makes that beautiful. They do things in the summertime, whether it's on the lake, whether it's in, your own, pond or whatever, where they have movies on the lake where they have, this huge projector and you watch Jaws and, you can sit in the water and stuff like that. How scary
Jaws
is that?
is a classic.
Awesome.
When I just Googled it, some of the ones that came up, Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, Independence Day, and then one of my all-time favorites, E.T.
Oh, Phone
E.T.
Home.
was just, it's a classic. Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I love Indiana Jones. So
right?
much.
I mean, almost all of those, they're pretty family-friendly for the most part. Doesn't mean the kids aren't going to get scared a little.
I don't know when
Jurassic Park had scary moments.
The last time, I've had, an experience going to the movies where it felt like an experience.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Avengers, yeah. God, we're so oversaturated with the superhero market right now, too. So they better hope that Superman hits, because if it doesn't, that's bad for the rest of the superhero
If
genre.
I gave you a ticket, all right, would you rather go see the new Superman or go up to see Giants A's in Sacramento? It's free.
Is that this or that?
No, I'm just asking
It's not
you
a
guys.
bad one. I'd rather go see Superman. It's cold. It's chilly. The Fortress of Solitude, that is the movie, right? You like that? The Fortress of Solitude?
A hell of a pivot.
Come on, let's go. No, I don't want to be sitting in 90-degree heat against two offenses that might stink. Do I want to watch a pitching duel between Luis Severino and Landon Roop? No. I want to watch Superman kick some ass. Who's the villain in this one, by the way? Is it Lex Luthor? Do we know?
Well, Lex is always there.
I know. Do we know, though? Nicholas Holt's the guy, I guess. We'll see.
This is James Gunn's first movie in the new DC EU that they're doing here. They're basically rebooting the whole universe with James Gunn running things now.
James Gunn, as you know, director of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah,
so they're hoping that he's
those are great movies.
Yeah, so they're hoping he's bringing that success to the DC universe because DC's really hurt.
Also,
right now.
the best ride at Disneyland, or I guess it's California Adventures, is the Guardians of the Galaxy, where you go up and down. It's awesome.
Formerly of the Tower of Terror.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that ride. Guardians of the Galaxy, the soundtrack, everything is just so good. But that's getting to my point. Superman coming out next week. I'm huge on that. And I already told you guys, I know, I'm the only one. If they could come out with 8 billion of them, I'm going to watch them all. I'm a sucker for the Jurassic Park.
See, I thought you were going to go the Superman ride, Magic Mountain, Six Flags. I thought that's where you were going there.
I can't remember the last time I went to Magic Mountain.
Man,
It's been hell long.
I haven't been to, it's not Marine World anymore. What is it? Discovery Kingdom? I haven't been there. See, I just called it Marine World. This has been called that, 20 years? So there you go. Do you want to set up this or that now, Sammy? Or do you want to set up, do I tease it here?
We can set it up here.
Sure, do it.
Yeah, so you guys are talking about DC heroes, and as you're getting into your Batman versus Superman battle there, I think this or that's a simple one. Who's the better superhero, Superman or Batman?
It's not even close.
If you're in trouble, you need one of them to come save you.
Oh, well,
who are you depending on?
Superman.
Let's do it.
No. It's not. That's not the question. It's
You want
who
to
you
do the
taking.
better?
Who's the better superhero?
Superman or
Leave
Batman?
it right there. 888-957-9570. Start lighting them up. Call or text.
I'm taking Superman.
Better superhero.
And I love Batman. I love it.
Batman or Superman. That's what's coming up with the game. Brought to you by Sarah Money Ford.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Oh, we're rolling, baby. It's a great this or that question today.
One guy could fly. One guy could take bullets off the chest. One guy could walk through fire. One guy could literally have superhuman strength.
Great. One guy's just suave as hell, has a boatload of money, can do whatever he wants. Would you rather have swag or superpowers?
I mean,
Swag.
Superman had
Swag is my
unbelievable amounts
superpower.
No, he doesn't.
swag.
He's Clark Kent.
What are you
He's a
talking about?
nerd.
That's
He's
his
a
alter
freaking
ego.
dork. He's a dork. No one likes Clark Kent.
And he could shoot
Boring.
basically like thunderbolts out of his eyeballs, essentially.
Please, dude. He's your guy.
Could see through
I was
anything
gonna
but lead.
Stop. You know what? Clark Kent is the Farhan Zaidi of superheroes. Get out of here with that. Please.
How dare you even put
That's exactly what he is.
paragraph.
Oh, by the way, let's just hit it. Hit it, Carter. Come on. Give it to me. Oh, I threw you on the spot. There you go. All right, so Superman's coming out in theaters soon. We've already had the news, Batman with Robert Pattinson. That came out. That was really good. But who's the better superhero? That's the this or that today. Simple as that. Batman or Superman? 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text 888-957-9570. You say Superman.
I mean, when Doomsday was invented, okay, by Lex Luthor, if you know about the death of Superman, Batman needed Superman to be, there to help them defeat him. He does not defeat him without him.
Batman could do anything he wants.
No, except do that.
He could do anything he wants and get away with it because he's Bruce Wayne.
The real Justice League, that's literally what happened.
I mean, it's the better superhero, so we're not going into the alter egos that is, I guess, however you want to answer this. But Bruce Wayne taking laps over Clark Kent, and also Batman has the way better collection of villains.
Couldn't
It's not
you
even
argue that
close.
Iron Man is a better version in many ways than Batman?
Please, you had to kill him off to save the franchise.
I'm asking.
They would never
Just
kill
asking.
off Batman.
Just
They could never
asking.
kill him off. It's just Iron Man. His solo films are great. I guess one of them was good. Iron Man 2 and 3 were kind of eh. All Batman.
I'm not a big Iron Man. I prefer Batman over Iron Man. But there are people that say that they're very similar.
Most overrated superheroes, as I'm talking Chat GPT.
Well, it's the
right
Hulk.
here. The Hulk? Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
bad.
you guys are all probably too young. The Hulk was very big back in the day. This is back comic books before, all the TV shows.
I just asked Chat GPT most overrated superheroes. Number 1 is Superman. Number 2 is Batman. So, so AI saying
it's like saying like who are the most overrated players in the NBA? LeBron and Steph.
Right, it is exactly what it's saying. Kurt's in Oakland wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. We're having some fun here on 4th of July week. Most overrated. Who are you taking as a superhero? Superman or Batman, Kurt?
Thanks, guys. Two things really quickly. Batman is better than Iron Man, hands down.
I agree.
Secondly, I'm taking Superman because there was one little scene where there was this orphan girl that got kidnapped, and they're like, oh, nobody's going to care for her, so we're going to kidnap her and do whatever we want with her. She was crying. She says, nobody cares for me. Superman flew across the world, ripped open the thing, and said, I care for you. Let's go home. Batman's not doing that.
No, Kurt, Batman is an orphan, and he overcame that to be the greatest superhero of all time. Get your facts straight, Kurt, and get back to me, okay? He started an orphanage under Bruce Wayne Enterprises, saving the youth of Gotham City. Stop. What did Clark Kent do? Wrote a little puff piece for the Daily Planet? Stop. Miss me. Actually, he's lucky that Bruce Wayne doesn't tank that organization. He's probably losing money at this rate. Print. Yeah, what is Clark Kent even doing these days? Does he have a blog? Yeah, Print's dead. What is he doing? Does he have a podcast?
I mean, San Francisco Standard thinks they're doing real journalism.
Do we have
these
Clark
days.
Kent on the payroll? Is he our Odyssey superhero insider?
Actually, we've got a guest tomorrow that we booked, 8 o'clock, Clark Kent.
Insider
Got to talk a little Giants Diamondbacks.
Is Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai? Is that what he's brought to you by?
On the River Islands guest line.
Thank you. Oh, I don't want to miss that. I don't want to miss that. Clark Kent, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Jay in San Francisco, better superhero, Superman or Batman?
Yeah. What's up, y'all? It's Joe and Joe. I'm going to give a shout out to, first of all, my guy Shasky. We are Crusader Brothers.
Let's go.
Class of 21. Let's go. But, I'm going with Superman because Batman, I mean, how many times are you going to let Joker, you know what I'm saying, get out and cause more hell? How many times?
Seriously.
Like, I'm sick of it. So, but I don't care if you're talking Batman, Superman, Black Panther, Iron Man, doesn't matter. None of them get on base for the Giants right now. Shasky, what's going on, man?
Oh, dude, this team.
Please tell me.
Team. Hey, dude, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. I mean, they miss all. Their team right now, you know what they are?
Who are they?
They're when Superman took away all his powers and became mere mortal.
Oh, God.
Yes. When he went into the hyperbolic chamber thingy and he basically wanted to marry Lois Lane. That's what the Giants are right now. They have no superpowers.
They're Clark Kent, and they're trying to be bad.
They're basically Hawkeye without his bow.
Oh, God.
I don't
talk about worse superheroes. Hey, let's make someone super accuracy. That's great. That's really cool. That's awesome. Wow.
Hey, Legolas made it look cool.
Bow and arrow.
Woohoo!
Yeah, stop.
I mean, but Superman has cooler music too.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah. And I think collectively, the superhero actors, I know Christopher Reeves was really good with Superman.
No, he was amazing.
Like Brandon Routh or whatever was awful.
Come on, bro. You don't feel some kind of way when you hear this?
Is this an intro to a WWE superstar?
No, that's Ric Flair. Right?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Ric Flair ripped it off this.
Yeah, Ric Flair is a better superhero than Superman.
Superman's been around since World War II, dude. This thing is like, it's there for a reason.
888.
He's an American hero.
Okay, this is this or that
as we
today,
celebrate
people.
4th of July, red, white, and blue.
As I celebrate the phone number, 888-957-9570. Better superhero, Batman or Superman? Don in Concord.
What's up, Don?
It's 2-0 so far for Superman.
I know.
Don, who you taking, Batman or Superman?
Oh, Batman and Robin all day. I grew up in Oakland watching Batman, you know? And you know what? Shout out to Jaron Kiawi Sagapolutelli. Did I say it right, Joe? That's the quarterback at Cal this year, starting quarterback. Sagapolutelli from Campbell High in Hawaii, number 3 freshman, 6'3", 225. He's the Superman, but I'm going with Batman and Robin. I'm a Batman and Robin superhero freak.
Wait, just making sure. Batman doesn't stand alone in your book. He needs help, huh, Robin? He's like LeBron. He needs more help.
Your boy has a dog that helps him. He has a dog. He's everything you hate about society with their pets, bringing them to all the ballparks.
I have 2 dogs. What are you talking about?
You're not taking them to the ballpark. You get mad when people bring their
No,
therapy.
you shouldn't bring it to the dog, the ballpark.
I mean,
that's obvious.
I mean,
we got a stupid rabbit in the stands, and it's just weird.
Please, the guy's leaning on his dog to help people. Stop. At least the Alfred the butler is actually doing something these days. He's making good coffee. All right, that's all Bruce Wayne needs. Some coffee.
God, the Superman music's so good.
Bring up the Dark Knight music now.
The Dark Knight, Hans Zimmer's Dark Knight soundtrack hit pretty freaking hard.
It's not even close. Burnsy, Fremont, who you taking, Burnsy? Batman or Superman?
Batman. Hey, of course it's Batman. Hey, look, when I was a kid, I could actually be Batman. I could become Batman. There's no way I could be Superman. I can't just come from a different planet, but I could actually become Batman. Batman is it, man, without a doubt. Come on.
Let's go. Burnsy taking Batman, this or that. Taking Batman or Superman, people. 888-957-9570. Spadoni's taking Batman. Butch, he's taking Superman. What say you? What's the poll looking like on YouTube? Because you can participate there with this or that every day.
It's a pretty tight one right now. It is dead even, 50-50 on YouTube right now. At Muhammad7, DC has been lame because they only have one superhero in Superman.
No, actually, I'd argue the opposite of that. Like, they've been leaning on Batman heavily the last couple decades, have they not?
Basically since, 2008.
Yeah, since Batman Begins.
Yeah.
Like that's
He's basically been kind of carrying on.
I thought Man of Steel was way better than everyone else did, and I thought Ben Affleck's version of Batman in Justice League was actually really good.
It was decent. It was more of like a Frank Miller adaptation where it was like the bigger, like buffer Bruce Wayne, which is okay. But
Well, he's supposed to be more grizzled and like into his 40s, and like again, it's this isn't bad at all either.
Right? No.
As we listen to this banger of a soundtrack, Jeffrey Longz 6469 is going with Batman because Superman is corny.
Okay.
Yes.
San Jose Jazz fan the 7th says Batman because I care about Spadoni. Not sure. That sounds like something he would say, though. Fly Golf Bay Area is Batman is nothing without the money and his belt. I assume that meant to say belt, but need a good belt in your life.
I mean, if we're talking weaknesses, what is Superman's weakness? He doesn't really have one.
Oh, kryptonite.
Yeah.
No, sorry, that's Superman. Batman's weakness. He doesn't have one. I mean,
other than the fact that he's mortal.
I mean, he's never gonna die though.
Chicks.
He's never. No, he's baller.
Yeah, Catwoman kind of got under his cape and cowl.
And so did Wonder Woman too. Like
that's understandable.
Hey, look, Gal Gadot. I mean, you know.
Hey, so wait, you're telling me his weakness is
she's gorgeous
with his women? Like that's the problem he's got. He has so much riz that works against him. Stop. See, his weaknesses are actually strengths. What is Clark Kent? What's he pulled in the last 2 decades? What's Clark Kent pulling these days? Crickets?
Clark Kent?
Well, he's been with Lois Lane since day one.
No, he's got nothing with Lois. Bruce Wayne's with Lois.
And Lana, who lived in Smallville. Don't forget about that.
So 2.
Stop.
Yeah.
And he's not having the female incidents or problems that Batman's having.
Yeah, dude.
Well, yeah, but
Batman
if you want to
might get caught for some Diddy stuff.
Oh,
At
let's.
the Wayne Manor.
Whoa. Yeah, I think this segment's over now.
Alrighty, well, this was this or that.
He's loyal.
Well, the round on the table is Bruce Wayne's got so much money, he would have been fine with this situation. But we're not getting into that. 888-957-9570. Coming to a screeching halt with that Diddy comp. Jesus, Joe. What is wrong with you?
Speaking of Superman, do we think that Kuminga's getting traded today? They tendered him a $9 million restricted free agent thing.
I'm just trying to get the Superman is Jonathan Kuminga? That's who he is?
No.
Well, they both fly up.
Wasn't that Dwight Howard's nickname was Superman?
Well, he came out in the dunk contest and then pulled off the shirt like he was him, Cam Newton, it was a thing.
Shaq.
Yeah.
Well, he was Shaq Diesel.
Exactly. I don't know what's going on with Kuminga. I'm leaning that they bring him back still, which is crazy. I think he's going to be a Warrior next year. I do.
Well,
I do believe that.
Nobody seems to have any cap space for him. I don't know what they're doing. I think they're doing the right thing in letting him kind of like set his own market because I don't think it's as robust as he thought it was.
Do you like this, by the way? Like, I used to be excited about all the wheeling and dealing during free agency, during the trade deadline. I know we saw a crazy trade deadline, but like this second apron thing, the hard caps, like it's kind of ruining the fun of everything. And I guess that might have been the point of it.
Wait a minute.
It's kind of ruining the fun.
All you people that got mad at the Warriors, not you, but just in general, people that got mad at the Warriors for flexing their financial muscle, now it's like, we want parity. All these teams have no chance. Well, now you get Pacers, Oklahoma City Thunder in the finals. Thunder win it all. And now everyone's like, nah, we didn't like that. We don't really want that.
I don't. Like, and then, I know you're not talking to me, but like, I want to make, the Lakers, Warriors,
like
Celtics.
big brands.
Like, the Celtics getting rid of all these players after they just won a title. Like,
but I would say this. I think they would have done it regardless because of the Tatum injury.
Yeah, that's a brutal one. I wonder if Jaylen Brown's going to be the number one on that team. Like, I don't think they're going to move him because I just don't think someone's in the market of getting a $300 million player right now as we're talking about the hard cap situation. And what will the Warriors do with Jonathan Kuminga is going to be the biggest question mark. I think it's going to be a huge domino effect about the rest of this free agency period, quite frankly. As free agency officially begins 3 o'clock West Coast time, we might see some of this stuff being lingered out here shortly. Obviously, the big one right now, LeBron picking up his option, but him basically putting the Lakers on notice through his agent, Rich Paul, saying, yeah, I kind of want to compete for a title. I got 1 year left, basically. I don't think the Lakers are going to do that.
It's just so predictable from LeBron. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, but
He's so ridiculous.
But I kind of believe it this time.
I don't have enough help. You only have, Luka.
Yeah, and his boy Austin Reeves.
And he basically, built that entire team. Do we not think that he's the one behind every move that team has made over the last 4 years?
I don't think he was in on the Luka deal. That one was very out of left field.
He didn't know that was coming.
Well, he might have known 20 minutes before everyone else. Rob Pelinka texted him, was like, hey, this is what's going on. I don't think he was involved in that one. I don't. Because don't you think if he was, like, Rich Paul would have been like I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think he was done with Anthony Davis, and I think that the second he pulled the knife out of Anthony Davis's back, he was like, boom, and pushed him right to Dallas.
See, I think he actually wants to leave because he was blindsided by that Luka deal. And he's like, oh, okay. All right. You guys are going to be making deals without me now? All right, I'm done. Kick rocks. See you later.
They just drafted his kid. They literally hired his friend to be the coach.
Let's be honest. LeBron's going to say anyone would have drafted my kid if I told him to, which is the case, and that is true because he's got that kind of power.
Okay.
If he was a Warrior last year, they would have drafted Bronny too. They would have. Hell, there was reports that the Warriors were interested in drafting Bronny James, and that.
But this is the LeBron conundrum. This is the LeBron conundrum. It's never enough for him. It's never enough, and he's never culpable in any of the things that go wrong ever. I have zero empathy for him.
I think we've officially pivoted from this or that. What was the final toll? What do we got here?
Batman is ahead 53% to Superman's 47%.
Batman wins. That's what he does in life. He just wins. Comes out on top. By the way, some of the moves that took place yesterday around the association. Do you want to hear them?
Give it to me.
All right. So Portland Trail Blazers center DeAndre Ayton finalizing a buyout with the team, becoming a free agent.
So what does that mean? He can sign anywhere for league minimum?
Yes. And right now, according to some, gambling sites. Oh, give me the NBA on NBC. We're going to be hearing that a lot more next year, by the way. I'm pretty excited. Round Ball Rock, that's what it's called. The favorites to land DeAndre Ayton, according to Vegas, the Golden State Warriors.
Really?
Yeah. How would you like DeAndre Ayton?
Is he a real 7-footer?
I think he's legitimately
I know. Well, here comes the joke. I don't even know. Would Steve Kerr even play him? You got to play Looney.
7 feet. That's what he's listed as.
Oh, he's exactly 7 feet.
Yep.
I don't know.
I wouldn't hate it if it's on the cheap. But again, what's he commanding? I'm not sure. Jabari Smith Jr. of the Houston Rockets, their forward, intends to sign a 5-year, $122 million rookie contract.
That is bizarre. He barely played in that series.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that's smart.
Commiserate to his talent.
I came away from that series saying, if I'm a Rockets fan, give me more Jabari Smith, less Jalen Green. And they extended Jabari Smith and got rid of Jalen Green.
Yeah, but
who's perfect? Like, who's the perfect player to learn from?
But
if you're
Ime doesn't like him.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Clearly he does. He paid players that much if you don't like him?
I don't know. I see a lot of teams that keep players that they don't like.
Don't you think Kevin Durant's the perfect player to learn from, frame-wise, like the intangibles, all of that? Like, it feels like he is a carbon copy of him.
He needs to play, right?
I think he's going to.
He's a very young player. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that, to me, they were screaming more Jabari Smith. That's what we need, and Ime did not go in that direction. So I was surprised.
All right, so we got those two there. Sixers guard.
I would love DeAndre Ayton, by the way, before we close the book on that.
Sure.
I would be so open to that. It would be a complete sea change for this team in terms of actually playing a big.
Right. Philadelphia 76ers guard Eric Gordon declining his $3.4 million player option to explore free agency. Eric Gordon do anything for you?
I mean, he's on the ring chaser list if he wants to come in for dirt cheap.
God,
can never use enough shooting.
God, he's 36, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, think about it this way. Off the bench as a 9th, 10th man, you wouldn't take him? Just to shoot? Spot up shooting? This team needs it.
What do you shoot from three-point land? 40% from beyond the arc last year. Okay. All right.
I'm not asking him to play 25 minutes a night.
Bobby Portis signing a 3-year, $44 million contract return to the Bucks. Feels like that's a name that Warriors fans have wanted for a long time.
Yeah,
Bobby
I know.
Portis. Did you? You did? You're a big Bobby Portis guy?
I would take Bobby Portis, but I didn't think he was coming.
James Harden is declining his $36.3 player option and intends to sign a 2-year, $81.5 million contract. Yeah, there you go.
How much money has Harden made? I got to look this up.
A lot. He's made like half a bill, I think, at least, right? Right? It's got to be something like that. This was an interesting one. Jazz trading Colin Sexton in a 2030 second-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Yusuf Nurkic? Wow. Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know what the Jazz are doing. I think Danny Ainge is the most overrated of all the GMs.
Ace Bailey, baby. Let's go. All in.
I don't know. By the way, Harden's made $400 million.
Okay, 400. I thought it was 500. Yeah.
380 is what his career earned.
Oh, how about this guy? Old Warriors legend, if you will. The Philadelphia 76ers declining guard Lonnie Walker, the fourth's team option, making him a free agent.
Why you do that? Why would you even do that?
Averaged 12.3 points last year, 23 minutes at 35% from beyond the arc in 20 games. Lonnie Walker? Did he do anything for you? Want to bring him over?
Why do you have to do that?
Do what?
Warrior legend. Come on, dude.
Well, sorry, in like the negative tense. You're right. No, the Lonnie Walker game is going to live in infamy here in Golden State. But that's a guy, young-ish. Duncan Robinson declining. The Miami Heat declining it, or is he declining it? This is worded very poorly. Anyways, he's a free agent. Duncan Robinson, doing anything for you?
I wouldn't, again, as a shooter, as my 8th, 9th, 10th man, I wouldn't be mad at that.
All right, fair
He
enough.
reminds me similar to Buddy, where it's just like, I think he fits the system.
Dorian Finney-Smith declining his option for the Lakers. He's going to be a free agent. Dorian Finney-Smith, so he's out there. By the way, this was the talk of the town yesterday, and maybe we can get into this because you and Carter were having a field day with it off air. The United States District Attorney's Office is investigating Detroit Pistons guard Malik Beasley.
This is insane.
On allegations of gambling related to NBA games and prop bets, sources told ESPN's Shams Charania. Beasley, 28 years old, and the Pistons were in talks to sign a new 3-year, $42 million contract, and now those are on pause, sources said. The 9-year veteran guard averaged 16.3 points while appearing in all 82 games last season, his first with the Pistons. So he's like, hey, we're going to sign a 3-year, $42 million contract. Not so fast. Kenny Rogers, the gambler.
He's made $60 million in his NBA career. How down bad are you if you're gambling on stuff? Like $60 million is not enough?
What are you doing?
Addiction. This has nothing to do with anything other than he's clearly addicted or he was in too deep. Like, if you don't think gambling is an addiction like anything else, then this is a great example of it.
So we're getting caught up right now. The Morning Roast, Bedoni and Shasta.
It has to be, right? What other explanation is there?
We're getting caught up on all the stuff that happened over the weekend, and this might have been the biggest with Malik Beasley.
Here's the thing on this, too, that
gambling.
We've discussed this kind of like around the surface, but if you are someone who gambles, I'm not. Thank God I've got enough vices in my life. This is not one of them, and I'm very lucky.
I hate losing more than I win, so I'm with you on there. Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. If you are gambling on games and you see this story come out, what's your instant thought? Is it, I'm glad they found someone who's doing this because it tells me they're policing it, or how many other guys are doing this?
I mean, it's a combination of both. I just think of how stupid do you have to be to get caught. That's literally what I think when I think of these things. Because I know what's happening.
I don't think of that. I think of how down bad do you have to be addiction-wise to be, if you're making money in the NBA and you're somehow involved, because it's not like millions and millions of dollars he's not putting in on these games. He's addicted. Like, there's some more details I need to know.
Well, that's what I'm getting at here. It's a combination of both. One, I think you're an idiot getting caught doing this. What the hell? Like, why? Why even, like, and I get it. Maybe you're down bad financially and you need to do it. But if that's the case, like, again, what the hell are you doing to get into that space?
Phil Mickelson.
Yeah.
I think of Phil Mickelson. Phil Mickelson made hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars a year. He was literally the second highest paid athlete for a decade straight, while Tiger was the number one in all the world, okay? Outside of these soccer players, he was making more money than all these guys off the field because of all of his Callaway endorsements and his KPMG endorsements. And Phil was betting on anything and everything and was down so bad, he had to run to the Saudis and basically create the Live League. That's what he did. I mean, it is what it is. Like, that doesn't seem healthy to me.
He also wasn't paying his taxes, allegedly, either, in California. That's another thing in all of that with Phil Mickelson.
There's a lot. There was a lot. I mean, and this goes back to the Ohtani thing. Like, I'm sorry, I don't believe Ohtani either. I'm not saying that Ohtani was the one placing the bets, but that he didn't know anything, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. At all. And I don't buy that they wrapped it up in 24 hours. That I don't buy at all. No investigation? Give me a break. Like, the whole Ohtani thing seems ridiculous. They took how many? Like, think about this. I want you to think about this. How long have they been investigating P. Diddy? How long do you guys think?
Well, this is a much more serious accusations, I think.
The trial went for 6 weeks.
Okay, but how long do you think the investigation went? Years, probably, right?
Okay, well,
years.
They had stuff.
And they just
real quick. This is not the like. Let's not compare Shohei Ohtani what he did with
No,
Puff
I'm not
Daddy.
comparing. I'm talking about the way the federal government investigates individuals.
Yeah, one was much different. One was gambling related, fraud related. One was literally
how long do you think Phil
acts.
Mickelson was investigated?
I'm not sure.
Bobby Brown. Like, go right down the list of people who've evaded taxes or done anything when it comes to money, all right? The federal government investigates you for weeks, months, years. And they did this in a day? on Ohtani. I just don't buy it.
Well, we had his interpreter admitting to it. So that there's part of that. If people were admitting to it in all these other situations, then it would be a closed case. What's his face? I don't know the interpreter's name.
When the federal government wants to come after you, they take everything. They take cell phones. They take laptops. They freeze your accounts. They freeze everything. That's what they do to you when they really want to go after you.
Again,
I don't buy it on the surface level.
That's fine. You don't have to buy it. I don't really. Again, I don't care. I don't care about it. I don't care about that.
Well, I do.
Why? Why do you care about
showing? Because he's a Dodger, and there was more to this.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good for the game of baseball.
Watch them
it's good for the game of baseball. Do you like the game of baseball?
Time out.
Do you like the game of baseball?
Yeah, I do. And I watched them investigate Barry Bonds for some cream in the clear. The federal government wasting our time these are my taxpaying dollars for years as to whether they were using steroids, for Christ's sake. So yeah, I do matter because I watched the federal government go after Rafael Palmeiro, Mark McGwire, Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa for years. I watched Bernie Sanders as an elected official waste our time as to whether they cheated a game or not. So yeah, I wanted them to look at Ohtani a little longer.
You done?
No, I'm not done.
Keep going then. Feel better about yourself?
No, because the government is just, I don't buy it that they literally went, yep, he didn't do anything wrong. I just don't buy it.
Okay, you don't have to. The United States told us. So it is what it is. You got to live with it the rest of your life. Sorry. It just is what it is. Ohtani got off, if that's what you think, and he's the best player in baseball. And he's a Dodger. It sucks. It sucks. But the Giants are the best player in baseball too. Barry Bonds. It's okay.
Yeah, and he went through a ringer for years on end. Like that's the whole investigation, the trial, years on end. That's how the government works.
Sure. I know. Like, again, I'm not here to just, I think comparing the situations and the cases, I just don't buy it. Personally.
What do you mean?
As we're talking about
I'm telling you how the government operates in any situation, whether it is a white-collar crime or whether it is something that you deem to be significantly more egregious. That's how the government works.
Not everything is going to be the same, though. I'm not going to be comparing certain cases the same way I'm comparing fraud and money laundering that I am with sexual harassment or assault. That's not how that works.
Okay.
There's different departments within everything. And within the FBI, there's different departments. Okay. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about how they work.
We're talking about Malik Beasley and sports gambling. That's what we're talking about, I thought. Okay.
You're not going to agree with me on this.
I'm not. We're not going to agree.
I've literally had family members go through this white-collar crime similar to what Ohtani's going through, and I just know how the government works. They freeze everything, and they investigate you. They seize everything. If they wanted to look into Ohtani, it would have taken longer than 24 hours. It's inarguable.
We got Fast Five coming up in 5 minutes. We are off the tracks here. Let's try to get back on it. Giants getting the dub tonight, Logan Webb. Must win.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, Logan Webb's last start wasn't as good as that. I mean, they needed it. Yeah, they needed it. I don't know what they're going to do. They need the bats to wake up. But it would be nice to have like a 4-0 lead before he even goes out there to pitch, but I highly doubt that.
And can we get a shutdown inning after that? Like that's the part of No, you can't.
No.
He'll get nothing and like it.
No.
Who do we got on the mound tonight? Fott, I think his name is, how it's pronounced, against Logan Webb. All right, we'll see. Yeah. This is a massive series. This whole week, by the way, and we started the show talking about it, like making or break this season. When you lose against the Marlins, you lose against the White Sox, but now you're in division. You're not playing the Rockies for a while. Like that's fine and dandy if you beat up on the Colorado Rockies. You need to start winning within your division. When you get clapped by the AL Central like you did, Joe, it's not good.
I don't understand it. I don't understand how you lose to the Tigers. I mean, the Tigers are a really good team. And the Guardians have always been a well-run organization. White Sox and the Royals are solid, but White Sox and Minnesota, really?
I know.
It's so bad.
I know.
It makes... There's no rhyme or reason why they've been so bad to the AL Central. I don't get it. I don't know. Is it a scouting thing? Is it something that the Giants are not doing well? Do they know each other from spring training? Like, none of this makes any sense to me.
We were. Who did they play last year? Was it the NFC North that the 49ers played last year? They go 0 for them, right? The Niners played. They were 0 for in the NFC North. That's one thing. That's. Those
teams all made the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying here. Those teams are stacked. Like, all right, well, Those are like the best.
Except the Bears.
Oh, except the Bears. But even then, like, oh yeah, you're right. They didn't go. But they're the Rockies in this scenario. How about that?
Yes.
They're the Rockies in this scenario.
Absolutely.
But even then, I guess, as we go Chicago, I guess they'd be more the White Sox in this case. And even the White Sox beat you. So just think of how bad it is going against them. And then if like the Niners lost to the Bears of all teams. So it wasn't that bad, but you got to take care of business against teams like this. Like you're going up against the A's, man, in a AAA ballpark. You got to take care of business this upcoming week. You just have to. Hell, they kind of got their act together sweeping the A's like back at Oracle a few weeks ago. Remember, that was like a month ago.
They're facing a team in Arizona that's in a similar spot in the sense that they feel like they're fighting for their season.
Yeah.
And after getting swept by the Marlins, the Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks are licking their wounds, and they're both looking at the other going, all right, this is the one we got to have. One of these teams could make the other a seller at the deadline, which is crazy.
You know what's crazy is I'm flipping through my show notes here, and there's all these stats, and I'm going through all the deadline deals and everything, the Lakers, Malik Beasley, and then it just says, holy bleep, Ryan Walker box. I'm not going to show it on the cameras, but that's all it says right there. Wow. Are you that upset about this, or is this Sam Lubman being, look at this?
Well,
look at that.
When you watch Ryan Walker come into the game, he gives up immediate runners on base, immediate hits, and then it's second and third, and he balks like right then and there. I would have walked to the mound and taken him out. He was complete.
Walker, oh my goodness. A balk for another run.
And then the next guy gets a base hit and knocks that guy in. It was so predictable. And there are times in sports where you could tell, like, oh, this guy needs to come out of the game right now. And that was how I viewed that situation.
God. The Giants can really use a Batman right now. They could use Bruce Wayne. You think, who they actually want more right now? Batman's bat, or do they want Bruce Wayne's money? Who do the Giants need more of right now?
What is going on here?
I think they need the utility belt. That's what they need.
I think they need Fast Five is what they really
They might need. Can Alfred coach third base?
He might be able to.
Can Commissioner Gordon run my dugout?
Oh, remember the bullpen cart? Use the Batmobile? Just, what is the boy wonder doing? What's Robin up to these days? Hitting coach? Third base coach for Robin?
Robin would, in this analogy, would probably be like the Bat Boy.
No, he'd be like Matt Williams. Come on home, guys.
No.
His tights?
No.
Oh, man. What's your final thought today, Joey?
Look, my final thought is this.
What is it?
You got to win tonight. If you don't win the Logan Webb start, I think you're in big trouble. This is the one you got to have. You need a get-right game, and I'm looking at one guy in particular, Rafi Devers. I hate to put all the pressure on you, but, boy, they need a big fly from this guy. They need like a 3-for-4 night. They need him to be a little more discerning at the plate and drive the ball. He's got to drive the ball, and it starts with balance in the batter's box. I hate to put all the pressure on one guy on offense and one guy at the pitching staff, but it is on Logan Webb and on Rafi Devers tonight. I need my high-priced best two players on my team to play like it tonight. This is a must-win type of a game.
Must win?
I can't believe I'm saying that in July.
Well, I think I called it a must-win series against the White Sox on Friday, and they're like, well, let's see what happens.
You were right.
Well,
you were right. You were right.
You might look back, if you missed this season, you're going to look back saying, wow, we really lost the series. Got swept against the Marlins and then lost the series to the White Sox. That might be the tale of the season, which sucks. But you know what? Them's the breaks. You got to take care of business in June sometimes. Carter, what's your final thought?
Yeah, I'm going to add on to your little NBA update with something you missed, which is happy trails to Bojan Bogdanovic, 10-year NBA vet. I actually really always liked his game.
Bojan?
Yeah, he was the older one. Bojan, sure. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's spelled Bojan, but sure. I'm glad you're such a savant in pronunciation. I just want to say happy trails to him. He was a baller, in my opinion.
Marjanovic? Bobby? Are you thinking Boban or Bojan?
Bojan Bogdanovic.
Oh, Bogdanovic, not Boban Marjanovic.
Oh, I said Bogdanovic.
Okay, got it. There's a lot of Viches here. There you go.
This might be my favorite Vich.
Dude, I think we just found something there.
Yeah, he's a great Vich.
First off, if you're going to go Vich, it's Pistol Pete Maravich is the greatest of them.
It's Too Short's favorite word.
Well, he's been gone for a while.
There you go. Is Bobby playing anywhere? Oh, he's playing in China.
I think he averaged 30 or 35 points, no three-point line in college at LSU. Pistol Pete was one of my dad's
Oh, no,
favorite
I was
players.
watching some Pistol Pete stuff
It's
over
incredible.
the weekend. He could have averaged, if they had a three-point line in college, like 50-plus points per season.
He is one of the, the way you view whatever and one and street ball and all that, he was doing it before anyone was doing
Magic
it.
credits a lot of his cool assists to learning from Pistol Pete.
And in his Jazz jersey that said Pistol on the back is iconic.
Iconic.
God, man.
Sam's not back there, but we'll speak for Sammy. I'm sure his final thought was must win for the Giants tonight as well. The Orange and Black Weekend wrap, dude. It's balling though. I listened to him, Dan Devone.
How was it? It was good?
It's great. Dan's just a great presence. We talk about Dan Devone all the time. Maybe we got to book Dan. Who knows? You love some Dan Devone.
I do.
We got Wimbledon action going on right now. We got the number 2 seeded Carlos Alcaraz taking on the Italian Fabio Fognini. Fognini.
He's an Italian.
He's falling apart in the 5th set, 3-0 to Carlos Alcaraz. But you know what? That's to be expected. Fabio's one of those guys. Get him on a grass court. He has some upsets here or there. Just pushing Alcaraz early. Not his greatest surface, I would argue. Grass, he's really good, but he's nowhere near that he is on clay.
They won't even let you live bet on him.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
That is actually kind of nuts.
Hey,
Not even Malik Beasley?
Hey, I was going to say, Shohei Beasley over there. Calm down.
Could you imagine a tennis player or a golfer pulls, I know you're not supposed to have the phone. I'm sure you can't have the phone at all. Pull it out and just hey man, let me just put a quick, what is this, FanDuel?
No, that's what your fall guy's for.
Oh, Chris Carter?
Why do you think Ohtani's boy is in jail?
Oh, because he went to the seminar, you're saying. He went to the Chris Carter seminar.
He did.
The seminar. My final thought is 4th of July, miss me, Batman, the GOAT. It's not even close. It's not even close. In DC, I'll say Marvel, Spider-Man's running away with it. He's dominating the field when it comes to superhero. It's not even close.
I think Spider-Verse was such an underrated movie. I really like that.
Oh, were the summer blockbusters? Right?
Whatever it was, the multi-Spider-Verse.
Well, there's Across the Spider-Verse and Into the Spider-Verse, and then they have
the cartoon one.
Yeah, I know. That's what they're both of them.
Well, the one where there was all the different Spider-Mans.
Yeah, I think that's Across the Spider-Verse. Because Into the Spider-Verse is the first one. And then,
one's live action and one's...
No. Both of them are cartoons.
Because there was a Spider-Man recently that had all the old,
That was Spider-Man No Way Home.
No Way Home. Okay.
That was
good too.
Tom Holland.
Yes.
Tobey
I'm going to get real
Maguire,
dorky here.
And Andrew Garfield. All the different iterations since 2000 of all the different live-action Spider-Mans. I'm Team Toby for life, and I'll leave it at that. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Is it Giddings and Grandy again? Is it? No.
Giddings and Goo.
Giddings and Goo. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Batman.
All right, good morning, everyone. What is going on? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Sir.
We are live here at Chase Center getting set for really one of the biggest days of the NBA, the kickoff of not only Summer League, but, of course, unrestricted free agency. It's upon us, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt it doesn't stop. And I'll say this, Evan, I'm a little older than you.
Just a little bit. Just a little
bit. Leave a lot out. Shout out to James Kincaid out in the studio looking at us right now. And I got to say this. I hold on to the past. And I still have not gotten past the fact that Steph Curry pulled that hamstring, because had he not, Evan, early, we might still, we don't know, we could just be finishing a parade. So with that, this is the makeover. You had the draft. Now free agency is hours away, and I'm excited. But be my Bobby Marks today for me. Can you do that?
I'll try.
Can we get DeAndre Ayton?
Now, why would you want DeAndre Ayton?
He's tall. He's got size. Come on, Evan. He could be surrounded by this warrior culture, and it would bring the best out of him.
Well, we got a lot of people that we got to discuss.
Because I got a list for you.
Yeah, I know you do. I got my list, too. We also got a lot of people that we're hoping to get in here very soon, including the two newest member of the Warriors, Will Richard,
youngsters.
Alex Toohey, a couple second-round picks, Lane Wilson, head coach, who's going to be running Summer League for the Warriors, and, of course, is going to be here for the California Classic presented by CarMax. Tickets available July 5th and 6th right here at Chase Center. So we got a lot of stuff coming up for you. We also got to try and figure out what the hell's going on with the San Francisco Giants at some point.
Well, I know what's going on. They can't score. 5 runs against the White Sox. Not the Cubs. The White Sox. I'm watching that like, whoa. Black Rob, shout out to the rap fans out there. Whoa.
I mean, but it's not just the runs. It's getting picked off. It's giving up
wisely.
It's giving up hits when you shouldn't. It's Bob Melvin maybe not knowing how to orchestrate the bullpen properly. It's guys not playing well, and that's really the most frustrating part. Is you're 4-8 since you got your big bat, and I'm trying to figure out where this season is going, because Goo, if they don't figure it out soon, you know, you're looking at a deadline a month away from today, and I'm trying to figure out what Buster Posey should go out and get, because it feels like everything.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll say this. Tell me if I'm wrong, Evan, and I hate to be doing a 180, but did I overestimate the Giants' early success? Was that like a casino in Vegas, a mirage?
Did you overrate the Devers trade?
No, because I felt like I've been in love with the ideal of the Giants getting a bat like Devers or Barry Bonds per se first. So I felt like 9 of those were coming to this lineup. But Mike Trout's career on line one guy can do so much, and you're watching him, you know, get out, and it's not his fault, but that domino effect has not transpired with the San Francisco Giants, and they are anemic at the plate.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
And 888-957-9570. Again, we got all day to get into really the Golden State Warriors in preparation for free agency. It kicks off at 3 p.m. Pacific time, the negotiating window, but there's been, of course, rumors that have leaked out, none involving the Warriors yet, but potentially by the end of the day, hopefully we should have more clarity on that. But the question I have is, how do you get worse with Rafi Devers?
And that's what, I guess that's what I'm asking.
You got him to help this offense, which wasn't horrible, but wasn't good, and you got worse against some of the worst teams. Now, again, it's been 12 games, relatively small sample size, but this was supposed to be the thing that could springboard you, the player that could take you to the next place, and instead it feels like they've regressed.
And I'm not mad. That's a beautiful word, and I'm doing the same thing, and I think Giant fans are too, Evan, because at this point you're holding on to, shout out Bob, because you're holding on to hope when Chapman gets back. Now he'll be the Devers to ignite or be the match to get this offense going, and that's why I brought up, you know, their early season success as a collective, because I don't want to just point one player out, but Jung-Hoo Lee, I feel like he's swinging for the fences every time he's up. Adames, what about that pickup? And it's not just one somebody, but now it feels like everybody's been infected, and runners in scoring position is this team's kryptonite. 5 runs in 3 games where I go, oh, guys are going to get fat. Shout out Abundant Life, yeah.
Well, it hasn't been Jung-Hoo Lee, that's for sure. He's hitting like a $150 in the month of June. Damas is hitting 200. Who else we got here? Wilmer Flores hasn't been able to figure it out. And look, it's just frustrating considering you made the deal that's supposed to be somewhat of a franchise-altering type of decision. And understandably, 2 weeks ago, we're providing praise and giving it all. But I do have to take something back.
Oh, go ahead. It happens.
I texted you and Steiny on the night that they got Devers, on the day that they got Devers, and I said the Giants, Freudian slip.
I know where you're going.
Got their Jimmy Butler.
You did. And I put the heart emoji.
He ain't Jimmy Butler. You cannot go get a guy like that. And I realize baseball is different from basketball, but the Warriors started winning the moment that Jimmy Butler got here. And the Giants, for the most part, have not done enough winning for me yet to say that that's a comp that I want to stand on.
I'm not mad at that, but at the same time, we can't put all what ails the Giants offensively at the doorstep of Rafi Devers. He is the one proven guy with the bat, Evan, but I get what you're saying. But this season, dude, we're past 81. We're past the halfway point math-wise. So I'm sitting there saying you got a lot of time left, but they got to get going. They got to get going in a hurry. And I'm walking in Lovely Chase Center today, and I run into the boss. And you tell me what you think here, Evan. I'm grasping at straws like maybe Jim Leland or one of these old school managers, Whitey Herzog or Sparky Anderson, would flip over a spread, and maybe that would get the bats going. And what did you tell me? Melvin doesn't hit, but I'm grasping at straws like maybe not run Melvin. I'm not saying that, but maybe getting somebody's grill or mouth or flip over a spread. You say what to that?
Well, to me, you tried to flip over a spread when you threw it at Marlin last time. You saw him at Oracle Park, and that didn't work.
Down 3-0.
Yeah, you lost the game, and then you lost 2 of 3 to the White Sox, and now you got to head to Arizona, a place that's been tough for you over the years. Like they're in a delicate spot, and their season might be beginning to spiral. Now they have a chance, obviously, to correct course, but it feels like, again, since their 8-1 start, they've just been sitting around 500, and they've been going back and forth and teetering and seesawing between, a team that we're sitting up here wondering we should flip a spread for, or a team that's actually been playing some decent baseball and is 6 games above 500. I don't know who the Giants are, and that's the biggest issue right now because we thought we knew who they were, Goo.
Yeah.
And you got Devers to add to that, and I'm not saying it's his fault directly. I think it's just a coincidence, but it doesn't feel good when you shell out the amount of money the Giants are about to this guy, and the early returns have been largely inept.
Yeah, I got you, and I'll say this. I'll be positive. You got Chappie coming back. So when that day does come back, when that day does happen, maybe that's what ignites this offense. But, if you're telling me to be positive, I'm running out of ammo. And also, too, Robbie Ray, 1-0. He couldn't have pitched any better. Sandy Koufax right now probably would take an L with this offensive support that the Giants aren't giving their pitchers. And I'll say this about Verlander. There was some loud contact yesterday in the south side of Chicago. But the bottom line is he left. The team was up 2-1. And they just, Ramos, bases loaded. And we can insert any other hitter. It just feels like they got bad luck right now.
Well, you put some on Twitter last night that was pretty provocative. And that, to me, is really the state of the Giants as it stands right before the end of June, which is the Valkyries have what the Giants don't?
Just a vibe. And people came for me. I thought I needed security out front of the house yesterday, but I was just like, do you have a problem with that? If you called it provocative, I can't ignore that when the Valkyries play win or lose, they're leaving it all out there. Everything is, but the Giants, they're walking in quick like mud. It's just cement.
All right, well, we're going to talk to a couple guys that are going to be running up and down Chase Center Court this weekend, of course, at the California Classic, presented by CarMax. Hoping to get Will Richard, Alex Toohey, maybe Taron Armstrong, Lane Wilson. A lineup coming up provided by, of course, the great James Kincaid.
Not in a suit today.
No,
Raymond
Ritter taking it a little easy over the summer. Yeah. I don't know if I like that. Ritter came in talking about he's got 40 suits.
Yeah, he did.
And one of them's not on right now. So we'll see about those two moving forward. But hang on, we got some guests coming up on the other side. We are live at Chase Center. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Goo here as always. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And if you're planning a road trip to Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast, make sure your first stop is Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BerryOilChange.com for coupons. Back from Chase Center after this on 95.7 The Game.
at Richard, and he spins in for two.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that was Ian Eagle on the call for Will Richard, I believe, against Auburn during his NCAA tournament run. Of course, he was selected by the Golden State Warriors 56th after trading up from 59, second-round draft pick. He along with Alex Tui, hoping to join us live later in the program. We're here at Chase Center, Evan in for Steiny with Dale the Guru Johnson. And look, we also found out, Goo, he's going to be wearing number 3.
Yeah, and my guy used to wear number 3 for the Golden State Warriors.
Been a couple of them.
And I'm going to put some respect on his name. That's Jordan Poole. And we saw him. He had some moments here, more than some moments, good moments with the Warriors, and hopefully that'll rub off on this youngster here. But I'm excited to speak to him.
Well, I also want to see if we can have some fun with him because he is obviously a national champion. He's trying to help the Warriors win a championship. And the last 2 guys that won both a college title and an NBA title also went to Florida.
I'm trying to, man.
One of them won a championship with the Warriors.
Mo Spates.
Mo Buckets. Ding, ding, ding.
I'm on fire.
And the other one, Al Horford.
Oh, Tito.
Yeah, so both of them were on those back-to-back national title teams for Florida. So I wonder if Will Richard knows his U of F history.
And, Evan, if you're Will Richard, when you find out you're coming here to Golden State with the veteran-centric Warriors, damn near a dynasty, you know? Mm-hmm. You know, a team that's won 4 rings. You know, what's your first thought knowing that you're going to be teammates with Draymond Green, Steph, and now Jimmy Butler?
That's a great question. I do wonder because, well, Will Richard he was a 4-year player, so a little bit older, too.
Steiny won't like him, huh?
Yeah. No, but Steve Kerr will.
Okay, there you go.
That's all that matters. It's, I wonder what their perception of this franchise is because the Warriors are in an interesting spot, right? They're towards the tail end of, you want to call it a dynasty, post-dynasty. They've obviously done so much winning that, Will Richard, 10 years ago when the Warriors kicked this thing off,
wow,
he would have been in middle school.
Man, watching TNT and watching the finals and Steph do his thing. And the crazy thing about it, Evan, he's still doing it.
Exactly. And there's also a couple other guys we might get today. L.J. Cryer, who was an undrafted free agent, he actually played against Will Richard in the national championship when Houston lost to Florida. So I don't know if there's any bad blood. They
got to talk about that.
Well, have you ever joined a team where you're kind of going up against a guy? I don't know if it's professional or maybe you playing pickup, but you don't like the guy because they took your cookies, but then you got to go play against them, or you got to play with them. You got to be on the same team. You ever done that?
You know what, Evan? This is so far-fetched, but yes. One time, my cousin Derek and I rode up to Twin Peaks, played softball tournament, and we all caravan, 4 in a car. And then we get there, and the game was going to get canceled because the other team didn't have enough players. They were short 1. Yeah. So I'm Barry Bonds on the softball field, Sammy Sosa. So they volunteered me to be for the other team. Whityard, my first at bat, but I couldn't believe I was the one that they wanted to sacrifice, and I had all their faces on that big white ball with the blue dot and hit it out. But that's the closest thing I can, that comes to mind, Evan.
Well, that does remind me. So you always say Bonds and Sosa, but rest in peace. Why don't you say you're Dave Parker?
Wow, look at you. That's
he's
a great call. Rest in peace to the legend.
Yeah.
Man. At least he got in the Hall of Fame while he was here, right?
That's true, but his induction was going to be next month, and he's not, unfortunately, obviously,
no doubt,
not going to be present at that. So, R.I.P. the Cobra. I liked your tweet you put out about him this week.
But I am excited about this time, the Classic, and then also Summer League. And we found out Dibs and Grandy will be in Summer League. So 957 the game will be represented when that happens. But, Evan, what I needed you to be Bobby Marks. What are we working with in regard to the Warriors? I know you're not Dunleavy, but you got physique like him.
He might be around here somewhere.
But what are we working with in regard to the budget? Kobe White, if I throw out names like that, are they feasible? And what's going on with Kuminga? Do you want him here? What are we talking about? Will 25 get it done?
Well, that is the first big domino, right? And I think it's also indicative of I don't know if it's him specifically, but the importance of that decision, because all the rumors that we've seen leak out really beginning Friday from Shams Charania, none of them have involved the Warriors, right? We've heard rumors about teams being interested, the Warriors being linked to particular players. There's another New York Post.
Oh my God! Speak on it.
Link this weekend about the Warriors being involved in a Giannis potential trade. I don't know how much truth there is behind that, but I mean, do you want to start to go down some of these players and just see which ones?
Oh yeah, because I get excited.
Well, all right.
Because right now, any name you bring up, there's not one name that you could definitively say, "Guru, stop it." I'm Jim Carrey. You're saying there's a chance. So right now it's go time.
But seriously, so talk me through this. So DeAndre Ayton gets bought out by the Blazers yesterday. Had a chance to opt into $35 million. Doesn't. They buy out his contract. He's a free agent. The Warriors obviously need a center, but why? Why Ayton? To me, he's not what the Warriors need outside of the fact that he's 7 feet tall.
But what if I told you it's about the package and his skill set? A guy that can hit a 15, 20-footer with his eyes closed. A guy that can protect the rim when he's engaged. And I got to be careful here, Evan, but I've gone down this road. When the Warriors had success, obviously they didn't have Kareem at the center or Shaq, but they had guys that could set screens. And I'm not saying Ayton could set screens like a Bogut or a Zaza, but I think he is more talented than those guys. And what have I been preaching? And you're probably like, Guru, where are you going? I know you just got back from Texas, but I've been preaching in sports now. And Jimmy Butler exhibit A, where teams benefit from relationships getting toxic. And all of a sudden now, we find out in the middle of the night that DeAndre Ayton, whatever you think of him, I think, Evan, he has skills. He has size. There's a buyout. So now there's an opportunity for a team to get Ayton and roll the dice and hope on the come you could bring him here to a team. I don't want to call him ready-made, but they have a formula, and if he could be the best version of himself, I can hear Steiny in my voice now, the best version of himself, oh my God, Evan, this would be a great fit, I believe.
Yeah, see, he does nothing for me defensively, and he needs the ball on a team that is... I mean, that's the whole reason why Kuminga may stay or may go, is because he needs the ball. And you're putting another player on this team who needs the ball. To me, he's a perfect Los Angeles Laker.
And I think he'll be one by 5 p.m. tonight.
He might.
But why do you say that? Why is he good enough for LeBron and Luka and that Laker team that knows, just like the Warriors, they're trying to get one more before the sun goes down?
Well, I don't know if they can. And LeBron obviously opted into his player option, so he'll be a free agent beginning next year.
Get that money.
Maybe the Lakers might move. I don't know. But he's a perfect Laker because he's the guy that LeBron's going to blame or that they say can't play when eventually the Lakers run into trouble because their two best guys are either too old or out of shape.
So, with that said, if you look at the birth certificate for DeAndre Ayton, he's not AARP card is not in the mail like some of us on
Yeah,
the
he's
show.
only 27?
Yeah, but Evan, so there's no, and when you say he needs the ball, I think he's been humbled. He doesn't strike me as the type that's so demonstrative that he would go in feeling himself and throw, we're talking about turn over the spread. I think he could be a compliment to what the Warriors need. And how long are we going to go, Warrior fan, Dub Nation, to where we have no impact of a guy with size? I could picture right now, this is true, when I saw that last night, Evan, Draymond throwing them lobs. We saw and that's not going to win you games, but we saw what JaVale McGee was able to do at the center position. Looney, for that matter, when he was at the 5. This dude, compared to those guys that I'm mentioning, Zaza and Bogut, is explosive. Why not take a flyer if it made fiscal sense?
Well, that's the other thing, too, is he's going to cost a lot more than I think they're going to want to pay him. But the point is, what we're learning about this summer is it does have to fit what the Warriors are trying to do. And to me, adding another guy who needs the ball, I don't care if it's Ayton or could be a guard, could be a forward, adding another one of those players to a team that already is really centered around Steph and Jimmy, that's going to be problematic for me.
The way that you just said that, and it was eloquent, is that why Jonathan Kuminga could never, that dream of him being a superstar, trying to climb that mountain to get there, why we're 4 years in, and yet it looks like even if he came back, the Warriors couldn't give him that. After what you just described in regard to sharing some of the pizza, it's why, as much as I'm excited about Kuminga and his future, I don't think it could happen here.
Well, it can't happen this season, but it might be able to happen in the future.
But that's all that matters, Evan. The clock is ticking on Curry. It's ticking on Kerr and Dre and Jimmy.
No, I agree, and I think that's why they're in such a weird position. Like, all right, here, you want me to go through the options?
Yeah, go ahead.
These are the options
Bobby
that
Barnes.
are presented to that are presented to the Warriors and Kuminga, which is, again, what they have to decide, essentially beginning at 3 o'clock today when the negotiating period for unrestricted free agency opens. They extended a qualifying offer, which gets this ball rolling to him, along with also Taron Armstrong, who we might talk to later today. Okay. He was a two-way player they signed from Australia in February of last season. But with Kuminga, you can either sign and trade him this summer, which gets a little complicated because of the base year compensation. You're trading for half the cash, or you'd have to get another team involved. You can keep him and potentially trade him in February when you can match dollar for dollar.
All right, I like
that. Or the third option is you keep him and you just try and figure it out. I don't know where people come down on those three options, but again, you can sign and trade him this summer, you can keep him and trade him at the deadline next season, or you can keep him, give him his money, and try and see if there's some sort of middle ground that you can reach between now and the beginning of this season.
I'll say this, up into the last year and I told Steiny and you and the listeners this, I'm a big guy on continuity, and I didn't like the fact that the Warriors were looking at the deadline like they did last year and we're going to bring in said player. I'm like, to me, that doesn't give you time to bond. All that stuff that I believe off the court, Evan, is important, but boy, they go pull the move, make the move for Jimmy Butler, and it was better than anybody expected.
Oh, I think so, absolutely. And we got a new member of the Golden State Warriors joining us right now. We got Will Richard here. This is all you.
What's up, baby? All right, good to see you.
Nice to meet you, Will. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Please be joined now by newest member of the Golden State Warriors, Will Richard, out of the University of Florida, 56th overall pick. Thank you for joining us, man. How you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Fantastic. Well, what's the first kind of dose of NBA life like for you? I know you're here at Media Day. You're coming around. You're talking to everybody. What's been your first experience with the Warriors like?
Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, getting to meet everybody. It's a great organization, so I'm happy to be a part of it.
We were having some fun, the Warriors, as you know, a dynasty.
Yeah.
They've won 4. How old you were when the dynasty started. But can you walk us, Will, through draft night? Are you so excited, like, I don't care just as long as I get drafted? But when you find out you're about to be a teammate of Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler and play for Coach Kerr?
Yeah, draft night was special. I mean, we definitely wanted to hear that name be called, but I wanted to be in the right situation, too. And when I heard it was Golden State, I mean, I was ecstatic. I mean, I grew up watching the Warriors, so, I mean, just being around those guys and being able to learn so much from them, I mean, that's what you dream of. So it's a great opportunity. I'm happy to be a part of it.
Will Richard joining us here on 95.7 The Game, live from Chase Center, 56th overall pick in the 2025 draft. I mean, you are one of the few players, as of recently to come here with a national championship. I know this is an organization that's kind of been synonymous with winning as of late. Was it special for you to be able to, take what you did at the collegiate level, the success that you've had, and now you're joining a team that is in the thick of things? They made it to the second round last year. What was it like when you got the news from them? But also, they traded up to get you, too, to have that feeling that they really targeted and wanted you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was special. I mean, I feel like being a national championship and coming to an organization like the Warriors, I mean, they expect winning and they expect doing it at a high level. So I have the same mindset. I want to be able to come in and impact winning as much as possible in any way possible. So for me, it was perfect. I feel like it's a perfect organization for me to be a part of, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to help us win.
There it is. You got me excited. Dub Nation's excited. Will, for the fans of Dub Nation that aren't familiar too much with the college game, can you walk us through or share with them what type of player you are, and how what game you're patting yourself after?
Yeah, I feel like I'm a very versatile player. I feel like I'm able to adapt to whatever the team needs from me. If I need to score, I can do that. But I really pride myself on guarding at a high level, impacting the game, rebounding, just doing whatever it takes for the team to win. Spacing the floor, cutting, making the right read. So just doing a little bit of everything.
Well, and of course, during your run to a national championship, you guys played here. You had a great comeback against Texas Tech. You go on against Houston. But you had a massive national championship game, especially in that first half. You were hitting everything, keeping your team in it. What is it like playing in that kind of one-and-done situation? Are those the situations that you personally enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, it's what you dream of. And for me, it was no nerves in it. I mean, I'm going in with the mindset that we can become legends today, and I want to help my team be able to do that. So for me, I was just ready to play and just leave it all out there. So it was a blessing to be able to come out champions.
It's kind of funny. You're going to be on the floor for the Classic, and there's no Dre, Steph, or Jimmy Butler. Have you thought about, okay, I'm one of those dudes. How does one approach that, knowing, those three won't be on the court as they will when the season starts in the regular season?
For sure. I mean, you just got to attack it the way you would every game. Just do whatever it takes to help the team win. I feel like I'm going to go out there and be aggressive, but I want to make sure everybody's involved, play the right way, and just do whatever it takes to help us win.
Well, Richard joining us here on 95.7 The Game, 56th overall pick by the Golden State Warriors in this year's draft. I know that the Warriors started their winning 10 years ago, leaving you a little bit younger. But kind of growing up, who did you pattern your game after? And was a team like the Warriors, something, I know you can't envision being a part of it at that point in your life, but was that a team that you watched? And who did you pattern your game after growing up?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up watching the Warriors. There was a video of me when I was in elementary school saying that the Warriors were my favorite team. So I watched a lot of Clay. Clay and Steph were my favorite players growing up. So, man. It's definitely special to be a part of an organization that they helped build, and they built this dynasty. So I'm happy to be a part of it, and I want to keep that going.
Man, just think, you know how lucky you are? That was your guy, and now that's your teammate. Yep. God is good.
Definitely.
Hey, I'm the guy on the show that asks the random questions. So you're in the Bay Area. This is your new home. Have you got experience with the Bay throughout your life, or is this the first time?
Oh, well, I only had it when we played here for the tournament. That was really my only experience. So, I mean, I got a good experience down here. I'm 2-0 in Chase Center, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Well, and you're also undefeated against a current teammate of yours now, LJ Cryer, who played for Houston. You guys obviously got him in the biggest moment. You've been ribbing him a little bit? Like, what's been going on there?
No, I'm leaving that alone. I mean, I like LJ a lot. He's a great player, so I'm excited to be teammates with him.
Right on. Well, it's interesting, too, now, getting into this kind of, professional atmosphere now, obviously something you've been waiting for and working for your entire life. But, what kind of is the next step for you getting ready for the California Classic this upcoming weekend? And, kind of what have you been working on this summer?
For me, I'll just say going out there shooting at a high level. I feel like with all the pre-draft stuff, I wasn't able to really get workouts in. But for me, I've been working a lot on balance in every one of my shots. I feel like during the season, I could sometimes fade away or do stuff like that. So for me, I've just been repping out balance, landing straight up and straight down and just staying in my shot. So I'll probably say that, and then just guarding at a high level. I feel like those are two things that I can really hone in on in the time that I have. So I'll probably say those are the main things that I've been working on.
Oh, great stuff. How much interaction have you had, if any, with Coach Kerr? Like, you get the call, you're a Warrior. Have you had a sit down with him, or how does that go?
Yeah, I haven't had a sit down with him yet, but he called me the night of draft night, and we talked, and he was saying he was excited to meet me. And so I'll definitely probably end up meeting him this week, and I'll definitely look forward to that.
There it is.
Yes, Richard joining us here on 95.7 The Game, University of Florida national champion, now member of the Golden State Warriors. What has been the most kind of challenging part for you going from, obviously, college and the draft, now transitioning to becoming a professional?
I feel like the main thing that I have to adjust to is probably the routine. I feel like my senior year at Florida, I have finally found a routine that I can stick to every day. But being in the NBA is a whole different thing. So I feel like just getting that routine down. And luckily for me, I have guys like Steph, Dre, and Jimmy that have been in the league for a long time and have experienced it all. So I'll definitely be asking them as many questions as possible, trying to get adjusted.
Now, the 82-game season obviously is longer than what you're used to in college. Have you given that much thought, or is this just ball? We got games, we just play.
It's definitely much longer than college. I played 40 games this year, but that's a whole another 42 games. So I'll probably say it's definitely just basketball at the end of the day, but you definitely got to prioritize recovery a lot more, making sure you're taking care of your body. So I definitely look forward to that adjustment.
Well, I know you mentioned being out here for the 2 games at Chase Center, not much familiarity outside of that. Your head coach does have a lot of familiarity, and Todd Golden used to be at USF, played at St. Mary's. What have the conversations been like with him? Has there been any preparation? Hey, here's what's going on in the Bay Area. Here's where you want to stay. How has Todd Golden helped prepare you now to join the Warriors?
Yeah, he's definitely helped me. I mean, he says the Bay is a great place to be, and he's excited for me down here. But he's definitely giving me some recommendations, some food spots and stuff like that. Told me to go out to the pier a little bit, walk around. So yeah, he's definitely been looking out for me. So it's a blessing to be able to have a coach that's, been here and won here as well too.
Mm-hmm. So the biggest transition you would say from college to the league. Mm-hmm. What would you say is number one for you? Because you kind of shared it with us, but what's that number one transition?
Yeah, I'll probably just say, routine, and what you do with your free time. I feel like at college you have classes and stuff like that to worry about. So, this is just basketball. So I got to prioritize doing stuff that helps me to be the best basketball player I can be. So what I do in my free time is very important.
Well, Richard, joining us here on 95.7 The Game, 56th overall pick from the Golden State Warriors. Have you got to meet members of the team yet? Or I know you've been so busy just going through this entire process, but have you got to talk to Steph? Have you got to meet these guys at all? I know he was here at the Valkyries game last night, but have you got to meet these guys yet?
Yeah, no, I haven't got to meet him yet, but I talked to Brandon, I talked to Quentin when I was here in my pre-draft workout, and I talked to Brandon this morning. So I've got to meet some of them, but not Steph or those guys yet. I look forward to doing that though.
Did you know that you mentioned the pre-draft workout? Were the Warriors on your radar as much as it sounds like you were on theirs, obviously, because they traded up to get you?
For sure. That was a workout that I probably had circled since the beginning, since I knew my schedule. So I was definitely looking forward to them, and I knew it would be a great situation for me to be able to come here. So I was definitely had that one circled.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious the Steph component, because we all love the chef, and that was your favorite guy.
Yeah.
Is it one of those things, Will, when you start your routine and you see his, you throw everything you do out, they're like, I'm going to just follow what the chef does?
That's definitely what it's going to be. I'm definitely going to be sitting there watching, taking notes, and I'm going to ask as many questions as possible, because, he's done it, and he's done it at a high level for a long time, and that's something I strive to do. So I'm going to be a student of him for a long time. Yeah.
Right on. Well, before we get you out of here, we wanted to play a little game. So we were looking at today, just which players have won national championships that are currently in the league.
Okay.
And there are a couple of guys. There's one guy who actually went to the University of Florida who's won both a national championship and an NBA championship. Do you know that player?
Al Horford.
Look at it. He knows his homework.
Can't stump him. Can't stump him.
Big wheel.
Yep.
Yeah, because Maurice Spates, who obviously was a champion with the Warriors, is also on that list too. But,
for sure.
Man,
he knew.
Can't get nothing by him. But we look forward to seeing you this
Good
weekend,
luck,
obviously, the
man.
California Classic.
Y'all.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, appreciate y'all for having me.
Good luck,
That's Will
man.
Richard.
Yeah.
56th overall pick.
He do his history.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
That was
proud
dope.
Gator. Man, again, he's in an exclusive club. He's got a national championship. And look, we saw, especially their path to a title this year was so difficult. And it doesn't get any easier once you get to the NBA.
I just couldn't imagine, having my basketball idol or whatever entity you're in, and your idol is now your coworker. Like, that's surreal.
Yeah, he said he was a Steph and Clay guy. Like the Splash Brothers were his players.
Man, now they're teammates. That's crazy, man.
One of them.
Yeah. He was in good spirits, man. They won higher.
Yeah, the other one's hanging out in Dallas. Although he'll get to play against him this year. No, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do, and at least it's always fun getting to meet these guys for the first time, because you see them on television, especially someone like Richard is on a high-profile team. You read about them, the kind of profile and prospect that they are. But, just asking them, all right, what the biggest transition is. It's routine. Trying to really become a two-way player, a 3-and-D guy. And it's interesting, because that's what I was reading about him before we got in here. That's the kind of profile that he is as a player, a 3-and-D guy.
I love it,
And, to be honest, the Warriors could use a couple of those guys.
And the Rat on the Table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is we're rooting for him. We're rooting for all these guys that don Warrior jerseys. But you think about rookies in the past, and it boils down to opportunity. It boils down to need. And we see what Quentin Post did with his opportunity, not starting the season, on the big roster. But I'm rooting for him. Good personality, and 3-and-D is needed here in the Golden State.
Yeah, no doubt. And we're going to be talking to Alex Tuohy along with Lane Wilson coming up in a little bit. Taron Armstrong perhaps going to join the program as well. Live from Chase Center, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson, getting us set for the beginning of free agency.
Let's go.
Unrestricted free agency. The negotiating period opens at 3 o'clock Pacific time. A lot of stuff leaking out beforehand. We'll get to all of that, where the Warriors might fit in, all in advance, obviously, of the California Classic presented by CarMax. Tickets are available for games this weekend, Saturday, Sunday at Chase Center. Snag your California Classic bundle, 2 lower-level tickets, 2 hot dogs, 2 drinks, $40 a person, offer good through July 1st. And want to remind people again that we are live at Chase Center. All that coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by Ceremony Ford. what's going on, everyone? Live from Chase Center.
Yes.
Evan in for Steiny. Goo here as well. Just talked to Will Richard.
I'm a fan.
University of Florida, 56th overall pick. Yeah, cool guy, man. Really cool guy. And it's fun for us to get to know these guys outside of, and one we got come up in just a moment. I'd be surprised if anybody has really seen him play, because Alex Tui has been on the Sydney Kings in Australia for the last couple of seasons, and obviously he was drafted right before Will Richard at 52.
Yeah,
a 6'8" wing. I'm excited to kind of get to know him outside of just what I've read about.
Yeah, no doubt. And I wanted to ask you, Evan, were you shocked that the Warriors traded down, and what did that signal to you? Did they feel like, there were maybe no paint guys, they were ready-made right now for what they were trying to do? But I love the 2 picks, but when you saw them trade down, were you shocked?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because they did it before. It was like a half hour, an hour before the draft. So it wasn't one of those that, nothing's there, we don't like what we're seeing on the board, and we're going to move back. Like that was a predetermined decision by Mike Dunleavy Jr. and the entire front office. What I thought about it in the moment, and I want to run this by you, I thought that they might be doing it as a precursor to a trade.
That's what I thought.
At some point, not on draft night, but at some point in the summer.
I'm
because
with you.
You need extra roster spots, and hopefully, obviously Will Richard and Alex Tui can contribute. But when you're selected that low, you're kind of cheap labor. You're hoping to get something. The Warriors have from Post, obviously, who was the 52nd overall pick last year. Trace Jackson Davis in the second round, too. Those guys are, while they're a little limited, they're valuable. And the Warriors right now, after extending or picking up team options for Quentin Post and Guy Santos over the weekend, they have 9 roster spots. And they have a chance to maybe to sign one of these guys to a 2-way. L.J. Cryer, who was an undrafted free agent in the mix as well. But I thought that trading back to get 2 picks was as much about setting themselves up if they had to make a trade as it was to obviously get some talented guys.
Yeah, and I feel like you're saying that, Evan, and you're describing assets,
Exactly.
You got the plethora. But we've seen Will on the college stage, but our guy coming in here now, I'm not too familiar with this game, but, Evan, that excites me. Like, I want to see what he was doing over there with the Kings, as you just mentioned. But I got to read a text from my guy, Squirt.
Okay.
He says, don't bring Ayton to the Bay. He's heartless. Is that fair, or was he just in a bad situation? Because I like the guy's skill set, man.
Well, he was in a good situation, and then they sent him to a bad one. So, I mean, what does that say about him?
Well, the coach got fired. They blew Game 7 at home to Dallas, so it wasn't just him.
COVID gate,
yeah, there you go. But, man, you can't ignore the Warriors resurrecting guys' careers. When they come here and put on a Warrior uniform, things for the better happen, and we can't ignore that. Why not with Ayton? And you need size, Evan.
Well, I agree with that. I think that they got to go get a center who's going to start over.
Okay,
Post
gotcha. All right, right.
And Trace Jackson Davis. We still don't know about Looney yet. He's a free agent as well.
Don't we go through this every year with Looney? We love him to death, and he's just you can count on him, but every year it's almost like he's out of here and he's not, man.
Well, this was the nugget from last week too. I think it was from Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area. Gary Payton II is not expected back.
Wow.
Now there is a path where he could return, but I guess I was a little surprised to see that.
Now let's back up. Remember, he was in Portland, so it was never about what he brings to the table, because I'm telling you, Evan, his ability to finish, defend the best ball handler, we saw it. We lived it, right? But I will say this. If he's not a Warrior, it's not because what he's doing or what he didn't do on the court. What if I told you I think it's just about the availability?
Oh, no, 100%. You said what he brings to the table. It's unfortunately what he's been bringing to the athletic training table.
Yeah, the Carfax report.
Yeah, he's been on ice for a lot. And last year, look, he played, I think, 62 games, started a few for Golden State. It's not that I badly want him back. It's just, to your point, like, he is their best perimeter defender. And they don't really have a ton of guys who can stop the ball. And
that's a problem.
To not bring him back, it just means you got a void.
Okay, no doubt about it.
It just means you're looking for another guy to step up and fill that void.
Yeah, and not almost fill that void, but fill that void of being nasty and making it hard for any guard, bringing it up 94 feet, because we've seen GP2 do that. And I got to be honest, I hope kind of like he's not off of the team. Because you're right, until we see it or a move is made, how are you going to replace that?
Well, a guy that's supposed to be a pretty versatile defender, hopefully he's going to join us in a couple minutes here. That's Alex Tui, was the 52nd overall pick, drafted out of Australia. And, you know, the Warriors have dipped their toes in international waters before, some successful, some not. But Tui's got a clean slate and an opportunity here. The other thing, too, it's like looking at, you know, what they're trying to accomplish at this point in the summer, right before free agency at 3 o'clock, is they don't have a ton of space between the first apron right now and
the Joe Lacob rule.
Basically.
Anyway.
Yeah, but
I hate it.
They don't have a ton of space if they want to stay under. And even if they want to go over, they still have to do a lot of, what do you call it, fidangling?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, financial fidangling. Because they got to fill out the back end of their roster. And I think that's why these guys also kind of fit into the picture for me as well. But, okay, so if Ayton's off the board, which I guess for you
Portis
he's not.
is now off the board, right? That looks like he's going back.
I thought that's a pretty reasonable contract. 3 for 44 for Bobby Portis to go back to Milwaukee. I also wonder, too, if they are indeed going to trade Giannis, then what's the point of re-signing Bobby Portis? And again, Giannis hasn't asked for a trade, but the New York Post linked him to the Warriors this weekend.
No doubt. And I saw that. I was like, what does that mean? And, Evan, I get where you're at with that mindset. But time will tell. But I'll say this. What about the other member of the Chicago Bulls when you talk about size for the people out there? And there are a lot that are coming at me because they don't want Ayton. What about Vucevic?
Well, he'd fit in because he's like 35.
But what about, well, you got me. But, dude, I just like his game.
Now, his game is basically a stretch 5. So, to me, I'm not, he's better. He's more polished.
Right.
Quentin Post is kind of just a cheaper version of him, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think we got company.
Oh,
yeah,
right
there
on.
he is. There he is.
All right, well, we'll get back to the roster in a little bit because we got to talk to one of the newest members here.
Yes, sir.
Alex Tui.
What's up, baby? All right.
How are we doing, Alex? Nice to meet you. Yeah, Alex Tui, 52nd overall pick.
Let's go.
Out of the Sydney Kings in Australia. Well, welcome. We appreciate you joining us. How you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
Well, I think, a lot of people, when they saw your name announced, obviously excited, but not many people perhaps familiar or having watched you, say, as much as Will, who was on Florida. Kind of, if people were getting to know you for the first time, how would you describe your game on the court?
I think versatile, being able to play a lot of different positions. Growing up in Australia, it's a lot of pass first, like big motion offense, which is probably similar to the Warriors. So I think versatile, being able to play different positions, play out of the short roll, make threes, come off on balls, just being a well-rounded basketball player.
Now, when it was announced that it could have been 30 teams could have called your name, but it was the Golden State Warriors. And from what I understand, you got a relationship with Andrew Bogut. What do you know about the Warriors, and how excited were you that they called your name?
I was super excited. I think Bogut last year was technically my boss. He was the owner of the team I played for, and this year he's joining them as an assistant coach. So got to speak with him a lot, and he loves the city. And I flicked Delly a message asking how should I guard Steph in training, and I'll see what he comes back with. So excited.
Alex Tui joining us on 95.7 The Game. By the way, all guests appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? A bit more about Bogut. Like, when you were trying to figure out where you might land, are you hoping, just because of how much of a relationship you have with Andrew, that the Warriors would be that team? And how much did you have them circled on your radar?
Yeah, I think regardless of Andrew Bogut, just the way they play, I think playing different positions, being versatile, playing fast-paced, shooting a lot of threes, that's the way I like to play. So regardless of him, I kind of love this team and fell in love with them early on, and now I'm just excited to be part of it. But Bogut obviously kind of having his input and understanding how he played in the system and how he's seen guys that worked well and guys that didn't work as well is definitely going to help me a lot, and being able to have those conversations with him.
Yeah, we're excited, and we were just having a conversation about this team and its needs. It needs size. You're 6'8", 225. I'm looking at you. For the fans that aren't familiar with your game, how would you describe it?
Yeah, like I said, I think just being versatile. I'll do a bit of everything. I feel like I can shoot it pretty well, and being able to make plays for my teammates, go and get an offensive rebound, and just being high energy, doing what the team needs to be done.
Have you had a chance to talk to Coach Kerr yet? I know that some of the things that you're describing about the way they play. Obviously, he's kind of the orchestrator of it all. Have you had a chance to talk to the head coach?
Yeah, he called me a few minutes after I was drafted, which was super exciting, and he seems like such a down-to-earth guy. And obviously, his basketball IQ is off the charts, and he's done wonders for the city and this organization. But Luke Longley, who's another owner of the Sydney Kings, obviously played with him, so having that connection as well was cool, and he's said nothing but great things about Steve.
Do you think the transition from you being on the Kings and watching the NBA from afar is going to be seamless, or do you feel like you can hit the ground running?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be challenges, and it's pretty easy to say you can play against NBA players until you really play against them. So I think it'll be a good test this next few weeks. So get out there and compete, and then I think obviously playing in the pros and playing in a fast-paced league will definitely help me, and then just being a smart player and finding my way to get the job done.
Well, a lot of the international competition that we've seen, by the way, we're talking to Alex Tui here on 95.7 The Game, 52nd overall pick by the Golden State Warriors. It feels like your brand of basketball is very physical. I mean, do you expect that to kind of help you in your preparation for the NBA? I know that the speed might be a little bit different, but the brand of basketball that you guys play down there, team-oriented, physical, are you looking to bring that to the Warriors this upcoming season?
Of course. I think looking at the playoffs this year, it's so physical, you get away with so much, and I think guys that can play through that and find a way to use that to their advantage are the guys that succeed. So, and as much as I can, I'm going to keep that going and keep building on it.
Now, Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler are, three mainstays here. They've built a dynasty and trying to add to it. What can you bring to that?
Yeah, I think just being a versatile player and being able to play in big lineups and small lineups alike, and just being competent in those positions, and having played in a bunch of systems against different coaches, I feel like I'm comfortable in different situations, whatever the lineup is. So I think that, and then continuing to improve my shot and just using my size to get a rebound and make the right read.
Now, I saw you at the Valkyries game last night. Have you had a chance to kind of, explore the Bay Area a little bit, or really ingratiate yourself with the community so far?
Not yet. Last night I got in pretty late and then went from there straight to the game. But
how was it?
It was incredible. It was a crazy atmosphere. It was one of the best games I've ever been to, and the team is elite. Like, they're a good team there, so that was a good win. But I've been here a little bit. Like, I've been to Alcatraz and stuff, and I love San Francisco, so I'm excited to get out and explore it.
You got to love the accent. I know my wife does. She's already texting me. Steph Curry, how big is he in Australia?
He's as big as he is here. He's
okay.
A global superstar. Everyone knows who he is, and he's obviously changed the game in America, but internationally everyone's shooting more threes. You see the Curry jerseys as well, so he's a massive deal, and I think it's just going to be cool to see him and see how humble he is and how great of a person.
Yeah, did you have a chance to catch up with him at all last night?
I didn't catch up with him. I sat next to Brandon, though, and he was up and about the whole game, and that was pretty cool to see, and he's just a cool, high-energy guy, so I'm excited to meet the rest of my teammates.
Now, at the next Valkyries game, can we expect you to be running along the sidelines with pods and getting up and cheering the way? He's pretty unique, I'll give him that.
That's true, yeah. Maybe I'll have to feed off his energy, but I'm sure that's something we could try and organize.
I love asking the young guys, Alex, like, growing up, who did you pattern your game after? Who was your guy where you fell in love with the game?
I really like Joe Ingles growing up.
Okay.
He's obviously an Australian legend, so him. I like watching Manu Ginobili. It was pretty cool. He did some pretty cool moves, which I like to imitate, and then probably those guys, and then I think watching Luka now is pretty incredible, so they're probably the main guys.
Right on, man. Well, we're looking forward to it.
We'll be watching you.
Yeah, we'll see you this weekend at the California Classic.
Very excited. Can't wait to see you guys there.
Let's go.
Right on. Well, we appreciate you joining us, and thank you so much for your time, Alex.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Yeah. Joe Ingles. Yeah.
He actually just signed a contract today with the Timberwolves, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's going to be coming back for a year.
Lefty.
That's Alex Tui, 52nd overall pick for the Golden State
6'8".
Warriors. Yeah, 6'8", swing player. Sounds like he could do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and Curry is big in Australia. Is there a place where he's not?
I'm going to go ahead and say, maybe a mountain somewhere in Mongolia. They haven't heard of him, but even there, his name probably gets out.
Hey, he's a big boy, Evan. I could see him making some contributions.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Big thanks to Will Richard and Alex Tui. Chatted with both of the second-round picks for the Warriors this year. Looking forward to maybe catching up with Taron Armstrong, fellow countryman of Tui, and then, of course, the head coach for this summer league, Lane Wilson. But, chatting with him, it must be surreal when you're kind of joining, I don't want to say like your heroes, but for someone that is as big in America as he is in Australia, it's like I'm gonna be passing the ball. I'm gonna be taking the ball from Steph Curry.
Yeah, and the words I'm looking for, Evan, like in awe. Like how do you like ignore that, or is it the fact that you're playing with the modern day NBA version of Michael Jackson that makes you better, and maybe that will happen. But I'll say this, and it's not fair, but I think about Kuminga because I'm one of his biggest fans. This team needs size, and I think it's fair to say with what's going on with him, and hopefully he's back. But that's 6'8" that hasn't worked out is seamless as you would liked it to have been. And him being all 6'8", 225, I'm like, man, if he can play, Evan, there's a spot for him.
Well, that was a pick that when I saw it, and again, these guys have a lot to prove in the league, and they understand that, and they're going to get going this weekend at the Cal Classic presented by CarMax. But the thing is, that was a pick about fit. You heard him describe his ability to play in different systems, how quickly the Warriors play with pace. They like to move the ball. The versatility, perhaps on defense as well.
Yeah.
Not that he's going to be a stopper, maybe like GP2, but his headiness is kind of where his advantage lies. And a lot of the things that he is describing, both, with Bogut telling him how the Warriors like to play, but also even his quick conversation he was saying with Coach Kerr, it's like he seems like a fit.
Wow.
And in recent drafts, again, they haven't always had the later round picks, but there's been more of a priority of fit. Going back to Pajemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, Quentin Post, those three guys, we'll see about these two. All three of those players that have been selected by Dunleavy, they fit.
Yeah, no doubt. And, Evan, when you kind of just step back and look where the Warriors are, they don't have time to, since you said babysit. It's almost like they need guys that can come in and hit the ground running. And these two guys that we've spoken to hopefully can do that.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal at this point, is for them to figure out where they fit in. Now, one thing that is huge is at least the last two years, the first two drafts for Dunleavy, all three of those guys have played. Like, odds are that these two players we just talked to are going to play at some point this
that's
season.
A great point.
Quentin Post started, I think, 13 games last year. Trace Jackson-Davis started over 20 games at the end of his rookie season, even though he fell out of the lineup last year. Like, one of the advantages I do think about playing for the Warriors and Kerr is because of the kind of top heaviness of their roster, like, these guys are gonna get run.
Yeah.
And you got to be excited about that, because probably not many dudes who are drafted in the 50s have opportunities to play first year for their teams.
Yeah, and this week they'll be able to do that. And Evan, it's kind of funny, and I kind of asked Will, and I'm wondering for Alex, the big three aren't around. How do you approach, the Classic, the Summer League? Just, fans want to get to know you. They're not there. Do you go just guns blazing in regard to Westbrook, or you just play your game?
Do you think Pods made him feel weird at the Valkyries game last night?
That I don't know, but you got to love Pods, man. It's growing. But, man, Evan, I'm wondering if they know, hey, you know what? I can go Westbrook and it'll be okay. But I remember Pods when we got to talk with him after Summer League when he wasn't ultra-aggressive in Summer League, and he told us to our face he knew he was playing with a lot of guys that were trying to do that. Mm-hmm. Nothing wrong with it. Get shown, and then the season starts, and then there's an opportunity naturally for Pods to show us what he had. And I was shocked.
Well, that's the other thing, too. It's like, how they perform in summer league isn't indicative of how or what kind of player they're going to be. Like I remember Pajemski, he shot it horribly in summer league.
Yeah.
And some might say for a lot of last season at the beginning, but the point is, it's about getting your feet wet and introduced to the system. And, I'm excited about seeing both of these guys because it feels like it's not, I wouldn't say seamless. You can never assume. But it does feel like, they have the tools to make it a quicker transition than others. I think that the priority of pro-ready players, that's what the Warriors are aiming for right now. And to kind of broaden it to what their goals are heading into free agency, they're looking to pick up pieces. Yeah. They have the pieces, and now they just need some guys to kind of fill in.
No doubt, Evan, well said. And the beautiful thing about sports is you never know what's on the horizon, when your opportunity is going to get called. And the reason I bring that up is you mentioned Quentin Post. I didn't think we were going to see him make the impact that he did. We saw him in playoff games. It's like, damn, Evan, these two guys we talked to, all dependent on what happens or transpires, we'll say the dynasty is on the back nine. I think you could give me that for all the golfers out there. But the bottom line is these two guys hopefully will be able to make an imprint on this Golden State Warrior team that's not trying to make the offs, trying to get number 5. If they do that, that's another thing. But am I wrong? I can hear Steiny now wherever he's at. That's the goal.
Well, but hashtag too early. Like, is that what we're going into next season? I know you want to win a championship every single year, but is that what we're going to do again? It's all about number 5, at least until Curry leaves. I mean, to me, that's a massive weight that's put on a team that made the second round last year.
Well, it's interesting you say that.
Or lost in the second round.
It's interesting you say. Well, I put an asterisk next to that because if that hammy wouldn't have went, we still might be playing, or we would have went longer. But the bottom line is, if I'm having a conversation or coffee with Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, and Steph Curry, that's what they're talking, number 5. But then if I'm talking, to Moody and the younger guys, these new guys that are coming in, we don't want to put it all at their doorstep. But the bottom line is it starts with the OGs. And right now, that's what you are. What, $140 million in Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy Butler? Like, that's what this is about. So I get it, Evan. There's going to be life without those guys. But the reality is right now, it's how close can we get to being a threat to get one more.
Yeah,
that's how I'd operate.
Well, I think that's how they're going about it. But the question is, how badly do they want it? Like going into free agency, and I wonder what a lot of people are feeling right now, 4 hours before it officially kicks off, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard. So obviously Willard and Dibs are going to be right in the thick of things. But what are people expecting? Like, what does free agency represent to the Warriors this summer? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and for Steiny with Goo here live at Chase Center. When I say free agency, what does that hit you with?
That there's no asset, and this is no shade at anybody in a Warrior jersey, not named the Big 3, that is so protected that we can't go get something that will impact our immediate future, which starts this November, late October, game 1. So anybody can be sacrificed if we can go put a package together for Giannis, because, Evan, the reality to me is you can't start building or working on the future until 30 is gone. That's just me.
Well, but they're not. Okay, well, then I guess my next kind of question is, and we're up against it a little bit, what do you do with the future that you have to mortgage? To me, it would be, I think what Dunleavy said maybe it was at the end of the season, about being 90% in on next year and 10% towards the future. That's kind of where I'm at, too. Like, I am mostly in on next season, which is why I think the domino of Kuminga is the biggest one that has to fall to decide everything. Right. And I personally, at this point, would lean towards trying to sign and trade him this summer. But again, it depends on who you can get. Like how about this? On the other side, I got a few names of free agents that we could go through that the Warriors may or may not be able to acquire. Not all of them are big names, but some of them, similar to like Tui and Richard, they could be fits. Like, that's what we're trying to find out.
And you and the boss mentioned, we'll talk about on the other side, what was it, the New York Times, that article, no name, but had
New York
Giannis,
Post.
New York
The
Post,
Post.
excuse me.
The Post.
You know, with Giannis being linked to the Warriors. Like, just as a fan, Evan, I know you're Jim Carrey, you're saying that's exciting. Like, it won't be until we find out that's not a reality. Because why wouldn't you go down that road or do everything you possibly could to be a suitor?
Who haven't the Warriors been linked to? Like, seriously, of the last few summers, of all the big stars, they've been linked to George, LeBron, Markkanen. Markkanen is not in that same class, but LeBron, George, even Siakam a couple of trade deadlines ago. I mean, it just feels like if there's a star out there, Kevin Durant, obviously, if there's a star out there, they're probably going to be linked.
And they went and captured one in Jimmy Butler, and he changed everything.
I do think it's funny that the one guy who might have been on the back burner of those stars who was least talked about is the guy that got in Jimmy
Ended
Butler.
up being the right piece.
Ended up being the right one. All right, we'll keep it rolling on the other side. Live from Chase Center, we got Taron Armstrong, I think, coming by at some point, but obviously Will Richard and Alex Tui, the two newest members of the Golden State Warriors. Go back on the Odyssey app and check out those interviews. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson live here at Chase Center. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson live here at Chase Center, getting you set for the start of free agency, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard. And it sounds like, I don't know if the Warriors are going to be involved right off the bat, Goo, but we've already seen around the draft, Bane got moved, Durant's in Houston. We're seeing contracts leak out of the negotiations that's going on. It feels like, don't the Warriors have to get involved in this at some point? They have
to. I love that. I agree with you. And they're balling on a budget, it feels like. But then when you go down the road of what Kuminga could get you or fetch you in a sign-and trade, you feel like, you know what, I got some money to spend. Because I don't know where you're at with Kuminga and what he could get you, but I think he could be a part of bringing something back here to enhance what we currently have and just be a threat, Evan. That's all Steph talked about, just giving them a chance. They had one last year, but we'll see.
Well, we got people coming in all around. We talked to Will Richard earlier, Alex Toohey, and right now joining us live here on 95.7 The Game is Taron Armstrong. And Taron last year signed with the Golden State Warriors on a 2-way contract and hails from Australia. Taron, thank you so much for coming on. How you doing?
Good. How you guys?
Hang it in there.
Fantastic. Well, you know, we just spoke to Alex Toohey. I saw you guys both were in the NBL at the same time. Did you play against each other at any point during your time there?
Yep.
So how do you think that he would describe you as a player?
I think he would say playmaker, point guard, pass first, plays with pace, is aggressive. I think I possess like a similar level of versatility. I think I can do a lot of things on the court, but just in a different sense.
I like that. Walk us through this opportunity, and are you nervous, and what's your approach for you to show off your skills to the Warriors come this weekend?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm excited just to play. I don't really feel nervous or anything like that. I'm going to have a really cool opportunity to do what I do, and it's easy when it's like that, just to be yourself and play basketball. Everything will work out.
Taron Armstrong is joining us live here on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests join us on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? So you joined the team last year on a 2-way contract. You make your debut for the Santa Cruz Warriors in March. What was that moment like for you, understanding you're joining the Warriors and getting that kind of opportunity to come over and play for this franchise?
Yeah, it was cool. Obviously something that's been a long time in the making. I went undrafted and had to go back to Australia and continue to work, and always having the NBA as an end goal, but doing my best to stay present and be happy with where I'm at and things like that. But it was a great moment for me, my family, and all the people that have sort of poured into me over the years. I think it was a great realization for a lot of people, and it means a lot to, as I said, a lot of people, not just myself.
Oh, I love that. When you talk about the Warrior system, how do you feel like your skill set fits with that?
Perfect. It's a lot of read and react. They like guys that can pass, dribble, and shoot, and I can do a bit of everything. So, also relying on high IQ basketball and, feeling it in the moment. You sort of got to be able to make those reads and react when necessary. So I think I fit perfectly in that.
We're talking to Taron Armstrong here on 95.7 The Game. He's going to be competing this summer for the Warriors in Summer League, beginning this weekend with the Cal Classic. One characteristic you did leave out, though, was humble, because we just got a note. You scored 28 points against Toohey when the last time you guys played.
He was hot.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Look at him. Maybe.
Okay, so we know you got that ability. I feel like now having the opportunity to come stateside, like, what have you been working on this summer to prepare for this weekend and the beginning of Summer League?
It's been a big weight room focus. Spent a lot of time in there, put on a good amount of size, bit of weight, and then obviously just on court, trying to refine a few things, keep continually working on my 3-ball and getting that off quick and staying aggressive with it. So those are 2 things that I've been working on, and I feel like I've made really good strides.
What do you think the biggest adjustment from the Australian League to the NBA will be?
I think definitely just like the size and length. Like it's difficult to describe, but obviously the court is bigger. But there's also reads that you can make in Australia that you can't quite make, especially as a passer in this league. Guys can just close the space down so quickly, and wingspans are insane. So you got to really, put the ball like precisely and get it through gaps, and you can't be, lackadaisical with the ball. You got to be really sharp with it, and that's something I definitely noticed.
Terran Armstrong with us live here from Chase Center. So you played college at Cal Baptist, and then instead of getting into the portal, that's when you decided to kickstart your professional career. Take us through that decision of, foregoing your last year in college, playing very well in the WAC, and then going back to start in Australia. What was that decision like?
Yeah, so I went into the portal and sort of just had a clean slate of evaluating all my options. Had some good schools to choose from and things like that, but ultimately, one of the knocks on me that I had was I didn't play against the best competition, in the WAC. So for me, I kind of just thought, right, I'm just going to go chase the best competition possible, and I thought that was the NBL, and I had a really good opportunity. An opportunity that was rare, that my head coach Adam Ford at the time presented to me, and something that was just, it was too good to pass up for the stage and the success that league had already had in previous years. So, I thought that was the best decision, and I'm definitely glad I made it.
Let me ask you this. When you lay down the night where you mentioned you didn't get drafted, were you upset, and how much of a chip has that put on your shoulder to where, you know what, you guys got it wrong, I ain't with nowhere, I'm back, and it starts this weekend?
Yeah, obviously a lot, naturally, but I think for me it highlighted some other things. It highlighted how important my family is to me. At that time I thought, sort of my dreams were over, and it was really nice to know that my family still loved me no matter what kind of thing. So it was just me and my dad out in Riverside, and he was great. And once I knew I wasn't getting picked up, wasn't getting a two-way, any of that, we sort of just decided to go home and get ready for the season and go again. So I think that was the biggest thing. I just realized, how many people in my life are, with me and love me no matter what, regardless of my success. And that was a really good realization for me.
Well, that's incredible.
No doubt, man.
Terran Armstrong joining us here on 95.7 The Game. So you got a little bit of time last year with Santa Cruz. A lot of people are familiar with his father, but Nicholas Kerr, your head coach, is now joining the big staff this year. What was it like playing for him in Santa Cruz? And what kind of coach is he?
Yeah, he's really, really smart, really sharp. Gives the players a lot of power. Gives you a framework and allows you to make the reads and the decisions out of that. Coaches us hard, but also gives us the freedom. He has a really good balance of that, and it was really fun to play for him.
Right on.
How's your comfort level bringing the rock up? How are you, in the handle department?
Yeah, that's what I do. So, I'm good.
And he had the smile, the Top Gun Maverick smile. I love it.
Well, all right, this is something I've always been curious about. Like, with the confidence in your handle, when you see a guy pick you up 90 feet, like, is that bothersome at all? I mean, does that really do much to you as someone who has to initiate the offense?
It depends. Sometimes it's almost like an egotistical thing. Like, you're going to pick me up full court. Okay, I'm going to take you off the bounce and just go full court. But I think as I've grown in my maturity as a player, if you want to do that, I'll just get screens in the back court and I'll get the ball to where I want it to go, and we'll run the offense as B, and you can just waste juice picking up full court. It's all good.
So it really just doesn't do much.
No, we're good.
Yeah, I love it. I can't wait to see you ball. We'll be in the house. Now, you talked about the Warrior system, and we all know it's read and react. But is there a part of you that's going to enhance or highlight your game as opposed to some scenarios or teams where it's just running up and down?
Definitely. I think the game is so more multi-dimensional than just, ISO basketball and, pick and roll. There's a lot that goes into it, and, that's definitely my game. I've grown up playing a sense of unselfish basketball and pass first, and I think this system just makes things like cutting and extra passes and like stampede dribbles, all that stuff, like just highlighted. So yeah, I'm excited.
Well, we're excited to see you this weekend.
Can't wait.
And look, we really appreciate taking some time out. I know you got a lot going on today, but thank you for hopping on. Best of luck this weekend.
I appreciate it.
And the rest of the way.
I'm
Terran
rooting for
Armstrong.
me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Joining us here live on 95.7 The Game at Chase Center. And Oh, no.
Yeah, I did happen.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. Yeah, that one
James
got caught
saw
on
it
the
in the
YouTube
box.
audience.
And I went out to reach and give him a shake. He already shook my hand. I did it again, and he didn't see. And I put the Evan, there's nothing worse.
Yeah, I don't know how to transition out of that one, I'm not going to lie to you.
You saw it.
I did.
Oh, my goodness.
That one we might have to hold that against him next time we see him. He's got to get
Might
you some
have been my
dap.
fault. I was going in for seconds, man. He already gave me the handshake. Dude, come on.
Yeah, the boss is gonna find a replay
Evan,
for us.
I thought I needed tissue.
Dude,
he said my family still loved me after not getting drafted. That just hit me, man. Like, if that ain't putting it all in perspective, I'm rooting for this guy.
Well, I think it's also, indicative of how much confidence he had in himself to, like, I can't imagine what it's like when someone tells you, hey, it's not that you're not good enough. You don't play against good enough competition. Like, your numbers are not hollow, but they're not worth enough for us to use a draft pick.
You can't control it.
No, you can't. That's why he went to Australia. And I think that, it's interesting. Like, the WAC is not a bad conference, but certainly not one of the Power Fives or Power Fours now. And he had an opportunity to kind of kickstart his professional career, took it. And like he said, it's taken him a long time to get here, and he's obviously still got a lot of work to do. But it makes me like those are the kinds of stories that make me want to root for guys.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I wasn't expecting that answer, and it got me. And we have fun with this. I have body envy every time we come out here on everybody. Anybody comes here and sits down with us. But he talked about adding weight. He looked good. I could tell he'd been hitting iron.
Oh yeah. He also.
Yeah, confidence.
Oh yeah, well he's just asking about, hey, what happens when a guy picks you up 90 feet? He's like, I don't care. I don't care.
I got that from him. Oh, man, I can't wait.
Yeah, so obviously he's going to be, along with Alex Toohey and Will Richard. You can see them all this weekend at the California Classic presented by CarMax. Tickets available for Saturday and Sunday at Chase Center. Make sure to snag your California Classic ticket bundle. 2 lower-level seats, 2 hot dogs, 2 drinks, $40 a pop. Offer good through July 1st. Coming up very soon, by the way. Wait, so you're going to be in the house this weekend, right?
Yeah, I'm there, and I'm excited. And, man, Evan, I'm rooting for everybody in the Warrior uniform. But, I mean, when you hear stories like that and just the 2 young men that we talked to before, Will and Alex, man, I just can't wait. And I hope he gets picked up, man. How about that? I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be on probably a 2-way contract heading into the season. But I also wonder, too, they picked up the team options for Quentin Post and Guy Santos. They didn't pick up the option for Pat Spencer. So, and I don't know, they might be able to bring him back. I'm not sure. But if he's not here, and I know it's like, why are you talking about Pat Spencer?
No.
Because the Warriors need a third guard.
No doubt. And I thought you helped me out, Evan. I don't know if that is not feasible in regard to Pat Spencer. But, again, I want to just share with you guys, I was lightweight shocked because you talked about it, that third guard. I thought he handled that well. So, things change fast, quick, and in a hurry. But that is a position of need, and maybe one of these 2 guys, 3 guys that we spoke to can do that. Now, you mentioned Will was more of a 3-and-D guy.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Obviously all these guys have handles to some extent, but Armstrong is probably of the 3 more of a true.
He said it. He goes, I got that.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about me bringing up the rock.
He said.
No, and especially with some of the guys going off the board as we get set for free agency. Again, here live at Chase Center, 3 o'clock, unrestricted free agency. The negotiating period opens, but basically everything's going to be out in the open. And I believe, too, Carter and Cam in the back, if we have that Shams Charania clip, just kind of previewing what we're about to witness and hopefully what the Warriors can be a part of. Here's Shams earlier today on ESPN.
There were a lot of deals yesterday popping off, Pat, and we're not even going yet.
Yeah,
up to something season.
Yeah, there was a lot of player options.
5 hours away, baby.
I mean, yesterday I just saw massive numbers with players decided to, I guess I'll take $45 million. Yeah. Player decided to, that sounds good, to $32 million a year. There was a bunch of those yesterday that were kind of popping off. Sunday, that was where the LeBron James opt-in, and then the conversation around that really all began. And then free agency tonight, we should expect a lot more, is what you're saying, it sounds like.
There's going to be some big deals tonight, Pat. That was good.
That was, Oh, you're You're eager
Like
for this
big,
evening.
big ones?
Yeah, how big we talking? You talking most craziest big?
Yeah.
You know,
Better be.
No, not yet.
Evan, what does that mean? Shout out Tom Hanks, a great movie, Big. LeBron James is big. Giannis is big. What does that mean, big?
Well, I'm trying to think of guys that are extension eligible. But also the free agents that are moving around. Like he's right. We've already seen some. Like James Harden
quietly
opted out, but then got 2 for $81.5 from the Clippers. I think earlier today it leaked out someone like Nicholas Batum is re-signing with LA. D'Angelo Russell is going to Dallas, or is expected to. They're using their mid-level on him on a 2 for $12 deal. Miles Turner to me is the one that is probably the biggest center, the biggest need for the Warriors, and he's expected to re-sign with Indiana. So that could be a big deal. But, looking around the rest of the league, like we've already seen Jabari Smith get 5 for $122 from the Houston Rockets. That also, I think, is important in regards to the Kuminga conversation, because Jabari Smith is, same age. He's someone that is in obviously a different locale, but we saw this year, didn't get a ton of burn in the playoffs, is going to have to take a step forward now on a team that's looking to compete. And whether he's a starter or he came off the bench like he did in the playoffs, he's now making $24.5 million thereabouts per year. That to me seems like the ceiling for JK.
Okay.
If I was going to say, look at this contract, here's your market, to me that is basically the highest that I would imagine anybody goes, whether it's another team. Brooklyn's the only team that can offer him more than 20 per year, and the Warriors, like 5 for $122. That to me, that is the absolute max that he can command right now.
Okay, and I'm with you, Evan, and I got to say this. I just feel like there's so many extenuating circumstances regarding this whole Kuminga enigma, and I just wish we were in year 1 or year 2, and he had those 4 games in the playoffs against Minnesota. And if you're pro Kuminga, you know what you saw against a damn pretty good defense with Minnesota, what he did in the playoffs. And then if you're not, you're going to say, well, they didn't win any of those games. The rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Evan, is if you were able to secure Kuminga and bring him back at 25, is Kerr fine? Is somebody going to go in and put down a piece of paper, Joe Lacob, and demand Coach Kerr and say, do this differently? So I'm asking you to tell Dub Nation, just share with us, Evan, your thoughts as quick as you can. Take your time. We're not up against it.
We're here till 2.
Okay, you bring him back, which I want, because I don't think you can get something as young and Thundercatish like Kuminga. Why would it look different on the court? What would have to happen? I feel like what would have to happen are things that Kuminga doesn't control.
But that's kind of the issue. While you were out and having a great time with your family in Texas, he spoke to Anthony Slater of The Athletic and said the role's the issue. And you're right, he can't control that. He's not going to usurp Jimmy Butler. He's not going to usurp Draymond Green between now and next season.
But can I be a part of it?
But it sounds like he wants the whole pie. And look, to me, that is available to him in a couple of years after the Warriors are done competing. But the issue is that if you are really all in on number 5, and earlier, it's not that that's not the goal. It's just, to me, you have to be realistic about where you stand in the NBA. And the Warriors are one of the teams. They're not one of the top 4 teams going into next season, in my opinion. So if JK can help fetch you someone that gets you closer to that, that's absolutely an avenue you have to go down, or at least explore. And that's why I think when Shams is saying there's going to be some big deals tonight, hopefully that should sort of clear the landscape or clarify the landscape for what the Warriors' options actually are in regards to using JK, whether it's now or potentially at the deadline next season, to go get somebody that can help get him closer to number 5.
So I want to first give thanks to Abundant Life, because I lost a lot of weight with him, and so did Dan Dibley.
I see it.
30 pounds. But you're the fit one of the show. And the reason I bring that 3-letter word up is, when it's all said and done and Kuminga is no longer a Warrior, if that happens, it ended up all being about fit, right? He didn't fit.
I'll give you 3.
And I don't put that all at his doorstep. It's frustrating as a fan to see what he did in the playoffs on that stage when it was all said and done, Evan. And he's to blame too, but they couldn't make him fit.
Or he wasn't able to fit. I think it's, and that's to me why it's like, you're in a relationship and neither side appears to be super happy with the other. And it kind of feels like it's coming to a close.
Wow.
But you have to figure out the lease. You got to determine who's going to take care of the dog. Like, you got all these different
Wow,
details. Like, I can't just take the couch outside and I'll go find somewhere else to live. Like, the issue is that there isn't another place right now outside of Brooklyn that can offer Kuminga reportedly what he wants, which is an opportunity to shine as the focal point of a team and to make a lot of money. And
wow, man.
It feels like the money might be there in Golden State for him, but the role this upcoming season that he wants now is not available to him.
Yeah, and I've had conversations with bosses throughout my lifetime, Evan. Obviously, I'm not a pro athlete, but they say, you know what, Daryl, it's not your time now, but maybe in a year or two. And that kind of gets you to that plateau of knowing, okay, it's out in the open. My time is on its way. It's down the road. So I'm going to be the best soldier I can until that time is upon us. But I don't want to be dramatic. Is there any scenario that you think Jonathan Kuminga's camp just feels like there's too many bad memories or maybe bad blood that he hadn't got that opportunity? Because as a diehard Warrior fan, I feel like he has, but you go back to that piece. It was a great piece by our guy Slater while I was out. And, Evan, it almost sounded like Kuminga omitted some opportunities that I feel like he's had. One where he got hurt and missed 31 games, but do you feel like there's just too much water under the bridge to where he might want to go somewhere else? And maybe it doesn't have to be top dollar, just a fresh start.
I think he does want top dollar. And again, top dollar, I think, is what Jabari Smith got. Like, Jabari Smith is a good young player.
He's a baller, man.
He obviously hasn't realized his potential yet, but he can shoot. He's big. He's
Should have been
athletic.
on the floor more against the Warriors. If you ask me, I'll just leave that there.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had some highs and lows. Yeah. I think it was in Game 3 when the Warriors won, without Jimmy Butler. He had a couple of tough moments down the stretch, but that's what's going to happen to a young guy. But he's good. But the point is, he got 5 years at about 25 a pop. That feels to me like that's the highest that a team could go with JK, because while he's been allowed to do more, Jabari Smith has proven a little bit to me,
man,
at an earlier stage in his career. Like he
can shoot with the best of them.
Kuminga can score. There's no doubt
about that. But he can't shoot like Jabari. You know what I mean?
Jabari Smith fits with the Rockets more than Kuminga fits with the Warriors. Or at least that's the way that it's looked to me.
I'm with you.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. But when you hear Shams Charania say there's going to be some big deals tonight, are you thinking about Golden State? Are you thinking about the rest of the league? We've already, to his credit, we've seen a ton of stuff go down already. Shams was the one, Windhorst was the one saying a lot's going to go down around the draft. This is going to be the biggest summer in NBA history. That remains to be seen, but we've already seen Bane get dealt. KD's a Houston Rocket. On draft night, there was a lot of trades going down around that. A couple smart, a couple a little head-scratching. We got rumors leaking out about different players potentially available to the Golden State Warriors when everything begins at 3 o'clock Pacific Standard. How you feeling, Dub Nation? When you hear big deal, what does that mean to you? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're live here at Chase Center. Big thanks to Terrence Armstrong, who just joined us earlier in the segment. Will Richard, Alex Tui. You can check out all of those interviews live on the Odyssey app. And a reminder, that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Again, Evan in for Steiny. Gil will be back after this. All sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. it out on our Twitter page. Gave Taryn a handshake on the way out. Great interview. Thank you for your time. And he left you hanging.
Yeah, he did.
You reached the hand out, and he turned his back on you.
And what hurt was he brought up his family and draft night when he didn't get drafted, Evan, and I'm coming back from the motherland, with my family, and it hit me.
Yeah.
So I wanted that. I needed that. Like, we bonded, and then he missed it. But we fixed it. It's been rectified.
But during the break, he walks back in, unprompted, by the way, during the break, and immediately comes and daps you up. And I think the boss got a video of it.
Doubt.
So he said something popped up on his Twitter.
I have to share something with you. When we're out here and we meet these athletes, I make sure that never happens. So before they even get the mic, my paw's out there so we can get it out the way. But after that story, I went in for seconds. I wanted the second handshake. So that's on me. Yes. But he came back and gave it to me.
Speaking of seconds, James Kincaid just showed up with a lot of food for the next break. So, look, they're taking care of us here. Obviously, we're getting set for the California Classic, which is this weekend. Tickets are available for the 5th and the 6th of July at Chase Center. Great way to spend the holiday weekend here watching some great hoops, not just the Warriors, but also, of course, the Heat. I believe San Antonio is going to be here, and the Lakers as well. So looking forward to all those games. But right before the break, ask the question, what does big mean as we prepare for free agency? When I say, Goo, it's going to be a big free agency. What does that mean to you?
I think of LeBron James and whatever was going on with him and Mr. Paul saying, hey, I'm watching what you're doing, boss, and if I don't like it, I'm out of here. So when I hear the great Sham say big, I think of, while I was out, the president of basketball ops, I believe for the Nuggets, misspoke. I believe he misspoke and talked about
that was the owner.
Jokic, and possibly try to avoid trading Jokic. So I'm thinking, and the boss smirked at this name. I said, Bam. In Miami, if somehow he were to get traded, like if he were a Warrior, that to me is big. Bam, I say that constitutes big to you?
I think so, but I'm almost feeling like bigger than Bam. Not that Bam isn't a star, not that he's not a really good player, and obviously was on the Olympic team that won gold last summer. But when I think big, I do think of Giannis. That's the first name that
I give you guys that.
I go towards. Yeah. I mean, LeBron to me is up there as well. I thought it was interesting that he opted in instead of doing his typical opt out, sign a 1+1, and then just roll it over to the next year. But when I hear big, I'm actually not thinking about the free agents. Like Chris Paul reportedly wants to move back to L.A. and be closer to home. That's not big enough to me. Looking down the list, even a Jabari Smith who got a lot of money. Naz Reid got a lot of money. Julius Randle's reportedly going to be signing 3 for $100. That's a lot of cash.
Right.
When I hear big, I think star power. And Durant's already on the move. It might even be bigger than him. What I am waiting for, maybe not at 3 o'clock, but at some point during this negotiating window, I am waiting for the report that Giannis Antetokounmpo has requested a trade. That's what it feels like, something along that size, that magnitude is coming down.
And I want you to be right. That's a great thought, Evan. I want you to be right, and I want the Warriors and Joe Lacob and Mike D to be able to, if that shot is fired tonight, that he wants to be out of Milwaukee, they will do everything under the sun to try to make Giannis a Golden State Warrior. And when you talk about being greedy, which we're about to be after James Kincaid just came in here and hooked us up, you talk about having a guy after Steph and then having a guy with Steph. I mean, Evan, you talk about just dotting your I's and crossing your T's. That would be the basketball version of perfection in regard to the baton being passed from Steph to Giannis. But in between, you get the both. Oh, my goodness. So now you got me excited thinking, and the boss had a good, don't tell him, oh, he's here. He had a good point saying Shams must be in the, he knows something to go out and say that something big is on the horizon, at just hours away.
Well, whenever there is a big piece of news, I mean, he's the guy who breaks it. So I have to imagine he's sitting on some stuff. And the question is when he's allowed to release it. I think 3 p.m. is the time. And it's just what is he sitting on right now? What is Shams Charania of ESPN sitting on that would make him say that it's going to be big. Okay. So at the beginning of the whole of all this summer, like he said, it's going to be one of the biggest off seasons in the history of basketball, or the biggest one. I was like, all right, come on, like seriously, come on.
Ask me what I'm thinking.
What are you thinking?
That Ja Morant could get traded tonight.
That would be big. That would be big.
With everything going on in and off the streets in Memphis.
Would Jaren Jackson Jr. be big?
He qualifies. I'd put check. And imagine if he had a Warrior jersey. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, if you could transform Draymond Green into Jaren Jackson Jr., I would do that.
Michigan State.
Well, this is from earlier today. This is from Brian Windhorst. He said, Warriors would sacrifice depth for star-studded three, Curry, Giannis, and Butler. Now, number one, yes. But number two, what is the depth? Like, I actually think that, some of the guys we're talking to today, and we're also going to catch up with their Summer League head coach, Lane Wilson, in a little bit here. But to me, like, those guys are here because they're supposed to be depth. Maybe not ready to like step on the court game one, but by the end of this season, again, I think we're going to see Will Richard. I think we're going to see Alex Toohey.
I'm with you.
We might see Taron Armstrong. That's kind of the depth that I feel like they're trying to find. But I actually think that one of the reasons they ended up running into a wall. Yes, Curry got hurt, but they're not a very deep team to me compared to some of the other big boys in the West.
And I think it's time, and Evan, we've kind of talked about it, but it's time that the Warriors have some body punches to their portfolio. When I talk about that, and I love Quentin Post, and I love the stretch five, but the bottom line is points in the paint still matter. And the Warriors have it's incredible how successful they've been without that component. So I'm hoping we could get something or somebody or somebodies that could just add that to our repertoire of scoring and get a big boy down there. Not Shaq, because Shaq don't exist. And I'm thinking about Joel Embiid. Would you even want Embiid? We don't even know if he. So that's not him getting moved. But at some point, we got to be able to rely on something down low. And it just bothers me that we don't have it. Now I feel like it's a necessity, especially, Evan. Whoever would have thought that, the home of the Splash Brothers, the Rat on the Table brought to you by Echo Pest Control is we still need shooting. We got the chef, but we still need some other guys in the kitchen.
Well, it's funny because this player we actually talked about with Will Richard earlier, and I want to run this by it. Now, he's old, but he's a champion.
I'm not Steiny. I don't birth certificate shame.
Well, he's older than anybody on the team.
Oh, boy.
This is from Anthony Slater just moments ago. One of the players that is a preferred target for the Warriors is Al Horford. Now you don't want him.
No, I'm not.
When I said old, I meant old.
If the dust settles and that's what we have.
He's 39 years old.
Yeah, would I be excited? But that's not the young Thundercat I was talking about, and I love Tito, but.
Well, they're trying to trade the young Thundercat. You got to figure out what you're going to do with JK first.
And people make fun of me, and you guys, Guru, you would make a GM. But if you're telling me you would prefer Horford and then scoff at Ayton and his age and what he can do and get you what I'm trying to describe more so around the bucket, his size, my gosh, Evan, I would take Ayton over Horford. Just when you go to the tail of the tape with everything, I'm not down on Ayton like a lot of people are. He's not a joke to me. And if you were to get him in this system with Draymond in his ear and him knowing this culture means you got to be the best version of yourself, oh, man. And then you got you had Booker and Chris Paul in Phoenix to kind of make Ayton's job easier. But they're not playing through Ayton. He would just be a piece. And it would be easier basketball. I know you guys teased me on that. This would be the easiest basketball he ever had to play, but I would go there before Horford. That's just me. I watch DeAndre even on bet. He ain't playing for nothing. I'm like, man, he's got some gifts.
No, I wouldn't call him a joke.
Okay,
like the Giants with runners in scoring position is a joke. That's what it is. But Horford to me is actually kind of a perfect piece because he fits the timeline. Like when I hear big, I don't hear Warriors outside of maybe the outside moonshot three for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Would Horford be big to you?
No, he wouldn't be. But I also don't think they're in a position to really go out and get a big name. Like the boss likes Naz Reid.
Yeah.
They couldn't acquire. He's a $25 million player. He wouldn't be available to them in free agency because they don't have the space. So it's got to be guys around the margins. I actually think that of Horford, Ayton, Lopez, and Capella. I think those are the four centers. Ayton joined the mix today, but before today, it was Lopez, Capella, and Horford. Of those three, I do think that Al Horford would help the Warriors the most. And I know he's 39 years old. He's played at least 60 games each of the last 4 seasons. He's, at least in Boston, he's been a 39% three-point shooter for the last 5 seasons. And he's a pro. He's not a guy that's going to go out there and play 40 minutes in a playoff game. And I realize that it's crazy to think about bringing another older player in here. But to me, with what the Warriors are trying to do, which is, again, thread this needle of maybe now, maybe later, but mostly now, I actually think Al Horford is a good fit.
Yeah, and, you didn't ask me that. So, like I said, I wouldn't, especially now, Evan, because you just talked about it. That move would align with what's going on, the immediate, right, the impact. He is a pro, so I wouldn't be mad at it. But if it were up to me and you told me I could get Capella before Horford, I would get Capella. That's just me, a guy that I think could protect the paint, rebound, block shots. And you wouldn't be so dependent on him, he wouldn't. And Horford's going to come in here and shoot threes, and I'm not mad at him. He can hit them, but man, when you talk about the to-do list, if it were up to me, I would take Capella over Horford.
That's fair. I mean, I would lean Horford. I wonder what the people feel about it. At 888-957-9570, if we're talking about Al Horford, Brook Lopez, Clint Capella. You could even throw Ayton in there if you want. Okay. I think he's pricier than those three guys just because of their age and the stages of their career.
I got a name for you, too, when you're done.
Okay, let me just get to the legal real fast. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're actually coming to you live from Chase Center because we've been talking to guys on the Summer League roster all day. We'll have Lane Wilson, the head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors. He's going to be coaching for the Summer League Dubs in just a couple days. Begins this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. You wanted to run who by me?
So you did a great job illustrating where the Warriors are at in regard to what they can take in financially. Mm-hmm. So you cannot, here I go, I love analogies, I'm bad at them, but I keep firing them off. So you cannot, if you're the Golden State Warriors, go to the car lot and say, I want the Bentley fully loaded.
Probably not.
But if you wanted that Honda Civic or that Honda Accord, and I know this player that I'm about to mention has gotten some trouble off the court, but I want to say that's behind him. Kevin Porter Jr. told Milwaukee night-night he wants to test free agency. Could you see him with his skill set working a Warrior uniform?
Well, they need a shooting guard. I don't know if Kevin Porter Jr. is the guy.
He thinks he can shoot, but yeah, right.
So does Pods.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's kind of that would be my only issue with Kevin Porter. I wouldn't necessarily like him, but it's because I don't think that he's good enough to automatically just say you're going to start.
Okay.
If the Warriors acquired a shooting guard that was good enough to move Pods back to being the backup point or two, I would love that. I just don't think that Kevin Porter Jr. is that caliber of player.
And you know what? The great Carter Chickering just text this guy who I've been a fan of so much that Carter had to remind me, but I don't know what he's done to the league. But what about the buyout in Utah with Jordan Clarkson, who is a walking bucket?
I would love that.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, if you could get Jordan Clarkson, I am curious again how much he would cost, but that's someone that he could start if Steph needs a day off. He could come in and get you baskets.
Yes, he could.
He's been in the league for a long time. Another guy that also kind of...
Good call, Carter.
According to Mark Stein, Cole Anthony Memphis is looking to shed his salary. He makes $13 million this year.
Oh, I thought he was going to be their starting PG.
Well, maybe that means that they are, in fact, not going to shop Ja. But, yeah, I mean, Cole Anthony in Memphis. Like, is that a name that would intrigue you?
I like him. I think he knows what he's doing. We've seen him trying to do it. Yes, sir. But, I mean, what do you think you would have to trade to fetch him, or would that be somehow Kuminga would be involved in that?
Well, his salary does just about fit the base year compensation, But again, a lot of people might view trading Kuminga for not specifically Cole Anthony, but for a Cole Anthony type player as selling low.
And Evan, that's where I'm at. Like my gas tank in the caddy, I would deem that low.
A little lower, yeah. So again, we're talking about some guys that are going to be available for the Warriors. I think I do think that Al Horford would be a great fit for this team, a relatively cost-effective center that I would trust to start more than Quentin Post and more than Trace Jackson Davis. I think he'd be a great complement alongside Draymond Green. And while I have problems overall with the age of the Warriors, again,
how old did you say, 39?
He's going to be 39. Yeah.
He's beaten Father Time. I'll give him that.
It's already an old basketball team, and you would be acquiring the oldest member of the team. That I do have a problem with. But if this is the path that they're going to go down, and they're trying to figure out how to have one last great run at a title, I think he fits that window.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you, Evan. And if it were to happen, I got my gear, and I'm going to rock it. But I can't shake this, you and the boss, this big things are going to happen. Can I just park my car in New Orleans for a minute? Could Zion possibly be on the move? Would that be big?
I don't think so. And the reason why is they traded for, what was it, the 10th overall pick? They traded a future unprotected first. If you were going to flip Zion, you probably wouldn't trade a pick as close to next season. You're looking to compete this year, in my mind. And they caught a lot of flack from many people about giving up a lot for, an unproven talent. Derek Queen's a good player, but that is a lot to give up. I think that means that Joe Dumars does not want to trade Zion. And who knows, that might change in 6 months around the deadline. In a way, and we were kind of kicking this around last week, and I'm of the belief that the Warriors and Kuminga have to, at some point, go their separate ways.
And I understand that, Evan.
I just feel like they both want different things. It hasn't worked. But the issue is the Warriors don't want to give him up for nothing or for half of his value. And that is the rock and the hard place in all of this. Is I'm just sitting here looking at it like, how can you bring this guy back to a place in which he doesn't really like the role here? And
you kind of done it for 2 years, though, if you want to be honest.
Oh, no, I'm with you, totally. But you are looking to compete this year. And unless you believe, Goo, that he can just put this summer aside and be the sixth man that everyone kind of needs him to be right now, I just don't see how there isn't going to be issues next season.
Man,
a distraction.
Yeah. I got you.
A report about who's unhappy with who. Kerr won't play him. He's not getting what he wants. Get me out of here. And while all that is well and good, you can take that into the deadline. That's a long time between late October and February to just have an unhappy player on the roster.
But when you talk about the ins and outs and the X's and O's and the chicken, Evan, and normally I don't like to do that, go into the next season and look at the deadline. But you look at what happened, and we talked about it earlier with Jimmy Butler. But if you want to get full value for Kuminga, then that would be the target date. But you are running the risk of, coming into this season. And he's never been toxic, right? He's had some comments get to the media, and they've handled it. And we've had Kerr on with Willard and Dibs throughout the season, and it's never been an issue. But I'm with you. It feels like, a married couple's talking to a therapist, and both parties, nobody's mad, but they've decided, parting ways is the best way to go. But, man, you just can't do that if you're the Warriors to get pennies on the dollar. You just can't. So that takes us into next season, and the deadline being that time to parlay or flip Kuminga. But with all that said, if I'm JK, I would tell him this. Of all the years for you to be mad, who's to say had you not got hurt that Jimmy Butler would be a Warrior? You were balling, you got hurt, and that's on you. But when you talk about, and the reason I bring that up is you brought up bad blood, and they didn't skip over you. You kind of helped them look that way because you got hurt and missed 30-something games.
Yeah, I mean, that's really poor timing. And who knows? I kind of still think they would have tried to get a Butler just because they needed more talent on the team. But, you know, the news right now for Golden State surrounding free agency, a little less than 3 hours away, 3 o'clock
Let's go.
Pacific Standard, is that Al Horford is the top target for Golden State. And it was reported by Anthony Slater. It's also been confirmed by Mark Stein of the Stein line. Al Horford is the guy that the Warriors want to be their starting center next season, and I completely understand why. But if there's a different guy out there that you, the listeners, are more interested in, it could be Brook Lopez, could be DeAndre Ayton, it could be Clint Capella. If there's someone out there that you would prefer, please let us know at 888-957-9570. You know, other free agents to kind of keep an eye on, Goo. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Atlanta is going after him.
I bet.
Detroit also now has a vacancy at shooting guard. I don't know if you heard Malik Beasley.
Yeah, it's scary. I hope he's innocent, Evan, but damn. I mean, when is enough not enough? Like, you get millions to play a game you love. How much is whoever's telling you to do that stuff offering you? Or I don't want to go first 48 and get cryptic, but maybe if somebody's forcing you to do something you don't want to do, then that's a whole nother thing. But I hope to God, and he had a contract offer from Detroit with some nice chicken.
Not anymore.
Well, it's on hold, so hopefully he's exonerated. But, man, what is going on?
Well, what's going on is he is under investigation. There hasn't been a charge, but he is under investigation on allegations of gambling related to NBA games and prop bets. They're from the 2023-24 season when he was a member of the Milwaukee Bucks, and at least one prominent U.S. sportsbook detected unusually heavy betting. Interest on Beasley's statistics beginning around January 2024, and they're basically trying to figure out if he was betting on himself.
So he needs Ohtani represented. Just make it go away.
All right.
I heard Shasky. Him and Willard are so hard on Ohtani, man. But just make it go away. But, Evan, I hope just for the sport that's not where – now, I understand, and I don't. Even a young guy getting a couple $100,000 to play the sport you love, you're in a good place, you know. But, man, for you to be making what he's made and throw that away and risk your freedom – over some prop bets, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I get why Jonte Porter might have been doing it.
Exactly,
he's not really involved in much. But, look, gambling is something that most people do. You just can't do it if you're a professional athlete. You just can't. And whether he was betting on himself, there's a couple examples. You get into the story about, you know, again, the props and so much money was coming on and an under and an over. You just can't do it. But anyways, the result of that is that the Detroit Pistons may be interested in someone that also the Warriors are trying to get at. Could be Karis LeVert is a guy that I think would be really good in Golden State. Nickeil Alexander-Walker's a player that I like. But Detroit might pursue them harder than the Warriors can because they have more money to offer them.
If I wake up tomorrow, Evan, or let's just say next Monday, and somehow, and I know Kincaid and Tim Jordan are listening to me, and you say two of the new Warrior additions are, keep going here, Jordan Clarkson and DeAndre Ayton, I would be happy.
See, I wouldn't be happy with DeAndre Ayton, but in a way, Horford doesn't excite me that much either. I understand the fit and why he aligns with what they're trying to accomplish, but I guess going out and getting a guy who's older than all the players on the team.
I get it, and he plays hard, Evan. So I do know he's bringing something to the table. But I get you.
I mean, for his age, he's been a relative Iron Man.
No doubt.
He hasn't had very many big injuries. I think the last one was in his early 30s. Look, the year that Boston made the championship, lost to the Warriors in 2022.
He can get off the ground.
Shot 45%.
He'll block a shot every now and then.
Yeah, so that's the news right now. How you feeling about it, Warriors fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to step aside here. We got Lane Wilson, head coach for the Summer League Dubs and the Santa Cruz Warriors coming up shortly. All live from Chase Center here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Welcome back to Chase Center. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson with us here as always. We've had a ton of great guests come through. Will Richard, Alex Toohey, the most recent second-round picks for the Warriors. Taron Armstrong stopped by. And now someone that has either worked with them or will get to work with them this upcoming season. Lane Wilson, head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors, is going to be running Summer League this summer. What's going on, man? Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And of course, all guests join us on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Well, what has this opportunity meant to you? I was looking a little bit at kind of your rise through the Warriors system. I mean, really grinded every single step of the way. What was it like to hear that you were going to get this opportunity to become head coach in Santa Cruz?
Pretty surreal overall. I mean, I think I got my start in professional basketball in 2016, and if you told me that within 10 years I'd be out in San Francisco working for the Warriors and then at some point being the head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors, I probably wouldn't believe you. So it's pretty surreal just to see it.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm excited for you, and I'm thinking to myself, like, who impacted your life to where you said, you know what, coaching is the avenue I want to go down?
Yeah, well, I got my start at the University of Georgia, where I worked under Mark Fox there, and kind of worked my way up through that program as like a student manager and stuff, and kind of realized in my last couple years there that I wanted to go into professional basketball. And then when I was in Grand Rapids, I worked for Coach Ryan Kruger, who really empowered me, kind of moved me up from like an intern, like video role, and let me get on the court as like an assistant coach, and kind of got my first real like on-court coaching experience and kind of finding my voice. So that awesome. I would say would be the biggest one.
Lane Wilson, head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors, as well as the Warriors Summer League team, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. You know, a lot of people get to see the reward of the player at the professional level, right? Last year's Quentin Post, who started in Santa Cruz, helps the Warriors. Trace Jackson-Davis, Brandon Pajemski, a lot of players have come through Santa Cruz. But what is it like working with the guys at that level? Like, how would you describe whether it's the importance or just what your goal is in Santa Cruz to get these players to eventually where they can contribute in Golden State here at Chase Center?
Yeah, so it's just getting them comfortable and familiar with the professional game. I mean, especially a guy like Quentin down there was able to kind of discover himself to a certain degree, learn how to play and fit in, and he was, you know, really working on his shooting ability. And then by the time he got up here, he was making some pretty big shots for the organization. And I don't think that part happens without him getting that start in Santa Cruz.
Wow, that's awesome. Can you walk us through, you know, how you attack, just from a coaching standpoint, your everyday job with Santa Cruz, as opposed to, obviously you're trying to win here in the next couple of days, but, you know, how do you approach this? What's the goal?
God, that's a really good question. I would say the goal for a lot of these guys is just getting them comfortable and familiar with the professional game. It's probably going to feel a little uneasy at times as these guys are adapting. And so if the process is correct and we're teaching these guys kind of our way that we want to play basketball, and they figure out kind of what works for them and what doesn't work for them, and they come away, one, having a positive experience, and then two, learning something along the way that's going to help them into the fall and into training camp for the next season, I would say would be a major success.
Lane Wilson with us here on 95.7 The Game. You know, when we had Richard Toohey, Armstrong on before, you know, one of the big questions you love to ask people is, you know, what kind of player are you? What kind of coach are you? How would you describe yourself as a head coach?
I mean, I would say for my style, my biggest thing would be to empower our players, and I would want our guys going into each of these games being pretty confident. And I would say hopefully the biggest influence besides the relationships part is that these upcoming few days of practices kind of push these guys to the limit to a certain degree, so it feels a little unfamiliar, a little uncomfortable, so that by the time that the games roll around for them, that they feel pretty at ease and things feel slow to them, and that way they can play off instinct without having to overthink things.
Now, there was a time I dreamed of being a parent. Now I have 3 children, and I thought when I didn't have any kids, I'm gonna be the same parent all the way through. Now I have I'm 3 different parents. I treat them each differently, right? And when I think of it, I'm like, man, how do you approach coaching? Do you do that with your players, or is it just one way, and you're the same with all of them?
I would say, I mean, you want to treat players consistently based on what they are and kind of meet them where they're at, because everybody's got different personalities, different needs, different ways that they want to be coached. So it's just trying to figure out that way of how to adapt to each player, because realistically the whole goal is to maximize and get the best out of each guy.
Lane Wilson with us here on 95.7 The Game, head coach in Santa Cruz, also for Summer League. I do want to ask you about, so like, for example, Will Richard and Alex Tui both get drafted. It's a relatively tight turnaround between when they get selected and now this weekend, for example, at the California Classic. Like, for those two guys, what is your approach to getting them as much as you can up to speed, and especially with an opportunity this weekend to play in live games? How would you say, like, your approach to coaching those individuals is?
I would say to start out, I would say try and give them a lot at the beginning, just so, again, like, it feels a little uncomfortable, a little uneasy to them. And then, as I said, as the days goes on, then they'll be able to kind of start processing things. Things will start connecting. I don't want them feeling, at least from a basketball perspective, that, the practices feel really easy, really comfortable, and they're not being pushed, because then the games are pretty unforgiving. And so if they get out there and they start realizing, okay, this feels like I can process this better, or they come away saying, all right, like, again, from college, from being overseas, all right, this is what I think is going to work here, and this is what's going to not. It's a lot of trial and error.
How much, I got to believe that, one day, you want to coach in the NBA and be a head coach. How much time do you get to spend, if any, with Coach Kerr and kind of pick his brain?
Quite a lot. I've been pretty close to Steve for the last 4 years because I've been his video guy. That's the reason I got hired out here. So he's been a great resource. Again, him and Mike Dunleavy kind of pulled me aside after the season and trusted me into this position and said I'm ready for it. And so that obviously meant a lot. And so Steve's and both those guys have been available for kind of any questions, and they've been great resources. And obviously just watching Steve operate on a day-to-day basis is really good experience, I would say.
Well, and you work closely, obviously, with his son, the previous head coach you're taking over for, Nicholas Kerr. For a lot of people who are, now going to see him on the bench as an assistant coach of the Warriors, what is he like? What's it like being a part of his staff?
Just working with Nick the past few years, we worked together on a summer league staff just a couple of seasons ago. So we're pretty like-minded basketball philosophy-wise, and you can kind of see the results that he had in Santa Cruz, not just record-wise, but the amount of guys that were able to come up to the NBA level and contribute in an NBA game, which is pretty tough for a lot of the guys in the league, I would say, especially in the two-ways or kind of in a roster guys. And that was kind of a testament to him and the work that his staff had put in down there.
How big of the video component, because it sounds like that's what helped you get to where you're at now, how big of a deal is that?
I'm biased, obviously, but I would say pretty important just because, one, you just watch a ton of basketball, so you kind of formulate things of what works and what doesn't. You obviously made contributions to the staff in the time that I've been there, and then hopefully for a lot of these guys, not just the teaching on the court, but then using that video to kind of reinforce how you want them to play with other good examples. And it helps if guys like Steph and Draymond and even Clay, to a certain degree, in the past few years have been great examples of how you want guys to play.
Lane Wilson with us here on 95.7 The Game, head coach for the Santa Cruz Warriors, also going to be leading their summer league squad. Just my last one for you. You mentioned guys that are getting to the NBA, that are trying to make a name for themselves. How hard is it sometimes when you have all these guys on the roster that are trying to do that, being able to balance them going for their dream but also having to fit into what the team needs to do, and kind of juggling both of those difficult tasks?
Yeah, that's a really tough question. I would say, just kind of going into it, is that hopefully with the message and the buy-in is that if you get guys that are able to play together and kind of are willing to give of themselves to other players and impact other people to be better, I do think the benefits end up coming around. And so a lot of the time, just from a basketball standpoint, whether it's making the right pass, making the right run that opens somebody else up that not many people see, it's always those small details to me that end up separating those guys, because they end up impacting winning, especially at the NBA level.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Like, how do you balance that? And you kind of just spoke on it. Is it something, because everybody's trying to make a name for themselves, and we understand it, but is that something you say, day one at practice, or you kind of watch and then you're like, let me pull a certain player to the side, and like, this is what I've been seeing?
Yeah, that's the message I want to have from the jump, is just kind of that collectiveness and togetherness. And it starts with your better players to kind of help set that tone, so it kind of trickles on down. But I do think if guys are willing to play that style, the last couple summer leagues, even our team last year was pretty good, and it's a very fun style to play, and a lot of those guys ended up getting into better situations because of it.
No doubt. Well, we look forward to see what your team does beginning this weekend, all throughout Summer League, and best of luck, both this summer, but also first year's head coach. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bring it home.
Yeah.
There he is. All right.
Cool.
That was Lane Wilson joining us live here from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game, and of course you can catch them 5th and the 6th, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
They'll be taking on the Lakers on Saturday, the Spurs on Sunday, and then even the Heat on Tuesday. And it's his first chance. It's pretty cool, man.
It is, and I can't get past the video component of where we're at just as a society, but in sports, you think about Lawrence Frank, Spoelstra, and, he could be the next. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of others, but, man, Evan, there's a science to that.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going through his bio, and, you can really see that at every single step of the way, he's had to acquire skills that have moved in that direction. Even from, he was saying his time under Mark Fox, who is previous head coach at the University of California, at Georgia, 6 seasons with them. Then he moves into the G League with the Grand Rapids Drive in Philadelphia, gets hired as the head video coordinator here for the Warriors, helped them win a championship in 22, and then joins the staff for the past 2 seasons in Santa Cruz. He is right, in 10 years, to some, it might sound like a long time, but considering all of those things that he's done, it's really a short period.
No doubt about it. And he was glowing, and rightfully so. And I'll say this. What's funny is they run the same offense in the G League, the Warriors offense, that they do at the big club. So, the read and react. They work the principles per se.
Well, and right to your point, the last question you asked him, it's absolutely a thing where you got to balance. I think also, too, the role that they're going to have on, say, Santa Cruz and the role that they're going to have on the Warriors are likely completely different. I remember,
that's good
I think it was Moody's, I forget if it was his rookie or sophomore season, probably his rookie year. He was in Santa Cruz, and I remember reading a story about he scored 38 points. And I was like, whoa, I didn't know Moses Moody had that. Because when he gets to the Warriors, he's a 3-and-D guy who's a spot-up shooter and has now obviously made a name for himself and elevated his play into the starting lineup. But it's when he's in Santa Cruz, he can go get his.
No doubt about it.
But when he's on the Warriors, well, then I'm sorry, buddy, but Curry's got to take some shots. Jimmy's got to get those looks.
No, it's real.
4th or 5th.
And Evan, you know me. I'm being honest, and the fans, Taryn, Alex, and Will. If I'm one of those guys, I'm trying to go Westbrook, and maybe that's not the best, but naturally, that's what I would try to do is be shown, and try to be proven and take as many shots as I can. But obviously, these guys are pros, are trying to be pros on different levels. That's the way you can shoot yourself out of it, is by trying to do too much. But I would understand it if we, tune in on the 5th and 6th and guys are letting 20 shots fly. And that's why I was mesmerized by Pod's answer at Summer League, his rookie season, when he said, because I was a little to myself, nobody asked, man, he wasn't ultra aggressive in Summer League. Oh, man, I don't know. But when he told Steiny and I, and you were there, everybody was trying to do that. So I just focused on my game. And then now he gets an opportunity on the big level to show us what he can do, and he's shown us.
Yeah, I mean, and especially it's this weekend, one of the reasons why I'll be out of town, but I would have loved to go to these games is, to his point, there's so much thrown at him that you can kind of see guys figure it out in real time, which I think is really cool. One of the reasons that I've enjoyed watching the Warriors develop some of the young guys, again, Pajemski, TJD, Post the last couple of years, is you can see every step of development. I feel when Post was out there against Chicago and he knocks down 6 threes, oh, wow, he's got that spot-up 3 that another team's got to respect. Okay, how does he adjust next game when someone's getting in his grill and is trying to run him off the three-point line?
Yeah.
You saw him get exposed a little bit in the playoffs. He obviously played more against Minnesota than he did against Houston. But, again, that kind of little – and you guys talked to him I think he came on last week, and he was talking about the intensity, the physicality gets revved so high.
Right.
But each series is still different, so I have to be a different player. That part of it, I think, would be the most enjoyable aspect of things from Lane's perspective, from head coach Wilson's. It's like every day you see how these guys can get better.
No, it's awesome. And, like you said, it's going to be on display, and not just here for the Classic. It'll be they'll be headed to Vegas, too. So the Summer League, I'll say this. We always throw rocks about, who's not the NFL or whatnot. But, man, we're hours away from the NBA free agency. But Summer League has become a vibe. That's my new word. But it has, Evan. You could have said, it's a thing.
Yeah, the vibe. Well, right now the vibe is the Valkyries. I got to say that.
What's the most surprising aspect to you about the Valkyries?
To me, it's the atmosphere that they've been able to cultivate in arena. Like,
it's incredible.
No disrespect, but I don't get that kind of pulse from a November or December Warriors game.
Could I ask you why?
I don't know. That's to me, again, what stands out is like when I've gone to games, I feel like I told you guys this during the break. Like it feels like a soccer match. Like everybody is hung on every single play, whether it's a missed layup or a missed shot or a turnover. Like there's the like, and it always is kind of vibrating the arena, which is, and I think it's also a testament to the building they've got. But they pack it out, and the people are. They do their part.
No, they do, Evan, and they are a part, and that's phenomenal. The soccer comp, like, man, you hit me with it, like that's part of it. But also too, Evan, for me, just in sports, pro sports, when you hear the word expansion, you automatically have a scholarship for the expectations aren't there. Mm-hmm. We know, and I don't know what it was about with the Valkyries that I thought. Some of these players never picked up a ball. No, they played, but for it to come together this fast, and Natalie, the head coach, Nakasi, to be like, it feels like they've been in the league 3 or 4 years, Evan. Like that, it's just the way that it's come together so fast. I'm shocked.
Well, they're playing like it. Yeah, they're a couple games above 500 now after their win yesterday.
Playing
against the Storm.
Defense,
pretty dominant win too. They just played 4 games this week. I think they went 3-1. Like that's impressive stuff. There's no doubt about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Steiny's gonna be back tomorrow. Probably flying back as we speak.
Will it be big Warrior news?
Yeah, I wonder what kind of storm he's going to walk into. Is it going to be the thunderstorm of...
or drizzle.
Like Giannis, or is it going to be... Oh, well, the Warriors just acquired Al Horford.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
I mean, it's gonna be a long press release because he's got a lot to write about.
No doubt, and I hope I'm not foo-fooing Horford if they were to somehow get Al, because he's better than what we have. He would be an addition, but there's just something about me, Evan, that I'm just looking at. I won't call it the basketball Walmart, but for this conversation, I will. Is somehow you could finesse DeAndre Ayton and get him on a reasonable deal, and also get somebody like a Jordan Clarkson to come off the bench. That's what I want Jordan Poole to be, is what Jordan Clarkson can do. And we can throw rocks at his game all day, but what we know is he can put it in a cup, man.
Now, I do think it's interesting that yesterday there was a report that the Warriors are looking for an elite wing defender. Now,
that's not Clarkson, right?
No, everyone is. Yes, of course you want one. But then today it's, he's their top target. To me, it's just because he'll be easy to acquire. Like I think Horford made $9.5 million last year. Probably going to take another step back in terms of salary. That's why maybe the Warriors could get him for the vet min. I don't know. I think the vet min is around 5. But it's like, I don't know if we're getting set up to be disappointed. Like if fans are being set up to feel like, oh, the Warriors are going out and trying to get this. Like they want to get Derek White, and then they get Al Horford. Or they want to go out and get Giannis, and then they acquire a backup point guard. Or
I don't want to be negative, E, and I hear where you're going, but aren't we kind of staring that when you talk about 141 or 2 million committed to the big three? Aren't we kind of, unless there's a big jump off with the sign and trade of Jonathan Kuminga, and there's 3 teams involved, because you told me that would help the Warriors be able to, acquire a better player. But I don't want Kuminga to go anywhere. But I feel like we've watched the 9th life of, okay, coach, organization, are you going to do all in your power to fit this dude in? And after reading that story that you brought up over the last couple of weeks with Slater and The Athletic, Kuminga's kind of telling you, That's not going to happen.
Well, but again, that's what I'm trying to figure out is, yes, they have financial constraints, but I think the biggest question, just logistically, they have to answer is, do they want to go above the first apron? And
is it worth it?
If they do,
Lacob showed you he'll do it.
Well, that also means that you kind of have to keep JK. So right now the Warriors are about $25 million below the first apron. Ostensibly, enough space to bring JK back. But if you sign and trade him, then you hard cap yourself at the first apron, which you then can't go above. So it might just behoove them to bring him back at a salary that both parties like, and maybe you do dip into the second apron, or above the first apron, I should say. There's some ramifications for that, but I guess I just wonder, like, financially, how all in on this season will they be?
Man.
And that's why the Kuminga thing is so like, unnecessarily complex, because you think, oh yeah, well, he's not happy, they're not happy, move on, get him out of here. But then there's all these consequences for it. And that's why I would like to rip the Band-Aid off and be done with this, because I think it would help both Kuminga and eventually the Warriors. But he's got to find a destination. And I don't know, is it Miami? Like, if I could turn him into Wiggins, I would do that in a heartbeat.
I would drive to SFO, or did they change Oakland yet? The name? Oh my God, that's back on the table. But I would drive the caddy to go get
Sac
Wiggins.
if you got him out of here.
Well, Reno, wherever, Evan. I would go get him, man. Like, we forget, the sabbaticals or what happened. He was taking care of his family in regard to Wiggins.
Yeah.
But basketball-wise, when that dude is engaged, and it's an if, but let's not act like there weren't good times. Shout out J.J. Evans. I mean, that dude is what we're talking about. And I'll say this about Kuminga. As excited as I am, Evan, if Draymond, Steph, and Steve Kerr came in here and closed the door and had a conversation, because to me, those two players have the power to say, hey, coach, we know you think Nahegan's not it, but we know he's got it. That's enough gravity to make the coach feel like, for you two to say it and you're signing off, it can work. But to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Evan, why do I feel like Curry and Dre don't believe that? And that's the one component in this big puzzle that we're all missing, that if Steph and, we can say Kerr, but if Steph and Dre thought he was really that guy and he could be a part, that would be enough gravity to make him be a starter.
Yeah, I think they recognize Kuminga's future value to the franchise, but they don't see his present contributions. And that's kind of the tug and pull. Like, it's the carousel we've been on for 4 years, is what is he going to contribute now? And I think that's their biggest question, is like, how is this guy going to help us win right now when it might be the last best opportunity to do so with their big three? I know that they're under contract for one more year, but you never know how much can change in a year, especially for players of that age. And who knows? After maybe in about 3 hours, Goop, Curry won't be the oldest Warrior on the team.
Or Ayton will be a Warrior.
Now, what all right.
No, seriously, man.
Okay, is it the idea of Ayton? Is it the athleticism, or is it the player? Like, he didn't play for Portland last year. He didn't even start by the end of the season because Klingon kind of took his spot. That's why they bought him out.
And we're up against it, but I was one of the cool kids in school, and I hated to watch guys get bullied.
It's a humble brag.
And I would go help the bully. And I'm so sick of social media making DeAndre Ayton a joke. The dude is young. He's been put in a bad situation. He's not perfect. He can play. He's a big that can shoot it. And if you like that furnace, he can play. And Draymond is the match. Curry is the match. You put him in a Warrior uniform, down low, everything changes. And he can score. But he's a joke and he can't play. And that's why we don't want him. But basketball-wise, if we did an autopsy on him, Evan, he can help us.
I'm still stuck on you saying you were the cool kid, but you helped the bully.
No, I helped the kids get from getting bullied.
Okay,
I never liked that.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
No,
there's a guy in the club, and the gal says, I don't want to dance, and he's got to walk across. I could just dance with them.
You got a big heart. That's why I just wanted to clear that up. I wanted to clear that up. All right, we'll
help me out.
I don't know. I don't know if I can help you with 8, but I'll try to help you on the other side. How about that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Big thank you to Lane Wilson. Just chatted with head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors. He's going to be coaching Summer League beginning here over the weekend as well. Check that out on the Odyssey app. Use the rewind link, all that good stuff. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan in for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're live at Chase Center, and we'll be back after this. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, live here at Chase Center. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
How you doing?
What?
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
I'm having a ball.
Now, all right, I think I figured it out. I think I figured out who DeAndre Ayton is. He's the new DeMarcus Cousins. He's going to be the guy that in a couple of years, or for the remainder of his career, is going to be the guy that people are saying, how come we can't just get him? Like, how come, like, it's like a 7-footer that, ostensibly is, big and he's physical. He can score. He can put the ball in the hole.
And they did get him.
Well, they did get DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah, they got the different version of him. He still did okay here.
But I don't like that we're calling for any 7-footer, like anyone. And I'm not saying Ayton can't completely play, but to me, this might be crazy because I think Ayton is 26 years old.
14-10 career numbers.
I would rather have Al Horford than DeAndre Ayton.
And you're going for 5. And I'm not mad at you. I understand that. But the bottom line is I just feel like Evan, his reputation, and he's done it to himself, is what you really don't like. But as far as his game and his skill set, I think with the tutelage of Draymond Green and just learning and talking about defense, and somebody said it best on the chat, when he's focused, and that can always be dangerous, you should be focused, but when he's focused, I mean, he's okay, and you're not playing through him. So that buyout had to be humbling, I believe, for DeAndre Ayton. This would be his 3rd team, and hopefully you would get a version of, you could get him for much of nothing, and it'll cost you something, but something they could afford.
And I wonder what people are expecting. A little over 2 hours away from the beginning of free agency. Nothing's finalized until July 6th, but the negotiating window opens. The Warriors have some decisions to make. They extended qualifying offers this weekend to Kuminga, also to Taron Armstrong. But the Warriors are, according to Anthony Slater and Mark Stein, their top target is Al Horford. So this is the wrinkle. So they could use the taxpayer mid-level exception to get Horford. That's $5.7 million, or another free agent.
Okay.
They'll be hard capped at the second apron, which right now they are currently $38 million below. That means if they decide that that's the avenue they want to go down,
okay,
they're not going to trade Kuminga. They're not going to sign and trade him. Because I actually think that this would be the last year, and if at all possible, I don't know if they would like to do it, I don't know if they can do it. But to me, if you really are all in on this season, or you want to maximize your chances to get a 5th, then I do think you have to consider basically spending more money than you did last year. They'll have to go above the first apron, something that they made it a priority to not do last season.
No, well said, and it's the truth. But the bottom line is, Evan, I'm just thinking about Steiny too. Man, has Joe Lacob proven beyond that he'll do that if, it gives him a chance to win or be a player. And he's done that at every turn. But the question is, man, Evan, who's out there that Warrior fans think could change, or give them a better chance to get number 5, or maybe even get to the Western Conference Finals or being a threat? Because I think now with the offseason of Jimmy, Steph, and Dre, I know that's top heavy. We got action. But now you want the moves around the edges, as you like to say. Now it's about those areas to where I felt like in the playoffs we got exposed a bit in regard to, can any of the others help? And I took for granted Moody was going to be able to do what he did in the regular season in the offs. I put Pods in there, GP2. I don't know if it was injury, but nobody, they all at the same time just kind of vanished.
Well, and leaving, I don't want to say vanish, but also it's their first time. Like Pods had never really played much he hadn't played in the playoffs before. Moody hadn't been a starter in the playoffs. Kuminga didn't really get an opportunity until the last 4 games of the Minnesota series. Post as a rookie. Those guys falling short, it didn't ruin my confidence in them, because to quote-unquote fail the first time you get to the postseason, that's kind of common. Like, there are guys that who put up big numbers, but even take someone like Anthony Edwards. Like Anthony Edwards' first time in the playoffs, I think they played Memphis, and they either got swept or they won one game. Like, actually, no, they did win a game. But the point is they were a one and done. Like, that's the typical path for a lot of young players in the playoffs. And I actually think the experiences that they got last year are going to help them a lot going into this season. And while, you're not going to expect maybe Pajemski or Moody to take a massive, massive leap, I would trust them all hell of a lot more going into this playoffs and really this entire regular season. Like, they got a taste at what it takes. And now we can figure out whether or not they have a different level to reach. Those are still the guys that can get better.
Wow.
Your younger players. That's the only reason that, leaving Ayton aside, like, that's the only thing that kind of troubles me about Horford is, yes, I think he's a great fit. He's a stretch five. He's probably more ready to start than post, or even Trace Jackson Davis. But, like, he might regress between now and next season. Like, he might not be as good as he was last year.
Just natural with his age.
Yeah, exactly. And that's also why he's available. I get it. But, like, to me, the Warriors, I hope that in free agency they're able to try and find players that are closer to their prime than being out of it. Even if it's not some great talent, like a Bruce Brown, a Nikhil Alexander-Walker. Like, those are guys that are in their 20s and much closer to being in their primes than out of it.
No, I hear you, and you explain yourself well. And I got to be honest, as a lifelong Warrior fan, Evan, it sounds like, and you tell me if I'm wrong, let's leave it here since you brought it up. If that's which direction you go, where, you know what, you lost your playoff virginity, you guys are coming back, you got experience, and you bring Kuminga back with that 20 to 25, wouldn't that be running it back? Because they're saying in the business, running it back, and that's an option. How would you be, as a Warrior fan, would you be like, oh my gosh, we're running it back, or hey, let's run it back? Curry, I'm assuming health. Health is wealth. That hammy doesn't go. Then what are we talking about? The Warriors playing OKC in the Western. Like, I believe that could have happened. Them playing the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals.
No, actually, that reminds me of a point. It's something I was thinking about rolling over here. It's like, if they are on the step of free agency, really just going to go get Al Horford, maybe a piece. I seriously don't know what they do with Kuminga. To me, it's a coin flip at this point, whether he stays, whether he goes this summer. But if that's the case, you're right. You are kind of running it back. But it signals that they did think that they had action last year.
Oh, man.
And I get it. You're an injury away. There's not a wholesale path for you to get remarkably better. This is what you got. But I think also, hearing Post saying last week, a lot of people in the organization felt like if Curry doesn't get hurt, they win that series, and then you have a puncher's chance. My biggest fear going into this free agency period in this summer,
I feel like I know where you're going. Go ahead.
Is that last year was your best shot.
Man.
And it feels like you didn't get to see what it could be because Curry got hurt. Like, that's my biggest fear, seriously, is that last year was their best chance to win a fifth title, and because of an injury, we didn't get to see if they could do it or not.
So let me have you elaborate. If you were right, and I'm giving you the bucket on the youngsters kind of, it was their first time.
Yeah.
So the way you described it to me, my ears heard, maybe the second go around when they get the next opportunity, they'll be more mature. It won't be. They'll be more comfortable. So okay, so that's a positive. Why would you say this year was their best chance, or are you assuming the big three, Curry injury like Steiny? There's no way to avoid that. Like, why was last year their best chance if you're saying the youngsters are going to be better or more mature and we could count on them the second go round?
It's because they're top heavy. Like, I think, and we kind of saw it in the playoffs. They go as Curry and Jimmy go, but mainly Curry. And
no doubt,
unless Curry can maintain that level of play, then I don't know how they're going to get better or they're going to go further in the postseason. They also, look, I don't want to say they caught breaks, but they had a pretty advantageous path. Like in the first round, they got a team that they were better than. A lot of the other teams in the West, I don't know if they're better than. I don't know. They're certainly not better than OKC. I don't know if they would have beaten Denver. I don't know if they would have beaten the Clippers. I think they probably could have handled the Lakers. But to their credit, they got Houston and they beat a 2 seed. So I guess my fear is that the older guys take too big of a step back, whether it's in games played or their play falls off a little bit. I'm less concerned about Curry, honestly, than I am Jimmy and Draymond. And then your younger guys don't get good enough. Like, they don't take a big enough step.
Yeah, and that's why, if you're correct when you say they don't take a big enough step, Eben, the thing that just bothers me to my core about this whole, just bringing it back to JK, is they could have used the regular season to let him cook. Let him drive. You ever go on a long road trip and it's like, you know what, young fella, you drive and then I'll take over. In a perfect world, he would be to the point to where, okay, we can kind of do what the Dodgers are doing in baseball, if you believe that, kind of playing with their pitchers, and when it's go time, they'll be ready. But that's not the case, and this is what scares me about the Warriors if they do stand pat. Evan, in this current NBA, this climate, to me, they need size and they need shooting. Do you have a problem with me saying, just to condense it or dumb it down, that's a lot?
It is a lot.
Okay.
But I'll say, if you're trying to get size and shooting and not spend a lot of money, I get why Al Horford is your guy.
Right.
Like, he's old enough that, and he doesn't really fit into Boston's window next season because they're, look, they moved Drew Holiday, they traded Porzingis. It makes sense for them to also split with Horford. Maybe he gets another. Maybe this is his last year in the NBA.
Could be.
It could be. I don't know. But right now, of the guys that are expected to be on the move, Al Horford is, according to league sources, expected to be the Warriors' guy. We'll find out at 3 o'clock. D'Angelo Russell is expected to go to Dallas. Ty Jerome is expected to go to Memphis, which is why Cole Anthony might be expendable. Potential trade target for the Warriors. And Nickeil Alexander-Walker is expected to go to Atlanta. So those are the guys that are kind of off the board at this point. And I understand why people wouldn't be excited about Al Horford. But, again, with the goal in mind of getting size.
Yeah.
And shooting.
Yeah.
He does fit both of those. And he's not expensive. That's the other deal the Warriors made. Not with the Devil, but they made a deal that you weren't going to be able to adjust your roster a whole lot when you chose to pay Jimmy Butler 2 for, what was it, 120?
Yeah. And he gives you the 2-for-1. You talked about it, size and shooting. I like that, but he doesn't give you the birth certificate. But the bottom line is, you're talking about, and I said it all show long, they're all in for number 5, and that starts with just next season. What about a guy like LeVert from the guard LeVert? Do you like his game? Do you think he could come and put on a Warrior uniform and help us out?
I think LeVert would be perfect because he can play either of the guard spots. He creates for himself and others. I would love LeVert, but I don't know if they can afford him. It sounds like Detroit is trying to go after Karis LeVert as a contingency plan,
right?
In case Malik Beasley, who's dealing with a gambling investigation, is going to be unavailable this season. But yeah, that's a guy. I think, again, there's a lot of players out there that would fit in Golden State. They just don't have the money to do it. And the consequence of the Kuminga saga to me is that, in a way, he's going to prohibit them from getting into free agency early.
Man.
Like, unless he makes the choice right off the bat, boom, and let's just get this done. He'll sign here. The Warriors will match. But I kind of get the feeling that it's going to drag on a little bit. And that is what's going to stop the Warriors from being a potential player outside of, again, like an on-the-margins move like Al Horford.
Now, let's go down the road on I-80. Let's get in the car and go to Sacramento, because since I've been out in the Lone Star State, I've been hearing rumblings, and you tell me what you think. The Kings might be interested on Kuminga. Is there anything on the Kings roster that could help us or interest you, just the possibility of, okay, he might,
Yeah, Malik Monk.
Okay.
I like Monk.
I do too.
But But again, is he coming off the bench for the Warriors or is he starting? You know, I also think
because he did both for the Kings a lot.
He can start, yeah, but he's probably better as a six man. Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
yeah. So
instant offense.
Monk would interest me,
but it would have to be more, though. I'm sure
Murray would interest me.
Oh, that's who attracts me, man.
Like I actually think
Keegan Murray,
Kuminga fits better in Sacramento, and Murray might even fit better in Golden State.
Man,
they could somehow swap spots.
But would you call that big? Just going back to the report from Shams.
Murray?
Yeah. That whole move if they were to sign and trade Kuminga, or are we right below? We don't matter because all we care about is what the Warriors do. But if somehow they pulled that off, that would be major news. But man, if you could get Monk or Murray,
I mean, okay. I'm assuming, by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Chase Center, and of course, always back home in our Laughing Monk studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. I've talked to Will Richard, Alex Toohey, Lane Wilson, Taron Armstrong today, live from Chase Center, getting you set for free agency, and of course, the California Classic and Summer League, which kicks off this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, live here at Chase Center. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Assuming that the Warriors cannot throw an Aaron Rodgers, a Hail Mary, and get Giannis Antetokounmpo. When I hear big, to your point, I do think of a Jonathan Kuminga trade. Like, that's the biggest thing that they can do. And that's their only path to acquiring a big talent. Again, assuming that Giannis, who hasn't requested a trade, is available.
Man, I love it, and I'm with you. And if that news breaks tonight, Evan, I just wonder, forget Vegas, let's just use you and I, handicap, and shout out Dibs. I mean, what would be the odds that Joe Lacob could make that happen? How much of it would Milwaukee be doing Giannis a solid? Because I know people are like, oh, that makes no sense, that's stupid. But let's be honest, he was their Steph, and if it is what it is and he wants to go somewhere else, would they send them to the Bay? Kind of like, yeah, we didn't get there were more attractive packages out there for us, but we'll take Kuminga. However it works, and Kuminga's a part of it, and you're throwing some other stuff. I mean, could you imagine? We talk about the 1906 earthquake. That would be an earthquake. The Giannis quake, man.
Yeah, the big one's
and
coming.
I'm dreaming as a fan, but when I hear those reports, I'm like, and we know Joe Lightyears, that's his nickname, man.
Yeah, I mean, things that are too good to be true usually are.
But, wow.
But look, I think if he is available, the Warriors will be in on him, and then you're hoping that he chooses. To me, I'm not holding out hope, though. And if that happens,
if he announces he wants to get traded, you're still kind of like, you don't feel one step closer?
I mean, you are one step closer, but I still think that he would want to remain in the East.
Wow.
And that's another reason why he might end up choosing to stay in Milwaukee, or why the Bucks, don't want to deal him in the first place. Not just he's their franchise, but like maybe Milwaukee is looking around even without Dame next year and saying, like, if we brought back Portis,
no Tatum,
we can get it. Yeah, like maybe we can catch a break and make something happen in the East.
I hate that talk about said player having it easy in the East, but Evan, there's got to be something to that. And I'm wondering how much of that, if Giannis does stay put, is Tatum's down there, whatever they're doing in Boston. Mm-hmm. But he just lost Dame. So what are they going to do to kind of help Giannis, get to the promised land just coming out the East? Because you still got Cleveland.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they sent him to Toronto. I don't know. But, again, he hasn't requested a trade yet. We're trying to figure out, how big is this free agency? That's what Shams Charania said earlier today. It's going to be big. That's all he can say. He's sitting on a bunch of stuff, but it's going to be big. What do you think the biggest move for the Warriors is if Giannis is off the board? I think when I hear big, I do think of Kuminga getting traded. It's not as big as Giannis. It's not as big as Durant or.
You hit it, Evan.
But it's kind of the biggest thing they can do.
There's no other Warrior fan, even if you work for them, and I know I feel like I do, I don't. But the bottom line, Evan, there's no other answer. That's it. The way that we are currently structured and the finances are divvied out and where we're at in regard to the cap and the aprons, the Joe Lacob rules, the bottom line is, Evan, if this were a domino tournament, you got one bone to play.
Yeah. Well,
I hate that, but you got one
you still got
bone
to teach
to
me
play.
how to play dominoes, but
Are you I don't know how to play spades. Some say I lose my black card. I don't know how to play. I never wanted to play. But then when I hear my white partner say you don't know how to play dominoes, I'm like, what's worse? But it might be me with the spades.
No, I know how to play spades. I know how to play hearts. I can play like any card game. I still know how to play dominoes.
Evan, I'm going to teach it, and you're going to
cribbage, all of them.
And then we're going to play chess together because you said you play chess.
Oh,
I've seen you out
all
and
the
about.
time.
Let's do that.
I've been
Have
playing
a cocktail
poorly
and play
lately.
chess.
You might actually be able to get me. I've been playing bad lately.
Have you been playing bad?
I haven't had it.
Well, you've been playing like the Giants. Evan, I know it's NBA free agency.
It is.
I could do 9 hours on what I don't have the answer, Sway. What's going on?
Neither do they. That's the biggest problem with them right now.
What's the question?
They got no answer. The question is, how are you going to score a run? Like,
but why are you not?
Why are you not
That's my
scoring
question.
Because they can't. They're allergic to men in scoring position. They literally have a 197 batting average with runners in scoring position.
And you have a problem.
It's the worst
I'm
in
asking
baseball.
if I mention Pat Burrell. Or if I bring up the manner. So all that intangible stuff, I'm asking, is that off the table? So it's just on the players? Or all that, when it's all said and done, Evan, complements each other. And if I can yell at you or come at you a different way to motivate you, that's how stuff happens. And I'm not blaming this all on Melvin, but if he's just, maybe you're not going to reach that full, go deep within. I don't know.
It's getting to the point where I can't just blame the coaching staff.
Wow.
I can't look at the manager or the hitting coach or the pitching coach.
He says it's getting to that point.
No, it is. The coaches aren't responsible for a guy getting picked off at first base in the ninth inning. They're not responsible for poor base running mistakes. They're not responsible for not being able to get a guy in.
You preaching, man.
I mean, literally, the biggest difference in yesterday's game, we'll get back to NBA free agency in a moment. No. The biggest difference in NBA in the game yesterday is a guy named Teal, who I've never heard play in Major League Baseball before, steps to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs and ropes one down the line, scores 3, White Sox go up, and on the other side, you got maybe your best hitter, who grounds into a double play in the same situation.
But that game should have never been that close because of what they're not doing with the bats. And I know it's who, but you know what I mean? So that Teal, that was available only because they just dropped the plate of cookies every time they had them.
They did. And it's making me feel a little different about, so when you were gone, me and Steiny had a conversation about this year in Bay Area sports.
Yeah.
So, last year in 2024, nobody made the playoffs.
Oh, my gosh.
The Warriors missed the playoffs, technically, because it's 23-24. Warriors missed the playoffs. The Giants obviously missed the playoffs. And the Niners missed the playoffs. So, a couple weeks ago, when the Giants made a trade, I was feeling like, oh, well, the Warriors just made the second round. They're looking pretty good. The Giants
Which can still happen, but I hear you.
They could still make the playoffs. And then I'm pretty bullish on the Niners. Maybe not for a Super Bowl. I think they're going to win the division. Neither here nor there. That's for down the line. But this would have been the first time since 1989 that those three teams have made the playoffs at the same time.
Wow, that is a stretch.
Yeah, but 2 weeks later, I feel completely different.
Yeah.
And it's really just about the Giants. Yeah. I think the Warriors, look, the one thing that is, and 888-957-957 is the number. The biggest part of the news today, which is Al Horford is
linked to the Warriors.
Linked to the Warriors, and at 3 o'clock it's probably going to be announced, or sometime thereafter. You're really going to go into the season with a front line of Draymond Green and Al Horford? Does that...
And he's not a stiff. I just defensively, that doesn't scare me. Horford, Dre, that starting five is still, I feel like, the bank is open or it's left unguarded. And, man, Evan, that's not, what I had drawn up, but it is what it is. The bottom line is the one domino we have to play, the Warriors, is the Kuminga sign and trade, man. That's the only way that things are going to really,
Well, I don't know if they could acquire someone that's going to make me scared, alongside Draymond. But seriously, Draymond's going to be 35. Horford's going to be 39. That's a front line that is I think it's better than what they had last year because I would trust Horford, I think, more than Post or TJD.
I'm trying to see how many minutes he averaged last year.
Horford?
Tito, yeah.
Probably, I would think between 25 and 28 a game.
All right.
But that's the other part of it too, Gu. It's like, and we can get into this more on the other side. If you're really going to run out of 4 and 5 of Draymond and Horford, don't you have to have something behind him? Like, I don't think Draymond's going to be able to play 32 to 35 minutes a game.
No doubt.
And stay healthy. And that's where, in a perfect world, someone like J.K. would come into play. But if not, you're going to have to figure out how to play games without Draymond, maybe games without Horford, because he's only played or averaged 62 the last 4 seasons.
But improving your rim protection was something I wanted. That was on my to-do list. You know, as guys get older and, you know, guys beat you off the dribble like we saw in Minnesota. Yeah, not Gobert. You wish you had something like that, but something to just alter a shot, Evan. Make it more difficult. Not I beat Evan. I got a 99% chance of putting this thing in the hole because there's no resistance.
No, that's something they're trying to accomplish. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors are going after Al Horford. Is that the biggest move that they can make right now? And if it is, where does that leave you feeling, on the edge of free agency? It's less than 2 hours away, and it feels like that's the one thing we've heard from Golden State, unless they're cooking up something right now. All right, we come back on the other side. I do want to dig a little bit deeper into that. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're live here at Chase Center. One more segment before we hit the crossover with Willard and Dibs, who are at a Cache Creek Casino Resort this weekend. Want to learn all about that. We'll be back on the other side of this commercial break, all sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson, wrapping up a pretty fun day at Chase Center, not going to lie. It's been cool to get out here and meet a lot of new Warriors, meet some ones, a couple of guys that hopefully can be contributors in both the present and the future. And I don't know, like when I was walking in earlier today, the great James Kincaid, he'll come in and pick us up for the media entrance. And I'm just realizing, like, the season, though it just ended, I kind of feel like the new one is not that far away.
Dude, it's here, and that's why we're here. And when you work for the team, Evan, like we do, you feel blessed that you get invited out and you're a part of it, man.
We cover the team. We cover the team. We don't.
Evan, I got a bone to pick real quick.
Okay. I hate to be that guy.
Now, our phone or our lives, they're our real windshield because you're on your phone more than you're in your car, more than you're watching your TV. And as you walked away, I looked over. I wasn't being nosy at your phone. And your phone has a crack like a windshield, like you've been in an accident on 880. I got Apple Care. What can I do to fix your phone screen that you're on all day and night? Evan, how do you subject your eyes to that? I can help you get that fixed.
This is
Evan, talk to what?
I hope my parents are listening.
What are we doing? Look at that thing, and you're looking at it for news.
I look at it for everything. I'm on this. My screen time was 5.5 hours per day. It's a little lower than some of my friends, but it's still not great.
Help me help you.
I have Apple Care.
Okay,
that's the worst part about this.
It,
no,
baby.
I've been too lazy to take it in.
Let's use it.
Because
Get
honestly,
that fixed.
I am afraid of not having a phone for a day. I don't know what life is going to be like off my phone.
Trust you, my friend, your eyes will thank you if you go get them fixed.
Well, my eyes are great. It's just the issue is it's kind of cracked all along the ridges.
Jesus. Anyway, yeah. I'll help you out if you need old goo.
Dude, I'm like a bad running back at the goal line with my phone. I can't hold on.
That's great.
I can't hold on, dude. Oh, my God. All right. Where was I going to go? Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Apple Care.
Yeah. And GOTS.
And GOTS, yes, thank you. Thank you for saying that because GOTS has fueled everyone in this room today with, I'll call it, some healthy options.
Yeah.
How about that? There's some vegetables on the burger.
I love it.
Yeah, tomato, pickle, and a big old beef patty. All right. Speaking of beef, the Warriors are trying to sign a center, and Al Horford is their guy, according to pretty much every single notable newsbreaker. Your front line is still Draymond Green and Al Horford. And Horford can play center. He probably will play center next year for the Warriors if and when he is signed. And am I wrong, Goo, to still feel like they need more?
No, you're not, young fella.
I don't know if it's another center necessarily, but it's another big. And maybe they think that Quentin Post can elevate it and be that guy, but I'm just thinking about Draymond still having to do a whole lot next to a guy that is good, can stretch the floor, can shoot, but is going to be 39.
Yeah, and when you talk about Draymond and helping him out in regard to his job duties, Horford's not what I think of, you know what I mean? And I don't feel like Draymond can rely on him to be able to, if I get beat off the dribble, you can alter a shot. So Horford is a big, he's a center, Evan. But what if I told you, and I've heard this when I was single from a lot of women, he's not what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? And that's just where I'm at. I would be okay with the move, but I don't think this propels the Warriors into where OKC, Minnesota, who you just lost to, the Rockets, all of them are biting their nails like, oh, boy, they got a Thundercat down low. I'm looking for something younger and, do I dare say, more dynamic.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I think it's just it feels a little bit – it feels like the Chris Paul move a couple of years ago.
Mike, I want to run through the wall. That is a great call.
And
Evan, wow.
Look, I can hear the press conference now. And again, it's not that Al Horford's a bad player. And we just talked to Will Richard about him. He's a famed Gator. He's got national championships. He's got obviously a ring with the Celtics. He's played deep into postseasons. umpteen times.
Great, man.
But when you flip Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, and I can hear the press conference now, and it's going to be, he's accomplished this, here's how he can help us, he brings a veteran presence, he's going to be good. And all of those things are what Chris Paul was supposed to do.
And how'd that work out? Not to blame Chris, but how did that work out?
You're just left wanting more. And that's my only issue with this first piece of news. And again, there could be more. Like, maybe they are setting up for a bigger trade. And who knows? It could involve one of their promising forwards. But if this is the marquee move of free agency for the Golden State Warriors, I think we're going to look at this summer as disappointing.
Yeah, and while you were away, I told the boss during the break, they're on a budget, and that's just the bottom line. So you're not going to get a Bentley or a Rolls Royce, you know, with Nissan money. Nothing wrong with Nissans, but that's the bottom line. Unless you get super duper creative, and some big fish it becomes available in a couple hours, and the basketball world shakes, and you go all in to try to get them. But Evan, I'm just thinking about the Horford and the Chris Paul thing is so spot on. That is like that was the ultimate example. So I just feel like we need more. But if they feel like, who am I to second guess them? Hey, that's what we could get. That's what we could afford. I'm not foo-fooing that. But you just talk about, are the Warriors like 3 times or 4 times more threatening? I don't believe so.
No, I think they're just about as threatening. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and Steiny with Goo. Let's go out to Los Gatos and talk to Robin. Wants to get into free agency. Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing today?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I just want to ask you
What's
guys.
up, baby? What's up, baby?
What's up, Rob?
How's it going?
All right.
Good, man. What do you got?
Yeah, so I just been hearing a lot of rumors about some, Braun movement, and I had to ask you guys, like, if the Warriors had a shot at, getting him, what would you guys like? Would you guys be fans of that? And like, who would you guys, be willing to give up if we could make a move on him?
Wow, Evan, we hadn't talked about Braun. That's a great question, Robin. But
the boss did bring this up about how the Lakers, the last time he signed a deal, did some, kind of big extravagant,
we're proud,
an announcement, and this time it's kind of been crickets. And of course, he announced over the weekend he was going to opt into his $50+ million player option.
So who's leaving if they were to do something like, and this would constitute what Shams was talking about, big. Oh my goodness, what do you gut from your team to allow Braun to be a part of it?
Well, Draymond. I'm assuming.
But that's his boy. You think Dre would really be going the other way and his boy come? Like, I think that would make the trade from a Draymond standpoint doubly worse. I'm not even a Warrior. My buddy's coming and I'm not a part of it. That's why I feel like he wouldn't be included.
If I'm making a trade like that, I'm not thinking about Draymond Green, with all due respect.
Damn.
But this is the reason why. So Windhorst said earlier today the Warriors would sacrifice depth for a star-studded 3 of Curry, Giannis, and Butler. I just have to imagine that, but instead of Giannis, in this case, it would be LeBron. Like, if we're really going to go down that road. No, I don't. But would people be excited about that, you think?
Yes. Look, I try to defend LeBron James at every turn, and he's not perfect. But you put what we currently have here, if those are my 3, man, Evan, I think we got some action. And to watch Butler play off of LeBron for the first time in his career, and Curry to do as well, I mean, I would sign up for that as far as exciting. And me thinking, tapping into my Hubie Brown, me thinking, the Warriors would have some major action.
That would really be a last dance kind of thing. And look, if you're telling me that I could somehow transform, and it would cost other players and perhaps draft capital, but if you're telling me that I could transform Draymond Green into LeBron James for 1 season, I would do that. I would.
But with Lake up,
I think he would. Well, he did. He tried to do it a couple years ago. He tried to get LeBron at the deadline 2 years ago.
No, he made the phone call, but you think Draymond was going the other way? Had Jeannie Buss and company been willing to say yes, Dre would have been on the first thing out of here.
No, not at that time, because remember, Butler wasn't here yet.
No.
So, and this is part of it too. It's like they're trying to create. It sounds like, if they can, like, a bigger 3, and the weakest link of the 3 right now, is Draymond Green. So if you could,
so you
turn
would
him,
think.
Well, I mean, LeBron's better than Draymond.
but if you get LeBron and you have Draymond doing what Draymond does along with Steph, is that greater than Butler and LeBron canceling each other out? So the Draymond model is something a lot of people don't do. I just wonder if you would swap, if we're looking at it wrong, to where they would swap or be willing to swap Jimmy for LeBron.
Oh, Jimmy?
Yeah. So it'd be Steph.
I
Dre.
Personally wouldn't.
Right.
I personally wouldn't do that. If I could swap someone out, it'd be Dre. But you would prefer Butler?
It's not prefer. It's Draymond's one of a kind, and I feel like the history means something, Evan. They're not going to just night-night him. They'll night-night Jimmy, and they'll have Dre do what Dre does in regard to, the defense and everything, but it would be Steph, LeBron, and Draymond. That's how just from the things that aren't on your list that I think matter to the Warriors and the culture and Steph, there's no way Steph would sign off on that, I believe.
Do you think that, hypothetically, if next year it's Curry, LeBron, Draymond, and the same cast of characters around them, does that team go further than this year's squad? Because I don't think it does.
Evan, I want to say yes. Especially after what the not shot gate with Jimmy Butler. What if I say as far? I'm sticking by yes.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, potentially. I guess we'll probably never know.
I'm saying yes.
I would lean towards no.
And you're not by yourself. We'll run it by Willard Dibs, but
we could. It's an interesting hypothetical. I mean, I do think that, look, if LeBron is available, and no one knows if he is, but I do think it's interesting that he chose to not sign a 1-on-1 like he usually does. I do think the Warriors would be in on it. Again, the Warriors have been attached to like every single big name star of the last decade, it feels like, but. That would be tough for a lot of fans, I feel like, too. A lot of people are just saying no to LeBron just because he's LeBron. But if he could help you get better.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the Warriors are not good enough right now to say no to somebody that could make them better. Like, just because you don't like the guy. Seriously, this is an extreme example. But if the Warriors could acquire a Dylan Brooks, they're not good enough right now to say no to that.
And you shouldn't. If
it makes you better, that's something you have to consider.
Yeah, and that's a move around the edges. I just like the way he plays. He's nasty. Score you some, points when need be. But I know, a lot of people don't like him. He's public enemy number one. But when you talk about a move like that or a player of his caliber, Evan, I'm looking for more of that with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I agree, and I also think again it's something that fits the timeline. Like you know what? If you're gonna go all in, just make a senior home. Have it be Curry, LeBron, Butler, Horford. It'd be oldest starting five in NBA history.
Man, and Evan, I'd look at you, and not to bog it down, but I hope you understand fundamentally what I'm trying to say is I really believe Draymond Green's a lifer. I get what you're saying and everybody, because ideally you would move Dre and Kuminga would take that spot if I were running it. But I feel like everything that's gone in this, Steph being his guy, they're not going to, for those reasons, outside of just on the court, Draymond will not be moved.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day he will not be moved. I think that's a good call. But I don't think that this Al Horford future acquisition, we're assuming it's going to happen.
Kuminga with that if you were to get him.
I still think the Warriors are going to do something bigger. Like that has to be the tip of the iceberg.
I hope you're right.
That can't and I'm saying other moves, they still have roster spots to fill, but the other moves are going to be bigger than Horford and not just at the same level.
And maybe you feel different if you weren't in on Horford. If you are right and those other moves happen, then it's like, okay, we're sitting pretty. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. The other stuff has to kind of clarify this. But let's go out to Livermore. Talk to our guy Caleb. Caleb, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Man, hopefully big news, baby.
Yep.
Hey, it's free agency day, man. Guru, I need you to put on your Shem Sharania hat real quick, man.
Okay, go ahead.
So look, everyone keeps talking about, Kuminga, what's going to happen with that. People were floating around potentially, getting Wiggins back, or I even saw something about Herb Jones. And obviously recently you guys are talking about Al Horford. I like Al Horford. He's obviously still a really good player in this league. And I think he'd be a good addition, but I think an even better one as far as what the Warriors need. They need a big who can protect the rim, who can rebound, and I think would fit nicely alongside Draymond Green is Clint Capella. I think that's the guy the Warriors should look at. He's coming off an injury this past season. He had a ligament issue in his wrist or whatever that kept him out for some games. That's why his numbers were down. But this is a guy the previous 6 or 7 seasons has been a double-double guy. He's athletic. And, again, I just think that's the kind of player the Warriors need, a true 7-foot center who you can pair alongside Draymond. And I think defensively those two together would be great.
I'm not mad at that.
And then just one little thing, too. And recently I saw that with Jordan Clarkson, him getting bought out by Utah, I think that's the kind of player, too, the Warriors should look at, a guy who can come off the bench and just give them instant offense.
That's what we brought him up, Caleb. You're on fire. And again, Evan, I don't know what you think. If I'm in on 8 and I'm in on Capella, I would love that. And if somehow you were to get Clarkson, which we talked about and we brought up, I mean, Duke can get you scoring. And at this point, I don't think he's going to cost – there looks like there's not a lot of interest in Jordan Clarkson. I don't know what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just been the situation, but I think that kind of player fits more to me than Capella, and the reason is that the Warriors don't have a ton of shooting. One of the reasons I think that Horford is intriguing to them is he's a stretch five. They've been looking for one of those for a long time, and that's why they got Post. Post just isn't ready to be a full-time starter yet. He may never get there. I don't know. But I would feel comfortable having Post be, again, a guy that can step in off the bench and replace Horford's shooting. Horford's probably a little better defender, but Capella is going to give you nothing on offense. And you are deciding to run this back with Draymond Green. He gives you not a lot on offense either. And so it's really hard, I think, in 2025 to trot out a starting lineup where neither of your bigs are a threat on offense.
Let me run this by you, and I'm hearing you. And you got me
a threat to shoot, at least.
You got me thinking. So Jimmy Butler comes here, and by all metrics, Evan, even defensively, not just offensively, it is night and day, and everything changes. And numerically, the Warriors are the number 1 rated defensive team. So we have that. We go through the playoffs, and then it ends the way it ends. Is there any part of that being fool's gold, or if you run that back and make a couple moves around the edges, nothing major, and maybe it's Horford? Do you think the Warriors and Lakers are sitting back like, yeah, maybe Evan and Guru and Steiny don't think we got action or the world, but we do if you look at kind of what happened last year. The impact of Jimmy was so great. All we got to do is just add maybe not a whole bottle of cayenne pepper, but just a little.
Yeah, I think that's what they are doing. The moment they got Butler, they realized, all right, this is going to be our team for the next couple seasons, and including this one last year, and we got to try and do the best around it. Like, that's kind of the place where they're stuck. I don't think that there is a way to get markedly better unless it involves trading someone.
Ah, man. Yeah.
And Kuminga's the only real piece that they have to do that.
And who are we fooling going into this offseason? And it's still that way right now as we get free agency is upon us. The biggest thing going with the Warriors is how is this Kuminga thing going to play out?
Well, that's why.
Just it.
Yeah,
if you're tired or not.
When I'm hearing, okay, so they need a stretch 5.
Yes.
It sounds like they've got that, or they've filled that void with Horford. The elite wing defender.
There we go, E.
Do you make a call to New Orleans and ask about Herb Jones?
I love Herb Jones.
Do you ask about Trey Murphy? I don't know if they would trade Trey Murphy. I think they might trade Herb Jones. The fact that they acquired Poole, they traded a future pick, means they probably want to compete. So Murphy's a part of that future. But Herb Jones is on a relatively inexpensive contract. he might be on his way. They may not want to pay him in the future. I think Herb Jones would be a great get for them. I think when Shams Charania says big, people are thinking stars like Giannis or LeBron, and who knows? Maybe they
because I am.
Yeah, like maybe they kick the tires around on it. But to me, like I would be if they could get Herb Jones somehow. Probably involves trading Kuminga. If they could get him, that would make me excited. Like that's a big move because he would fill a role for this team that they haven't had. Like somebody who can start or play starting minutes and guard the other team's best perimeter defender or perimeter player. They need size, they need some shooting, but like, dude, they didn't have anybody who could just pick up, insert star on the other team, and you feel good about it.
Hey, and no doubt. And you know who did? And even though this said team didn't go all the way, they sent you home, but it felt like they had a plethora of them in regard to size and that tenacity that you talk about and that length. It's Minnesota. So you got Dre, you got Jimmy, you got Steph. Evan, I don't care how old they are. We're not far. You just need what you just described. And I know they don't grow on trees, but if somehow you could get, and that doesn't constitute big like a Jokic or a Giannis, but if you could get that Jones or Murphy, who I would die to get, something like that to have that impact, that's the type of move, Evan, that could send this team over the top, man. I believe.
Well, I'm thinking about the rest of the Western Conference. Like, the Thunder have a Lou Dort. The Minnesota Timberwolves have a Jaden McDaniels.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Even the Clippers have a Chris Dunn.
Yeah.
Like, someone who you can just throw on the other team's best player. And the Thunder got a lot of them.
Yeah.
But my point is the Warriors don't even have one. Right now, like Butler may have used to be that guy earlier in his career.
Thompson with the Rockets. You could just keep going.
Exactly. And that is, in a way, the more I'm thinking about it, like that might be my biggest concern for them, or the biggest void they have in their roster right now is a go-to perimeter defender, even more than a 7-footer. Like Horford's fine, they could use it, but having a guy that can really just check rock and kind of disrupt an opposing offense, that's what I think they're trying to find.
We're up against it, but we can talk about J.K. and if it is over, what did happen on the offensive end. But if you told me I had to go in a lab and draw up a guy with that guy that you're talking about to have those intangibles, what makes it worse about the Kuminga thing, he would look just like J.K. That if he could just be that guy, Evan, if he was that nasty on defense. That's what he would look like, Pippen.
We wouldn't be in this situation.
Like Keegan Murray don't guard like that either, or can he?
Keegan Murray's pretty good.
Okay, so you ain't even out on him as far as because I've never called him a bad defender. I just never noticed that. Like he's not a turnstile.
No, in fact, he doesn't fit with the Kings at all because they play no defense.
Wow.
Like he's the only guy that can actually defend someone on the other team. But yeah, to your point, that's who J.K. is supposed to be.
Just like it, man.
And he's not. Maybe we can run this by the boys coming up on the other side.
See if they got some names.
Yeah. They're back in the Laughing Monk studios. Evan in for Steiny with Goose. Steiny's going to be back tomorrow. We're live here at Chase Center. Big shout out to Will Richard, to Alex Toohey, to Taryn Armstrong, to Lane Wilson, all coming by to get you set for the California Classic presented by CarMax this weekend. Tickets still available for games July 5th and 6th. That's Saturday, Sunday, right here at Chase Center. Snag your California Classic ticket bundle, 2 lower-level seats, 2 hot dogs, 2 drinks for $40 a person. Offer good through Wednesday. That's July 1st. All right, coming up on the other side, we got the crossover. Oh, also, big shout-out to Gott's Roadside right here in Thrive City, keeping us well-fed and a lot of great food and great overall hospitality, as always, here at Chase Center. All right, that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Evan and Goo back with the crossover. Willard Dibs on the other side. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? It's time for the crossover. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow. Gerald the Guru Johnson rocking with us live at Chase Center. And now bringing the boys in from the Laughing Monk Studios, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. What's up, gentlemen? How we doing?
Hey! How we doing?
Fantastic. You guys look locked and loaded in studio.
That's what we do. Like, we actually get to sit in our regular chairs while we're talking to you.
How was the rodeo up in Cass Creek?
Keep it straight.
Brothers, we had ourselves a day.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
2 days, but yeah.
Yeah.
I checked in with you both. I'm bragging.
Yeah.
It was
Saw Zucci
nice.
Man with the white tee.
Yeah, Zucci Man.
Zucci.
You saw it.
Yeah, Zucci's like, I got my white tee, I got my jorts, let's play. It was incredible. We had a day out there. The only thing that Cash Creek did wrong had nothing to do with Cash Creek at all.
Yep.
It just was. It was 10 too many degrees.
Mother
That's
Nature.
It. That's it.
Mother bleeping nature. Yeah.
But Cash Creek was there with all the free water strategically placed throughout the course to make sure that we didn't die. So, dude, it was fantastic. Everything out there, from the show to the food to the pool, the hot tub, the gambling, the golf, everything. Dude, we did it all.
Yeah.
It was great.
And even like at the end of the golf, so you come off 18, it's like, okay, it's hot and this was fun and the course is great. And the guy walks up to you with a tray of, was it watermelon towels or was it like melon?
I think it was mango.
Thank you.
He goes,
I couldn't
got a
remember the
touch of
fruit.
mango in it.
So he gives you a towel that is ice cold and wet.
Yep.
And you've been out in the heat for 4.5 hours, and I couldn't remember the fruit because I was like a little delirious.
I
He's
could
like,
be wrong. Yeah.
Mango towel.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and like cool off with a little mango schmear on this towel.
I felt like John Miller. That towel is wet.
Totally.
And you put that thing on the back of your neck and just make everything okay.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys had a great time. The boss just left. I couldn't wait for you two. It's all about NBA free agency. He never tells us what to talk about or what not to. But Willard and Dibs, I have no answers. Real quick for the Giants, I don't know what I'm watching, and I'm not blaming it. What's going on?
Oh God! So I have something potentially like this is a downer. This is a downer.
Debbie Downer. Call you Debbie.
Willard said you.
Not Willard.
No. It's not from me. It's from inside the building.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Now, this is one person's opinion, and I will not say who this person is.
Okay.
Buster Posey.
It's not Buster. I will eliminate Buster. It's also not Farhan.
Okay.
Don't ask any more questions. That's as far as I go. It's neither of them. But someone who is employed by the San Francisco Giants in some way, shape, or form. This person, I ran into him this morning, and we're chatting, and we're like, man, what the hell's going on? And this person immediately goes, I had all kinds of hesitation about the acquisition of Rafi Devers. And I said, now hold on a second. What the heck could that have to do with this? You don't get worse when you get better players.
Right.
That's not how this works.
You know what that is, right? It's a hesitation sensation.
Absolutely. I was like,
thank you.
Denigration? What is it?
No.
Okay,
there was hesitation.
Anyway.
Your source.
So this person states, there's like, I just think that the second he got here, that team prior to his arrival was just vibing with each other at such a level. They loved each other. The clubhouse was just turned all the way up. And it wasn't just Devers. It was also Chapman gets hurt. The clubhouse loves Fitzgerald. He goes into a slump. He gets sent down. It's not the reason, but for whatever all of it is, this person states to me, like, it just since then has not felt the same. It just,
Will.
The clubhouse just doesn't feel the same.
Will, can I be honest? Because that's a bomb. He hadn't been here so long. Do you think that's unfair? But you just kind of answered it by saying it's not all him. But, I mean, were they playing over their heads before they got him? And maybe they're coming. Did we overestimate him collectively, the team, before Devers? And now, I'm asking because I don't know, but I feel like I'm not saying that guy's wrong, but that would be kind of heavy to lay at his doorstep, and he hadn't been here 15 games, you know?
Definitely not laying it at the doorstep in the way of blame, but it's just like, you, whatever your favorite meal is that you make at home, and then suddenly right before you're about to eat it, you added another ingredient. And you're like, oh, it doesn't taste the same. And that's kind of the way they were describing it. This wasn't a blame thing or whatever. And quite frankly, I will say this as an outsider, I don't really kind of accept the opinion because I don't really accept it because I'm like, you don't get to do that as a pro athlete. You can't be like, oh, we were fine, and then they gave us a really good player, and now I'm not performing anymore. Like here would be my rebuttal. My rebuttal is you just went 1-5 last week. You barely played any major league players, though the entire week. You went 1-5, and there were a few things that your players did out there on that field that I would have been mad at my 11-year-old if he did on a field. So, to me, this is not clubhouse. I don't think too many people are talking about Melvin. Way too many people are talking about Burrell. This is a player problem, in my opinion.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I think to place it at the footstep of Devers, it's obviously coincidental, but I think that's exactly what it is. Like, them being 4-8 is not because Devers is hitting second and not getting things done. You're 4-8 in the last 2 weeks because you're hitting 196 the runners in scoring position. You're getting picked off in ninth innings. You're not working from ahead. Your bullpen is regressing a little bit, and your offense is exactly the same or performing a little bit worse. Like, to me, the Giants have, yes, ran into bad teams that have made them look awful, but I do think that pointing to Devers, that's kind of low-hanging fruit to me. Like, if you didn't think that the Devers trade was going to go well because it wasn't going to age well, that's something I'll hear. But the immediate returns, I am not in any shape or form going to look at him and say, you're the problem.
No, they're all the problem. And you look at Jung-Hoo Lee, who's been patently bad over this stretch. Willie Adames has yet to actually show the form. And, Evan, I want to ask you as a former pitcher about Ryan Balker. Like, what's going on with...
That's a 3.
It's at least a 4. Ryan,
Tim George laughing.
Thank you. The way that he is balking...
That was such a 4 that took me a minute. Like 5 seconds later, I'm like, Ryan Balker? Does he pitch for the White Sox? I missed that one.
Sounds like a Marlin.
Evan,
oh, my God.
I mean, you were a D2 pitcher. Like, have you ever gone through that? Does he have the yips? Like, he comes out of the stretch and he doesn't know where to put his foot now. And I know it didn't really cost him the game, but it cost him a run. And his reaction after was like, it felt like, I don't even know how to do this anymore.
Well, first of all, D3. Secondly,
I apologize.
Yeah,
I thought Walla Walla was D2.
No, you're giving me a little bit too much credit. I can't take it. What is Ryan Walker's issue? He isn't the same version as himself last year. I do think a big reason is he's thinking about where his foot's going. Like, I always found it fascinating that you want to go back to Jared Weaver. There are these crossfire guys that throw across their body, and it's like they're going to throw out their spine every time they release a baseball. And Walker's been fantastic, but he can't locate. And to me, that's the reason why is he's having an issue with where he's planting. But neither here nor there. He could be Ryan Balker. He could be a couple of my friends called him Ryan Walk-Off early in the season.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, a little bit of a low blow. But the fact is he is, I think, representative of the regression of the bullpen. And I think the biggest reason why some of those guys have taken a step back is because the starting pitching is not eating as many innings as it did early in the year. So you're having to rely more on the Walkers or the Bivens or the Luke Caseys, and then you're going to give up some runs where your offense just can't get them back.
I don't think Walker has any idea where the ball's going anymore. Like, that's what bothers me when I watch him is, and, like, first of all, he's falling behind in the count, and second of all, then his get-in pitches, they're right down Broadway. They're right down Broadway. They've got a book on him now because of last year, and so they're totally ready for him. I don't know. Like, that's an interesting comment you make, Evan. Like, the starting pitching, to me, largely still feels pretty good. Do you know what I mean? Like, Robbie Ray has another really good outing. I thought Verlander was very shaky yesterday, but then when you look at his line score, you're like, okay,
Left the game 2-1.
You gave up 1 run in 6 innings. I know half the outs were at the wall, but still, you gave up
1,100 feet of
yeah. I mean, that was
the second inning.
That was the loudest quality start I've ever seen in my life. But whatever, he did it.
God.
So, like, I don't know, man. I think they're getting enough out of those guys. I hear what you're saying, but it's hard to look at this team right now and not focus solely on the offensive side.
No doubt about it. And the base is loaded with Ramos. I'm not blaming him. It's just like, man, they are all infected. But real quick to your point, Willard, and I'm being real, and I was a guy that was hard on Matt Williams, and that was just third base. But at what point do we say as a collective, if it's not Melvin and Burrell, and I'm not saying it is, but when we say, hey, hitting coach, you're doing a great job, or manager, you're doing a great job, at what juncture do we just check what's under the hood in regard to Melvin? I feel like every game, regardless, Dib, of how it plays out, he's the same. And to his credit, but I'm just wondering, like, we got to be able to judge both of those guys at their job. And right now, Melvin's responsible for this team. Could a different approach maybe get him out of this, whatever it is, quicker? And as far as Burrell, how do we judge what he's not doing by watching all these guys not be able to hit the ball right now?
That's always a tough one for me because, you've got Devers and Adames who come in with pedigree and stats and a career as a hitter, and now you're having a bad year, and, Devers 12 games, whatever. Does that fall on the hitting coach? Is he telling these guys who have done very well in the league, is he telling them things and they're doing those things and now they're not succeeding? That's always a hard one for me. And Matt Williams at third base, I think that, he got caught up in 3 or 4 tough decisions. He made calls that didn't actually work out. And think about the game on, Saturday when they lost 1-0. That's not Matt Williams' fault.
Wisely.
Wisely, he gets picked off when the catcher goes snap throw and you get picked off. And like all the little things. And we all agree that the Giants are going to win by being buttoned up in the little things. They're not going to beat many teams 11-8. They're going to have to win tight games by being tight. And right now, this team is not tight. And, they're a little sloppy when they need to be tight.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Chase Center. The boys back at the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Well, kind of on the eve of NBA free agency, well, the last hour, I should say, before it gets underway.
59 minutes to go.
You like Al Horford, Willard?
Sure. I mean, fits right in. You guys will like this story. I do this often. I call my parents on my way in. I can't call them on the way home because they're always like, "We're just sitting down to dinner." So I have to call them on my way to work. And so they're big Bay Area sports fans, even though they've moved down to Southern California. And so my dad jumps on and goes, "What's the latest with the Warriors? What's going on?" I said, "Well, there's not much yet, but the rumor of the day is Al Horford." And my mom and dad both, they go, "He's so old." Mind you, both of them are in their 80s.
Right.
So people in their 80s think Al Horford is old. But I also said he'll fit right in. He'll fit right in. So and he's still good. He's still a good player. So that's for the moment until it's reality.
He's so old that you and I.
How old is he?
He's so old that you and I have known each other we kind of figured it out. It's been 20 or so years.
Great point.
And when I met you, he was playing at Florida.
Yeah, he was on the floor.
I met you at the Final Four when Florida won the first of 2 national championships. And it's like, hey, you work with Tony Bruno. I do a thing with Tony every day. Ha, isn't this great? Nice to meet you, Mick Willard. It's actually Mark. Dave? No, it's Dan. And so we got to know each other. Al Horford is in college at that point, and he's still playing. So I get what they're trying to do. If you're old, and maybe they should have Priest be a part of their front office. He's too old.
That's a 3.
Because you go from old to older, and I actually shared this on our thread earlier. This might be, if they bring in Al Horford, could they be the oldest team in the history of the association? And I'm going to do the research.
Oh, deep dive Dibs. I love it. And I'll say this because Evan's channeling I'm calling him Baby Steiny today. He don't even know it. listen, life is about second chances, right? What about one DeAndre Ayton if you could get him for cheap? Are you guys so out on the ball player because he's got talent, but Evan's like, I don't want him here. He didn't say it that way. But where are you at when you hear that name, Willard or Dibs? DeAndre Ayton, who is not, to me, a stiff. You get him here in this culture?
My eyebrows went up when I saw that come down yesterday.
Okay.
When I saw that news come down, I was like, oh, and he's still, boy, his numbers, right? He's a productive player.
Sure.
But like, Goo, it's almost like you're answering your question with your own laughter right now. What's making you laugh?
The laughter was I'm hugging you through the thing because I need some help, and for the fact that your eyebrows went up,
don't get on the
in the
lifeline.
club. I took that as your in. And Dibs, we've seen the Warriors help guys out. You know, this pedigree and this culture, and the dude can shoot, he can rebound. He just needs his furnace lit, man.
Right, but if you want to look at it, and I'm hearkening back to the old Eddie Murphy bit when I got some ice cream and you don't have none. You can't afford it.
Delirious.
Thank you. They can't afford it. He's not coming in and making vet min. And they bought him out for $35. And if you're a team that wants a big, you might give him, 2 years and $40. The Warriors can't afford that.
I don't know. I don't think he's going to command that. I really don't.
Like, what's he going to command? And whatever it is, they can't afford it.
No, but I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, because he's a guy now. There's enough. Like, again, Guru starts laughing. There's a reason. This guy's got baggage. And there is a team that's trying to be good next year that just decided we don't even want you here. In fact, we'll pay you money to leave. DeAndre Ayton, to me, feels like he needs a one-year deal somewhere to go sort of bump up his value again, and so guys like that end up coming cheap. Now, I don't know that he fits the Warriors. I don't know. They want people. They want a big who fits with Draymond Green on the floor and therefore spreads the floor and makes you defend the 3-point line and all of that. And I think that's why Al Horford's probably more interesting to them than DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's got to be someone who can shoot the ball from 3-point range, and Ayton really isn't that guy. And defensively, he doesn't give you much either, and I think it's gonna be like an overpay from the Lakers or some team like that. But the thing about Horford that I guess just kind of jumps out immediately, it's like your 4 and your 5 are Draymond Green and Al Horford, and neither of them are 30-minute players anymore. Maybe in the playoffs, I don't know. But, like, you're going to go through 82 games. Age regardless, those guys are probably 27-minute a guy per night. And it's like, that's what you're going to roll out. They can't be done. Like, there has to be something else that comes after this. I understand why he's a top target because he fits all these different boxes, or checks the boxes. But there has to be something after this.
Of course there will be, and this is where I duck and run out of the room. But don't forget the Jonathan Kuminga trade that's coming.
No, you don't have to duck.
Did you leave?
I talked about it. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's radio, so I left. I did. I left, but then I came back.
All right.
Yeah. No, I think that's coming. I'm going to rescind my prediction on Friday just based on the current reports. I had predicted that we would get a Jonathan Kuminga trade by 6 o'clock tonight.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like I'm going to be very wrong on that.
Boy.
Then again, I'm not wrong until I'm wrong because I also think that this is a lot of posturing. The Warriors are putting out to a reporter that, this is going to drag on. Or maybe Kuminga's agent is putting out to a reporter that this is going to drag on. And that tells me that one of the sides wants a reporter to report that it's going to drag on, which kind of like that's a leverage play. So, but we're also getting a list of teams that may be interested. The more I read, the more I see. Don't you guys all get the feel? The Warriors and Kuminga don't want to be together anymore.
No, I get that. I told Evan.
So then you got to figure something out.
Say night to him, Willard, and get something lesser. That's what scares me. That's why I think it could go long.
I get it. But they are competing interests right now. I know that this bothers people. I understand why it bothers them. And forever we may watch him become a really good player and never fully understand why he couldn't integrate himself into the system. But I also think that if we let our minds wander a little bit, I think that would be healthy here. Because a lot of people are just like, he's a good player. Why can't you play him? Well, let's push that a little bit further. It's almost like the Devers thing I just brought up. I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that people don't really realize. Nobody wants to come out and rip the other side, but the bottom line is the Warriors have asked Jonathan to do certain things that he won't do. And he wants to do things out there that the Warriors won't let him do. And so we're good. I think we're just going to have to get comfortable with the fact that they're not a mix. He can be good. They can be good. It doesn't mix. And if you want to call that a failure of the Warriors, you're allowed to. I understand it. But at the same time, they're trying to win this year. And I don't think that anybody wants this drama come regular season time.
We played some audio, Dibs, of Willard of Sham saying something big is going to happen today or tonight. And Evan and I were throwing around outside of just Golden State here. What constitutes big? Do you think LeBron could be on the move? I don't know what I think Ja Morant could be. Like, he has to know something. Why would he say big tonight?
Well, and he has been saying big, like it's going to be the biggest offseason in history. And so I do think that big might start happening here at 3 o'clock. And Ja actually is a name that I do look at as somebody who could be on the move, maybe somebody who needs a change of scenery. And if you're Memphis, you're already kind of dismantling what you have. So, you know, you're either all in or you're all out in the NBA if you're doing it right. And, you know, you've got Washington and Brooklyn and other teams that have kind of decided that they're going to be all out. And, you know, Portland doing what they did with Ayton, not that he's a centerpiece, but, you know, you start to look at where you are as a team and you've got to make hard choices. And the Warriors are all, you know, doubled down and bought in on being all in for whatever that means. And, you know, last year they were one of the last 8 teams playing. And so they feel like they're still close enough. But I do think when 3 o'clock hits here in 50 minutes and 22 seconds, I do think you're going to start to see some stuff happen.
This offseason feels like, you know, there's the stuff like Kevin Durant that you see coming, and then there's the stuff like Desmond Bane that you didn't see coming. And I do think that very fair chance before Dibs and I are done today that some stuff that we didn't see coming suddenly shows up. You guys bring up Ja. What about his teammate? What if it's Jaren Jackson?
Yeah.
What if it's Sabonis? Hell, what if it is LeBron?
I was just going
Do you know
there,
what I mean?
Willard.
Yeah, like I think that we could look around the league and you can see the teams that are at least, you know, dancing around this idea. I know Cleveland is in a really interesting spot. Is it Darius Garland? Is he on the move? I think those are the types of names I think we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, Shams hasn't been wrong yet. I didn't take it for his word when he said it is going to be, you know, the biggest one of all time. It just seemed kind of like hyperbole. But if things are still to come, and you've already seen Bane move, KD move, my mind instantly goes to Giannis. You know, I don't know if that means he's available for Golden State, but like, because they signed Portis, I woke up and I felt a little lukewarm on it. But to me, when I think big, like I think of a top 5 player, and I don't know if LeBron is that anymore. So to me, that kind of leaves one dude. And I guess when I hear big, I'm expecting the report that Giannis Antetokounmpo has requested a trade, and then all hell breaks loose.
You know, it's possible, and you know, you wouldn't fault him for it. He's done his bidding there in Milwaukee for a long time, and it felt to me though like that would have been out before now, but maybe he's just waiting until 3 o'clock to make that public. But I did think that the Bobby Portis re-sign kind of indicated to me that maybe, you know, Milwaukee's trying to tell Giannis, like, we still think that we have a chance. And, you know, with Boston down a star and Indiana, they're down their star, and Philadelphia is broken, and you look around the East and it feels kind of wide open. So maybe the Giannis thing waits another, not maybe a year, but maybe half a year.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, we're looking forward to it, and obviously we're going to be glued to Willard and Dibs.
Probably have breaking news.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's going to be coming out during the middle of your show, so have fun reacting to. Hopefully, sounds like big news.
I mean, do you guys want to do the exercise with us right now? We were almost going to play this with listeners at one point.
Yeah.
Randy, do you have the? I want to let everyone know there is no breaking news right now.
Just the first 3 seconds of the sounder.
Just give us a little taster. Yeah, just a little. All right, if you hear that an hour from now, what do you want us to say? What are you hoping? What are you hoping gets said on the radio? right
I
after
got
that.
one. Can I go first, Evan?
Go.
Jaren Jackson Jr. has been acquired by the Golden State Warriors in a sign and trade for Jonathan Kuminga. That's it
I
for
thought you were
me.
going to say Draymond.
Oh, no,
Lord.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah, for me, all
this,
paths
yeah.
lead back to JK. Give me Kuminga to the Pelicans for Trey Murphy. How about that?
Oh,
What?
I like that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like that one.
That's great.
I don't know if do the Warriors have the financial wherewithal to go get a big, expensive player? I've sort of prepared myself for the answer being no.
I thought it would have to be a 3-team trade. They get past that.
For sure, but there's even if you do all that, you still have to then you have to acquire and sign or at least afford the player, and that's with Draymond and Jimmy and Steph and all on your
Yes,
roster.
depending. I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr. makes 23.4.
Yeah.
So that could be a sign and trade, and you throw in a Buddy or a Moody, depending on what the sign and trade number is. So that's one that actually could be possible. But yeah, I mean, trades are hard. Even though Mike Dunleavy's made about 8 of them, I mean, it seems like they are kind of hard.
And they did just pick up a couple of young talents we talked to earlier today, Will Richard and Alex Toohey, who may just need to fill out the back end of that roster.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jaren is expiring after this year.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
All right.
Well,
We'll be listening,
yeah,
boys.
we're looking forward
Go
to
Giants,
it.
right?
Appreciate you.
They'll get it tonight. They'll get it tonight, Willard.
I'm so how many days in a row can we be like they better, and then they don't, and then you're like, well, they better win the next one.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're going to
God.
lose in 1-0.
I got to.
Thanks, Evan.
Sorry. Willard Dibs coming up next. Keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. This is a big freaking day.
Big.
This is a big day, and I will hold to one of my predictions that I said to you while we were out there live at Cash Creek, and thank you again to everybody involved in that, namely our listeners who came all the way out there and spent the whole day with us, Demetrius and Zucci Main. I forget Demetrius's brother's name. I apologize.
It was Skip.
Skip.
Yeah.
Skip.
Yeah.
Okay, Demetrius and Skip and Zucci.
Yep.
Who, by the way, he's actually got a name. It's Chris. But anyway, he's still going to be Zucci Main as far as we're concerned.
Yep.
And we just had a day. It was absolutely wonderful, an experience across the board out at Cash Creek. So thank you to everybody who was involved in that. I had 2 predictions when we left. One of them was that there would be a Kuminga trade by the time we were done today. Doesn't sound like that one's trending in the right direction.
No.
But there was another prediction, which was that show's going to be hot. It's going to be big. There's going to be a lot going down, and I'm going to stick with that one because we've already got a lot of rumors percolating and whatnot, and free agency technically begins now in 44 minutes. If I were all of you, I would stay right where you are because there is sure to be that little sounder that Randy just played. It's almost assured that that's coming once, twice, 3, 4 times on this show.
Probably more than 4 times even, and whether or not it comes with the Warriors having news and developments, we don't know. And yeah, your idea was that the Kuminga thing would be resolved by 6 o'clock and either an extension or a trade or whatever would happen would go down before 6. And it feels a little bit more based on the reports we've read like this one might drag out a little bit, but if you're the Warriors, you don't want it to drag out that much because if you don't have Kuminga, then you want to be in on some of this stuff that goes on. Maybe not the day one free agents with the big ticket items, but you want to be a part of some of it.
Well, and the last thing you want to see is that at 3:01 today, it's like the Brooklyn Nets are preparing a 5-year, $165 million offer sheet for Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow.
Now, I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'll tell you the good news I saw for the Warriors yesterday. I know these extensions, they look huge, but sometimes go into the numbers and you're like, all right, maybe that's not that big a deal. Like Jabari Smith for the Rockets got a deal yesterday. He got a contract extension.
5 years.
9 figures. But then you go, okay, wait a minute. Run that through an NBA filter. 5 years, $122 million. Not even making $25 million a year.
Nope.
So, like, when you look at it, if Jabari Smith, who they love, and is a young, absolute marksman from the outside with size, if he's going to command $24 million a year, less than half of what the stars in this league absolutely make, well, then what does that mean for some of these other players that we're all talking about and what they're going to be worth on the open market? Side by side to that was a report that Jonathan wants $30 million a year. I
do too, Mark.
Okay.
I do too.
I don't think you're going to get it, but okay.
Right.
You can want it all you want.
Yes, and the fact that Jabari Smith Jr., who got a rookie extension where Kuminga was looking for that last year and he didn't get it, and so here we are today with him sitting on a qualifying offer, which means, all right, you're restricted now and you can take other offers. And if the Warriors do eventually decide to keep Kuminga and they, move off the qualifying offer and they give him a deal, he's probably not getting 5 years and $122 million or whatever that Jabari Smith got. It would be a shorter term deal for less money, less average annual and all the rest of it. So I thought that contract, when it got announced yesterday or this morning, whenever it was, that one to me, if I'm in Kuminga's camp, was like, oh, Schmidt.
No doubt.
Like,
by the way, Warriors also, not from a financial standpoint, but if you look into the Houston Rockets and not only who they are right now, but what they've got the room to do over the next couple of years, like they are projected in a couple of years to not only be underneath the second apron, they're underneath the first apron.
Yep.
They're underneath the damn tax. They can go extend Tari Eason and Kevin Durant and totally be fine for the next few years. The Rockets are going to be a problem.
Right, because Fred VanVleet, I believe, has one more year on his deal.
He reworked it.
Yeah.
He reworked it. He got a 2-year deal, but for way less.
Gotcha.
He basically cut his salary in half for them.
Right, so he basically got what they owed him, and he spread it out over 2 years.
Right,
is kind of
pretty
what
much.
happened. Which,
yeah, they gave him a little.
fine.
They gave him a little $5 million kicker or whatever. I think,
and that's great. So in 2 years, like you're saying, when he's off the books, and he'll probably be retired or whatnot, and Durant at that point might be close to his end as well. So Houston's got a lot of flexibility, a lot of room, and Şengün is already under contract for 3 or 4 more years at a good fixed number if he continues to be close to being a superstar. He's a star. He's a great player. But, yeah, Houston is kind of what you want to be financially.
Okay, so if I were you and if we were and we are, like we are just going to be locked in on this throughout the afternoon. And I don't mean that means that we're not talking about the Giants because I got all kinds of crap to get off my chest. This is and so we're going to get there in a second too. But the NBA thing, just stay right here because there's going to be action, especially about 40 minutes from now, for sure. There's going to be news pouring in. And if you are a Warrior fan, the rumors of the last 24 hours, sure, the Kuminga thing, we all knew that hangs over everybody's head. The only 2 other things that are worth sort of passing along at this hour are A, yes, they've been linked to Al Horford, at least in terms of rumors and reports, that he is their top target as far as a free agent, would probably be a cheap 1-year deal. Al Horford is 38 years old, but he's tall, he can shoot, and he's a pro and still productive. So that's one. And then the other thing that might have gotten tucked into your weekend that you didn't see is those around the Warriors absolutely are starting to project that GP2 will not be back with the team.
Yep.
Not done, but sources calling it unlikely. I believe that was Monty Poole's report, among others, over the weekend. So sort of brace yourself for GP2 to no longer be on the squad.
Which tells me that there's a team out there that's going to give him more than just the absolute bare bones minimum. And, good for GP2. And, a team that is looking for a 7th or 8th man, which is basically what he is. And if he can get 2 years and, $11 million somewhere else, and the Warriors are offering him just the bare bones minimum, then that's the way that goes, and he's going to move about and go to a new team.
So keep all of that just kind of in your hip pocket. Trust that we're going to be all over this as things develop and break throughout the afternoon. We will be on it immediately. We will react to it, and don't you worry about that. Stay locked right here to 95.7 The Game. Now, here's the other part. To me, I'm not talking about this being the worst team of all time. I'm not talking about it being like the hardest thing to root for. I just mean this in this moment. I cannot remember being this frustrated watching one of the Bay Area teams as I am right now watching the San Francisco Giants. So frustrating. The year is fine. There's so long to go. We're halfway there. They've got more wins than losses. Did they waste a winnable week? You're damn right they did.
Yep, 1-5.
Right? Absolutely. Just absurd. But it goes deeper than that. It is baseball. Therefore, it is cyclical. Things come in waves. You win games you didn't think you'd win. You lose games you didn't think you'd lose. That's baseball. Can you recover from this? Sure. To me, it's actually what's in the sauce. It's not the sauce itself. It's the ingredients. It's the little things that are happening on this field right now that are absolutely, unequivocally unacceptable at the professional level. But, Dibs, you want to know what my thing is? Dude, so many of you are hitting me on a daily basis about Bob Melvin and Pat Burrell, and I just find that to be too much of a snap reaction for my tastes, where you're like, oh, don't hit ball, let's fire hitting coach. That's too simplistic. It's way too simple. There is so many things happening on this field right now that are Little League or Little League adjacent. I'm sorry. I can't point directly at coaches and managers for some of the things that these players are doing.
Yeah, not yet. I do think about the Niners and their defensive coordinator spot where, I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this. Yep. And, we weren't sure about that defense. And then, the coach came out and said he knows he can't do that. It's like, oh, boy, you put that out there. And then last year where the defense was patently mostly bad, and it was a first-time coordinator. So, yeah, you look at it at the end of the year, and it's like they need a new coordinator. Gone. He's out. And so for the hitting coach, Pat Burrell, if you go through a whole year where even your good hitters who come in with pedigree, if they don't hit well, and the guys who used to hit well, they aren't playing up to their caliber, you might get to the end of the year and say, yeah, we need to have a new voice in there.
Yes.
So for me, right now with the manager and the hitting coach, we're barely halfway through the year, and you have a winning record. So it's not time, in my opinion, to look at those things and start talking about changes.
I think Bob Melvin is largely pushing a lot of the right buttons, and then this is an execution thing. As far as Pat Burrell, all of us fans, we don't even know what the hell's going on behind the scenes as far as how Pat Burrell is working with the players. These are major league hitters. They're making a ton of money, and I'm seeing a lot of them make the same mistakes over and over again. With that said, we'd love to take your calls all the time, 888-957-9570. Plus, I jotted down my top 5 life experiences right now that I would compare to watching the Giants, which I'm so frustrated I can't even stand it anymore. Like, life experiences.
I'm excited for this.
That also feel exactly like watching a Giants game right now. So we got that coming up next, and free agency is 33 minutes away. So don't you freaking go anywhere, all right? We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. This is Willard and Dibs.
Walker, oh my goodness. A balk for another run.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, Dave Fleming is my guy forever. Forever, Dave Fleming is my guy.
Why? I mean, yes, it's obvious. We love
not
him.
because, but that's because he's a great broadcaster. That's not it. That call right there, that's what I'm talking about. There's two things that you need to be when you work for a team as a broadcaster. One is just the standard, like I'm a good broadcaster.
Right.
Oh, okay, Dave, you got that.
Yep.
But number two, dude, you speak for the fan, and you can hear in that man's voice the difference between, oh, that didn't go well for your team, versus what in God's name are y'all doing out there?
Can we get that again? Because I want to fully get the context of exactly what you're saying, and you're right, but in the Dave Fleming way.
Walker, oh my goodness. A balk for another run.
Oh my goodness. A balk for another run.
Yeah.
Dave needed to go for a walk after that.
What the balk is going on here?
Exactly. Brett Wisely gets picked off third. Dave Fleming said on I guess that one was that Saturday?
Yep,
Saturday,
yep.
right? Dave goes, that can't happen. That's going to be a no from us, dog.
Right.
What are you doing?
In a one-run game, right?
Where are you going?
If you're up 9-2, then it becomes kangaroo court, a couple of towel snaps, and you do 10 push-ups, and it's all fine.
Getting picked off third, I don't actually care what the situation is. No. Where are you going? What is it there's one thing,
you're getting a secondary lead.
If you get caught stealing, that is a mistake of aggression. You can take that, a mistake of aggression. When you get picked off third, you're just flat being stupid. Where are you going? What is it you're attempting to make happen? Hey, Brett, you going to steal home? Is that what we're doing here? You're going to throw a fastball and you're just like, I'm gonna fake him out. I'm going to steal. Like, what are you doing?
He's going to coax a throw, and maybe the catcher throws it into left field.
Where are you going, dog? Get your butt on the base. Can't happen. Dave Fleming forever. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right.
DFF. Dave Fleming forever. And no, you're right, though, about Flem. And the Giants all have great broadcasters who do that because you don't want to rip your employer and rip your team, but you also do need to speak to the fans. Yes. And that call right there is a great one. A balk for another run. Okay. I mean, well, and I don't really understand. And I think Evan did a great job of talking about how Walker goes about pitching with like the cross body thing. And so I guess when he steps forward to plant his foot, it's even more important because he turns his whole body and then he steps and he throws all the way across. But the last two outings, the last two balks, I don't know if something's going on.
I don't know. I don't know. You know, they were guessing.
It looks like he has the yips.
Right. They were guessing on the broadcast, right? It had been raining yesterday. So, like, was the footing bad on the mound? Did a spike clip? I don't know.
Yep.
But what Dave said about Wisely is kind of what I feel about this. Like, that can't happen. It can't happen. You do this with the runner at third. I mean, what's happening right now?
Well, and you're down 1-0, and you are absolutely like a thirsty person in the desert.
Correct.
You are dying for a drink of water. You are just dying for a run. And you actually have somebody at third base, which I'm told is 90 feet away from scoring what they call a run.
Right.
And you get picked off.
Right.
That's the thing.
So here's what led me down this road to actually pull out a pen and jot down life experiences, negative ones.
I'm into this.
That feel like watching a Giants game. Let me just bring you into the room yesterday.
Okay.
So I had somewhere to be at because when did this game start yesterday? What time did that game start?
11:10.
11 o'clock,
yeah.
Right? So I had somewhere to be at whatever. I think I was taking my daughter to go buy some shoes or something, and I had told her a certain time.
Like 1 or whatever?
Yeah, whatever it was. This is late in the game. It was after all of the ridiculousness. It was after Walker comes in, and now suddenly you were up 2-1, and now you're down 5-2. And as soon as you go down 5-2, I know you Giants fans. I'm one of you. I'm like, well, that's the end of that. And then what happens? Oh, what happens?
We got base runners.
Here comes another White Sox pitcher to miss the strike zone 47 times in a row and put ducks on the pond.
Yep.
And as soon as they loaded the bases and Ramos is due up, here comes the White Sox skipper to change pitcher.
Will Venable, put some respect on his name.
What up, Will? Dad was a former Giant.
Santa fell high.
Absolutely. So Will Venable comes out to make a pitching change. I look at that as that's my moment. I got to jump in the shower and rinse off. I still hadn't rinsed from all of the exercise and dog parking that happened earlier in the day. I needed to rinse, Dibs. So I jumped in to the shower, and like a normal guy, don't take too long in there.
No.
Hey, a little soap here, soap there, a little shampoo in the hair. Let's move. Bang. Towel around the waist, get my butt back to my bedroom where the TV is on. And it's a commercial.
Oh, no.
And I know the timing of a baseball game, right? We've watched a million of these. And I'm like, ain't no way that pitcher's still warming up.
No.
That's not good that we're already at commercial. The bases were loaded with 1 out.
And especially with the 3-batter minimum, like it couldn't have been grand slam, home run,
No.
and now we're going to take him out.
No,
like there wasn't time for that.
The thought went through my head right away. I'm like, did that young man ground into a double play? So I went to my guy. You know who my guy is. I called upstairs. Hey, Jude, what the hell did Ramos do? Dad, he grounded into a double play. Honey, get your clothes on. We're going to the mall. I don't want to watch this anymore. I don't want to watch this anymore. You guys build up so much excitement and then don't deliver so often that my mind started flooding with all the things that happen in life that mimic that experience.
Okay, I had different guesses. So your parallels are excitement built and then lack of delivery.
We're going to do something good.
Right.
We're going to do something good. We're not going to do something good. We're going to get walked 3 times in a row with nobody out, and then we're going to find a way to not score any runs.
Yeah, hit by pitch, single, Bailey strikes out, and then a walk to Wisely, and they're loaded. They go to a new pitcher, you go in the shower.
That's right. And Elliot Ramos is coming up, reigning all-star and best all-around hitter on the San Francisco Giants.
Yep.
And he's been spraying line drives all over the field all day. Okay. A little bit of optimism there.
Yep.
Hey, guys, I think something's about to happen here.
6, 4, 3. Yep.
You got any guesses? Well, I wrote down 5 life experiences. Some of them are general, some of them are specific.
I was thinking more about general disappointment, so I'll just give you my guesses. I don't think that they're going to be on there. One of them was going to the DMV, where you know you're going to the DMV, and you know you're looking at between 12 minutes and 4.5 hours. And you stare at that board, and your number is D17, and they're calling the G and the B and the L and the P, and they finally call your letter, and it's like, oh my God, I'm still 8 away in my category, the DMV. And the other one I thought was just getting a parking ticket, where you go somewhere, you park, and you feed the meter, the meter's broken, and you're just going to be a couple minutes, and you come back. And actually what happened to me about a month ago is I was sitting in my car, and I didn't know this, but in Oakland, they have buses now with cameras. And so I was not parked. I was just chilling in the bus lane, and the bus comes by and takes a picture of my car, and I get a ticket in the mail.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
AI.
I don't like that at all.
I got an AI ticket.
AI. Good Lord.
But
Is that
anyway,
what
those are not the answers on your list, but those are the first things I thought of.
The DMV thing, I'm sort of expecting that to be a screwdriver in the ear upon arrival. So this is more like the, hey, this is going to be great.
Sure.
And then, no, this isn't great. And I try to, I try to build these as they go.
Okay.
Let's start with a small one. You know the experience when you go get burgers at In-N-Out?
Oh, yeah.
And they give you that number. Your number 74. Okay. And then you go sit down, and you'll hear them start calling out numbers, but those suckers will jump all over the place. And the In-N-Out I go to, oddly, does not have a drive-through. So some people will be like, it's jumping around because some people are ordering inside and some people are ordering outside.
Right.
Not at the one I go to. There's no drive-through. So we're all in the same bucket together. And they'll give you number 74, and then they'll go, okay, number 56, your order is ready. And you figure there'll be some sort of math to this.
Right.
And then 3 minutes later, they'll be like, number 71, your order is ready. And you're like, all right, baby, we're getting close. Those burgers are going to be ready. And then they go, number 59. And you're like, oh.
What are we doing?
All right. I thought
it's a
we were
little like the DMV.
Right. It's a little like the DMV. Yeah. That's just a little teeny tiptoe into the experience of watching the Giants. The second one you'll like even better. This one's where I get specific. My bet on the Indiana Pacers.
Oh, boy.
Okay?
Yep.
Tyrese Halliburton, you all won Game 6 going away. And then Burton, you came out on one in Game 7. And Ephraim and I are on the air, and we've got, there's a handful of cash on the line
and you've got 5-1 odds. And you're on the underdog, and they're in Game 7, and your guy is on one, and you've got a real chance to do this.
Right. And then his leg exploded.
Yep.
That's what it feels like when the Giants put runners on base. Hey.
Well, and Verlander left with a lead. And then the bullpen, in this analogy, the bullpen would be Tyrese Halliburton's Achilles.
The third one I wrote down is when your flight gets canceled. Now, I actually got this text earlier today. Apparently, I'm supposed to be flying somewhere today. I don't know where.
Today?
Yeah, Alaska Airlines texted me this morning at about 8 o'clock and said, your flight has been canceled. We are actively working to find you a new flight.
What is going on here?
Totally.
But if you'd like to now not travel at all, you're entitled to a refund. Now, the thing is, because all of you will be like, oh, Willard, just spam. There's nothing for me to click on. It's just information. Like, yep, your flight's been canceled. It had a flight number. But it didn't ask me oh, click here, dummy.
Right.
click here,
Yeah.
and you can fix your flight. And the next thing you know, it sends all of your bank account information,
Overseas,
across the world.
sure.
No, it's just, hey, your flight's been canceled. And then like an hour later, I get a follow-up text. You may have mistakenly been given a text that canceled your flight. It was a mistake. Don't worry, your flight later today will leave as planned.
Right.
I'm like, I'm going to work with Dan Dibley today. I don't know where y'all think I'm flying. So, but anyway, I say that just to bring us back to when your flight is canceled. And the best example I can think of, this, was it 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, Christmas?
Yep.
Okay, remember the Southwest debacle? Like, we did gifts at home and then drove to the Oakland airport and got ready to fly down to my sister's house so that we could be with my whole family and all of our favorite people and have a wonderful dinner and open more gifts and be very festive and all of those things. And Dibs, we never left the Oakland airport.
Right.
Hours and hours and hours on end, we never left the Oakland airport. In the end, we turned around, we drove home, we got up at 5 a.m. the next day and drove to my family's house in Southern California. That is a little bit like watching a Giants game right now.
I mean, bases loaded, and you've got Elliot Ramos at the plate. And, you made the mistake. Well, it turned out to not be a mistake, but you jumped in the shower, and it was a pretty good at-bat. And then it's, 6-4-3, 2, a double play. And, and that's just the way that goes. And it's, adios pelota, and 2, a double play.
2.
Wow,
John
are you
Miller's,
kidding me?
yeah, love them.
650 says, next time, Willard, you got to stay stinky. That's your fault that Ramos grounded into a double play. Well,
ever since you went to the previous Verlander start and you guaranteed a win on a Tuesday City Connect.
I did.
Like, I'm bringing the family. Oh, we going to get a win tonight.
Get a win.
And they've won. Thank you, Grandy. They've won once. Subsequently.
Yeah, they won once.
Yeah.
And that was only when I left town.
Right.
I was in Brooks, California when that happened.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
I'm loving this list, though.
Okay, I got 2 more.
Okay.
Number 4, and this is maybe inspired by recent events.
Okay.
When the dealer has a 6.
Oh, boy.
And then flips over a face card. Y'all play blackjack, right? Dealer's got a 6 showing. You've got a 20. I got a king and a queen.
Yep.
I'm going to slide that thing right under my nickel.
Yep.
And I am like, woo, we're going to win this one.
Well, and your odds to win at that point would probably be about 88 to 90%.
What about when the dealer then flips over a face card to go with their 6?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They got 16. They have to hit.
And they have to hit. And
you're
you've got
sitting
a
on
20.
the royal couple.
Right.
You got the royal couple.
There's only 2 cards in the whole deck that can do anything to you, and one of them is only tie you. A 4 ties you. A 5 beats you. Anything else, you win.
Yep.
So that moment, that thing that goes through your body, when you know you have a 20, and the dealer's got a 6, and the dealer then flips over a king to go with the 6, and reaches for the next card.
Yep.
That you almost want to stand up in the chair. Like, I'm about to.
We gonna be championship.
This is a W. Yeah.
Yep.
We're going to win. 5.
Oh, Schmidt.
Thank you, sir, for trying. I'll take that coin right here and put it in front of me.
The only thing that makes that worse is when the dealer does the faux disappointment for you. Like, oh. It's like, you know what? Irv or Jenny, shut up.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. Oh,
that's a rough one.
I didn't want to, profile any individual. Irv is a nice, safe, fair play. But
I like Irv. He's got like a handlebar mustache. He grew up in El Dorado.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
64 years old.
He's told you all about how it used to be.
Exactly. Multiple tattoos. And you know what, Irv? Yeah, you really want me to win, don't you? Shut up, Irv, with your fake sympathy. That makes it worse.
What Irv wants is a tip. That's what Irv wants.
Right.
They are rooting for you because they'd like you to give them some more of your money.
Not after that, Irv.
No.
You pull a 5 on me, Irv. That ain't happening. You pull a 5. That's actually that might be my favorite one yet.
It's the best one. The last one is really just for effect. Watching a Giants game right now is just like foreplay without closing the deal.
Wow.
That's what it is.
And I offered my version during the break.
I
and
know.
I won't share,
I've got a
but
racier version too, but it's summer and there might be kids in the car. But that's what watching the Giants offense feels like right now. Those are my life experiences that feel to me the same as sitting down with a drink and some food with your feet up after a long, hard day to watch the Giants hit the baseball. It would be better, quite frankly, if they just sucked. But they don't just suck. They worse than suck. They put people all over the bases and then find new ways to not bring them in every single freaking night.
Yeah. Tantalize and tease. And that last one really brings it home because in that analogy, you can't score and neither can they. And that's really what this is.
Right.
And it's one thing, like I was talking earlier, if Wisely gets picked off in a game where you're up 9-4, it's like, okay, that stupid Wisely, whatever. But you're down 1-0 and you're actually 90 feet away from scoring an actual run and you get picked off. That to me becomes even more frustrating where this team is having such a hard time scoring runs. And the only way they score runs, it seems, is when they pull out the old safety squeeze. And, you know,
Good
even
Lord.
yesterday, you're up 2-1. Verlander's finally going to get off the schneid. And he pitched well enough.
Fine.
I mean, whatever. He gave up a lot of loud, long outs.
Should have
But
just set the outfielders on the warning track and had them wait there.
didn't matter. The outs are outs, and outs are outs. And he got them. And he left with the lead. And it's like, okay, Giants, this is not pretty, but go ahead and win the series against a bad team and do it 2-1. And then, you know, you got Bacher come in and all the rest of it, and the whole thing comes apart.
I can't believe they went 1-5 last week. That's a joke. You went 1-5 against two baseball teams. I watched all 6 games, and I've still never heard of any of the players on either of the other teams. I've never heard of any of them. Any of them. You went 1-5 against those two teams.
Winning pitchers in order for the opponents.
You could say anything you want right now, and I'd believe you. Go ahead.
Gibson.
Sure.
Foucher. Simpson.
Foucher. That's
Hauser.
the vaccine
Gilbert.
guy? What was, sorry, go ahead. Say it again. I didn't, sorry.
Gibson, Foucher, Simpson, Hauser, Gilbert. Those are the 5 pitchers who got the wins against your beloved Gigantes. Exactly. I mean,
I'm a Giants fan.
Well, it's getting harder and harder, Dibs.
Go Dodgers.
Well, and I mean, what are they up by 7.5 now? Giants down to third.
It doesn't even matter. It's never really mattered where the Dodgers are. It's not about catching the Dodgers. It's about playing good baseball and getting your butt into the tournament. Get into the tournament.
Yep.
That's all you need to do. Stop worrying about the Los Angeles Dodgers. You worry about them in a week and a half when they're here, and you try to beat them. That's it. Other than that, I do not care what the Dodgers are doing. Just play good baseball and stop doing, quite frankly, sophomoric things out there on the baseball field constantly. Constantly. Every time you say picked off third, my shoulders go up through my ears. Picked off third?
Right.
That phrase shouldn't even exist. It shouldn't even exist. It makes no sense. Truly, baseball people, tell me where someone is going off of third base and what they're trying to achieve with nobody out and Rafael Devers at the plate. What is it you're even attempting to achieve by leaving down the third base line?
You're not going anywhere. And the other one that probably gets you is the phrase out at home. Because during this stretch, you've had a couple runners thrown out at home. You had a guy picked off first and a guy picked off third. These are all the little things that you're supposed to be really good at because you're a team that relies on the one-run win.
650 on the text line just wrote, "Shut up, Irv. I know where the best buffet is, and I don't need to know where you think the best steak and eggs are."
Totally.
There you go.
Irv. Do me a favor when you get 16, pull a 6. Oh, 22. Congrats.
All right, look, free agency is 5 minutes away, but I also do want to, can we play with this a little bit? Are y'all blaming Melvin and Burrell, or are you blaming the players? I am all my chips are into the middle of the table on the players. I don't have any of us even, how will we even know what the hell Pat Burrell does with these players?
Right.
And I happen to know that they're working with these guys on some things. They have to go do them. You have to go do it. But I wonder, because everybody I hear all day long, Melvin this, Burrow that, gotta fire. That's where everybody's head's at. Are you putting this on Melvin and Burrow? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Free agency is here. Let's talk that out and more with the Giants on Willard and Dibs. You got to stay stinky.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the bell rung.
Yep. It's on.
We're here.
Yep.
Free agency in the NBA has arrived for the 2025-2026 basketball season.
So just so you know, I've got my normal Twitter feed open, and then I have a second window of Shams Charania's feed. So you just refresh both, knowing that, based on your algo, you may not get the Shams right away, but if you have the Shams open separately, you get all the fresh Charania that you need.
Fresh Charania, the latest.
Podziemski.
Yeah, the latest
Podziemski.
Charania actually has Mike.
Podziemski.
Thank you, Shams. It has Mike Brown getting a second interview with the Knicks and having him emerge as potentially a leading candidate for that job.
Saw that. Love it. Love it for Mike. And, hopefully he gets the gig and he goes ahead and, does big things with the Knicks.
Also, the salary cap is going to grow 10% from last season. It's expected to increase another 7% after that for the 26-27 season. And if you understand what that means, good for you. I don't really know what it means other than, the money's going to keep going up, and maybe some teams have couple extra dollars to throw around that they weren't sure that they had to throw around, but that's been confirmed. And so now we wait, because it's a little bit less. The NFL thing I always throw out, cap schmap. There's a little bit less schmap in the NBA cap,
right?
Even though it's a softer cap. So the Warriors are a team that often goes over it more than other teams do. But what are they willing to do? I do feel to a degree, if there's a will, there's a way. Here's the example I'll give you. People talk about the Kuminga thing, and every report will go, ooh, really complicated for the Warriors to get something good back, because restricted free agency, you can only take back 50% on the dollar, and if it's a sign and trade, the other team needs to sign Kuminga to at least a 3-year deal. So this is all kind of complicated. Okay, it's complicated. Well, last year not similar, but in another situation where you had a player who you pretty much knew was going to leave in Klay Thompson, you were able to get on the phone by July 4th. It was not on the day free agency began, but by the end of the week, you had conducted a 6-team trade in order to get somebody off of your roster who you knew was going to leave, and he wasn't restricted. So, yes, these things are complicated and hard, but
trades are hard.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And it just feels to me like everything I read, I don't know how much interest Kuminga and the Warriors have in each other. They just have interest in their own interests.
Right. And his interest is being a 1 or closer to being a 1, and obviously getting as much money as he can. And their interest is having players that actually fit what they're trying to do in the next couple of years. So it could wait. It could take until, what it was last year. And I'm just looking at it. It was July 6th, actually, when the trade got announced, and it was the Mavs, the T-Wolves, the Warriors, the Nuggets, the Hornets, and the Sixers all involved. So if it's a trade like that, and it's, 6 teams and picks for you and picks for me, and I'll take your pick and you get our picks and the rest of it, well then, yeah, hopefully the Warriors emerge from that with a player who can help them.
Yeah, sure, that would be the hope. I don't think they're going to let him go for nothing, give him away for nothing. If you want to talk Warriors and free agency, we'll take your calls here very, very shortly, 888-957-9570. But I do want to get into, for a few minutes, this idea of so many of you, not all of you, but I hear a lot of you blame Bob Melvin and Pat Burrell for what's going on with the Giants. And I say this respectfully, I find the analysis to be a little bit lazy. I just think you see, Giants not hit ball, let's fire hit coach. Like that's, honestly, what is it you really want Pat Burrell to do? I think that there will be time to find out if Pat Burrell is a good coach, a bad coach, somewhere in between. But a hitting coach's job is to sort of sit there with the hitter, observe what's going on, try to get their head in the right space, see if you can get a little bit more out of them. That's their job, but that job is very complementary to what the main job is. And the main job is on the hitter, to be talented, figure your crap out, and go get a hit. The coach is there to guide you. Do you know what I mean? If you want to blame Pat Burrell, that is akin to, I don't know, blaming the parent when the kid can't get a good grade in school. Like, I just don't, like, that's not, I mean, could that be part of it? I guess. Sure, it could be. But in the end, like, that's not where I'm going to look first.
Right. For me, it's like when you go to a restaurant and you order a meal and the meal's not very good, and then you blame the person who's in charge of ordering the food. Okay. Like the general manager or the manager. It's like, okay, you have a menu set and you ordered the food, and then I'm going to say Irv again because I'm running hot with Irv references.
This guy's killing
So
it.
Irv is the chef and the dude can't cook. And so, Irv, I got you organic ingredients and we have a menu that is like wonderful and creative, and yet you can't cook. So is it Irv's fault, or is it the guy who ordered the veggies and stuff? Of course it's Irv's fault. And in this analogy, Irv is Adamas and Jung-Hoo Irv, and it's Raphael Irvers. It's all the rest of these guys who can't hit. Is it Burrell's fault that they suddenly can't hit? I mean, a small piece of it, but Jung-Hoo Lee, what's happened to you?
I don't know.
Like Captain Fly Ball?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the guy, and I really think there's a lot there. We've already seen it for a period of time, but this is getting into that prolonged area now,
right?
And it's uncomfortable. It's very, very uncomfortable to watch him hit. He's watching stuff right down the middle of the plate too. With 2 strikes, he's taking cold thirds right down the middle.
And every cut that he takes, it looks like he's trying to hit, like he's hitting fungos to the outfield. He's hitting fly balls.
His approach early in the season was so good. An opposite field approach. It was just constant line drives. And now it's the opposite. Let's go to Dan in Danville. Hi, Dan. Thanks for calling.
Great show, fellas. I agree with you guys 100%. It's not all Pat Burrell's fault and Bob Melvin. It's because Buster Posey is the one that put these people in the position of power. Pat Burrell's an ex-baseball player. He's not a batting coach, okay? It happens all the time. That's all you see. That's what happens in the major league. They hire ex-players. They don't hire coaches, people that are teachers. Plus, guys like Alex Bregman have private hitting coaches. So we might have to think about each hitter, like a golf player, needs their own coach. You don't have one guy teaching a whole army how to hit, and especially if that dude is unqualified and ill-informed. That being said, Buster Posey brought over Adames at 7 years, $187 million, full no trade clause, $22 million signing bonus. The guy's almost 30 years old. He's got a compression sleeve on his arm. Raphael Devers has a hurt hamstring. You cannot play him. He's going to tear it right off the bone. Then he's not going to play next year. He can't produce this year. He's 30. He's heavier. When he was playing good, he was much thinner. And he's just getting heavier. He's getting older, and he's worth $300 million. Buster Posey gave Justin Verlander $15 million, okay? Buster Posey started Lamont Wade at first base in the leadoff position, okay? Those are mistakes on him. That doesn't have anything to do with the players that we have right now, like the center fielder and the rest. And Matt Chapman, Buster Posey gave Matt Chapman $150 million. He's all over that. So let's put some of this on Buster.
Well, Dan, I tell you what, to me, you've gone too far in defending one individual to then putting it all at the doorstep of another individual. It was about a week and a half ago that we were applauding Buster for all of these signings. I'm now not going to turn around because of a bad week and be like, Buster sucks at his job. Like, there's nothing wrong with signing Matt Chapman long-term. Matt Chapman's wonderful. He happens to be hurt. Rafi Devers is not 30. He's only 28. And he wasn't producing back when he was a different weight because he's been producing this year. His OPS was 900 at the time of him being acquired. Yep. And I'm going to be patient with a guy that's switching leagues and switching coasts and all of those things. So I guess my larger point is I the same way I wouldn't point all at Pat Burrell, I wouldn't point all at Buster Posey or all at Bob Melvin or any one person. Pat Burrell's not the only one who's working with these guys either. There's a whole staff. There's a whole analytics department.
Exactly.
And you're right. These individuals have their own staffs. There's hundreds of people with eyes on these guys with this much money on the line, and they haven't been able to figure it out, which is why, to me, in the end, if I'm going to pick one person, I'm going to go to the player.
Right, and why have these players been better than they've been right now? And for Devers, it's a very small sample, 12 games, and they're 4-8 in those games. But Willie Adames now, a half of a full year, and he's been worse than he's ever been before. And so you look at a lot of these different players and, yeah, ballpark factors, you can go to that if you want, but Jung-Hoo Lee has regressed, and Adames has underperformed, and Devers in a small sample hasn't done it. And, yeah, the Matt Chapman absence is a part of it, because if he's there, the lineup across the board is better. But for me, when you look at it in totality, they're still well above 500, even though they went 1-5 in the last 6.
They're above 500.
Right. Not as above as
now
they were.
Now we have to take the word well above away.
I guess, yeah.
What are they, 6 over now?
Or 5 over, something like that,
45 and 39, I think.
Yep.
Anyway, from the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed for locations and coupons. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. All right. The Warriors become center focus. Free agency is here. It is underway. The latest rumors, the latest facts, and obviously we await breaking news at any minute because free agency in the NBA is underway. We'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
I don't care. Well, first of all, I don't really care.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well.
Yeah?
Well. We've had a lot of breaking news in the NBA over the last 2 weeks as things start to bleed out.
No doubt.
But 3 o'clock our time was the actual start of free agency. And since that time, this would be our first.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Jaren Jackson Jr. has agreed to a new 5-year, $240 million renegotiation sensation.
Cha-ching!
To stay with the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, no.
That's right. So you can go ahead and grab out your Sharpies, everybody. Pull out your bingo cards and go ahead and put a big black X right through that idea. Jaren Jackson Jr., $48 million per year.
Shut up!
On a 5-year renegotiated deal. He was heading into the final year of his current contract, which was going to pay him about half this much at about $24 per year. He'll now make $48 per year and stay with the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, I mean, good for JJJ, Jaren Jackson Jr. And so now you look at the Memphis payroll, and you've got Jaren Jackson Jr. making $23 next year, and I guess then the extension would kick in after that. And you got Ja. Where is Ja? Ja's at the bank, making $39, then $42, then $45 almost. So, I mean, does Memphis now look at that and think, okay, with just Jaren Jackson Jr. and Ja, are you a top 4 team in the West? No. Are you a top 8 team? Maybe. I mean, who are you, Memphis?
Would you like to know what Memphis is going to do next? Because while you were talking, that just broke.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
More Shams?
More Shams. Shams bombs. They're coming fast. Shams bombs. Shams says restricted free agent Santi Aldama has agreed to a new 3-year, $52.5 million deal to also return, stick and stay with the Memphis Grizzlies. So that was a 1-2 punch.
Interesting.
That cost the Grizzlies almost $300 million.
So 17.5 per, roughly. 3 years and 52. I think it's $17.6 million a year. And, you know, thinking about Kuminga, all roads lead back to Kuminga. So Santi Aldama, who is from the same draft class and has played about the same number of games, not as high leverage, and he's averaging 10 points a game for his career, but he's been going up, and he gets this. Now, Kuminga's better than Santi Aldama, but how much better is he?
It's an interesting comment because I don't think you're wrong by saying he's better, but he has also been utilized less. He like his functionality to his particular team has had less impact than Aldama has on his. I think is the way that I'll say that.
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from. He's a more talented player. He's a more versatile player, but he has had less of an impact on his particular team. And yes, I know a lot of you will immediately go, that's that team's fault. Okay, fine. Again, you can feel that way, but I like your comp. I like your thinking. And again, I think the window into the conversations that have happened, I don't know whether to believe this report or not, but the report that did come out over the weekend that Jonathan is seeking $30 million per year, even if you think he's better than Aldama, Aldama's coming in at 17 and Jabari Smith is coming in at 24. Jonathan Kuminga, based on this market, what I'm seeing, this is not a $30 million player.
Right.
And if that's what he asked the Warriors for, there's no doubt that the Warriors said no, and I bet no other team is going to offer him that either.
It doesn't seem like it. And, you know, the word from Bobby Marks, friend of the program, has said that only Brooklyn has the money to give him $20+ million per year. And, you know, Brooklyn's been doing so many different things. It doesn't feel to me like they're looking to be that team to, all right, Kuminga, you're the guy. We want to, like, hitch our wagon to you. The interesting thing about Aldama and Kuminga, Aldama played over the course of his first 4 years, 235 games. Kuminga was at 258, and they both were right at 22 minutes a game for their career. Now, Kuminga's done more with his minutes, and he's played more playoff games, obviously, and he is a better player. But I do think that when you see the Aldama contract come in where it did, just short of $18 million per year for 3 years, I think that 3-year mark is about what Kuminga's looking at. And if it's 3 and 60, that might be like that. Where it winds up.
Yep, it might be that. Keep an eye on the Miami Heat. I know that we're talking about the Brooklyn Nets having the space to do this. Miami did just have some more space clear because Duncan Robinson declined his contract. That opened up a little bit more money. I'm no expert on Miami's cap. I just know that they've consistently been named as a possible landing spot for Jonathan, and they just cleared some money. So I find that interesting, but we'll see. That's where we are right now. Free agency is open. Jaren Jackson Jr., brand new deal to stay with the Grizzlies, 5 years, $240 million. And then Aldama, a restricted free agent, stays in Memphis for 3 years, $52.5 million. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs. We're taking out your calls here. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. What's going on?
Hey, yeah, I think that what I would like to see done for the Warriors, I just hope, with all the names being speculated, LeBron, Giannis, what I hope happens is they get some clarity with the rotation. So whoever they bring in, I hope that kind of solidifies the rotation. I think it's been a problem since they won a championship, quite frankly. I know last year there were circumstances, you make a trade, so that made it kind of harder. But, I hope that going into the next season over the summer, whoever they bring in, free agent, trade, whoever, I just hope they can solidify their rotation and get their lineup in order, and then we'll have to keep answering questions. Who's going to start this week? Who's going to start at center this week? Or who's going to start at shooting guard? Or what are we doing, Pods? What are we doing, Kuminga? Whoever they get, I hope that's what we can finally move on from is these ongoing questions. That can go a long way to maybe, really trying to compete for, playoffs and obviously championships. So that's what I hope we can kind of get solved just from this. And again, whether that's Giannis, LeBron, I don't know how you go about that, but there's a lot of questions right now. And then, as a Warrior fan, we kind of want answers. So that's what I'm hoping for. And I'm curious to see what you guys think about that. I know that's not really talked about, and people want to talk about the names, but I think that's really important for this team going forward.
Yeah, Dave, I think Steve Kerr, to a degree, probably agrees with you. Appreciate the call. I just think where your brain is going with regard to, quote, figuring out rotations, you're aiming a little high. I know that everybody wants to sort of hope that the Warriors are kidding or that they're just hiding in the weeds when they've openly told us that it's next to impossible to acquire a player that is making north of $35 or $40 million. I don't know about y'all. I believe them. I don't think Giannis is coming. I don't think LeBron is coming. I didn't think Jaren Jackson was coming. I don't think these players are coming. I don't think that's what the Warriors are going to do. And then the other part of his point, Dibs, quote, figuring out rotations so there's not all this movement. It's interesting. I really thought that after Jimmy Butler arrived, they did. The only reason they, quote, didn't is because a healthy portion of the fan base didn't necessarily love the way it felt that Jonathan Kuminga, A, was hurt, and then when he came back, they tried to work him into the rotation, and they didn't feel great about what they were seeing, and so they did solidify the rotation. It just didn't include him anymore.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I thought the second half of the season, the rotation was very solidified.
Well, especially when they got Jimmy Butler. Yeah. It became, what they were going to go with, and the rotation can't be solidified until you figure out what you're going to do with your free agents, and it's Kuminga. And it seems like GP2, Gary Payton II, the reports are that he's going to wind up going elsewhere. Kevon Looney might be somebody who comes back. And if you bring in Al Horford, which they're rumored to be hot and heavy after Al as a free agent, then, you start to look at your rotation. And maybe at that point, Kevon Looney doesn't come back. And we know that Guy Santos and Quentin Post both had their team options picked up. So you're starting to get some clarity about the rotation, quote unquote, but there's still a lot of work to do to figure out who you're going to even have here.
A super chat on YouTube from Alan Day. What do you think about this one, Dibs? JK shouldn't be in a hurry to sign. I'm rooting for JK to get his $30 million plus. Importantly, get to a roster that will give him a chance to play.
Yeah, I buy all of it except for the $30 million a year part. I don't think that he's going to get $30 million a year. And if you're Jonathan Kuminga, yeah, you have the ability and you have the right to be patient. And, free agency's been going on now for 28 minutes. And, you've got teams who can talk to him about what they want to offer him. And then the Warriors would have 2 days to match when that offer comes in. So I don't think that this is going to happen quickly unless it is a sign and trade and the Warriors are able to get a team to take him on and take on his contract and then figure out what to do from there.
Yeah, I don't know. I certainly agree with you with the $30 million part. But the idea of Jonathan being patient, yeah, he's probably in less of a rush than the Warriors are. So if you want to play the leverage game, and I do think that that's what's going on right now, if you want to play that game, then Jonathan is the one who can play it a little bit better than the Warriors, which is why when we hear the reports of, oh, this is going to take a little while, I still do eyebrow up a little bit. Is it going to take a little while? Because the Warriors don't want to do that. And the Warriors, let's be real, they have no idea what they're even able to do this free agency period until this gets figured out. Now, the good news for the Warriors is it kind of along the lines of what you were just saying, and Kawakami just tweeted about this. He goes, 9 years ago, or even just a few years ago, free agency would have been about 78% done by now. Do y'all remember what this used to be like when free agency hit? And it used to not be at 3 p.m. It used to be at midnight in the East. And so we would wait here in the West until 9 o'clock at night. And by 9:04, there were 18 free agents who had signed. Somehow, of course, none of them spoke to the other team until 9 o'clock. And by 9:04, all the deals were done. But that was the way it worked. And now it is a much more deliberate process. And so maybe that actually is an advantage to the Warriors because they do want to get this done quickly so that free agency doesn't pass them by, but free agency is not going nearly as quickly as it used to.
And it can't because of, the very nature of the new CBA and the new rules about being an overspending team. And I'm just looking at the Twitter feed of friend of the program, Eric Pincus. And for those people out there who don't know Eric Pincus, he is just a big-time math guy,
capologist.
A capologist guy. And I won't read you all his tweets because I don't even understand all the terms that he's throwing out there, but it's basically about aprons and the cap adjustment and the numbers and all the rest of it. And so with the new rules in the NBA, it's a lot harder now to just go out there and spend, unless you're a team like Memphis that has one player who makes a lot, and now you sign the guy you love and you give him a lot.
Dibs?
No.
Jumps bombs.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
I told you about that space that the Houston Rockets have, and the Houston Rockets have made yet another move, this time bringing from the Lakers newly crowned free agent Dorian Finney-Smith, agreeing to a 4-year, $53 million deal. So a 4-year free agent contract. Dorian Finney-Smith, 3-and-D wing player. The Houston Rockets, again, get themselves a little bit older, a little bit more playoff experience to mix in with their young guys.
13.25 per year average annual value. And if you're the Warriors, this is one where you have FOMO because you would love to have this player, this type of player, a real 3-and-D guy, heavy on the D and good on the 3 as well. But if you have Dorian Finney-Smith, then if he's your 6th best player, you're a good team. You're a deep team. And what you said earlier about Houston, we have a problem.
Scary. Houston, you are a problem.
Yep.
No question about it. I wonder how far we are from naming them the favorite in the West, even over the Thunder.
We're still a ways away from that.
Only because we haven't seen them. If you put roster next to roster, I'm not sure that Houston's not better than Oklahoma City. Now that you're putting this kind of experience and shooting ability to mix in, that's what they couldn't do. They couldn't shoot. And now they've got Kevin Durant and Dorian Finney-Smith. So,
what they're trying to do is they're trying to do what Oklahoma City has done, which is here's our top 9, deal with us.
Exactly.
And Houston's going to be in that spot, and that's where the Warriors, I think, they're going to miss out because they can't possibly do that with their top-heavy roster.
They're not in on those conversations. They already made their big deal. They got Jimmy Butler. Another deal, this one on a smaller scale. Center forward Paul Reed signs a 2-year, $11 million deal to return to the Detroit Pistons. Another interesting young team, especially with what's gone on in the East. Like, you could sell me on the idea that the Detroit Pistons are hosting a first-round playoff series next year, for sure. For sure, I would buy that.
Yeah, top 4 seed. Yep. I mean, on the surface, I would say you're crazy, but then you look around the conference and you go, well, they don't have their star. They don't have their star. They don't have their star. And
they were the 6th seed just this last year.
And honestly, if you look at other teams that might have a say in that, Atlanta and Orlando, both teams that have gotten better and they've added pieces. And the East is so wide open that, you could almost convince me of 12 teams that might be able to host.
No doubt. Dave in the city is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dave. What's going on?
Hey, fellas. Hell of a show. I'm hoping that the Warriors could somehow do something to go get DeAndre Ayton. I mean, it would be a dream to go get him. I think he just needs some guidance, a little bit of polishing. But if he could convince him to take a little bit of a longer deal where he gets his money in the back end of the deal, I think we could work it with the cap. And then you go and trade Kuminga for Curry's heir apparent and go get Kobe White from the Bulls.
Well, here's what I would say about
heir apparent. That's fun. That's fun.
No such thing, but I get it. I get it, Dave. The Ayton thing I know is on people's minds. I sort of approach that opinion with a question first. I get it. He's a productive big, and yes, the Warriors need a big. My sense is, I haven't heard this from the Warriors, but my guess is, first of all, he's probably going to command a little bit more money than they're comfortable with, number one. But maybe even more important, I just don't think he's their type of player. I don't think he fits. I think what they're looking for in a big is someone that can allow Draymond Green to play power forward, but also then not have everything offensively fall apart where the defense doesn't need to worry about the three-point line because you've got too many non-shooters on the court at once. So I think that they would like to look at some 7-footers, get some more size out there. I know Al Horford is not the biggest body. I know he's not the greatest rebounder, and I know he's old. But along the lines of that guy and even the Quentin Post style of can somebody defend the 5 position and also shoot the 3? That's my guess in terms of what the Warriors would rather do, and that's not DeAndre Ayton.
No, it's not at all. And I was looking at the list earlier. Somebody shared this, that he's one of 18 players ever to average a double-double in each of his first 7 seasons. So he's that dude. He's a throwback in an era where, most bigs have to shoot or get to shoot or are good at shooting. He's not that guy, but he's been double-digit points and rebounds every single year of his career. But you talk about fit, and this team loves to play player movement and a lot of pass and cut and pass and move offense. And DeAndre Ayton just doesn't fit that. Offensively, he is a guy who can play the dunker spot and he'll go up there and get a rebound and score that way. But he doesn't have a very developed offensive package that would fit with this team.
Well, I also, when guys are putting up, and you're right, he's averaged a double-double every year of his career. When guys do that and teams keep shipping them out for a song, I don't know about you, but I get the message. To me, that's like, what the hell's going on there? Like, you flat out don't want him on your team. Suns are like, yeah, we're good. We're going to go in a different direction. And now the Blazers are negotiating a buyout. We're negotiating a buyout with a guy who's 26 years old and averaged 14 and 10 last year. Why don't teams want him on their team? I don't think this is a perfect comp, but it's the same point that I was trying to make last week about Jordan Poole. It's like, okay, I get it. I see the stats too. I can go to ESPN and CBS and Fox, NBA.com. I can see all the numbers. I get it. I also know there have now been multiple teams that are just like, yeah, we don't want you. We'd rather have you gone. We don't even really care what we get in return. We would just rather have you gone. That says something to me.
It does. And he only played 40 games last year for Portland, so I know he had injuries. And in Phoenix, I'm not going to hold that against Ayton because, well, it's Phoenix. And, Phoenix from a management standpoint, roster-wise, they haven't really made a lot of great decisions. And so, yeah, but the fact that he goes to a second team and then that team is like, yeah, we'd rather buy you out than pay you one more year of $30+ million. We'd rather have you off our books and off you go and find a new team. But all that said, I don't think that he's going to get a contract that the Warriors can afford. Maybe it's not $20 million a year. If it's $15 million a year, even that is too rich for the Warriors' blood.
At least it is in this moment until they know what they're doing with Jonathan. One more, and this one's just a wee little baby of a deal, but one more deal for the Memphis Grizzlies, who have come to an agreement with guard Cam Spencer. 2 years, $4.5 million.
Okay. Nice. Good money if you can get it.
Yeah.
I mean,
good job.
It sounds like a wee little deal, like you said, but that's still $2.25 million a year for playing basketball. I'd take it.
Yes, you would.
Memphis wanted to give me 2 and 4.5. I'd take it.
I mean, you insinuated on Friday that you were making that kind of money.
Well, yeah. I mean, we had a lot going on.
It's an insinuation sensation.
It was, and I was struck by laughter at your cockamamie quarterback list that you trotted out. And yes, it was yours.
It's a good list.
It was pretty funny.
It's not mine. I didn't make the list.
But you brought it.
I shared it.
You shared it.
It was like show and tell.
You didn't have to.
No, but it was like show and tell.
Right, but
remember
when
show and tell?
Yes, but when you show and tell something, it's something that you have. Like, it may not be your Mr. Potato Head that you created, but you brought the Mr. Potato Head.
I mean, in this case, printed it out. I didn't print it out, but like
you wrote it on a scrap of like banking paper,
right?
On a deposit slip,
and then I shared it.
You did,
yeah. Sharing is caring.
It's great. I got a big laugh out of it.
Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Yep. So I don't think that DeAndre Ayton is going to sign for, I don't know, $5 million a year, which is probably what the Warriors would love. I think he's going to get more than they can afford.
I don't think that that's the way they want to play basketball.
Right.
I don't think they want to bring in a 26-year-old who seemingly, I don't know the guy, but it feels like he's got an attitude about the way he's doing things. He does not shoot the ball from the outside.
Nope, at all.
And so you're going to bring him in order to do what? You're going to kind of like sort of run things offensively in and out through him when you have Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry on the floor? It does not feel like a fit to me. I get why it woos people. He feels like a Laker to me. He feels like a Laker, not a Warrior.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, the Lakers don't really need him to do anything other than rebound and defend a little bit.
I mean, they're dying for something. Like, they need somebody big even more than the Warriors do. So,
right.
I could see that one happening.
The Warriors need somebody big who can actually step out and shoot.
Right.
And I'm not in love with the idea of Al Horford because you look at his numbers over the last couple of years and they have definitely declined. And he's an older player and, well, they're an older team. So I just don't know. I don't know if you're going to get the best of Al Horford at this point, but you would have 4 of the league's, I think, 30 oldest players in the association.
Yeah, if he were to start at the 5, thank goodness Pods would probably be in the starting lineup, because if not, everybody would be over 35 years old.
Right.
That's not good.
Nope.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We are all over NBA free agency, which is here. It is upon us. We've already had the breaking news button hit twice. What is it you're hoping to hear the next time you hear that button? 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're taking your calls. A little bit over an hour away. Kyle Glazer of MLB is going to join us as we circle a little bit back to Giants frustration. That's all ahead on Willard and Dibs.
Heavy on the D.
Bay Area, it's Pat Spencer. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's unrestricted free agent Pat Spencer to you, pal.
Unrestricted, huh?
Unrestricted, yeah.
Okay.
He was not.
They didn't pick up his option?
Yeah, or whatever they. This is like what you were talking about earlier when Eric Pincus is tweeting, and you're like, the qualifying hullabaloo wackadoodle thingamabob. They didn't give it to him, so he's an unrestricted free agent now.
Okay.
Yeah, Pat Spencer.
I think he had an option, team option for like $2.3 million or something, and I think
that was either declined, or is there a qualifying offer, or is he on a two-way, or is he on a zip line, or I don't know what the hell all of this stuff means.
Yep.
I mean, I do, but I just, you know what I mean? It's just too. It's just that part is not fun. I'm here for the fun, and this is actually something that I think the NBA is running a little bit of a risk right now with the way they've structured their collective bargaining agreement, is that all of us have gotten way too friendly with a word that used to be something our mom wore when she cooked.
That's right.
I don't want to know about the apron. I don't care. Honestly, I don't. If my team wants to go over it, go over it. If you don't, I get it. But, you're still going to play good basketball, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, it's kind of like
let's drink.
With your kid, although your kid's a bad example because I'm sure he knows all of the nuance of the collective bargaining agreement. But when your kid, your 11 or 12-year-old says, "Daddy, why can't we keep so-and-so player anymore?" Well, second apron. How come they got to keep so-and-so? Well, they have his bird rights. What's the second apron? What's restricted free agency?
Seriously.
And all the rest of it.
That's a really good question.
So many of the nuanced parts of the collective bargaining agreement, and you and I do this for a living, and so you have to be familiar with all three sports to an extent, but still, I'm with you. There's a baseball game later today, and I want to watch baseball players play for my team and watch them maybe try to hit the ball and not have to worry about, is he a Super 2? That Carson, Carson pitched the other day. He started his clock.
Yeah.
And so what does that mean? Is he pre-ARB 1? Is he ARB 3? I just want to watch sports.
Yeah, the business of sports has become like this big thing, right? And I get it to a certain degree, but to me, it's a very fine line. You got to be careful. And the business of sports is something that a lot of people, and again, I like to try to understand it to the extent that I need to understand.
Exactly.
But I don't want to understand it to the extent that I'm an expert on it, because I don't find it fun. And that's not why I watch sports. I'm not over here being like, okay, Dunleavy, let's see you cook with your pen and pencil. Like, come on, baby. Get out one of them scientific calculators and make it make sense for me. No. I want players and play game and eat popcorn. That's why I'm here.
You don't want to watch Parag cook? Look at Parag with the pencil.
Seriously. Man, y'all should see these people negotiate. It's crazy. It's like, just tell me that you got players and you're going to be good. And by the way, I'm very, very accepting, largely, of what you tell me. You know what I mean? It's your money. And I'm not going to be accepting if, for instance, you're cheap. I would not be accepting as a fan. If I were a fan of the Oakland A's, I would not be accepting of that kind of behavior.
You need to drop the Oakland.
Well, I was, again, referring to who they used to be.
Oh, yeah.
If I was a fan of the Oakland A's, I would not be a fan of the A's anymore. I would not be accepting of that. I had some distrust for the Giants group because they're over here with Mission Rock, and they're like, we'll be 12th in spending. Stop it. Stop being 12th in spending. Well, then they traded for Rafi Devers. All right. That starts to build trust with me. But again, I'm not going to go into the nuts and bolts of where does that put them now on the list financially? No, you brought Rafi Devers. Great. That's a good player. I like watching Rafi Devers hit. Let's watch him do it in a Giants uniform. I think the NBA, and my hope is that this will sort of dissipate over time, but right now a little bit too much of the league is about the second apron. And it's a message that sports needs to hear over and over and over again. And that is, billionaires, The world does not want to hear your problems. They just don't. I'm not saying you don't have them, but the world does not want to hear that we would like to get under the second apron this year. That's our top priority. Nice. Awesome. Can't wait to watch you get underneath the second apron.
Well, the penalties, Mark, as you know, are they're pretty punitive when you stay in that apron for 2 straight years.
Yeah.
And you're right. And, this is the system that has now been created, and they wanted to create a certain level of parity because of what the Warriors did, where Steph Curry got hurt and he took what turned out to be below market deal. Yeah. And because he did, they were able to go out there and get Kevin Durant. And so now you got this super team that probably should have won 3 in a row, but then KD and Klay got hurt. And so the league was reacting to that. And the Warriors didn't circumvent the rules or cheat. They just happened to be smart, and they went about it the right way in signing their own players and keeping them and bird rights and the rest of it. And so what they've created now is a system that is really punitive for teams that want to be big spenders year after year.
Lakers just made another deal.
I saw that.
Yeah. Free agent forward Jake LaRavia to the Los Angeles Lakers, 2 years, $12 million. LaRavia was with the Kings in the second half of last year and played rather well. So Jake LaRavia is now a member of the Lakers, which means, Jake, we now hate you.
Well,
the rest of your life.
Automatically. And he was with Memphis and SAC last year. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, is this a guy that we also will color with the DeAndre Ayton pen and say, well, I mean, so many of these teams have given up on you, and Memphis and then SAC, and then
I see that as a little differently. Like when you're a part of a midseason deal, that also means that somebody really, really wants you. And I know that, I mean, what Ayton just. I mean, Ayton, they just get out of here. How about if we give you some of your money and you leave? That was the transaction.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's why it's not a perfect comp to Jordan Poole. The reason I brought up Jordan Poole's name, though, is because I don't think that the Pelicans necessarily made a deal there where they're like, we really want to have Jordan Poole. And I don't think that the Wizards made a deal where they're like, we really want CJ McCollum. I don't think that that's what those were about. Both of those deals, when the Warriors did it and when the Wizards did it, were, to me, chiefly about money. Not the only thing it was about, but that was the main thing that it was about through my eyes.
Yeah, and this, I mean, Jake LaRavia goes to L.A. Wow, okay, big whoop. He'll be your 9th or 10th guy,
right,
but great.
Good
for you, Jake.
An hour into free agency, they're like, let's get Jake.
Sure.
Let's go get Jake.
Let's go ahead and get him before he's gone, And the other name I was thinking about is Dennis Schroeder, who, the guy's been traded constantly, multiple times, multiple teams. And it's not only that these teams didn't want him, but, when you've got a salary and you're a player that can be aggregated in a deal, that's just what happens. You get thrown into a deal.
Right, but those players are not major salary slots for their teams. Like DeAndre Ayton and Jordan Poole were major salary slots for their teams.
Yeah.
Right? They're $30 million players. These guys, much, much less. I do hear a lot of noise with Schroeder and the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's been a lot of noise about those two. So Schroeder could be on his way back to Northern California, where he had such a good time for 7 hours. 7 hours.
Yeah, that's about right, huh? I mean, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, here we are. Here we are with the characteristics of NBA free agency so far, being that A, it goes a lot slower than it used to, and B, a little bit too much talk about financial maneuvering for my taste. But I get it. That's what this is. So I'm not saying anybody's necessarily doing anything wrong. I just don't think it's ever a good thing. And the NFL has always sort of tiptoed around this a little bit. I don't think it's a great thing when a league has a high level of teams getting rid of players that you would want, like players in their prime that you would want on their team, and fans just have to watch that player go away. And the main reason is we got to clear our books. That's not great. That's not great entertainment.
It's not, but I don't know what the alternative is other than go the full baseball model, which is, we're going to be uncapped. There'll be penalties and taxes, fine, but if you want to go out there and be the Dodgers or the Yankees, you're allowed to. And if you want to be the Pirates or the Athletics, well, there's no penalty for that either, as long as you hit our meager minimum. And so what you get in baseball is 30 teams, and 10 of them are going to be bad because they can't afford the good players unless you draft and develop really, really well. And even if you do, then when it comes time to pay these players, you're not going to pay them because you're a small market or small-minded in the Athletics case. And so baseball's got it wrong in the other direction. Is there a happy medium? Maybe. And you've talked about drafting, developing players, and having those players not count fully toward your cap. Yep. So
that to me is the only change that I would make.
For example, like Pods. And when Pods comes up, and if he's going to be a $25 million a year guy in a couple of years, then that full 25 a year would not count toward your cap because you drafted him and you developed him.
Oh.
So
Pods' leverage against the Warriors is going to be that if you don't sign me to what I want, I'm going to go coach the Valkyries. That's going to be his leverage.
Or his leverage would be, if I go to L.A., I'm going to be a Sparks super fan.
I mean,
or I'm going to go to Indiana and be a super fan of their team.
Quick aside, did you watch any of their game last night?
Yes, they're crushing people.
Not only crushing people.
Who are these hoopers?
Well, Steph wanted to know the same thing, so he went to the game last night. He's there with Pods.
Fresh off his trip to Ireland. I don't know if you were following that.
No.
But your guy had a nice little golf trip.
Oh, good.
It was Steph and Dell and Seth and Damian Lee.
Oh, well, these are their practice rounds.
I guess. But
ACC championship is next week.
Right. And I saw a post of them in Waterville in Ireland. So they did, I think, a 4 or 5 course, just, quick trip over there.
Yeah.
Probably a little private jet, and then you zip back and you go right to the Valks game.
So he hadn't seen the kids in a while, so he brought the kids to the Valks game. He couldn't get as good a seats as Brandon Pajemski gets. I don't know what that was all about.
Well, that's the Curry box. I think,
know.
Yeah,
I know. But anyway, he was there. But the reason I bring it up, and I know that like in different ways and shapes and forms, we've talked about this already. But like, dude, that environment is out of control. Like it is absolutely jumping in there. Not just like I realize that we're almost underselling it when everyone keeps going, hey, Valks sold out again. It's not just that they're sold out. It's that people are dancing on their heads the entire game. It's bananas in that building.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing last night. And the Valks are firing up the standings. Now, Jude, who is only second to Pods in terms of Valkyries fandom, my 11-year-old son, he did clue me in on something because the Valks won, and I did the Fox show, and then we go on our walk. This is kind of our evening process. We go on our walk with my dog. And Jude always goes, right as we walk out the door, he goes, so what subject do you want to talk about tonight? And I'm always like, hey, did you see the environment at that Valkyries game? And so we started talking about the Valkyries. Now he goes, Dad, their next 5 games are against the absolute best teams in the league.
Oh, wow.
All of them. So we got a gauntlet. We got a Valkyries gauntlet that's about to happen. And so we're going to see if this is actually a contender or if it's just a nice story. We about to mess around and find out.
I like that.
On these Golden State Valkyries.
Yeah. And, I gave you the Valkyrie lock of the day on Friday.
And you were right.
Yep. 8.5 was too much, too many points. And so we locked that in. And then yesterday was just an absolute demolishing. And yet, Mark, the Valks are up by, 25 midway through the 4th. And there's a ball, I think, that gets careened out of bounds. And they rule against the Valks. And there he is, courtside.
Yeah.
Twirl, twirl, twirl. Pods, you're up by 25. We don't need to twirl, twirl, twirl to Coach Nikasi to get them to review it. You're up by 24.
He's got one speed, brother. One speed. That's it. Pod speed.
Pazemski.
It's not God speed. It's pod speed.
Yeah, that's something for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I've got more Shams. Would you like more Shams?
Sure, I saw the Shams.
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 Shams. Nah, neither one of them are bombs. One of them is a firework, I guess. All right, free agent guard Trey Jones has agreed to stay with the Chicago Bulls 3 years, $24 million.
Trey gonna stay.
And then the next one is free agent guard D'Angelo Russell.
Forever Warrior.
Has agreed to a 2-year, $13 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks. So Russell on one wing.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Klay Thompson on the other. You tell me how you're going to stop that with Cooper Flagg running around like a crazy person. Woo! Watch out for those Dallas Mavericks. They're making a move.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Luka Schmuka. They got D'Angelo Russell and Cooper Flagg. Huh?
Yep. D'Angelo Russell going to play for his 5th different team, including multiple stops with the Lakers and with Brooklyn.
Yeah, there's another guy who has a way after a team has had him where they're kind of like, I think I'd like it better if he were gone. He's had that effect on multiple teams. He had that effect on the Lakers twice.
Yep.
2 different regimes were like, what does Mila like to say when you give her food that she doesn't want to eat?
I don't yike it.
That's right. That's exactly what the Lakers said about D'Angelo Russell. Twice.
Well, the first time had to do with Nick Young, a.k.a. Swaggy P, if I'm not mistaken.
That was part of it.
And there was
part of it.
You were down there then, right? And there was an interpersonal situation with...
there was Snapchat gone wrong.
There was a girlfriend, and there was some hyperbole and some conjecture.
Indeed.
And so then he's off to Brooklyn. Well, 2 years, and then he was a Warriors for 33 games.
Yeah.
And then Minnesota, and then back to L.A., and then back to Brooklyn.
That's the best thing about D'Angelo Russell is that in an odd way, shape, or form, he helped bring the Warriors Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga.
That's right.
I mean, if you think about it that way, you're like, woo, that's a crazy trade. And then obviously Andrew Wiggins helps bring you Jimmy Butler. But only because there is this, I don't know what word to describe it. I don't want to use the word distaste. But there is discomfort with what the entire Jonathan Kuminga experience has become. I feel that, at least. I feel that. I feel like no matter what everybody is hoping for, what happens here, everybody is already out the house and on their way down the road of just some sort of discomfort related to Jonathan Kuminga because it gets personal sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, Jonathan's he's a very watchable player. He's an exciting young player. He's got a very interesting skill set. But my goodness, it just, for whatever reason, it hasn't worked.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right, this is the Shams Bomb. All right, we have got ourselves a significant trade and 2 names changing addresses that have both been linked to the Warriors. And so it's not going to happen. Ready for this one? The Denver Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round draft pick to the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Cam Johnson.
Oh, no. That's your guy. You and Grandy.
Grandy. If you need to take a segment off or whatever, you can.
Do you guys need to hug it out? Because
I'm a Nuggets fan now.
I was off for one day. Well, I've been off for more than that, but the one day I was off, I tuned in, and you two did a 4-hour love letter to Cam Johnson. Like, it was sappy, it was lovey,
my hope until this moment is that is where the Jonathan Kuminga experience would take the Warriors. And that dream dies right now.
Yep.
What can someone explain this deal to me? Why are both teams are exchanging a wing 3 and D in their prime player, and also the Brooklyn Nets acquire a draft pick? My God, you're going to be does your 60th birthday come before this pick gets made?
Easy.
No, for real. Does it?
Of course.
Yeah.
2032, that's not a real year.
My 55th birthday comes before this pick gets made.
The Earth may not still be in the air in 2032.
Right.
And
we may have had one more election by then.
Maybe.
I mean, who knows?
Perhaps, if those things still...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm looking at it, and For me, you look at Denver's side of it, and Porter Jr. makes 38.3 this year and 40.8 the year after that. So we've talked a lot about teams not looking to or not being able to pay multiple 3 guys more than $30 million, and Denver's got those 3 guys until this trade. Michael Porter Jr. is on the hook for $79 million over the next 2, and Cam Johnson doesn't make that much. So for Denver, it's financial, and if it's a lateral move player-wise, and you get a little bit more affordable.
More on that in a second, but bang!
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Free agent guard, and he's one of my favorites. You know it, Ty Jerome.
Ty Jerome?
Ty Jerome is on the move in a 3-year, $28 million deal with the Memphis Grizzlies. Ty Jerome, and all of you, gosh, forever. Man, raise your hand if you were like, I can't believe Steve Kerr's playing Ty Jerome. How many of you thought that sometime soon that dude would be making $28 million over 3 years, almost $10 million a year for Ty Jerome to be a productive point guard and back up Ja Morant. So now you got Ty and Ja, who combined for the 2 shortest names in the history of the NBA.
Ty Ja or Ja Ty, whichever way you prefer it. And yeah, for Ty Jerome, this will now be team number 5. And you think back to that Warrior year, he averaged almost 7 a game. And oh boy, why are you playing Ty Jerome? Then he plays 2 games with Cleveland, gets hurt. And then this past year, it's like Ty Jerome, and now he's a $10 million a year guy, roughly, for Memphis. Good for him.
Yeah. Now, back to the big trade, though. Help me understand why the salaries can be so mismatched, even by just throwing in, and a draft pick gets thrown in as well. Michael Porter Jr., you said, makes how much?
It'll be 38.3 this upcoming year.
And what does Cam Johnson make?
I think Cam makes about 22.
Well, the Nets have a ton of cap space, and the Nuggets can take less back. There's no rule against that.
Well, the salaries need to...
Not the team that is like taking the more money has space for it. And the Nets have a ton of cap space.
Right. Okay. I understand, but they're like... So you're telling me that rule of the salaries being within 10% of one another doesn't matter if somebody has an abundance of cap space?
I think, as long as you
like
have
you can
the room
say,
to fit that under the cap, then you can take however much money back you want.
Yeah, I know that Brooklyn has the room to take the money on. Now, the second part I need explaining is I don't understand what Brooklyn's doing. Can anyone explain that to me? And again, the deal. Michael Porter Jr. from the Nuggets and a 2032 first-round pick to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson, the same Brooklyn team that gathered up all of these picks this year, and everyone thought they were going to use that asset to make some sort of a significant move. They didn't. They just drafted people. They just drafted people in a bad draft. And so now they just get way younger and then follow that up by using some of their cap space to send out Cam Johnson for Michael Porter Jr. I get that they picked up an extra pick, but that's 7 years from now. I don't know how y'all feel. I think Cam Johnson's better than Michael Porter Jr.
It's debatable. And even if you think that they're roughly the same player, right now you're Brooklyn, you get an additional pick in 2032, and you get a salary that you could probably move at the deadline, something that you can use to acquire more assets because Brooklyn has no interest in being good right now.
Lead story for me out of this trade is, yes, the West got that much tougher yet again, and I got Oklahoma City, Houston, and Denver as the clear top 3 in the West as of this moment.
Yep, an hour and 12 into free agency.
Yeah, exactly. Check again in another hour. We're all over it. Stay right here with us. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, down the coast. Make your first stop. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. 888-957-9570. That is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs. All right, hit it right now.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Warrior fans, brace yourselves. This one's going to hurt a little bit.
What do you mean?
Free agent center Kevon Looney has agreed to a 2-year, $16 million deal with the New Orleans Pelicans.
No!
Kevon Looney's time with the Golden State Warriors has come to an end.
Man, I mean, congrats, Kevon.
Yep.
$8 million a year. Good for you. Man, what a great player. What a great guy.
What a great guy.
But if I can just put that to the side for a minute. No!
That's what I mean.
No, bro.
Like, I think...
Why? Sorry.
I wasn't ready for it.
I'm not trying to make
I wasn't
light.
ready for Nancy on this one.
But this one hurts. It hurts.
10 years.
The 10-year Warrior?
10 years.
Time flies, man.
It really does. 10 years, a forever Warrior, a champion, and someone who never wore another jersey and has already been through moments where it felt like he might go, and there was a lot of angst about him leaving and whatnot, but he never did. But today is the day that Kevon Looney departs the Warriors. 2 years, $16 million deal with the New Orleans Pelicans. And so it's not terribly surprising. I think that we had braced ourselves. I know I had, like you had. We had braced ourselves for the idea that the current Warrior free agents, and I say that about the restricted ones as well, Kuminga, Looney, GP2, I was certainly mentally prepared for them to be gone. But I'll also say, from just the emotional side of Warrior fandom, this one kind of hurts the most. It's Kevon Looney. That big toothy grin and the championship rings and everything that he's always brought. Steve Kerr talking about how he rides with Kevon and how he's the heartbeat of the locker room and everything. I understand that he wasn't quite producing in terms of numbers and fit the way that the Warriors needed him to, but it doesn't matter. That's Kevon Looney. That's our guy. And now he's on another team.
That's it. And you look at the deal and he gets $8 million a year. And so good for you, Kevon, because I don't think
absolutely.
I'm almost positive the Warriors weren't going to be able to offer him that much. And this one hurts because the more you think about Kevon in the past, it has been, well, he's going to be a free agent and, we'll see what offers are out there. And it had always seemed like there weren't great offers. And so Kevon came back, and I looked at it this year in kind of a similar way where I didn't think that there'd be a team out there that would want to give him $8 million a year. Not that he's not worth it, because clearly he is. A team is willing to pay him $8 million a year. I'm just surprised that he got a contract this big. I'm really happy for him because he has been a grinder. He came into the league injured, and he had, a lot of early ailments in his career that kind of hampered his ability. If you go back and look at him as a UCLA Bruin, like shooting the jumper and elevating and like you wouldn't recognize the Kevon that we've seen.
Yep.
So good on you, Kevon. Really happy for the young man, but this one hurts my heart, Mark.
Couple other guys that also just over the last handful of minutes, smaller deals that have gone down. Kevin Porter Jr. stays with the Bucks, 2 years, $11 million. Bruce Brown Jr. agrees to a 1-year deal to stay with the Denver Nuggets, and again, the Denver Nuggets involved in the big trade that just went down about 10-15 minutes ago. Michael Porter Jr. and a future first-round pick going to the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Cam Johnson. And it kind of circles back to my point, like we are at a spot where you're watching Golden State let some money go. There's Kevon Looney goes. I do think GP2 is going to go, and I do think there is going to be a deal for Jonathan Kuminga. Not a contractual deal. I think that Jonathan is going to be a part of some sort of a larger sign and trade. The Warriors need to do something here. The Warriors, what
are you doing the past hour and 23?
Well, no, I don't mean like that, like you're on the clock. I just mean that even though I argued, and Grandy and I did a couple of these shows, I remember a few months ago, where it's like, man, I think people forget how good the Warriors were after Jimmy Butler arrived. So if you play that out over a whole season, I'm like, I don't think the Warriors are that far down the list in the West. But the West has changed. And I think the Nuggets just got better. I know the Houston Rockets got a lot better. And what's the one thing that everybody would say about Oklahoma City? Even though they're winning all those games, what would people say?
Well, you never done it.
That's right.
Yep.
Talk to me when you've done it. Well, now they done it. And so now you can't play but they're inexperienced. You can't do that anymore either. So the West is building itself to be even stronger, more top-heavy, if you will. And the Warriors are going to have to find a way to at least be mildly aggressive here in keeping up with the Joneses.
Yes, and you can only be so aggressive because you have two of the highest-paid players in the game, and then Draymond's making 28. So I know you don't have three guys making 30 or more, which is something that you and I have talked about you can't really do, but if you take Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, they combined make about 140, so that right there is about, 40-something on the average. So you in fact do have that top-heavy of a roster. So, yeah, Kavan is now officially gone. Looks like GP2 will be gone. And you have a couple of second-round draft picks, and I was listening to Evan and Goo today, and, they're older guys relative to what the Warriors have done in the past. And can they come in and help you? Well, sure, they're allowed to, but now we're getting to the point where you better, right? And I'm taking the words out of your mouth because I'm seeing you form them.
Yeah. And Kavan gets reunited with Jordan Poole in New Orleans. And New Orleans keeps, they're an interesting sort of team right now, not in terms of I think they're going to compete, but what are they doing? What are they doing? You got Zion still there. Evan brought up earlier on the crossover, he'd love to see that be the Kuminga destination for Trey Murphy. I love Trey Murphy. I don't know if the Warriors can get their hands on him, but New Orleans is kind of acting like O'Hare on United Airlines. They're just this midpoint and everything kind of flies out of there right now. They're not here to win. They're here to sort of facilitate your trade or wherever you're going to go next.
That's a pretty hilarious analogy.
Just threw that out there.
Because if you're flying to New York and it's not a direct, you may go through O'Hare.
You're going to go through Chicago.
Exactly. It makes sense. It's kind of more than halfway, but it's on the way. And so you stop at O'Hare and you get some more fuel and you pick up some passengers.
Speaking of Chicago, and this is not me. I'm not reporting this. This is just me with tea leaves and the reading that I do. It feels to me like the two teams to watch on a Kuminga situation are the Bulls and the Heat. That's what it feels like right now.
Okay.
Bulls and the Heat. And the Bulls would definitely be a trade, and I think the Heat would too. In other words, I don't think either of them are coming for a huge free agent offer to be made to Jonathan. But we'll see. But it sounds like those are the two teams to watch the most closely in these conversations.
Yep. I mean, and you figure if they're going to send him somewhere, you'd like to send him to the East if you could. If everything was created equally. If you wanted to sign and trade, you don't want to send him to Sacramento or New Orleans, a team in the West. And I'm looking at Shams, and Luke Cornett gets 4 years and $41 million with the Spurs.
Oh, wow.
So there's another big. I don't know if we needed to fire off the breaking news sounder, but
that was somebody that I kind of had my eye on for the Warriors.
Yep. Well, and again, 4 years and $41 million.
4 years.
That's too rich for the Warriors' blood, I believe, until they get a resolution with Kuminga.
Exactly. It's not too rich for the Warriors' blood if they would have this completed, and that's the problem. The problem with this, because it's funny, an hour and a half ago, we're like, man, free agency goes slower than it used to. And then boom, boom, boom. Shams has been firing these off every 3 minutes right now. So, anyway, Luke Cornett, 4 years, 41 with the San Antonio Spurs.
And that is, for the Spurs, that's a great deal because Luke Cornett is a good, solid player, and you get him for $10 million a year, 4 years of team control. And you mentioned before about OKC, and I'm just fascinated by their contract structure because they've got a lot of really good players, but Shea's making 38, Hartenstein, he makes 28, and then it's 17 for Dort, 12 for Joe, Holmgren only 13, Wiggins makes 9, Caruso 18. Those are relative bargains for your rotational players.
Totally.
You've got a lot of really good players not making a ton of money, and so you're the Warriors with huge, and really big contracts. I don't know how you go about trying to be a deep team.
you're right. Not for right now. Not for right now, they don't. And then on the other side, there's the Celtics. Are they fielding a team this year? Like, it has been nothing but exodus. Nothing but exodus. I know that a couple of those guys were trades, so I know there were players, Anthony Simons and whatnot, coming back. But, Cornette leaves. Jason Tatum is not going to play. Al Horford has been linked in rumors to the Warriors. Porzingis gone. Holiday gone. Wow. We're not even going to recognize the Boston Celtics next year when we see them again. It's going to be Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and a bunch of I don't know in green.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's what that's going to look like.
Can I ask you guys something?
Fire away.
So, Kevon Looney obviously will be remembered as one of the, most memorable names in the Warriors dynasty era.
Role players, yeah.
In terms of, players that you or Warrior fans had an emotional connection to, is Looney only behind Steph, Clay, Dre, and Iguodala? Because I think he's fifth for me in terms of emotional connection to a player during this Steve Kerr era.
I would put him ahead of Iguodala. And it's not just because I have a slight issue. No, but honestly, if you want to talk about emotional connection, Kevon Looney is a drafted Warrior. Iguodala's not. He spent 10 years here, and he is just a lunch pail guy. Iguodala, Finals MVP, hired gun, great guy, great Warrior, 4-time champ. But emotionally, I have a deeper connection with Kevon Looney.
I kind of agree with you. Like, he's been a less important player, but the fact that he was homegrown, a drafted champion. Like, how many of those other guys throughout all of this can say that? How many drafted champions were there? Drafted champions.
Steph, Draymond, Clay. And Kevon. And, there are others who, like
James Wiseman,
Patrick
Jonathan
McCaw.
Kuminga, Moses Moody.
No.
Right, sure.
No.
Grandy, he's playing right along with the bit.
Yeah.
But
Jonathan Kuminga.
All
right. You know what I mean.
I do.
Like, who have been here through multiple portions of the run.
Right.
That's those 4 guys.
Yeah, as far as I can remember, yeah.
That's those 4 guys.
Just quick, interesting wrinkle, a set aside, as you would like to say.
It was interesting.
You know that James Wiseman was 1 game away from getting a second ring?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He's on the Pacers.
Yep. He played a game for the Pacers.
And his leg blew up.
Correct.
By the way, when we talk about all those Achilles tears, no one brought him up, but go ahead and bring him up.
Well, he was the OG this season of Achilles tears.
And what is he, 24?
If that, yeah.
How old is James?
I was just looking earlier, and it's like, he would have gotten a ring. He would have gotten ring number 2 had the Pacers been able to close that thing out.
Yeah, he's 24. 24 years old.
Yep.
Oh.
And I just saw something about, Chicago might be interested in Wiseman, and so hopefully he gets a chance to be an NBA player
he'll
again.
Have a career. He's still an athletic 7-footer.
Sure.
I don't think it's ever going to amount to, stats and minutes and all of that, but he can be on a roster. Absolutely.
Yeah, you would figure.
Unless this injury rehab didn't go well. I have no idea where he's at with the whole.
Well, he's 8 or 9 months into it because it happened in October.
Right.
So, with the Achilles, it's probably 9 to 12 months, maybe even more for a bigger guy.
Sure.
So, anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there as we were talking about champs, people with rings. Patrick McCaw has 3.
Yes, he does.
Just in case you need him.
Yes, he does. Let's go to BPA, who's on the line with Willard and Dibs. What up, BPA? What are you doing?
Just driving home from work. The Nets that was really the only team that had cap space, and that probably takes that off the board for Kuminga. None of those other teams have cap space to give him a bag, so he's going to have to do a sign and trade if he wants to, bank a contract. And it's obviously in his best interest to start sooner rather than later, because the longer he waits, the more the dominoes fall and his options are gone. So I expect something to happen pretty quick. Miami or Chicago, I agree, are probably the 2 most likely. And, I think it'll make, I don't know, how would you feel about Wiggins back for Kuminga? Personally, I take that.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it because they would play Wiggins, and Wiggins would, he would fit right in without any issue next to Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and whatnot. He already has. I know, obviously not with Butler, but you get what I'm saying. BPA, thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say BPA, maybe he could stick and stay because there's More breaking news. It's flying in.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a few more that have come in. First and foremost, the Rockets have gone and done it again. They have brought in yet another player. This is free agent center Clint Capella, now on a 3-year, $21.5 million deal with the Houston Rockets. And free agent guard Karis LeVert, a 2-year, $29 million deal with the Detroit Pistons. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one as they get a little bit deeper, a little bit more experienced. It might also be, let's get another wing in case Malik Beasley never plays again.
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, I don't know, but anyway, those are some interesting kind of B- C+ level moves.
Yeah, and many people around Dub Nation were interested in Capella.
Sure.
And I don't know if that's the perfect fit, like you were saying before about DeAndre Ayton. I don't know if Capella is necessarily the right fit, but the price point of $7 million a year, less money than what Kevon Looney is getting from New Orleans.
Well, and to reiterate that, if you're just joining us, yes, what Dibs just said, Kevon Looney, a 2-year, $16 million deal to go to the New Orleans Pelicans. He'll put on a different uniform for the first time in his career. The other big deal of the last hour or so, Michael Porter Jr. and a future first going to Brooklyn in exchange for Cam Johnson. I do think, as always, right, and BPA just brought this up. All right, let's talk about for a minute the idea of Brooklyn has now been taken off of the table with regard to Kuminga because Porter Jr. makes a lot more money than does Cam Johnson. So Brooklyn just used up a bunch more of their cap space, which they did on a previous deal as well. I never really believed that Brooklyn was going to make a big offer to Jonathan Kuminga. BPA's not wrong. It takes it off the table. But here's what I would say. Golden State Warriors are not dumb. They would not be in this position right now if they were worried about a team coming in with a massive free agent offer for Kuminga. They would not have allowed this to get to 3 o'clock if they were worried that that was going to happen. My opinion, my read. If they thought Brooklyn was weighing in the weeds and at 3 o'clock today they were going to do 5 years and $170 million, then the Warriors would have done something a lot earlier
For sure.
that would have put the Warriors in a bad spot. We've heard from everyone we know that the number one thing the Warriors don't want to do is have Kuminga walk and get nothing in return. They absolutely don't want to do that. So they've been reading the situation, and I think they're aware about things such as whether or not Jonathan's going to get a big offer somewhere. So if Brooklyn was the only team that could scare you on that level, well, they probably knew damn well that that wasn't going to happen. And now it's pretty much official. So does that deal give the Warriors a little bit of leverage in the conversation? Probably, yeah. Now, maybe both sides already knew that was coming.
Right.
But it absolutely does. Like, again, Jonathan's leverage in this situation is A, he's got time, and B, what he's hoping for is that someone will make him an offer that the Warriors don't want to match. That's the leverage he has. It feels to me, the way the Warriors are playing this, like they're comfortable that's not going to happen.
And I think the more you look at things like the Santi Aldama contract that came in just under $18 million a year for 3 years, somebody who is the same age and plays about as much. Now, Kuminga, I think, is a better player, and he's got perhaps a little bit more upside than Santi Aldama, but the fact that that contract came in 3 years at a little less than $18 million per tells me that the Warriors are not trembling. To your point, they're probably not thinking there's a team out there giving Kuminga 5 years and 150 or whatever. The price point for Jonathan Kuminga is low enough, most likely, in the marketplace that the Warriors can make a decision on a sign and trade or just a sign and keep and trade later.
Sorry. Yes, I agree on that. I like the read of the situation right now is so interesting because I do think you see a couple deals like this and it leans you in the direction of, okay, advantage Warriors, Jonathan's not going to get what he wants. However, the advantage Jonathan has is he can still keep playing this out as long as possible, and as names keep coming off the board, that's going to make the Warriors very uncomfortable. So it's not like this is all to the advantage of the Warriors. The bottom line is somebody needs to blink, and pretty soon, or else you're just going to head down this road where the Warriors can't sign anyone, and Jonathan can't get an offer, and you're probably going to end up back in bed together in a way that neither side really seems to want.
And the way that would be is if nobody else gives him an offer and you decide that you don't want to do anything long-term with Kuminga, you could have him play on his tender, the offer that you tendered him, which is 1 year and $7.9 million, and then he becomes an unrestricted free agent next year. But even if it goes that way, Mark, that would be a very uncomfortable reunion, so to speak, where Kuminga wanted big money, you wanted to kind of trade him, and you've shopped him repeatedly, nothing happened, and so it's tail between both of your legs, and now he has to come back and play on a low offer. Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that. And this is probably part of what Ramona Shelburne was telling us a week ago when she said this could get messy. I think, by the way, I just say this, I think it already is. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think it's already messy because we're here. We're here. It's 4:40 on Monday. And there is A, no resolution, B, no resolution in sight, and C,
potentially.
Potentially. Yeah, it could break in 2 minutes.
It could.
But names are flying off the board, and some of them were interesting names. I don't know what level the Warriors actually wanted those people, but names that they've been linked to. And then again, the reports, and I get this is just leverage play, and this is posturing, but the reports are suggesting right now that, this is going to take a while. This is going to take a while. And I don't know if the Warriors have a while, because Oklahoma City's really good. The Rockets have signed 2 more players today.
Yep.
Clint Capella, Dorian Finney-Smith. The Rockets are getting better. The Nuggets just acquired Cam Johnson. Come on now. The West is getting real good. It was already real good.
Yeah.
It was getting real good, real fast.
And the T-Wolves brought back Naz Reid, and that happened earlier.
And Julius Randle.
So the T-Wolves are still a really good team, and the Lakers are making some, moves around the fringes, so to speak. But when you're the Warriors, you have probably 3 big needs, and some of the needs can't be fulfilled right now.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And I think those are the 2 questions right now that we can play with. Coming up next, and we would love to open it up to your calls at 888-957-9570. All we can do is react to what we know right now. As things are currently constructed in the West, right now, 4:42 on Monday, where do you put the Warriors? Where do you rank them? Right now. Kevon Looney is gone. He plays for the Pelicans. Houston has signed 2 more players. Cam Johnson's on the Nuggets. Where do you put him right now? And also, Warrior fans, boy, I bet he's still kicking around. I mean, he might be down in L.A., who knows? But I'd love to hear some people kind of give whatever their Warrior fan goodbye is to Kevon Looney. So if you want to weigh in on what Looney has meant to you, or if there's anything that you would like to get out with regard to his time with the Warriors, now is a great time to do it, and we're here for you on Willard and Dibs.
Here comes Wiggins up top. Screen set. Curry on Jackson. Step back. Hits a three. No good. Looney. Offensive rebound. Touch pass to Thompson. Finds Curry. Curry dribble drive. Behind the back in traffic. No look pass. Batted away. Goes right to Looney. That's a break. Looney stops in the paint to Draymond. Handoff Curry. Deep three on the way with 1 on the clock. Back rim miss. Looney again. Finds Thompson. Loads up a triple. Good! It's madness. Just madness. Kevon Looney, 21 rebounds. It's an 18-3 run. Warriors 105, Grizzlies 92. Timeout Memphis, 2:57 to go. And they're going bananas here at Chase Center.
Well, now you guys just made that a whole lot harder. It was already hard.
Yeah. I almost had a little tear come out right there when I heard him there.
I can tell you what, somewhere, wherever he is, Steve Kerr right now is not having a great day because he has talked so glowingly through the years about all the things that Kevon Looney means to this team that the fans don't even know, and the fans know a lot. But the hard hat guy, the glue guy, I believe that did Steve at one point call him like their moral compass?
Yes.
I mean, it was like the things that we have used to describe Kevon Looney through the years. And if you're just joining us, Looney has left the Warriors. 2 years, $16 million contract with the New Orleans Pelicans. Mark Spears just recently said on the coverage that he's a part of on ESPN that there might actually be a statue for Looney someday outside this building. He has meant that much to this squad, and it's true. We were just bringing up the drafted multi-time champions for the Warriors through this dynasty. Sure, he's not Steph, he's not Clay, he's not Draymond. He just happens to be next and the only other one who can sort of claim that kind of thing. Kevon Looney has been a huge deal for this organization, and while I think a lot of us knew that this free agency was not a time where the Warriors had a lot to spend and their free agents could be gone, it hits a little different now that it's here. I don't know that everyone was fully braced for this, but Kevon Looney's time with the Warriors is done.
I was not fully braced at all for this. I thought that it would be a case where free agency goes and goes and goes, and then the announcement is, all right, the Warriors have re-signed Kevon Looney 2 years and $6 million, or something small and something that was, not going to break the bank, but Kevon was going to be a Warrior, and then the word comes out today that he gets $8 million a year. Good for you, Kevon. I don't think the Warriors could afford it as much as they love the player.
All right, we got some calls on Looney. We want to talk about that. There's also a lot of deals that have gone down. The Brooklyn Nets have used a lot of their cap space on trading for Michael Porter Jr. Cam Johnson goes to the Nuggets. We're sort of looking now as the dust settles in the West, and we see who's rising up the board while the Warriors have not really made any moves as of yet. And then there's also this.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
How many calls have we taken this year of people going, you know what the Warriors need to do? They need to go get Brook Lopez.
Yeah.
Now go get Brook Lopez.
That's right.
Brook Lopez has agreed to a 2-year, $18 million deal with the Los Angeles Clippers.
That's not the Warriors.
That's not the Warriors.
That's the Clippers.
That's the Los Angeles Clippers. He's backing up Zubac.
I mean, and I'm looking at the tweet now. Shout out Wasserman again. You've done it again, Wasserman.
Wasserman, you're on fire.
Have a day, Wasserman.
How much money has Wasserman made today?
Dude, he's making some serious chicken.
Wasserman.
Wow.
Anyway.
2 years, $18 million again. At this juncture, $9 million a year. If you're the Warriors, you can't really afford to extend that if you have an unresolved Kuminga.
And you have a completely unresolved Kuminga. Now, we want to get to some calls here on Kevon Looney. Mark Spears did say some things just recently about Kuminga and the Warriors. Let's take a few calls, but I want you to stay right where you are. We're going to let you hear what Mark Spears said as far as the current trend between Kuminga and the Warriors. That is moments away. Let's go to Josh in Oakland. Josh, we thank you for the call. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm just sitting in front of Straw Hat Pizza getting ready to go into work real fast. But I just wanted to give a shout-out to Kevon Looney. Man, I was not expecting this. All these years, Kevon has been a part of the team, and he's taken less money so many times when he's deserved more. Like you guys said, he's been the hard hat guy. He's meant so much to this organization, to this team, to the fan base. I just want to say in particular, in those Rockets series, the Kevon Looney was so huge because, in my opinion, I think he's the best big man at this. His ability to not jump and to stay on the ground and not bite on any of those hesitations. When James Harden would get the switch onto Looney, in his mind, he felt like, oh, this is the shot I want, to get Looney on me. So he would take him, even though, and you can look at the stats, you can look at everything. When Kevon Looney would guard James Harden, he would put clamps on him just from his ability to not jump, to not bite on any of those pump fakes. So, in particular, Kevon, thanks for those, because we love beating the Rockets more than anything as Warriors fans. And, yeah, bro, it's just end of an era, man. This is wild. I thought Kevon Looney would retire a Warrior more so than I thought Steph Curry would, man. But thanks for taking my call. Have a good one.
Josh, it's a really good one, man.
Great call, yeah.
It's a great call. Appreciate you doing it because, look, this is classically one of those situations. It's almost like, this is not a perfect comp, but you know how, like, you can kind of criticize your own mom, but you ain't going to let anybody else do it?
Yeah.
Don't you say anything about my mom. And, like, let me say what I'm going to say. I feel like that's who Kevon Looney is. You might be, if you're a fan of another team, you're like, Kevon Looney, what's the big deal? Don't you talk about our Kevon. We know what that man has meant to this organization. And it's all the dirty work. And as you love to say, the lunch pail guy, Kevon with his jumper cables, all of these things. They're a big deal. They're a big deal. And that guy has worked his way into the hearts of the entire fan base across the board. I don't know one fan who has anything bad to say about the experience of having Kevon Looney on the squad.
Exactly. And it was not always, him being a mainstay. There was times where he would only play a little bit, and then you look through, as I am right now, at his playoff game log and the cut that Grandy played coming back in. He had 22 rebounds, 11 offensive, 11 defensive, and, at times he was absolutely essential. I'm looking at the Sacramento series where he had 20 rebounds, 14, 22, 13, and 21 in Game 7. We all remember Game 7 for Steph, right? 50 points in a road win. Kevon played 31 minutes and had 21 rebounds in that game, the clincher over Sacramento. So there were times when you really needed him and relied on him a lot more than normal. And I'm looking at these playoff games, Mark. He was phenomenal in that whole run. It wasn't much of a run. You lost to the Lakers, but against the Lakers, he opened up with 23 rebounds in the first game against L.A. in that series that they eventually would lose. So
he was phenomenal against Sacramento.
Yeah, he was awesome.
And obviously, if you go back to the championship year, holy crap. What he was doing in that Mavericks series and beyond it was absolutely incredible. Only because Wiggins was so good did it sometimes get a little bit overshadowed. But as far as role players playing out, like Kevon was incredible that year. And in fact, as I'm sitting here saying this, you go through the last 15 years, start 2010 when the Giants win a World Series, go through the past 15 years of Bay Area sports, remove the stars, forget the stars, and go. Who are the role players that come to mind?
Yeah.
And who's at the top of that list? And my mind is just running through, there's the people who kind of did the cup of coffee thing for Giants championships, Scooter and Cody Ross and people like that. But, dude, there's no other Kevon Looneys. There's no Kevon Looneys.
It's funny you're doing this because I was actually trying to think about the Giants comp, a player who was there in 10, 12, and 14, and somebody who eventually had to go somewhere else, and, somebody that they drafted. And, you think about Lincecum and Kane and Bumgarner. Well, they're on a higher star echelon than, Kevon Looney. And
Vogelsong's the name, but he wasn't there for all of them.
Exactly.
Right.
And so, Barry Zito, same thing, but he was also on a different kind of echelon, a different plane star-wise. So I was just trying to think about, was there a Giant who was there homegrown and through all of it? And, eventually when they left, you were heartbroken? Because this is a different thing now.
I mean, there's a little bit that he's not homegrown, but there's a little Hunter Pence thing going on there. Because, again, Pence was not there for the first. Looney was not there for the first.
Good point.
And then they came in and became a part of the fabric of what these organizations were doing. Again, Pence was not drafted by the Giants, so that doesn't quite have that same emotional feel. Although, my gosh, if there's anyone who's ever been adopted by this city, it's that man. So that's probably as close as I can come. And Pence also was he was a middle of the order guy.
Yeah.
When they were winning the with him. But I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody else who was drafted here and was a part of multiple championships and but never really achieved that stardom type level. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. How about Jason in the city? Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. I'll first say that I'm a little nervous about the Warriors' future. There's a lot of activity going on. You before the break, you said, "Hey, let's share shout-outs to Kevon Looney, excuse me," and I'm definitely going to do that. But the other question was how I'm feeling about the Warriors this coming season. And I mean, if we just do a quick evaluation of the West, we got OKC, Denver, we got the Rockets and Minnesota. That's top four already. Clippers aren't going away. Lakers aren't going away. We got Wemby coming back. That's already 7. So I would love for us to be in the top 5 to 8, but right now I think we're just going to be treading water. So I am hopeful, but I'm not encouraged. Shout out to Kevon Looney. I'll leave you guys with 2 of my favorite stats from that 2022 championship, which I thought was his crowning jewel. My second favorite stat line is the Game 6 against Boston. He had 0 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist. But my favorite stat line was the closing game against Memphis. Remember, we had to go through John Morant. He had 4 points and 22 rebounds, 5 assists. I mean, that is a gorgeous stat line. I'm always going to have a soft spot for him. I hope we give him a big standing ovation when he comes back and we play against the Pelicans. That's what I got, gentlemen. Thanks.
Okay, Jason, great stuff. Appreciate that. The Looney part, you're absolutely right. And again, if you're a Warrior fan, you don't need to be told the importance of this guy, the moments, the big smile, whether it's in the locker room, just the steadying, calming force that he's been. Absolutely. Just first rate. Now, his breakdown of the West was interesting. I agree with him on those top 4. This is scary time right now for the Warriors because the Thunder are already great. They are now minted. Houston keeps getting better. They've added 2 more players today. I love what the Nuggets did in acquiring Cam Johnson, and the Minnesota Timberwolves have re-signed their guys. I agree that on paper, in this moment, those are your top 4. He then said the Clippers aren't going away. Agreed. He said the Lakers aren't going away. Don't agree. I think that the Lakers are in a weird transition, and I wonder how that's going to work. And then he gave the Spurs a nod, which I'm like, I get it. Probably they're on the come. I don't know exactly when they're going to be ready. We got to see Wemby get back and healthy, and all that they've done is they've added Luke Cornett. They're still very, very young at some key spots, Castle, Wemby, etc. But I also think the Warriors are going to do some things here. Warriors are going to do some things.
Right, but your premise going into the break was right now, 4:42, and now we're sitting at 5:03, and that's, I think, what he was responding to, because I agree with you. The Warriors are going to do some things, but what are those things, and are they going to be significant enough to move them up your list as we start to look at the Western Conference?
I'll go 6 right now.
You got them at 6?
6.
Ahead of the Lakers?
Yep.
And ahead
of the Spurs.
Right, and I agree with that about the Spurs. I think the Spurs are still going to be a year away.
You know, the Grizzlies lost Bane. I know the Mavericks are interesting right now, but that's transitional. Flag's got to come in. Kyrie's got to get healthy. Oklahoma City, Houston, Denver, Minnesota, and the Clippers. I give them the nod right now over the Warriors.
Yep, and
even the Clippers, that's questionable.
Sure,
that's questionable.
But even if you look at this past year, what was the difference between 2 and 10? It was like 6 games, right?
Almost nothing.
Right. So the Warriors could be 48 and 34 again, and they could be the 8 seed, or they could go 48 and 34 and be the 5 seed.
2 and 10 was actually 13 games, but 2 and 8 was only 4 games.
Okay. Yeah.
2 and 8 was 4 games.
That's kind of what I was thinking about.
Yeah. All right, we're going to keep going with your calls, specifically on Kevon Looney, but we do want to enter this into the discussion. Mark Spears on ESPN just said this a short time ago with regard to Kuminga and the Warriors.
There seems to be optimism in the Warriors camp that he will re-sign. He will be a restricted free agent. This market's not great for him. As one NBA GM told me, is like, what has he proven to be worth what his agent wants, which is $25+ million. Who has that money for him? Why does he deserve that? But then on the flip side, if he returns to the Warriors, like, what's his role?
And can he reach his full potential there?
Yeah, and so if I'm Jonathan, I'm in a really weird spot right now. The money's not here this summer. Maybe it's next summer. But either way, there's a lot of question marks.
Okay, so I love this commentary because Spears starts out with a lot of optimism that Kuminga's going to sign and come back. And then they go through all the reasons why that's kind of challenging. Now, here's my, and I'll call it what it is. This is my uneducated kind of read on this. I'm just listening to people talk. I'm not dialed in on the inside by any stretch. But to me, everything between these two sides right now feels like negotiating in public. It almost feels like a threat. It feels like posturing a little bit, right? Because let's say there is a deal on the table. Let's say it's with the Miami Heat. Well, if you're going to do a sign and trade, that means he needs to sign. That means he needs to agree to at least a 3-year contract. He probably doesn't like the number. And the Warriors are almost threatening with, okay, then you can, come back here, boom, boom, boom.
Right.
And watch basketball for another year. I don't know that they would play it that way. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
But I'm not.
And they also could do it on the qualifying offer, which is just shy of $8 million.
Nothing. Exactly. So, like, when he says that, there's optimism that he'll sign. It's kind of a funny statement. I don't know that that's what the Warriors actually want. And I'm pretty sure it's not what Jonathan wants. So this idea that, like, ooh, optimism, he might come back. Well, optimism's the wrong word. Is that what you want? Is that what anyone wants? I know there's some fans who want it, but, like, they got to it. They asked the question right after the idea. It's like, ooh, he might come back. But if he does, what the hell's his role? Is that what we want the big training camp story to be? What the hell? Is Jonathan going to play this year? Is he starting? 16 minutes off the bench?
That's right.
Like, what
DNPs? I mean, what are we going to do? A whole year of that is not what anybody wants. And, we talked about it before with the whole summer of Brandon Ayuk and, Ayuk, Willie or won't he, and the rest of it. And, we spent all that time and then he finally signs and then he got hurt. And so that topic still kind of exists. And so the Warriors don't want that. And Kuminga certainly doesn't want to come back to this uncertainty about his role.
One other small signing that has just come down, free agent center Luka Garza, has agreed to a 2-year, $5.5 million deal with the Boston Celtics. So there's your Luke Cornett replacement, essentially, for a lot less money. Luka Garza goes to the Boston Celtics. I also want to shout out all of the texts that came in with Giants champion comps to Kevon Looney, and some of them are good. There's a lot of Brandon Belts. There's a lot of Sergio Romos. I want to point out the 415 with probably the best one, Brandon Crawford. That's probably your Looney comp.
That's really good.
Kind of
really good, yeah.
You're drafted. You came up. People weren't really sold on you, but, man, you just stayed.
Did he win all 3, or did he just get the 2?
Brandon was 2.
12 and 14.
Yeah, okay. Brandon was 2. So it's the same thing. He came up after they had already won, but then He was able to kind of work his way into a lunch pail type of a role, stick and stay for a long time, and then at the end of his career, go dip his toe in the water with another organization, but is going to circle back around to be celebrated after retirement.
Yeah, that's actually
it's a good call.
That's a great one. The Brandon Belt one too, but something about Belt, I think I'm not going to say infuriated Giants fans, but you always were more frustrated with Belt than you were with Kavon, and even with Crawford. Like, he had a couple of great monster offensive years, but by and large, he was just, offensively a guy. And so, like Kavon, he was beloved. Brandon Crawford beloved, Kavon the same.
No doubt about it. We got another Shams Bombs.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Yeah, they're coming fast. And this is a name that had been tied to the Warriors in the last 24 hours as well, but he is getting paid. Nickeil Alexander-Walker leaving the Minnesota Timberwolves and going to the Atlanta Hawks on a 4-year, $62 million deal. So my quick math says that's $15.5 per year for Nickeil Alexander-Walker, now a member of the Atlanta Hawks. 3.3-and-D type player, absolutely somebody that would have fit perfectly with the Golden State Warriors, except for that whole salary part.
That's right, because when you're making 15.5 and the Warriors are just waiting on a Kuminga resolution that they don't seem to have here. We're 2 hours and 10 minutes into this, and the Atlanta Hawks, it's an interesting team in the East because they're making some moves to try to step into the breach, the void in the Eastern Conference where a lot of the top teams are without their top players. Boston is stripping the thing down to the studs. Philly's got Joel Embiid, who might or might not decide to play basketball again. And so the East is so wide open, and Atlanta's out there just making moves.
Well, I'm trying to keep track of what Atlanta has had come in and what they've had go out. And they got Kristaps Porzingis, right?
Yep.
Porzingis is on the way in. Alexander Walker is on the way in. Capella is on the way out. Who else am I forgetting?
Terrence Mann was the money they sent out on that Porzingis deal.
He goes
nothing
to Brooklyn,
crazy.
right?
Yep.
Yep, nothing crazy. Has anybody did LeVert leave there to go to Detroit? Karis LeVert, isn't that where he was?
Yes.
Karis LeVert was also in Atlanta and now goes to the Detroit Pistons on a deal that came down about 45 minutes ago. So that's what the Hawks have done, for whatever the hell that's worth.
Yeah, I mean, they got Alexander Walker and they got Kristaps Porzingis and, Capella, LeVert, Georgie Niang, and Terrence Mann all out as well. And so...
Don't do that ever again. That was...
What, Georgie Niang? That bothered you?
Didn't bother me. It was...
Niang?
Yeah, it was just funny. It was funny and uncomfortable at the same time.
It was, unexpected at the very least. I didn't know I was going to go that route, but there you have it.
But you did.
And Trae Young, eligible to get $229 million for 4 years. How about that?
Go ahead, Atlanta. If you want to never win, do it. I get it, though. You have no choice. Trae Young is Kyler Murray.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Trae Young is Kyler Murray. Go ahead. We got to sign you. You're worth the money. We know who you are. You're going to make us kind of legitimate. We're not winning with you. That's not what we're doing. You're going to win the whole banana, but you can sort of kind of be relevant, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I see Trae Young.
And that's kind of where Atlanta is as well. It's like, and that's why you look at the moves they're making. They're trying. They're going to try like heck this year, especially to see if they can't be a team that can make some noise in a wide open Eastern Conference.
Woo, there is a lot going on. All right, if you're just getting in your car after a day at work, and do this with me, because I'm just doing this off the top of my head. Let's fly around a little bit. And the starter for you Warrior fans is that Kevon Looney is gone. Kevon Looney has signed a free agent deal with the New Orleans Pelicans, 2 years, $16 million deal, and that is a little bit of a gut punch. It is. Not necessarily in terms of basketball, but in terms of vibe, emotions, locker room, all of that. Just the nostalgia of it. I think this is a gut punch for the Warriors, especially as in the meantime, they've got sort of like nothing in terms of news to hand to their fans. I'm not saying that they should, but people get very uncomfortable when they see all of this action taking place and your favorite team is not involved. All that we know so far is that the Warriors have sent out qualifying offers to Jonathan Kuminga. They kept Guy Santos. Kevon Looney is gone. And we got a story over the weekend that said GP2 probably will be as well. As far as other headlines from around the league, and guys jump in if I'm forgetting any, to me the next headliner is the trade between the Denver Nuggets and the Brooklyn Nets. The Nuggets sending out Michael Porter Jr. and a longtime future first-round pick all the way to 2032 in exchange for Cam Johnson. I think the Nuggets get younger. They get better. I think the Nuggets are one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the West, no question about it. We just had the Nickeil Alexander-Walker news of him moving on to the Atlanta Hawks, but outside of that, in the last 24 hours, a couple of big moves for the Timberwolves to keep their guys, Julius Randle and Naz Reid, both getting paid as well. Brook Lopez has gone to the Clippers. Luke Cornett has gone to the Spurs. I'm just kind of scrolling through a lot of this stuff. Ty Jerome signed a 3-year deal with the Memphis Grizzlies. Oh, speaking of the Grizzlies, they re-signed 2 players, namely Jaren Jackson Jr., who got a 5-year, $240 million deal. They also signed Aldama to a new 3-year extension as well.
Dorian Finney-Smith goes to Houston, 4 years for $53 million. Houston is
great.
a problem, yeah.
Clint Capella went there as well. Clint Capella also went to the Houston Rockets. So I think that's kind of a summary of the headliners.
Yep. It looks like Dennis Schroeder is set to sign with Sacramento.
Oh.
Nothing official yet, but looking at NBC Sports Bay Area, it's expected that the Kings are going to sign Dennis Schroeder in free agency.
I mean, he's an effective player.
Oh, yeah.
Dennis is a nice player. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's kind of the summary of this whole thing. And then I think the other, if you're a Warrior fan, the other headliner that comes out of that, and it's kind of a subset, is that Michael Porter Jr. Cam Johnson trade pretty much takes Brooklyn out of play for Jonathan Kuminga. It takes them out of play in terms of putting a big offer in front of them. They're the only team with a lot of cap space, and they just used a bunch of it. So I don't think that's on the table. And then you have Mark Spears on ESPN saying that the market is just not there for Jonathan Kuminga. His agent wants $25 or $30 million, and GMs around the league are like, why the hell would we do that? Nobody's got the money to do it, and what the hell has he proven to show that? Which, by the way, I'm sure is a trigger point for Kuminga and his agent, because they're probably sitting there going, this is exactly why we're so ticked off at the way we've been handled here in Golden State, because we haven't had a chance to show you that we're worth that money.
Well, and for their camp, too, when they did have the chance to show it, and he got the playing time, he actually went out and played great and then missed 31 games with the ankle.
Yep.
And then in the Minnesota series, where you lost Steph Curry, he came out in those 4 games and he balled out again. So the frustration for the Kuminga camp is real, and I think it's warranted in many ways, but the market ultimately will indicate to you what you're worth. And, the Santi Adama contract that he got about $17 million a year, and Kuminga's a little bit better than him. Maybe he's a lot better, but the market is just not there for Jonathan Kuminga to get as much money as he would like. One team to keep an eye on, and I've seen reports about this, is the Chicago Bulls.
For sure.
And, you look at, if it was Vucevic, if that's who you really wanted, he's making $21 million. And the player that I'm interested in is Kobe White for Chicago, a guy who's on an expiring. He'll only make $13 million. Good little shooting guard, 6'5", a guy who can ball handle and score from the wing.
I love him.
Out of the backcourt. But just interesting names to watch, because Chicago is one of those teams rumored to have interest in Kuminga.
Chicago and Miami right now. I mean, there have been others, Brooklyn, New Orleans, but again, they're all making moves. They're all using up cap space and making moves, and it seems likely that kind of takes them a little bit more out of play. And then the other thing that we've heard, which again, I never know what to believe, but what we've been told by certain reports is that this Kuminga situation and the Warriors situation as a whole, by extension, are not expected to be buttoned up anytime soon. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to take weeks, but it could take a week. It could be the end of the week. This could be another July 4th kind of a bang, if you will. But then again, maybe that's just part of the posturing that goes with these conversations. I really don't know. But right now it's 5-18, and it does not feel like we're going to have a Kuminga resolution before we head home tonight.
Probably not, but things can happen pretty fast. And I'm just looking at the details of the Nickeil Alexander-Walker. It was actually a sign and trade, so the Hawks will send a second-round pick and cash to Minnesota to acquire him. So sign and trades are happening, and I know trades are hard, but this is the way that it's going down for Atlanta to make it work for Minnesota. They do it via the sign and trade, and he gets $62 million over 4 years. So it's the kind of deal that I think you'd be looking at for Kuminga, right? If it's a 4 years and $62 million deal and it's a sign and trade, maybe you send him to Chicago and you get Kobe White, and maybe you get a second rounder, or maybe you got to send a second rounder.
I don't know.
Something like that. I mean, to me, something like that is the most likely outcome. Maybe it doesn't happen today, but I know Mark Spears said the Warriors still feel confident that they'll sign Kuminga. Doesn't mean that they'll sign and keep. It could be a sign and trade immediately.
Well, let's hear that again. Here's what Mark Spears said.
There seems to be optimism in the Warriors camp that he will re-sign. He will be a restricted free agent. This market's not great for him. As one NBA GM told me, is like, what has he proven to be worth what his agent wants, which is $25+ million? Who has that money for him? Why does he deserve that? But then on the flip side, if he returns to the Warriors, what's his role?
And can he reach his full potential there?
Yeah, and so if I'm Jonathan, I'm in a really weird spot right now. The money's not here this summer. Maybe it's next summer. But either way, there's a lot of question marks.
Well, and even if it's some sort of a short-term thing, right? If the Warriors and Kuminga are able to figure out just, 1 year. Just figure out this year. And then to sort of do what they're insinuating there, which is get him to unrestricted free agency next year. Well, why would the Warriors be incentivized to do that? They don't want to do that.
No.
That again, that's setting up to lose Kuminga for nothing, which is why I believe no matter how much it looks like it's not going to happen and no matter how challenging it is, I really believe that there is going to be a sign and trade for Jonathan Kuminga. Because I don't see the other avenues as being advantageous for the Warriors. Unless they can convince everybody that somehow everybody's going to play nice and you're going to figure out a role and it's going to help you win, if you're telling me that you feel great about that, well, then hell, keep him. Because right now he's a bargain. So do that. But they've had 4 years and they've not been able to do that. And I find the idea of the Warriors starting training camp with, we're thrilled to have him, and we're really working hard to figure out exactly how these guys are all going to play together. Oh, my God. They do not want that to be the talking point as they open camp, and neither does Jonathan.
He doesn't want that. And even if you think about that, okay, nothing's really happening, JK. We couldn't sign and trade you, and there aren't great offers out there for you. Even if you signed him for 1 year and $20 million, let's just say, well, you could then trade him at the deadline, but that would involve you playing him and getting his value up to where he would be attractive to another team. And if you're a team who would trade for him and it's a 1 year deal, you wouldn't probably give up that much knowing that he was going to be an unrestricted free agent at the tail end of the season. And the other thing is, if you sign him to a 3 year deal as a Warrior team, then you've got him for 3 years, and maybe another team doesn't want to acquire him. So you've been saying this all last week. It becomes a little bit of a needle that you have to thread with Kuminga. If you sign and keep him with an eye toward trading him later, you have to keep his value up, and the contract has to be such where another team would find that to be attractive in the market.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on the situations that are unfolding around the league, where you see the Warriors stack up in the West, or if you'd like to get in on the conversation around Kevon Looney, who is no longer a Warrior. He has moved on a 2-year, $16 million deal to the New Orleans Pelicans. And gosh, the more that I say it, the more uncomfortable it sounds. It's not going the direction it's supposed to. As things sink in, they're supposed to sink in. And this one's almost bothering me more each time I think about it with him wearing another uniform, with him wearing the words New Orleans across his chest next year.
Yeah, and just the NOLA. And when he comes in that, what is it, purple and green and orange or whatever.
Whatever the hell they're wearing that night.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Giants and their City Connects. I know that there's purple involved, but when he comes in to chase, of course it'll be a great emotional ovation. Maybe not quite on par with what Clay got, but the fans certainly will give him that much love. But just seeing him in a different jersey, it's going to hurt. And every time you say it, like you refresh the audience with the news of the day, Kevon Looney has signed a 2-year deal to be a New Orleans Pelican. I can't even say it without, having a little bit of a pit in my stomach.
Another signing has just come down. Free agent guard Tyus Jones leaving the Phoenix Suns for a 1-year, $7 million deal with the Orlando Magic. That doesn't sound like much, but again, in that Eastern Conference, which is so messed up with injuries and is so wide open, and we know that the Magic went out and got Desmond Bane, Tyus Jones, a solid backup point guard who can shoot. And that was Orlando's issue this year. Orlando could defend, but they could not shoot. But they got Banchero, who kind of runs the middle, and now to start plucking guys like Desmond Bane and sprinkle in a little Tyus Jones now off of the bench and whatnot, Orlando could be a very interesting team next year in the Eastern Conference.
I have a question for you guys. Yeah. In honor of Kevon Looney's departure, Curry is heading into his 17th Warriors season. Draymond Green is heading into his 14th Warriors season. Can you name the next longest tenured Warrior? Because it was Kevon Looney.
Wait a minute, say it again. So Curry is at 17.
Heading into his 17th. Draymond is heading into his 14th. Who is the third longest tenured Warrior?
Of current Warriors, wow.
Current Warriors.
I'll
give you a hint. It's actually 2 guys.
It's probably like nothing.
Well,
right?
Kuminga and Moody have both been here for 4 years. Has anybody else been here longer than those 4 years?
And GP2 left, so
it's not Pods, it's not TJD.
Probably those 2 guys. Yeah. And I guess technically it's Kuminga because he's drafted like 9 picks earlier.
Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are 3rd and 4th, longest tenured Warriors
7
currently.
picks ahead, yeah.
Wow.
Yep, there you go. I mean, yeah, and maybe it'll just be Moses Moody. And that's the way it goes, right, in the association for the most part. And if Steph and Draymond both retire as Warriors, Hall of Fame Warriors, it'll highlight just how incredibly rare that is. Like, you think about Stockton and Malone. They were in Utah forever, and, they didn't both retire as Jazzes. The mailman went to L.A.
Yeah, where did Stockton?
I think Stockton stayed in Utah.
I was going to say, I don't remember him going anywhere. But, yeah, Karl Malone to the Lakers.
Chasing that ring. Well, they had the glove, too, on that team.
They sure did.
A little bit of a different group.
That was the team that the Pistons kicked their you-know-what.
That's right.
In 5.
Tayshaun Prince and Rip Hamilton.
And Chauncey Billups. And
the 2 Wallace brothers.
Ben Wallace.
Yep.
And Rasheed
Wallace.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man, those guys won it all in 5, and it was more like 4.5. I think Kobe hit a buzzer beater in game 2. It was like off the backboard or something.
We ran this down a few weeks ago, and one of the games was like 74-68 or something.
Oh, God. The Lakers were awful in that series. Like, you want to talk about a team whose chemistry was very evident on the floor. It was that group. They were so talented, so it got them all the way to the finals. But the Pistons had such great chemistry, and the Lakers hated each other at such a level. It was unbelievable. And it just came apart at the seams. And I've told you that. As soon as the Pistons won, like Phil Jackson was doing the press conference with his whole family up there, and you're just like, oh, I didn't realize everybody's leaving. That's the end of that. Shaq gone. Phil gone. Everybody gone. Lakers out of the playoffs. Get out of here. Whole thing just fell apart at the seams because of the Pistons.
That's it. Yep. I mean, the whole thing broke apart. Man. It does, and just hearing Grandy lay out that little trivia question had me thinking about longest tenured players with one team right now, and I know Steph is number 1, but Kevon had to be pretty far up that list with 10 years and one team. I'll try to get the exact answer for you, but the more you look at, the number of years certain players have played, you're hard-pressed to find any player who spends 10 straight years with one team.
No doubt. It's unbelievable. Like, how many times have you thought Kevon Looney's time with the Warriors was about to come to an end?
Probably 3 or 4.
Exactly. And there was one time where everybody was really scared about it, and it was right after the championship. And they hung on to him for a 3-year deal, which is now over, and so here we are. But I've thought he might be gone at least a couple other times.
Yep.
And then there are moments in Kevon Looney's career where you're like, ugh. You're like, they got to let him go. It's not looking good. And then he would rally back, and he would just have a wonderful stretch and everything that comes along with him. And he's just, dude, what a great Warrior.
Yep.
What a great Warrior.
You guys remember when Steve Kerr would say this to you guys every once in a while, but he'd go through stretches where he'd go up to Kevon and say, hey, Kevon, you're going to be out of the rotation tonight or probably for a little bit. And then Steve gets like 5 games into that, and eventually he's like, why did I make that decision?
Why?
We need Kevon. He always went back to him eventually.
I'm trying to remember what playoff game was it? What series was it where they headed into a game 7? One of the series where the Warriors were having a hard time kind of figuring out the 5th person in their starting lineup. And they went to, like, Steve and the staff went to Steph and Dre. And they're like, okay, who do you think it is? Who's that person? And Steph and Dre were like, it's Looney. It's Kevon Looney. You got to put Kevon Looney in. And they did, and they went out and they won that game. It might have been the game 7 in Sacramento.
That's where my mind went.
Yeah, it might have been for game 7 in Sacramento.
I'm looking at it here, and he started all 7 of those games in the Sacramento series. And I'm just looking at what series that might have been, and I'm looking at Memphis in 2022. Looney didn't start the first 5 games, and then game 6, Loon, you start. Grandy, you played the highlight. 11 and 11, offensive and defensive rebounds. He had 22 boards, 10 points, and 4 points. He was a plus 10, but that was the game he started. Game 6, they were having trouble, putting Memphis away. And that was the game back here at Chase. Grandy played the highlight
before. You guys want to hear it again?
Would love to.
Damn right I do.
Comes Wiggins up top. Screen set. Curry on Jackson. Step back. It's a 3. No good. Looney. Offensive rebound. Touch pass to Thompson. Finds Curry. Curry dribble drive. Behind the back in traffic. No look pass. Batted away. Goes right to Looney. That's a break. Looney stops in the paint to Draymond. Handoff Curry. Deep 3 on the way with 1 on the clock. Back rim miss. Looney again. Finds Thompson. Loads up a triple. Good! It's madness. Just madness. Kevon Looney, 21 rebounds. It's an 18-3 run. Warriors 105, Grizzlies 92. Timeout Memphis, 2:57 to go. And they're going bananas here at Chase Center.
Woo. Goosebumps.
Yeah.
Kevon. Man.
Happy trails, Kevon.
Yeah. Yeah, it just, man, I'm not able to process it right now. And I just was looking at the list of NBA players and their tenure. According to Wikipedia, Kevon's got 10 with the Warriors. That now ends. Devin Booker with Phoenix. Miles Turner with Indiana. Nikola Jokic, 10 years already with Denver.
No way.
Dude, believe me.
That guy's been in the league for a decade?
I can't believe it either.
You got to be kidding me.
12 years with the Bucks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Wow. And then above that, it's Draymond with 13. And then Steph. Steph is number 7 all time with 16 years with the Warriors, tied with Manu Ginobili, trailing Reggie Miller, John Stockton, Tim Duncan, Udonis Haslem with 20 years in Miami, Kobe with 20, and then the German Jesus, Dirk Nowitzki, 21, your all-time leader of tenure with one team only, 21 years for Dirk. But to this point, Kevon, he's on the list. He makes the Wikipedia page.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Too bad LeBron didn't stay in Cleveland. He'd have this record. He going into his 43rd year?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Actually, this year he needs, and I was doing some of the, not quite a deep dive, but looking at LeBron, like how many of the all-time leading categories is he going to lead in? And the one where he's number 2 right now that he's going to get is games played. He needs 50 games this year to pass and catch catch and pass the Chief, Robert Parrish.
Robert Parrish, yeah.
But LeBron's like 4th all time in assists.
Yeah. No, he's gonna
player.
Gonna get them all. He's gonna get them all. Hey, guess who's on the line?
I wonder. It's not Friday. It is.
Nope.
I was at the dog park.
Nope.
It's
Demetrius in Union City. Hey, what up, Demetrius?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, man.
Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, listen, guys, I want to thank you so much for the trip this weekend, man. I had a blast. And you guys are just the best. You know that?
Well, Demetrius.
Shout out to everybody at. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say you were a delight as well. But go ahead. You were a complete delight to be around. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, my brother called me this morning and said, make sure if you talk to those guys, you send them my thanks. And thanks to Jesse and all the 95.7 guys. And you guys, I'll tell you what about you guys, man. No matter what they say or whatever you hear, you guys are genuine, man. And you're just good guys. So appreciate that.
I appreciate you. That was a fun afternoon out there in the heat playing golf with you and your brother, Demetrius. That was a good time.
That was a great afternoon. Hey, I'll give you my Kevon Looney thing because I'm a little bit sad about that.
Yep.
I'm feeling a little bit like when Jason Richardson got traded. Remember that feeling back then when the Warriors had to let him go to Charlotte and, he was just a fan favorite. So I'm feeling a little bit like that. Some of the things I remember about Kevon, though, was he had like a 290-game streak of games played. Boy, man, he would go out there like a trooper, and whether he was just getting a few minutes or starting, he was always giving it all. So it's like watching a little brother grow up, and then all of a sudden he's a grown man. So shout out to Kevon Looney, and I hope when he comes back to Chase Center as an adult, later on when he's retired, that people, with their kids and their grandkids say, that guy is right there. That guy, you got to look him up. That was Kevon Looney. So I hope he gets all the props that he deserves.
Demetrius, in honor of Kevon Looney, I think that's what the 5 of us were like out at Cache Creek this weekend. We were lunch pail guys. And we went and we had a job and we got it done.
And they're probably telling tales about us now. The guys that came in on Monday were like, man, you should have seen these guys out there on Saturday. So, hey, man, I love you guys that listen every day. Like I said, it feels like 15 minutes ago you guys came on the air. So if you can make my day go by that fast, my 4 hours fly like that every day, man. You guys are providing the service like none other.
Hey, man, wonderful to meet you. Thank you for making the trip and for bringing Skip and everything else that the weekend was. Demetrius in Union City, one of our Cache Creek winners who went out there and played a little golf and maybe threw a little coin around, and we did a show and just had a blast out there this weekend.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And he brings up Jason Richardson and just doing the quick Google when they traded him in 2007 to the Bobcats for the draft rights to Brandon Wright, who had been taken number 8. So Jay Rich, a great Warrior, much beloved. Off you go.
Randy can't even handle you talking about this. There were so many head shakes and eye rolls when you just said that.
And this was like
the
probably,
second Demetrius brought up the Jay Rich trade. Lucas will back me up. I immediately said Brandon freaking Wright. You kidding me?
You didn't even have to Google it. No. You remembered because that's when you were like 12 years old, right?
Broke my heart.
Yeah,
trading away Jason Richardson for some dude I never heard of.
Brandon Wright.
He was a good, long, athletic big.
Oh yeah.
I mean, on the surface, right?
His best years as a pro were, I think, in Dallas, not even with the Warriors.
That's true.
Best years were not necessarily
not even that good.
Yeah, great years.
Yeah,
but
2-finger thingy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Just the funny thing about that draft, as I look at it now, the Warriors are linked to somebody who actually went 3rd in that very draft, Al Horford.
Oh my God.
That's how long ago this was.
The same draft?
Al Horford goes 3.
Jeez.
It goes Greg Oden, Kevin Durant, Al Horford, Mike Conley. So Conley and Horford are both,
they're all
and
still,
KD, they're all still doing it. Yeah.
Where are you, Greg Oden?
That's right.
Yeah.
When, Joakim Noah.
Ow! Ow!
Anyway, the Warriors also got Marco Bellinelli in that draft, but that was the time where the Warriors just found a way to mess everything up.
Shams does have another signing that has been posted. For many of you, you will not have heard of this player, but it's sort of interesting. Nigel Hayes-Davis, who is the 2025 EuroLeague champion and Finals MVP, as well as the Turkish Cup champion and MVP, is coming back to the NBA, guaranteed one-year contract with the Phoenix Suns. So there's the big Suns move to replace Kevin Durant.
Okay.
There you have it.
And shout out Kevin Bradbury of Lyft Sports Management for getting that done.
Thank God he was here, or I don't know what would have happened.
And it's funny because every time Shams tweets, he's shouting out agents and agencies. Like, how else is he going to get these scoops? I'm sure that Kevin Bradbury is like, hey, Shams, make sure you shout out Lyft Sports Management.
That's the exchange. We will text you as soon as this deal goes down, provided that you then advertise for us to your 3.1 million followers that we got the deal done so that we can show that to the next crop of incoming players and make them think that they're not going to be able to make any money unless they sign with Wasserman.
Yeah.
Or Lyft.
You never know.
Or whatever.
Yep.
It's so lame.
It's hilarious, but it's the commerce, like you're saying. It's so the way these things get done.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. Are the Warriors going to get anything done? Kevon Looney was with the Pelicans. We do not have any moves of significance from the Warriors yet at all, but the West is getting better by the minute. If you want to weigh in on any of that, 888-957-9570 is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs.
the ball. Looking for Santos. Catches left side, guarded by Van Vliet. Curry off the screen. Nasty screen by Looney. Free ball good by Curry on the left sideline.
Looney got all of Jalen Green on that screen.
That was a Looney Tunes screen there with a guy go whack. Kind of slides down, you know.
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Thanks, Kevon.
Yeah, but he's gone.
Yeah.
So the only people left hate your picks.
Well, I mean, I know there's another version where Kevon
Bay Area, it's Kevon Looney. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Yeah. He didn't even get into the you're listening to Willard and Dibs. He just cuts right to
the best ones. I have shortened them so that I can play them quicker.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So he actually probably said you're listening to Willard and Dibs, and then.
So let's see. Kerrs, Jerry Stackhouses, Kumingas, Loonies, Kyle Andersons, Guy Santoses, they've all been shortened because they're the best ones.
Hi, this is Guy Santos. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Bay Area, it's Guy Santos here. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Now, that's a man you extend a qualifying offer to and keep. That's what I hear when I hear that. I'm like, you keep that guy around.
Yeah, just the laugh. It's breathy at first, and then you just can't contain how funny that is. Never met me. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink. Heavy on the breath, and then he gets to the giggle. I like it.
Yeah, I do too. I yike it.
Yeah.
I don't yike that Kevon Looney's gone. This just is not sitting very well.
No, and it's not.
Like, I get it. I get all sides. It's not even that surprising. And at this stage, it's not like he's the linchpin to the Warriors' success by any stretch. But just kind of tough to it's a tough pill to swallow, I think, for Warrior fans.
Very tough. And he was tied for 7th among current players in longest tenure with one team. And that's just what's hitting me. We're 10 years with the Warriors, and then we started to have the conversation, and Grandy, had the trivia question of who now is 3rd and 4th on the team in tenure, and it's Moody and Kuminga. And I was thinking about Moses Moody. Who's he going to do Joga with now?
Oh,
we
God,
do Joga.
That's right.
Because we had Moses Moody on, and he talked about how they do Joga. We do Joga.
Yeah.
And it's basically jogging yoga. He and Kevon, they'll do Joga before games just to get their mind right. Get the body warm and get their mind right. And so when the news broke, it wasn't the first thing I thought of, but like the 6th or 7th thing, I was like, who's he going to do Joga with?
I mean,
we do Joga.
That was going to be our children's book.
We do Joga.
Moody and Looney do Joga.
We do Joga.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, that sucks.
No more Joga.
Well, just got to find a new partner.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, that won't be too hard. Maybe it'll be Tui. Hey, Tui, get over here. We're doing Joga. That other guy.
Maybe.
Who are you?
Well, they were great. And
Pods does Joga at every Valkyries game.
Seriously.
My God. He's up there doing calisthenics.
Pozemski.
I'm just concerned that he might sustain an injury to his index finger because he twirls that thing so much. Like, Pods, it's okay.
I mean, that's just it. That's how you be an NBA player in 2025.
Right.
When a play ends, you twirl your finger.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
That's right. And
yeah.
I guess in baseball, it's like you put your 2 hands over your...
Exactly.
Because we got to,
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. I think he wants to say something about Kevon. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call, guys. I just want to say, man, Kevon, bro, without your performance, there's no number 4 parade. Thank you. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. We will never forget you, man. You're one of my most favorite Warrior. And if you're a movie character, man, you are Ellis Boyd Red of Shawshank Redemption in my book. And, hey, when he comes back, you know how they gave away Captain's Hat for Clay?
Yes.
They should give away the Kevon Looney dreadlocks.
Dreadlocks?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
I thought they were going to, I thought you were going to kind of do a play on our show and see if the Warriors would give out lunch pails that night. I would do, you know what I mean? The season doesn't start, back to school's already there, but I don't know. If he comes in January or whatever, for New Year's, you're already halfway through the school year. Here's a new lunchbox for the kids or something like that. I don't know. Something that'd be great if it was something similar to Clay where they tried to capture the essence of who he is, who he was with the team.
That would be good. I mean, lunch pail because he was, just showing up all the time and playing every single game. And remember, Steve Kerr actually said to us earlier this year when he had to tell Kevon that he was going to get a DNP and he was going to end his streak, which was 200 and something consecutive games, and how hard that was for Steve to have to do it. And he did it in the best interest of the team. But if it wasn't for that, Kevon would still be riding that streak.
I got to tell you, bud, what are we, almost 3 hours into free agency?
Yep.
Day has not gone great.
Not great, Bob.
Not great. I mean, I don't know that I expected it to be any different than this, but there's basically 3 prongs to this. Prong number 1, the Warriors haven't done anything yet. That's prong number 1. Prong number 2, a player left who is beloved by the fan base. And prong 3, the West was already phenomenal, and it got even more top-heavy. It got even better. The Rockets added more experienced pieces around Kevin Durant. The Nuggets, I think, upgraded their 3-and-D guy from Michael Porter Jr. to Cam Johnson and saved money. I think the West is even harder today than it was 3 hours ago. And there's no resolution yet for the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, and the more we wait for that, the more the Warriors have to wait for it. You're seeing some free agents that are coming off the board, and not a lot of them are going to be in your relative price range, but the one takeaway that I have from today is a lot of the centers, a lot of the bigs have come off the board, and maybe they're not all guys that you love, and Al Horford is a name that has been linked to the Warriors, and he still is a potential target, but Clint Capella gone, Brook Lopez, a couple of bigs that many fans were thinking might be in their price range and might be future Warriors, and they're both off the board to new teams.
Let's take one more. Let's go to Tony in San Diego. Hi, Tony. Thank you for the call.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Good. Yeah, so I got kind of a funny story. So my wife, she's Dutch, so she's not too familiar with American names and also just American sports and just how things work. For example, she wanted to get a dog a couple years ago. She wanted to name it Wiggins. I kind of explained, like, hey, there's a very real possibility he could be traded in a year or two. Didn't care. We have a dog named Wiggins. All good. But she gives nicknames to every Warriors player as we watch, and, she gets to know them. And the nickname she gave Kevon, because she just didn't understand the name Kevon for some reason, didn't make sense to her, she dubbed him Kebab.
Oh, okay.
Don't know why.
Kebab.
That made sense to her. But it was kind of cool. I was like, okay, he's kind of like the Bob, of the team. He's a hard worker. He's kind of that guy you can count on. And we just kind of ran with it. And, other players have other just silly names that if you don't know her, don't make sense. But I just thought I'd share that. And, it's tough to lose him, but we also have a lot of guys like him. I think we have too many guys like him, 6, 7 guys that we can't have all those guys on the same team. You just can't have Looney and GP2 and Moody and all these guys that maybe really aren't a threat offensively and stuff. You just can't have all of them on the same team. So it stinks, but I just thought I'd share that, and hopefully this leads to something and better, and it's addition by subtraction or whatever you want to call it. But.
Yeah, Tony, thanks, man. Totally get it. Although I will add this, the guys that he sort of compared him to, I know what he meant. He meant you can't have these guys out there that can't shoot, space the floor and whatnot. But as we head into a year where the Warriors have openly stated, we really got to start lowering the number of minutes that Draymond Green plays at the 5. They were already very short on options to play at the 5, as opposed to Draymond Green, and then they just lost another one.
Yeah.
So, that's one side we have not talked about. We're kind of all on the emotional side of losing Kevon. The Warriors already needed a big. Now they super duper really, really need a big.
They do, and you've got Quentin Post, who, is going to be